Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 192, Why the Madness? Chapter 192, Why the Madness? The god the merfolk believed in was called Binding. However, its title of god was crowned by the merfolk race in reverence. In reality, it was just a mysterious divine existence at the bottom of the sea. Even so, divine creatures that could go to deep sleep at the bottom of the sea were extremely powerful. Their abilities were unimaginable to many races, and their strength even more so. Before the god's fragmented face arrived, although there were sea monsters in the Wangu continent and the surrounding endless sea, they were far inferior to the creatures that were changed due to the god's fragmented face. Such existences that possessed the aura of the fragmented face of the god in the sky appeared one after another. These existences were known as divine creatures. Some races had studied these divine creatures and found that they had evolved from the bizarre entities in the forbidden zones. Binding was one of them. In fact, to mortals, it could indeed be considered a god. This type of divine creature had occupied the top of the food chain for many eras and was regarded as a god by countless small races. Even large races were wary of it. However, many eras had passed, the races that could survive in this world all had their own methods to resist divine creatures. In fact, some races could already intimidate ordinary divine creatures. There were also large races that could fight against the emperors of the forbidden regions. As for the human race, although they were scattered in many places, they were also one of the large races. At this moment, the surface of the sea rumbled as Binding strode toward the merfolk island. In the air above the merfolk island, Old Master 7th, who was standing on Great Wing, looked at the deep sea. Zheng Kai, the arrival of Binding will definitely cause a storm of blood. There's no need for your sect and my race to start a war like this. We are allies. My race is willing to continue to be allies and hand over all the benefits. My race can even help you attack the Sea Corpse race. The merfolk ancestor's breathing was hurried as he spoke rapidly. It is too late for your race, Old Master 7th said calmly. He ignored the merfolk ancestor and waved his hand, his voice spreading in all directions. Human race's battle flag. As soon as he finished speaking, the wyvern transformed from the great wing below him roared at the sky. The 13 elders in the surroundings lowered their heads with deferential expressions. The 100 Foundation building cultivators were the same. Amidst their respectful looks, following the wyvern's roar, a huge flag suddenly rose from the tallest building on its back. This flag was 1,000 feet long and the color of the banner was mixed. It was stained with the blood of countless beings and looked tattered, as though it was a corner of a large flag. As the wind blew, a peerless baleful aura that shook the world erupted from it. This aura was so strong that the sky seemed to freeze and the waves of the sea seemed to stop. It was as though it could suppress the time, the races, and all existences. Even divine creatures had to lower their heads in front of it. The mixed blood on the flag exuded an intense sense of divinity, as though countless divine creatures had been killed on this flag. Amidst the mixed blood was an extremely pure drop of golden blood. This drop of blood actually gave off a feeling that it surpassed divinity and was infinitely close to the fragmented face of the god in the sky. The human race's battle flag. It's impossible for the 7 blood eyes to possess such a supreme treasure of the human race, even if it's just a corner. This is an item of the Wangu continent's 7 sex alliance. The merfolk ancestor's face instantly turned pale. He seemed to have lost his voice in despair. Just as the miserable voice of the merfolk ancestor echoed, as the battle flag fluttered, a suppressive force erupted from it. An illusory finger stretched out from the battle flag. This finger contained the intent of endless time, as though it had risen from the endless river of time. It didn't emit any pressure, but everyone who saw it felt their minds go blank. It was as though this finger represented the heavenly Tao. It pressed down slightly toward the sea. Immediately, an area of 50,000 kilometers of the sea surface evaporated, forming a huge hole, revealing Binding, who was letting out a mournful roar. All the tentacles on its body opened their eyes at the same time, wanting to resist. However, it was useless. More than half of the tentacles collapsed and the fishbone robe on its body shattered. The tongue on its back withered and the rotting of its entire body sped up. Half of its body exploded, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood. the remaining half of its body retreated rapidly amidst the mournful cries that spread in all directions, fleeing into the depths of the sea. This scene couldn't be seen on the other 3 islands of the merfolk race. Only the cultivators on the Binding Island could see it clearly. However, the disciples in the underwater world couldn't see it. Unless one used a special technique or some strange object, only then could the cultivators in the underwater world see everything that was happening outside. For example, the Eye of Consonance. At that moment, in the underwater world, Su Qing, who was in the temple, had his eyes completely widened. He stared at the Eye of Consonance in front of him with waves of emotion surging in his mind. This eye reflected the great wing in the sky and the flag. It also reflected the evaporation of the surface of the sea and the collapse of half of Binding's body after the finger was pressed down. However, this was already the limit of the Eye of Consonance. At the next instant, the eye seemed unable to withstand the horror of the scene it was observing and exploded. The instant it exploded, the captain did something that shocked Su Qing and dumbfounded Zhang San. He actually took out a palm-sized piece of red flesh and pressed it against the statue of Binding at the side. Immediately, this piece of flesh and blood melted and enveloped the entire statue. It was as though it was devouring the statue, emitting waves of strange swallowing sounds. After it devoured the entire statue and transformed into a huge piece of flesh and blood, a gap was torn in the middle. It was like a gate of flesh and blood. It was twisting and squirming, and looked unstable. It was the same for the whole lump of flesh and blood, as though it would wither and collapse at any moment. It was pitch black inside the gap, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the depths of the sea. Occasionally, some scenes would flash past and one could see a large number of broken limbs and minced meat. Those broken limbs and pieces of flesh were the collapsed half of Binding's body. These were clearly extremely attractive in the deep sea, causing terrifying auras to erupt from everywhere and surge toward the broken limbs, wanting to devour them. These auras were so strong that Su Qing could clearly sense them through the gap in the flesh. Any one of them could instantly crush and kill him. As for the 7 Blood Eyes elders in the air, they seemed to have some reservations and didn't participate in the fight. However, the captain's eyes lit up and his expression revealed unprecedented madness. After taking a look at the gap in his flesh, his eyes turned red as he quickly spoke to Zhang San and Su Qing. "I know what your goals are. I didn't lie to you. When I said I brought you guys here to find treasures, it was naturally to find treasures. Zhang San, isn't this what you want? The refining diagram of the merfolk race's flying fish armor." As the captain spoke, he took out a red jade slip from his pocket. It emitted a strange fluctuation. The item in it seemed to have intelligence and seeped out of the jade slip, transforming into the phantom of an armor. One look and one could tell that it was quite extraordinary. Zhang San's eyes instantly widened and he wanted to grab it. "Why is it with you?" The captain smiled and allowed the red jade slip to be grabbed by Zhang San. While Zhang San was being excited about the treasure, the captain looked at Su Qing. "Su Qing, you want the foundation building pills, right? There are 3 of them here. Their quality is much higher than the normal ones and are extremely precious. They are definitely top-grade pills and can't be compared to ordinary foundation building pills." As the captain spoke, he took out a jade box and threw it to Su Qing. "How is it? You wanted it, right?" Su Qing's eyes narrowed. He grabbed it and opened it. There were 3 blue-colored medicinal pills that gave off a strange fragrance. There were even some mist lingering on them, as though the medicinal pills had life. Su Qing's mind shook. He kept them and looked at the captain. He didn't believe that his captain would give these things to them so easily. "I spent a lot of effort to find this for you. Since I've helped you, the 2 of you have to help me too. Help me guard this place. It won't be long. 15 minutes. Just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. When I return, I'll give you some of the items I obtained. If I don't return in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, you guys can leave on your own. You don't have to care about me. I'm going to snatch the flesh and blood of Binding. That's the god of the merfolk race. You guys better pray that I don't die inside. If I return alive, we'll be rich, understand?" When Su Qing heard this, a huge commotion stirred in his heart. He looked at the broken limbs and minced meat in the gap between the flesh and blood as well as the terrifying auras that were rapidly approaching. He then looked at the madness in the captain's eyes. He felt that the captain was crazy, or maybe the latter felt that he had lived too long, so he wanted to play with his life. Su Qing had seen such people before. They had only two results, and both were extreme. Either they got themselves killed or they obtained a huge harvest. Su Qing hoped that the captain belonged to the latter group, so he asked, "How to increase your chances of returning alive?" The captain laughed and quickly spoke. "There is nothing you can do. It's up to fate." Su Qing nodded. "What's life for? Isn't it just for fun? I've played with it several times." The captain took a deep breath and the madness in his eyes intensified. He instantly entered the gap in the flesh and blood and quickly crawled inside. It was as though he was courting death as he rushed toward the place where half of Binding's body had collapsed. The moment he entered, the huge piece of flesh trembled violently and traces of withering appeared in its edges, as though it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Zhang San fell silent. After a long time, he sighed. "Have you seen such a qi condensation cultivator? He's F*King going to his death." Su Qing shook his head. Right now, even if the captain opened his stomach and said that he was at the qi condensation realm, Su Qing wouldn't believe him. After a moment, he spoke. "Are the coffins in the main city expensive? I prepared it for him in the past. Later on, I dismantled it because it was of no use." "Oh right, I dismantled it when I was refining the magic boat for you. I didn't have enough materials and used them all on you. I'll go back and forge another one," Zhang San sighed. Su Qing fell silent. After a long time, he looked outside the temple. His eyes slowly narrowed as he spoke softly. "Something's coming." Almost at the instant Su Qing spoke, sizzling sound suddenly rang out outside the empty temple, as though something was being corroded by poison. This sound was extremely ear-piercing, but there was nothing in the outside world. However, the traps that Zhang San had buried exploded one after another. Chapter 193, Temple of Mire. Chapter 193, Temple of Mire. This was strange. However, Su Qing and Zhang San had each seen similar things. In fact, compared to what their captain had done just now, these invisible enemies outside didn't seem to be much. There were not many people who were admired by Su Qing. The teacher from the slums, Captain Lei from the campsite, and Grandmaster Bai who had taught him about herbs and plants were people he admired from the depths of his heart. But now, there was another one. Su Qing admired the captain's madness in playing with his life. To dare to go into the deep sea at this moment and risk his life to plunder the flesh and blood of Binding. Only people who were completely crazy could do such a thing. As for the captain's true identity and cultivation, Su Qing didn't want to guess any more. It was meaningless. "I hope the captain can succeed," Su Qing said softly. The captain had given him the foundation building pills in exchange for him guarding this place for 15 minutes. He would keep his promise. He headed straight for the temple's gate. Su Qing glanced at the empty space outside. He then lifted his right hand and waved it fiercely. Immediately, a large amount of poison powder spread out, merging into the seawater and rapidly spreading out. This time, the poison powder wasn't colorless but had many different colors. Black, red, blue, and green. After they fused together, they transformed into different colors and their intensity increased by a lot. In the blink of an eye, sizzling sounds rang out from the originally empty outside world. There were also intense fluctuations that distorted outside the temple. After that, a fleshy tentacle as thick as a thigh suddenly crawled out from the empty space in front of Su Qing and lashed out at him. Its speed was so fast that ripples appeared wherever it passed. Moreover, there were more than one tentacle. The tentacles appeared one after another from other places, and rushed toward Su Qing in unison. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. After he dodged a tentacle that charged at him, he slashed it down with the dagger, cutting it into two. He then attacked the other approaching tentacles. In an instant, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Because there were too many tentacles, Su Qing's dagger was entangled. He simply let go of the dagger and grabbed the tentacle in front of him, pulling it ruthlessly. The ground collapsed as a strange ferocious beast that looked like a tadpole was pulled out. The large head at the end of it revealed a sinister huge mouth. It twisted its body and bit at Su Qing. Su Qing's expression was calm. The Ba shadow instantly manifested and he punched fiercely at the incoming big-headed ferocious beast. The seawater seemed to explode and the big-headed ferocious beast instantly collapsed. This wasn't the end. Su Qing rushed toward another tentacle and punched out again. Zhang San, who was in the temple, couldn't help but gasp. Although he can't compare to the captain's madness, this Su Qing is quite fierce, Zhang San muttered. He wasn't idle either. He performed a series of hand seals and the fine threads outside his body instantly rushed out of the temple. He could also kill enemies. The rumbling of the mechanisms outside became even more frequent. The places where Zhang San had buried the mechanisms collapsed. One after another. Under Su Qing's mixed poisons, the figures were dyed with colors and revealed themselves. They were all merfolks. However, they were different from ordinary merfolk. They seemed to possess a certain degree of concealment and were even more ferocious. All of them spat out blood and there were traces of poison on their bodies, but they didn't retreat. They continued to charge straight for the entrance of the temple. Their target wasn't Su Qing but the piece of meat inside the statue in the temple. It was as though the appearance of this piece of meat could lead to some unknown effects, causing them to frantically try to stop it. However, the instant these merfolk cultivators got close to the entrance of the temple, a rumbling sound suddenly erupted. Zhang San had buried a large number of traps at the entrance. Su Qing was fine when he passed by them, but when these merfolk got close, the ground directly exploded. The violent impact swept out, causing the merfolk race to retreat one after another. At the same time, Su Qing, who was fighting against the tentacles, suddenly had a change in expression. He sensed a terrifying aura approaching the temple from the ground. Senior brother Zhang, carry the statue out. Su Qing immediately let out a low roar. Zhang San also reacted extremely quickly. He didn't hesitate to carry the flesh and blood statue and rush out of the temple. As he waved his right hand, the threads surrounding him spun sharply. The instant he rushed out of the temple, the entire temple collapsed. A rotting large hand stretched out from the ground. Since it missed, it slapped the ground and using the leverage, a 1,000-foot-long figure crawled out. Thick corpse poison spread out with its appearance. This figure was actually a corpse, and it was formed from a large number of corpses that had fused together. Its hands and feet slapped the ground malevolently as it charged forward like a wild beast, rushing toward Zhang San. Zhang San quickly threw the statue he was carrying toward Su Qing. Su Qing leaped up and carried the flesh and blood statue with one hand. As he retreated, he held the dagger in his left hand and slashed the empty space beside him. Immediately, fresh blood spurted out and a head floated down from the concealment. At the same time, the giant corpse in the distance also changed its direction and roared as it charged toward Su Qing. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and his speed erupted as he sped into the distance. At the same time, Zhang San seemed to have gained leverage and his body was suddenly pulled closer to Su Qing. Su Qing wasn't surprised. When he caught the flesh and blood statue, he sensed a thread on it. It was Zhang San's thread. What is this thing that can allow the captain to enter the deep sea? It even caused these merfolk and sea corpses to go crazy as soon as it was formed. Zhang San approached with a shocked expression. Su Qing didn't have an answer, but he remembered the captain's words. Protect the statue for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. He threw the flesh and blood statue to Zhang San. Senior brother Zhang, guard here. After saying that, killing intent erupted from Su Qing's eyes. He held the dagger in his left hand and the black iron stick in his right. The Ba shadow behind him roared and rushed toward the approaching giant corpse. His speed was so fast that he got close in an instant. As rumbling sounds erupted into the sky, Su Qing's Ba shadow punched out continuously. At this moment, his poison was also released on a large scale. Wherever he passed, bodies would rot and fall to the ground with mournful cries. As for the huge corpse, it also retreated repeatedly under Su Qing's bombardment. Finally, under Su Qing's control, countless water droplets formed a restriction. The moment they trapped the huge corpse, a cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. With a wave of his hand, his magic boat appeared and the divine power attack instantly shot out. A golden pillar of light that seemed to be able to purify everything broke through the seawater and landed on the giant corpse. Amidst the rumbling, the corpse trembled and shattered into pieces. Su Qing wasn't willing to waste the divinity. He quickly kept the magic boat, and charged toward the other merfolks in the surroundings. He brandished the dagger and blood filled the air. There was also the black iron stick whistling around him, directly piercing through the merfolks. Although the Diamond Sex ancestor was still in a deep sleep after being sealed and wasn't awakened by Su Qing, after this iron stick gained an artifact spirit, it had become extraordinary and its lethality was high. A moment later, this area was completely cleared out by Su Qing. His entire body was covered in blood and he clearly felt some fatigue. However, the killing intent in his eyes was still intense. As the baleful aura permeated the air, a hint of foundation building intent was also faintly emitted from the black iron stick, as though the Diamond Sex ancestor was about to awaken. As for the Ba shadow behind Su Qing, it stood there malevolently, as though it was bearing witness to this massacre. Zhang San's heart trembled at this scene. He looked at the blood on the ground and then at Su Qing's blade-like figure. He suddenly felt that his previous judgment was wrong. This Su Qing in front of him might not be as mad as the captain, but in terms of cruelty, he was the same as the captain. Most of the corpses on the ground had their necks slit. The time it took for an incense stick to burn was up. However, the captain didn't return. Su Qing fell silent. He glanced at the flesh and blood statue that Zhang San was carrying and waited for another half an incense stick of time. As for Zhang San, he also sensed that a lot of time had passed and his expression was a little gloomy. Senior brother Zhang San, the time has passed. I have another area to go to. Take care, Su Qing said softly. He gave Zhang San a bag of poison and told him how to use it. After that, he walked into the distance. He hoped that his captain would be successful, but he wouldn't wait for too long. In this merfolk world, Su Qing had more important things to do. He rushed out with his full speed. When he reached a place with no one around, he took out the spirit breath lantern and placed it in his shadow to sense the location. Very soon, Su Qing confirmed the precise location. He then kept the spirit breath lantern and sped into the depths of the temple cluster. Time slowly passed. The range of this cluster of temples was very large. After an hour, Su Qing stopped in his tracks and lifted his head to look at a very ordinary temple in front of him. This temple was no different from the surrounding temples, but the location guided by the spirit breath lantern's spirit fluctuations was here. Su Qing warily surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that this place was empty and with no obstacles, he quickly scattered a large amount of poison in the surroundings, enveloping the entire temple as well as spreading more inside it. Su Qing didn't act rashly. Instead, he hid and waited silently. Only after he discovered that there was nothing strange did he rush into the temple. The moment he stepped in, he quickly observed his surroundings. The interior of the temple was empty except for a statue. This statue wasn't of binding but an elderly merfolk. He had a dignified expression and a crown on his head. There did not seem to be anything remarkable about him. Su Qing swept his gaze over and looked at the walls of the temple. However, just like the emptiness here, the walls were no different. Su Qing searched for a long time but didn't find anything here. He took out the spirit breath lantern and checked his surroundings again. It was still the same. Su Qing thought about it and lit the spirit breath lantern. He walked one round around the temple but still didn't find anything. Su Qing muttered to himself and placed the lantern in his shadow. In an instant, the color of the lamp changed from a dim yellow to a dark green. The light illuminated the surroundings and a portion of it landed on the wall. There seemed to be some changes there. Su Qing slowly moved closer. As he got closer, the green light slowly illuminated a larger area on the wall. Gradually, the wall distorted. As Su Qing's mind trembled, a mural appeared on the entire wall from the original blank space. This mural was of a vast scene. The scene seemed to show the location of a huge altar. There were countless bones around it that formed a sea, and on this sea of bones, there were 3 towering figures. 2 of them lowered their heads and bowed, while the other stood tall. Among the 2 people paying their respects, the one on the right was the merfolk old man in the temple. However, in the mural, he was like the emperor, even more dignified. His majestic body stood there with extraordinary might, and the crown on his head was embedded with a gem. On the other side was an old woman in a fishbone robe that was covered in tentacles. There was also a malevolent ghost face on her back. It was none other than Binding. The figure they worshipped was a giant with 9-headed snakes coiled around its body. This giant wore armor that was filled with countless runes. He carried 2 worlds on his shoulders and a large sword floated above his head. This large sword gave off a soul-stirring feeling, as though once it landed, it could split heaven and earth apart. He who was being worshipped by the merfolk emperor and binding seemed more like a god. On his body, a snake head held a burning lantern in its mouth. The shape of this lantern was a black umbrella placed upside down. Its appearance was the same as the spirit breath lantern, but it gave off a completely different feeling, like they were not on the same level. The difference was like a rock and a beautiful jade. It also contained supreme imperial might, causing everyone who saw it to be able to tell at a glance that this was the genuine item. Chapter 194, Su Qing is also crazy. 1. Chapter 194, Su Qing is also crazy. 1. Su Qing looked at the mural and his heart trembled. Suddenly, the light from the black umbrella lantern in the mural shone brightly, as though it really existed. The light penetrated the mural and spread out to the outside world. At the same time, the spirit breath lantern in Su Qing's hand also flashed with an even denser light. It formed a sea of light instantly. Su Qing's expression changed. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. His figure was enveloped by the sea of light. In the blink of an eye, as the sea of light disappeared, Su Qing's figure also disappeared. It was as though a long time had passed, but it also felt like an instant. When Su Qing's perception turned from blurry to clear, the first thing he felt was an extremely terrifying pressure. It was like the roar of a peerless ferocious beast gushing over. There was clearly no sound and it was clearly just pressure, but it still caused Su Qing's eardrums to buzz so loudly that blood started flowing down from his ears. Not only the ears, blood flowed down his nose too. His eyes also felt such piercing pain that he was finding it difficult to open them. His body churned intensely, as though his internal organs were trembling. All of this transformed into intense pain, causing Su Qing to not dare to touch anything in the surroundings when he couldn't open his eyes. He squatted and instinctively assumed an attacking posture. At the same time, the poison powder spread in the surroundings and the black iron stick was taken out. Without any hesitation, he directly unsealed the diamond sex ancestor. As the seal was undone, a wail rang out from the iron stick. The diamond sex ancestor woke up. However, in the next instant, he howled miserably. "Master, I was wrong. I was really wrong. What is this place? Heavens, here. Master, do you want to throw me here and make me suffer here forever? I've read many ancient books and many of the characters in them were dealt with like this. Master, I'm really sincere in surrendering and becoming your artifact spirit. Don't kill me. I'm very obedient. I know my mistake. I'll be honest. Actually, I buried a lot of spirit stones in another place. I also promised a lot of money to some fellow Taoists and told them to find you if I lost contact with them. Master, I'll tell you who they are now. I'll help you kill them." "Shut up." Su Qing couldn't open his eyes and gritted his teeth. "Tell me what's in the surroundings." The diamond sex ancestor trembled even more. However, he didn't dare to disobey Su Qing's words. His life soul was in the other party's hands, and his life and death could be decided with a single thought. As such, he hurriedly spoke with a trembling voice. "Master, this place seems to be an altar. The surroundings are filled with a sea of bones. We're at a high place and there's a staircase that goes down in front of us. At the end of it, there's a path with cliffs on both sides. At the end of the path is a circular altar. Ahead of the altar is filled with bones. Heavens, this place is too big. There are also 3 colossal statues ahead. Are the 3 statues standing side by side?" Su Qing said in a low voice. "No, 1 is standing and 2 are bowing." The diamond sex ancestor had no idea that he had circled between life and death. "Continue." Su Qing slowly spoke. "That person standing there is a giant with a 9-headed snake wrapped around his body. He's like a god. F***ck. What the hell is this? I feel like I'm going to go blind just by looking at him. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have a mortal body and am an artifact spirit, I might really have gone blind. Master, I was wrong. Where is this?" As the diamond sex ancestor dawdled, Su Qing's heart trembled. He could tell that he was in the world on the murals. After pondering for a moment, he didn't speak. Instead, he casually sealed the diamond sex ancestor and made him continue to sleep. He silently waited for his body to adapt and recover. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn passed, as the recovery ability of the purple crystal in his body continued to spread, Suqing slowly got used to the pressure in the surroundings to a certain extent. Although intense pain still filled him and the feeling of his body collapsing didn't dissipate, he still forced himself to open his eyes and see everything in his surroundings clearly. This place was indeed as the diamond sex ancestor had described. The place Suqing was in was like a huge cave or another world. The steps ahead were huge and didn't look like a place for humans to walk. In the sea of bones at the front, there were 3 majestic statues. The unbearable pressure that Suqing was facing came from them. Suqing's eyes stung and bled. After he gritted his teeth and persisted in sweeping his gaze over, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He saw the black umbrella lantern hanging from the mouth of a snake head that was coiled around the towering giant in the sea of bones. This black umbrella lantern shone with thousands of lights and auspicious colors, illuminating the worlds on the giant's shoulders, making these 2 worlds lifelike. Suqing's breathing instantly became hurried and his heartbeat incomparably intense. His mind was buzzing and his eyes were wide open as he stared fixedly at the black umbrella lantern. Suqing's mind trembled intensely. The captain's description of the life lantern earlier appeared in his mind and an indescribable desire rose in his heart. Although he had guessed it when he arrived, he was still shocked by this scene. There was actually a life lantern here. If this matter was spread, the competition outside would probably end immediately. All eyes would be gathered here and the 7-sex alliance of the Wangu continent would rush over immediately. In reality, that was indeed the case. Once this matter was exposed, the outside world would definitely go crazy. Compared to this life lantern, the merfolk race was completely unimportant. Chapter 195, Suqing is also crazy. 2. Chapter 195, Suqing is also crazy. 2. The merfolk race clearly didn't know about this. Otherwise, they could have sent it to any large faction and obtained protection. If it wasn't for the shadow, Suqing would not have found it either. Waves surged in Suqing's mind as he looked at the life lantern. However, he didn't act rashly. He took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his mind. He wiped away the blood flowing out of his eyes. With the continuous recovery from the purple crystal, his current state was slightly better than before. After a long time, Suqing calmed his mind and looked at the lantern again. A hint of determination slowly appeared in his eyes. He walked forward until he was right above the stairs. He glanced at the huge steps below and jumped down. However, the instant he landed on the 2nd step, the pressure from this place became stronger than before. Suqing's body trembled once again and he felt a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His countenance was extremely pale and his body started swaying. He immediately sat down to regulate his breathing. It took him a long time to recover. He gritted his teeth and continued walking forward. His body was shaking and his 7 orifices were bleeding. His bones seemed to be about to collapse and shatter. When he barely got close to the edge of the 2nd step, his body had reached the limit of what he could withstand. His vision started getting blurry. Suqing was clear that he couldn't continue. He had a strong premonition that if he stepped on the 3rd step, he would face a huge danger. He stared fixedly at the life lantern. He was really unwilling to leave just like that, so he looked at the ground under his feet. The light here came from the front, so his shadow was vaguely revealed behind him. Suqing turned his head and glanced at his shadow. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly spoke. "Wake up. Don't you like to extinguish lights? Go and get them for me." As he spoke, Suqing immediately began to control the shadow. Immediately, the shadow distorted and slowly retreated to the ground under his feet unwillingly before spreading forward. Due to the position of the light, the shadow that extended forward couldn't be seen clearly. Suqing was only able to sense it through his perception. Under his control, the shadow landed on the 3rd step. He didn't feel any discomfort. A sharp glint flashed in Suqing's eyes as he continued to control the shadow to extend until the 4th step, the 5th step. Finally, the shadow spread to all the steps and arrived at the altar below. It then continued forward, heading toward the 3 statues in the sea of bones. Suqing didn't have an answer to how long the shadow could extend to. However, he could sense that the more he extended it, the greater the control he needed. At the same time, the shadow seemed to be more unstable. When it was almost near the three god statues in the Sea of Bones, the unstable feeling of the shadow became increasingly intense and it was unable to continue extending. Su Qing's eyes were bloodshot. He looked at the life lantern and sensed the shadow. With no other choice, he let out the suppressive force of the purple crystal to see if the shadow could extend if he tried to suppress it. However, before the suppressive force could descend, the originally unstable shadow suddenly trembled. As though it was overdrafting itself, it suddenly extended by a large measure. It directly spread to the giant's body, only one step away from the life lantern in the snakehead's mouth. However, this time, it had really reached its limit. It was shaking and showed signs of tearing. Even though the suppression force landed, it was still unable to continue. In fact, it was about to retreat, as though it couldn't withstand it anymore. Su Qing's breathing became hurried. However, he didn't trust the shadow. He didn't know if the other party was deliberately not going over or if it really couldn't do it. He stared at the shadow and spoke in a low voice. If I don't get it, then after I get out, even if I die, I'll suppress you 1,000 times before I die until I kill you. Su Qing's voice was very calm. However, the lethality contained in it seemed to have reached the extreme for the shadow. The shadow frantically tried to extend forward, but it was obvious that it had reached its limits as the signs of tearing became even more clear. Su Qing sensed the scene and only then did he believe it in his heart. Determination quickly appeared in his eyes. He took out talismans and the magic boat, fully activating its defense. He then climbed onto the magic boat and took out a large number of spirit stones to place in the grooves of the array formation, increasing its defense. After that, he took a deep breath and controlled the magic boat to fly a step forward without any hesitation, appearing above the third step. The instant he moved forward with the magic boat, the shadow also moved forward by an additional step. It touched the life lantern in the snake's mouth and grabbed it. However, at the same moment, a monstrous rumbling that was much louder than before erupted in front of him. This rumbling formed an overwhelming force that surged toward Su Qing. His magic boat was the first to collapse. The first layer of defense formed by the sails directly tore apart and the entire magic boat rolled back. After that, the second layer of defense also collapsed and exploded. Even with a large number of spirit stones supporting it, it was useless. As for the magic boat, it rolled back even further. Next was the bow of the ship. The divinity on the sea lizard's skin spread out, but it was still unable to neutralize the force, causing it to instantly shatter into pieces. After that, it was the same for the front half of the ship. This force also landed on Su Qing's several talismans. The protective talismans frantically blocked, but the words on them instantly dimmed. After they disappeared, the remaining energy swept over and landed on Su Qing. Su Qing trembled violently as though he had been smashed by a mountain peak. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Many of the bones in his body shattered and his skin and flesh tore. At this moment, his magic boat was already forced back to the limits. As the light in the surroundings shone, Su Qing and his broken magic boat were suddenly blasted out of the mural. The force of this explosion was so great that Su Qing's magic boat violently collided with the wall on the other side. The wall collapsed and the magic boat dragged a 1,000 feet long trail on the ground. Su Qing spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Many parts of his body were destroyed, revealing his bones that were mostly broken. There was also a huge wound on his stomach that penetrated his body. As for his robe, only parts of it were left. Blood kept gushing out and spreading on the ground. Su Qing's vision rapidly blurred. His injuries were unprecedentedly serious, but he was holding onto an item tightly. That was the life lantern that the shadow had captured and brought back. I can't faint. As his vision blurred, Su Qing ruthlessly bit his tongue and opened his eyes. With much difficulty, he grabbed a large number of medicinal pills from his storage bag. He didn't have time to eat them, so he directly pressed them on his wounds. He also released poison powder in the surroundings to guard against any danger. He didn't have time to check the life lantern. He quickly put it away and placed it in the storage bead he had obtained from the diamond sex ancestor. He was still worried and placed the storage bead in a storage bag. He still felt that it wasn't safe, so he placed the storage bag in another storage bag. With so many layers, its aura couldn't spread out at all. In addition, the broken magic boat still had some divinity left. Su Qing didn't have time to feel heartache and immediately controlled the magic boat to disperse the divinity, turning it into a protective barrier that enveloped his surroundings. After doing this, Su Qing spat out another mouthful of blood. The intense sense of weakness made him feel as though he was being summoned by death. The purple crystal in his body emitted a dense purple light that continued to flow through his entire body. However, the intense pain that followed still caused Su Qing to groan, but he continued to hold on while gritting his teeth, waiting in torment for the purple crystal to heal him. Chapter 196, Worth It. Chapter 196, Worth It. The seriousness of his injuries this time was unprecedented for Su Qing. Moreover, this was after the 2 layers of defense on the magic boat and the resistance of divinity had weakened the force. He even exhausted many talismans and the strength of his body at the great circle of perfection before he could barely resist it. Even so, he almost lost his life. Even with the purple crystal's recovery, Su Qing felt that it would take some time for his injuries to heal. At the same time, lingering fear also surfaced intensely in his mind. Su Qing felt that if his defense arrangements had lacked even a bit, he would probably have died. But it was worth it. Su Qing gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain in his body as he checked his expenditures. The talismans were one of them. More importantly, the magic boat he had used a lot of money to build had very little divinity left on it. Half of the boat had collapsed. The cost of repairing it would be astonishing. Even so, Su Qing was extremely excited. He felt that it was all worth it. He had made a killing. Moreover, I have the replica spirit breath lantern as well. No wonder the captain risked his life. Once such a venture succeeds, the harvest can be so astonishing. Su Qing thought of the captain, but he felt that this wasn't a good habit. One day, it would get him killed. Su Qing took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement. He slowly circulated his cultivation base, trying to speed up the purple crystal's healing power. After all, he couldn't move now and would definitely be in danger if he stayed here for too long. Time flowed by and very soon, an hour passed. Some distance away from Su Qing within the cluster of temples, Zhang Sen had dug a cave and sat by the flesh and blood statue while looking at the entrance warily. He had set up a large number of single-use self-destructing items outside the entrance. There was also a dense poison lingering in the surroundings, causing this place to be filled with danger. Even he had to be very careful when going out, and had to take the specific path he had left behind. However, Zhang Sen was still a little worried. He even spread out his threads in the cave. While being on guard, he would occasionally turn his head to look at the flesh and blood statue and sigh. "Captain, you didn't really play yourself to death inside, right? Why do you have to play with your life? Can't you play with the senior sisters and junior sisters of the sect? That's binding. Although it's not a real god, it's still a terrifying divine creature. Who in the entire merfolk race is older than him? I reckon other than Meyer, who no one knows if it is alive or not, there's nothing else. Don't die. If you die, my investments over the years, it will be a huge loss." Zhang Sen let out a long sigh. He had been guarding here for almost 4 hours and was starting to feel that the captain was dead. He shook his head helplessly. He decided to wait for another incense stick of time. If the captain still didn't come out, then he would have to move on. He was thinking about whether he should peel off a piece of this flesh as a memento before he left, when suddenly, the flesh and blood statue shook violently and roars that caused Zhang San's heart to tremble rang out. Zhang San's expression changed and he immediately took a few steps back. The surrounding threads quickly retracted and enveloped the statue. The crack on the flesh rapidly contracted and expanded. One moment, they were larger, and the next moment, they were smaller. It was as though it was breathing. The roars coming from it became clearer as it opened and closed. It was as though some terrifying existence was approaching from the flesh tunnel. This scene shocked Zhang San and he retreated again until he reached the exit. He was prepared to escape immediately if the situation didn't look good. Not long later, under Zhang San's nervous gaze, a hand covered in blood suddenly stretched out from the slit of the flesh. There were only 3 fingers left on the hand and only some traces of flesh were left on them, revealing the bones clearly. The hand grabbed at the flesh outside. It borrowed the force to support itself and gained the strength to continue crawling out. Very soon, half of the captain's body crawled out from the gap in the flesh. His hair was gone and his head was covered in blood. His face was also corroded in many parts, and the parts that were all right were badly mangled. As for the densely packed wounds on his body, they were even more shocking. The deepest ones looked like they were about to penetrate his body. However, his right hand was tightly grabbing onto a piece of squirming golden flesh. The bloody flesh carried terrifying fluctuations of divinity. It was the flesh and blood of binding. Its appearance immediately distorted the surroundings, as though countless mournful roars echoed out, causing Zhang San's mind to buzz and blood to flow from his 7 orifices. His body seemed to collapse. "Give me a hand." The captain seemed to have used all his strength to crawl. At this moment, his expression was filled with anxiety as he quickly spoke to Zhang San. Zhang San barely regained his senses. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding threads wrapped around the captain's body. With a tug, this half of the captain's body fell from the crack. His lower body was gone. Only a bloody mess of his upper body was left. "Quickly attack with me and shatter this flesh gate. Something is chasing after me." After coming out, the captain immediately shouted. He performed a series of hand seals and pointed at the flesh gate behind him. Zhang Sen knew that he was in danger and gritted his teeth as he attacked. Immediately, intense fluctuations of spells spread in the surroundings. The strength of the two gathered and blasted the meat gate, causing it to instantly collapse. As it shattered into pieces, a faint roar of anger could be heard coming from it. Just a trace of it caused Zhang San's entire body to tremble violently, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. As his body retreated, cracking sounds rang out. At least 40 protective jade slips collapsed before they could neutralize the force, but it still heavily injured him. He took out medicinal pills with a lot of difficulty and swallowed them before he regained a hint of color on his face. The captain also spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was swept to the side. However, his right hand was still tightly gripping the flesh of binding. His expression revealed a hint of excitement as he laughed loudly. "Who can compare to me? Ever since I knew that we were going to attack Merfolk Island, I started planning. I finally obtained the flesh of this divine creature. I'm rich. I'm completely rich this time." The captain was extremely excited. His laughter affected his injuries and he gritted his teeth in pain. He hurriedly stored the flesh. "Is it worth it? Half of your body is gone." Zhang San smiled bitterly at his captain. "It's worth it. It's only half a body. I've specially cultivated the secret art of broken limb regeneration. Coupled with some of the sect's great medicine, it will only take a few months for it to regrow. Moreover, I have this flesh of binding. After fusing it into my body and refining the divinity, my recovery will be faster." The captain looked around excitedly. "Where's my vice-captain? How is this the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? It's been almost 4 hours. After junior brother Su guarded the temple for 2 incense sticks of time and saw that you hadn't returned, he left in low spirit because he had his own arrangements. Before he left me a lot of poison powder," Zhang Sen said as he ate the medicinal pills. "It's fine. I didn't expect it to take so long either. I almost couldn't make it back." As the captain spoke, he took out an apple and ate it. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the ground suddenly rumbled. The entire binding island shook intensely at this instant, as though the earth was moving and the mountains were shaking. All the buildings in sight instantly collapsed. Wisps of black gas surged out of the collapsed buildings, the seaweed, and the sea anemone. A large amount of black gas rose from all the things in the underwater world. This black gas rapidly gathered and transformed into black fog that spread in all directions, as if it wanted to fill the entire underwater world. It contained dense anomalous substances that could corrode everything. At the same time, it seemed to contain strange things, causing all the corpses that had died in the underwater world to move, as though they had been revived. Moreover, as the black gas continued to rise, the range of the black fog also grew larger and larger. The expressions of all the 7 Blood-Eyes disciples in the underwater world to change. All of them hurried toward the exit. The trembling of the ground was like an earth dragon flipping over, causing the captain's broken body to be jolted up. He almost lost the apple in his mouth. His expression changed and he quickly climbed onto Zhang San's back. "This is the trump card of the merfolk race to bring mutual destruction. I came out late. Hurry, we have to get out of here quickly. Zhang San's expression changed. As the surrounding fog surged, he quickly ran in the direction of the exit. At the same time, in another direction of the temple cluster, Su Qing, who had recovered a little with the help of the purple crystal, opened his eyes. He could sense the rumbling of the ground and also saw the black fog rolling over in the distance. His eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, Su Qing stood up with difficulty and put away the damaged magic boat. He gritted his teeth and sped forward. Not long after he left, the black fog in the surroundings enveloped the place. While it filled the place where he had recuperated earlier, it also invaded the dilapidated temple. In the fog, on the blank wall of the dilapidated temple, the mural was constantly flickering, as though it wanted to reform, but in the end, it still failed. Only the carving of the merfolk king in the mural slowly weathered and dissipated. While all the 7 Blood Eyes cultivators at the underwater world sprinting toward the exit, the same thing was also happening in the outside world. Not only did the black fog appear on Binding Island, but Image, Hidden, and Mire Islands also erupted at the same time with this fog that seemed to be able to devour everything. From afar, a large amount of black fog rose from the 4 islands and spread in all directions. It was as though this was the last resort of the merfolk race. In the sky, Old Master 7th, who was on the Great Wing, lowered his head and looked at the merfolk islands enveloped by the array formation. Although there was an array formation blocking his vision, he could still sense the changes inside. However, not only did this change not cause his expression to turn solemn, but he also smiled at the merfolk ancestor at the side. Not bad, finally something decent. I was thinking that this trial was too simple for those wolf cubs. How is this a trial? This is clearly giving away resources. Fortunately, you added some difficulty. Chapter 197, Reunion of the Three. Chapter 197, Reunion of the Three. In the underwater world of Binding Island, Su Qing moved with intense pain assaulting his entire body. The wounds on his legs, arms, and stomach that were slightly healed were torn apart again. More blood flowed out, dyeing his body and tattered robe red again. Although his body was protected by spirit energy, so the seawater wasn't able to touch his wound, the pain still grew more intense as he moved. This time around, Su Qing's injuries were too serious. Even the purple crystal couldn't heal him quickly. At that moment, the fog in the surroundings was engulfing everything. Su Qing could ignore the anomalous substances contained in it, but he could sense dense corpse poison in the fog. In his current state, encountering corpse poison would cause the purple crystal to divert a portion of its recovery power to cleanse it. It wouldn't be beneficial to his recovery. In addition, he also saw some corpses in the fog crawling up from the ground as though they had revived. They let out beast-like roars and ran amok in the fog. Once he was enveloped by the fog, he would definitely be in a life-and-death crisis. I have to leave this place as soon as possible. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. He gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain as he sped forward. This intense activity caused his face to turn even paler. However, Su Qing had no choice but to forcefully ignore the pain. As the fog continued to spread, he ran toward the exit and even used the flight talisman. However, his body was heavily injured and his spirit energy was almost exhausted. At the same time, he had to retain a certain amount of energy for dangerous situations. As such, he could only activate the flight talisman and couldn't rely on his cultivation to move faster. Just like that, time flowed by. After about 15 minutes, Su Qing finally rushed out of the range of the temples. Looking around, other than thin fog that covered everything, there was nothing else. Only the fog in the distance continued to devour and approach. Many temples and coral buildings were instantly devoured by it. Wherever it passed, everything would be dyed black. There were very few people here to begin with, and at this moment, there was no sign of them at all. Only the roars of the revived corpses in the fog could be heard. Su Qing's expression was gloomy. He noticed that even the bottom of the sea was the same. There seemed to be an even thicker black fog rising from the bottom of the sea, preventing Su Qing from escaping from below. He continued to speed forward. However, he was too far from the exit, so after moving forward for a while, as the fog in the surroundings filled the air, he was inevitably enveloped by it. Almost at the instant the fog enveloped him, Su Qing's spirit energy defense fluctuated intensely and was rapidly corroding. At this moment, his vision was also severely obscured. Only the roars of corpses could be heard from all directions. Killing intent flashed in Su Qing's eyes. He lifted his right hand and the black iron stick slashed to the side. A savage low roar rang out at close range. It was a revived corpse. Different from the sea corpse race, this corpse was a Seven Blood Eyes disciple when it was alive. At this moment, its entire body along with its eyes was black. Even though its neck had been torn open by the iron stick and its head had fallen off, its hands still grabbed fiercely at Su Qing. Su Qing's left hand formed a seal and the water curtain instantly spread out. The corpse was sent back by more than 100 feet. Su Qing didn't continue fighting. The roars in the surroundings increased and a hint of determination appeared on his face. He formed a hand seal and pressed down on the ground. Immediately, countless water droplets formed beside him and instantly fused into a plesiosaur. After it appeared, the plesiosaur suddenly expanded to 1,000 feet in size. After it enveloped Su Qing, a low roar echoed as the plesiosaur rushed forward. Wherever it passed, any corpses that blocked it would be sent flying. This was Su Qing's final trump card. Once the plesiosaur collapsed, it would be even more troublesome for him to leave this place. Fortunately, the speed of the plesiosaur was very fast and its huge body possessed impact force. Although it was constantly corroding and shrinking, the spirit energy Su Qing stored in the plesiosaur was abundant. This allowed the plesiosaur to carry Su Qing through the fog at high speed, slowly getting closer and closer to the exit. On the way, he also encountered some Seven Blood Eyes disciples. All of them were running with all their might, ignoring each other. However, just as Su Qing was about to reach the area where the exit was located, because too many cultivators had died here, he heard countless roars coming from there. Many of the Seven Blood Eyes disciples were stopped by the zombie tide. Su Qing's expression was gloomy as he performed a series of hand seals with both hands and grabbed out. Immediately, his plesiosaur shrunk as though it was withering. The spirit energy contained in it rapidly surged into Su Qing's body, allowing the dried-up spirit energy in his body to be replenished. The plesiosaur started dissipating. However, at this moment, Su Qing couldn't care less. As the plesiosaur's figure disappeared, more than half of the spirit energy in Su Qing's body recovered. Although his physical injuries were still serious, his overall combat strength recovered a little. As he performed a series of hand seals, water droplets appeared and spun around him. He rushed out and leaped over the zombie tide. When he encountered obstructions, some of the water droplets outside his body would spread out, enveloping and shaking off the other party. Just like that, Su Qing flew all the way. Everywhere he passed, the corpses would be enveloped by his water droplets, turning into balls of water that couldn't disturb him. Some time later, Su Qing finally saw the exit. Just as he was about to cross the exit, Su Qing suddenly saw a figure running over from another direction. As the figure ran, he also threw out mechanisms that would explode upon contact in the surroundings. Amidst the rumbling sounds of explosions, a familiar voice rang out from the fellow on his back. "Zhang-san, you can do it. That's right, throw them and blow them up. Io, you threw them in the wrong direction. You should have thrown them over there." It was Zhang Sen who was running and the captain who spoke. Zhang Sen was panting as he ran with all his might. As for the captain on his back, he didn't seem to care about the environment here and kept commenting. "Shut up." Zhang Sen was furious. Zhang Sen, why are you talking to your original captain like this?" The captain was dissatisfied and took out an apple to take a bite. "If you speak again, I'll throw you down and run by myself." "Big brother San, you can do it." Su Qing's expression was a little strange. He glanced at Zhang San, who was rapidly approaching, and the captain, who had lost his lower body. He once again realized the captain's madness. Zhang San also saw Su Qing. His eyes instantly lit up and he quickly threw out a thread that shuttled over, directly wrapping around Su Qing's body. He borrowed the momentum to leap over rapidly. "Ah, Deputy Captain Su, what major thing did you do to make yourself so weak like this? Could it be that you went to the merfolk princess bedroom and were squeezed dry?" The captain also saw Su Qing. When he noticed that Su Qing was covered in injuries and his tattered Taoist robe, his eyes lit up. "Can it be recovered?" Su Qing didn't answer. Instead, he glanced at the captain's body and calmly asked. "No problem. I'll be alive and kicking after I get back, the captain said proudly. Then I'll send you a feather one later, Su Ching said calmly. Feather? Why would you send me a feather? The captain was stunned. What are you still chatting about? Hurry up and leave. Zhang Sen was anxious. He felt that Su Ching and the captain were both crazy. This place had become so dangerous, but the two of them were actually chatting. Su Ching retracted his gaze from the captain's body and left in a flash. Zhang Sen hurriedly threw out the threads to coil around him and borrow the momentum to speed away. Just like that, they neared the exit. They immediately entered it and disappeared. Not long later, the surrounding black fog drowned this place. The entire underwater world was completely enveloped by fog, but the fog did not stop. It continued to rise through the ground, the tunnels, and all the other locations. Su Ching moved extremely fast in the passage between the island and the underwater world. The poison here had mostly dissipated by now. Even Su Ching did not know if it had dispersed naturally or if it had spread to somewhere else. In just about 8 minutes, his body broke through the surface of the water. The moment he leaped up, the flight talisman on his body activated with all its might and he transformed into a stream of light that headed straight up. Zhang Sen was the same. He took out his flight talisman and followed closely behind. Only the captain's voice was still filled with surprise as it continued to ring out. Su Ching, what does giving a feather mean? Su Ching didn't reply. Deputy Captain Su, you still owe me 8,000 spirit stones. What do feathers mean? Su Ching didn't even glance back. He directly rushed out of the tunnel. After stepping into the outside world, he felt a violent wind blowing at his face. He immediately looked around and his expression suddenly changed. Zhang Sen was the same. After he rushed out, his expression changed as he noticed his surroundings. The outside world was in chaos and violent wind blew everywhere. Streams of black smoke flowed up against the current, connecting to the array formation in the sky like a hurricane. There were a total of 8 of these streams, with 2 on each island. Countless strands of black gas on the ground transformed into threads that continuously fused into the 8 hurricane-like fog, causing it to continue to expand. In fact, when Su Ching and the other 2 looked over, the spiraling fog not far away from them began to undergo a drastic change. A fork appeared at the top. These forks quickly transformed into snake heads. There were a total of 9 heads, and after they formed, they let out a deafening roar toward the ground. This roar was so powerful that even the ground started shaking. Its cultivation and combat strength rose rapidly. It seemed to have broken through the 7 Blood Eyes array formation and instantly reached the core formation realm, and it was still rising. The pressure formed by this scene caused Su Ching's heart to tremble. He recognized this huge snake. It was the snake that he had seen on the mural, the snake that was coiled around the giant. The other 7 rolling fog were the same. They all formed the appearance of large snakes one after another. As they roared, there was an intense transformation in the anomalous substances in the 4 islands. Regardless of whether it was the remaining merfolks or the 7 Blood Eyes disciples, they were all invaded. Corpses opened their eyes and revived one after another. Chapter 198, Senior Brother, My Name is Linger. Chapter 198, Senior Brother, My Name is Linger. The 4 merfolk islands were in chaos. The anomalous substances were invading everything and the corpse poison was spreading everywhere. The remaining merfolk cultivators all had sinister expressions, and they were even more savage than before. They planned to perish together with the 7 Blood Eyes disciples. However, very soon, the surviving merfolk cultivators discovered that something was amiss. Although the auras of the 8 9-headed snakes on the 4 islands were getting stronger and stronger and the amount of anomalous substances, corpse poison, and revived corpses on the ground was increasing, most of the 7th Peak's disciples were already prepared. Some of them took out a large number of white pills and ate them like candy. Some even took out talismans that could isolate anomalous substances for a short period and used them without any heartache. There were also some who began to dig pits, as though they wanted to hide through this disaster and forcibly resist the anomalous substances and corpse poison. Most of the disciples who did this were people with extraordinary cultivation bases. Some 7 Blood Eyes disciples took out their magic boats and observed the outside world from inside the boat. Some even took out array discs and set up array formations. They were even calling out to other disciples to enter at a certain fee. The most exaggerated thing was that on Image Island, someone actually used some unknown method to control dozens of corpses to circle around them and made them inhale the anomalous substances and corpse poison in the surroundings. The disciple was relaxed and even let other disciples enter the circle after taking some fee. All kinds of methods were being displayed. There were even some 7 Blood Eyes disciples who directly entered the corpse tide and looted the leather pouches on the corpses. This even led to some of them luring the corpses and ambushing them. It looked like they didn't care about the 8 9-headed snakes at all. Or rather, even with these 8 terrifying 9-headed snakes, it couldn't stop them from wanting to get rich. They were clearly so scared of poverty that they had the aura of either kill me or don't stop me from obtaining resources. This scene caused a deep sense of powerlessness to rise in the hearts of the merfolk cultivators. However, they soon understood why. In the sky, Old Master Seventh, who was standing on Great Wing, had been watching the show and feeling happy that the trial had become somewhat difficult. However, when he saw the 8 9-headed snakes, his eyes lit up. He suddenly raised his hand and pressed down fiercely. Immediately, 3 of the 8 9-headed snakes let out wails and their bodies collapsed. They transformed into black fog and rushed out of the array formation, quickly being collected by Old Master Seventh. After gathering them in his hand, he looked a little surprised. This is a good thing. The 13 core formation elders were also tempted. They made a move one after another, but their attacks were affected by the array formation. However, under their combined strength, wisps of black gas seeped out of the array formation and were collected by them. How could the 100 foundation building cultivators at the side sit back and do nothing? All of them used their own methods. Some even flew close to the edge of the array formation and crazily collected the black gas. Under their efforts, the remaining 5 large snakes in the array formation seemed to have developed dysplasia and their auras sharply decreased. One of them was directly sucked dry and dissipated with a wail. The remaining 4 also continued to fall from the core formation realm and soon reached the early stage foundation building realm. It wasn't over. They were still weakening, but the speed was a little slower. When the merfolk ancestor saw this scene and the excitement on the faces of the surrounding 7 Blood Eyes cultivators, he felt complete despair. The dignified 7 Blood Eyes is such a large sect. Ever since Jing Kai became the 7th Peak's Peak Lord, everything has changed. When the 7 Blood Eyes disciples on the 4 merfolk islands saw this scene, some were tempted and rushed out. They joined forces with other disciples to kill the huge snakes. On Binding Island, Ding Xiaohai's clothes were tattered but his aura was imposing. He was the first to rush out and head straight for the large snake outside Fishbone City. 3 other fellow disciples also rushed over from all directions and attacked together with him. However, those 3's task was to gather the black gas and Ding Xiaohai's task was to fight. As the rumbling echoed, Su Qing saw this scene and also saw the 3 people who attacked together with Ding Xiaohai. All of them were extraordinary. There was also a young girl in a grey Taoist robe among them who was very eye-catching. This young girl had a petite figure, but was bewitchingly charming. Her face was like a lotus, her brows were like willows, and her eyes that were even more charming than peach blossoms were extremely seductive. Her bright red lips that were slightly curled added further to her beauty. She was wearing a large Taoist robe, but when her body swayed, one could still see the fullness of her chest and the shape of her peach-like butt. In particular, her waist was extremely thin. Zhang Sen gulped, but the pressure from the huge snake caused his mind to tremble. He felt that with his strength, he would probably be swept away by a snake head. Even if he didn't die, he would be crippled. Su Qing's gaze swept over without any fluctuations. His focus was on the 9-headed snake. In his mind, the snake overlapped with the snake in the mural. This surprised him, but at the same time, he also felt an extremely strong sense of vigilance. He was worried that since the snake appeared, then the giant with 2 great worlds on his shoulder would appear as well. As for the captain, he no longer asked Su Qing about the feather. His broken body was lying on Zhang San's back as he stared fixedly at the large snake, revealing an intense desire. This is a good thing. Such dense anomalous substances. This thing is a great weapon to trick people. Now that it's suppressed by the array formation, it's more convenient for us to get it. If we can get it and sell it, we can make a fortune. The group of people on the mountain will fight to buy it. I didn't expect that this kid Ding Xiaohai, who usually looks serious, actually has ulterior motives. He knows that this is a good thing, so he is trying to snatch it. No can do, I'll get this thing even if I have to bite it. Zhang-san, let's go. Zhang-san's face twitched. He turned around and ran in the opposite direction. He didn't even turn his head, as though he wouldn't go over and court death no matter what. Zhang-san, don't be a coward. Go, that's a valuable thing. Why don't I put you down and you crawl over yourself? Zhang-san replied. The captain sighed and turned to look at Su Qing. Su Qing, go. That thing is really good stuff. Su Qing ignored him. After obtaining the supreme treasure, he didn't want to take any risks. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to endure until the end of the competition and leave this place quickly. He would immediately attempt foundation building when he returned. Seeing that Su Qing wasn't going, the captain let out a long sigh and took out the bit apple that had started to darken. He looked at the large snake and took a bite. His face was filled with regret and heartache, as though he felt that others were snatching his items. At that moment, the charming young girl in Ding Xiaohai's group seemed to have discovered something as she nimbly moved around the giant snake. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the location of Su Qing and the other two. After she noticed Su Qing, the young girl's eyes clearly lit up. She quickly nodded at Su Qing as though she was greeting him. Seeing that Su Qing wasn't paying attention to her, the flight talisman on the young girl's body flickered. She actually abandoned the large snake and flew straight towards Su Qing. As the whistling sound rang out, Su Qing immediately lifted his head warily. The black iron stick appeared in his right hand as he stared at the young girl who was rapidly approaching. At the same time, he was ready to release poison powder. They had only met by chance and didn't know each other. The other party was rushing over like this, so Su Qing had no choice but to be vigilant. Sensing that Su Qing was about to release poison, Zhang Sen was so frightened that he hurriedly distanced himself and looked at the incoming person. The captain narrowed his eyes with a spurious smile. Hello, senior brother. As though she didn't notice Su Qing's vigilance, the young girl ran over happily. She lifted her right hand and took out a ball of black fog. This item was none other than the flesh of the large snake. The young girl had placed it in a transparent bottle. Senior brother, I'm Linger from the intelligence department. I want to ask you a question. If you answer me, I'll give you this piece of meat, okay? The young girl's voice was as pleasant as a lark. However, she didn't seem to understand the meaning of observing other parties' expressions. Before Su Qing could speak, she immediately asked her question. Senior brother, do you like snakes or do you like to eat snake gallbladders? The young girl had a look of anticipation on her face, as though this question had been buried in her heart for a very, very long time, and she finally found an opportunity to ask. After she finished speaking, she looked straight at Su Qing and ignored the captain and Zhang San. Zhang Sen looked at the petite but ravishing young girl in front of him and then at Su Qing. He let out a long sigh inwardly. Su Qing frowned and instinctively took a few steps back. While being vigilant, he also found the other party's question very strange. He slowly spoke. Snake gallbladder is too bitter. That means you like snakes. The young girl's eyes became even brighter. She didn't know how to hide her emotions, so joy was completely exposed on her face. She even spun around excitedly. After that, she threw the small bottle to Su Qing and ran away toward the large snake in satisfaction. The captain on Zhang San's back glanced at the small bottle in Su Qing's hand and suddenly shouted at the young girl who was running away. Junior sister Linger, you can also ask me a question. 3 is fine too. How about 10? Linger turned her head and stuck out her tongue at the captain before quickly running away. The captain had an angry expression as he patted Zhang San's head. His voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Why? I'm not bad looking either. 10 questions to me aren't worth more than 1 question to Su Qing. What do you think? Your lower body is gone. What right do you have? Zhang Sen muttered. The captain was stunned for a moment and wanted to refute. However, when he saw that Zhang Sen seemed to want to let go and throw him down, he endured it. Just like that, time slowly passed. The remaining 4 large snakes became weaker and weaker as the cultivators of the 7th peak outside the array formation continued to collect them. In addition, the disciples of the 7th peak had guessed the value and swarmed over like wolf cubs. Gradually, the large snakes collapsed one after another. This competition also ended with the last snake shattering into pieces. At this moment, the array formation in the sky was opened. It was early in the morning outside. The long-lost sunlight shone down, landing on the merfolk islands that were riddled with holes and on the disciples with bulging pockets. Although more than half of the disciples had died, the eyes of the remaining ones shone brightly. Su Qing was among them. He lifted his head and looked at the many cultivators in the sky. Finally, his gaze landed on the figure standing above the great wing's head. You guys have performed well. There should be more foundation building cultivators in my 7th peak now. I congratulate you in advance. The aged voice revealed satisfaction. Chapter 199, Silly Girl. Chapter 199, Silly Girl. The 7th peak's competition on the Merfolk Island ended with Old Master 7th's voice. This time, the Merfolk race didn't have the chance or qualifications to choose to become allies. Right now, more than half of the Merfolk race had died and their experts were enslaved and suppressed. The wealth on the 4 islands had also been plundered. However, it was obvious that a race would have more treasures and foundations hidden in the dark. However, these were things that the Qi condensation Piedmont disciples could not touch. Although there was the suppression of the array formation, there would still be many secret chambers and storage places that couldn't be sensed by Qi condensation cultivators. One could imagine that the 7th peak's foundation building cultivators would have a banquet next. This time, the 7 Blood Eyes won a huge victory. They killed countless birds with one arrow. The captain, who was lying on Zhang San's back, laughed. His laughter seemed to affect his injuries. He hurriedly took out the apple he hadn't finished eating earlier and took a bite. His expression became satisfied, as though this could make him feel less pain. How many? Zhang San asked curiously. Using the Merfolk race's territory as the venue for the grand competition is only an arrangement on the surface. The first wave of plundering by the Piedmont disciples is followed by the second wave of plundering by foundation building cultivators, then the third wave of plundering by core formation cultivators. Finally, the fourth wave of plundering will be done by the old geezers. Like this, the Merfolk race's many years of heritage can't be hidden at all. Everything will be moved away. This is the first bird. As for the hidden arrangement, we used the Merfolk race as bait to lure the Sea Corpse race over. This allowed the ancestor, who had just broken through and was in a hungry state, to have a full meal. This is the second bird. In addition, this attack can intimidate the surrounding non-human races in all directions and increase the prestige of the 7 Blood Eyes. This is the third bird. Just brilliant. As for the fourth bird, the Merfolk race is located in a strategic location between the 7 Blood Eyes and the Sea Corpse race. After occupying this place, we can launch the leapfrogging battle tactic against the Sea Corpse race. I estimate that the war will begin soon. The captain was analyzing at the side and Su Qing listened. He lacked a lot of key information about this, so he didn't understand much previously. After hearing the captain's explanation, he instantly understood. However, he was still a little puzzled and asked, "Why is Ancestor hungry after breaking through?" "You don't want to know." The captain cast a meaningful glance at Su Qing. Old Master 7th, who was in the sky, had a satisfied expression. His gaze swept across the ground and he waved his hand. Immediately, the great wing under him roared at the sky and spat out a purple stream of light. When this stream of light landed, it spread out, forming a sea of light. After enveloping the 4 islands, the teleportation was activated. Su Qing heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. He and everyone else disappeared without a trace at this instant, teleported back to the 7 Blood Eyes mountain gate. After they left, the eyes of the foundation building cultivators in the sky lit up. Old Master 7th looked at them and smiled. Go. As soon as he finished speaking, 100 foundation building cultivators transformed into over 100 streams of light that headed straight for the 4 islands. These foundation building cultivators naturally would not come here if there were no benefits to be had. Previously, because the competition was being held and the participants were all Qi condensation cultivators, they didn't mind. But now that the disciples were gone, their eyes lit up and they quickly scattered across the 4 islands to plunder. At the same time, on the central altar of the 7 Blood Eyes main city, a sea of purple light suddenly appeared, forming a huge ring in the air. The figures of the 7th Peak's disciples appeared and headed straight for the ground. Su Qing noticed that the number of people who returned was less than 2,000, and every one of them emitted a more intense baleful aura. When we went, we were over 4,000, but now, more than half are gone. When he was teleported, Su Qing was separated from Zhang San and the captain. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and gained a better understanding of the cruelty of the Seven Blood Eyes competition. However, he also noticed that other than the baleful aura, everyone who returned couldn't hide their excitement. Clearly, their harvest this time was astonishing. In fact, Su Qing even saw the little fatty in the crowd. The island the other party had gone to during the competition was different from Su Qing. At this moment, he was standing there beaming with joy. There were 7 to 8 storage bags on his waist and he was swollen with arrogance. After sensing Su Qing's gaze, he excitedly ran all the way to Su Qing's side. "How was it? Your harvest was good, right? I also gained a lot this time." Su Qing nodded. However, his entire body was still aching. Waves of weakness uncontrollably spread in his entire body, causing him to be a little fatigued. Just as the little fatty was about to continue speaking, a figure walked out of the sea of light in the sky. As soon as this figure appeared, vast cultivation fluctuations instantly suppressed the surroundings, causing the disciples to fall silent and look up. Su Qing also lifted his head and stared. He recognized the other party. He was Zhao Zhongheng's grandfather, the third elder of the seventh peak. There are some follow-up matters in the merfolk race's territory. The peak lord still has to wait for the ancestor to return. As such, this old man will announce the results of this competition. The killing points you have are recorded in your respective identity tokens. As for your harvest, you can rest assured that the tokens won't record these and don't have this function. No matter how much you gain, it's your own business. It's the same in the past competitions. The sect doesn't care. This old man will only announce the first place. Ding Xiaohai, step forward. As the third elder spoke, Ding Xiaohai, whose Taoist robe was in tatters and was clearly heavily injured, immediately lifted his head and barely relied on the flight talisman to rise into the air. Ding Xiaohai, who obtained first place in this competition, is bestowed the status of a core disciple. He will wear a light purple robe and have the right to stay on the mountain. However, the cave abode is expensive. You have to buy it yourself. The third elder calmly spoke, his voice echoing in all directions like thunder. Ding Xiaohai was excited. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply to the sky. Many thanks to the sect. The third elder lowered his head and looked at Ding Xiaohai, who had always been known as the number one person at the foot of the mountain, with admiration in his eyes. He admired the disciples who fought for the glory of the sect, but admiration was admiration. He didn't have any thoughts of showing kindness to the other party. Moreover, the other party was thanking the sect, not him. From the perspective of the sect, such a disciple was very good. In order to obtain first place, he was persistent and did his best to kill the enemies. However, from a personal perspective, he felt that the other party's personality was stubborn and cared too much about his reputation. For this, he sacrificed this rare opportunity to reap benefits. It was very difficult for such a person to survive in this chaotic world. Since Ding Xiaohai was not going to live long, it would be meaningless to show kindness. Moreover, in this chaotic world, it was important to hide one's capabilities. Most of the people who showed too much capability ended up in a very miserable state. On this point, he admired the kid named Su Qing much more. The kid had silently reached the realm where he was about to break through. As Ding Xiaohai's excited voice rang out, the surrounding disciples with bulging pockets were all very supportive and congratulated him. Congratulations, senior brother Ding. Congratulations, senior brother Ding. In the crowd, Su Qing heard the captain's voice. The little fatty at the side also shouted congratulations. After that, he lowered his head and sighed with emotion at Su Qing. Senior brother Ding is a good person. He only cares about killing enemies and never snatches resources from us. If only all the disciples were like senior brother Ding. Su Qing calmly looked at Ding Xiaohai in the sky. In this world, everyone had their own way of living. Some emphasized benefits, while others prioritized reputation. There was no right or wrong in this. Ding Xiaohai was already on the verge of breaking through and he could change into the purple robe as soon as he broke through. However, perhaps the identity of a core disciple was an obsession. Su Qing didn't comment, but he knew that he didn't care about these. The only thing attracting him to Seven Blood Eyes was benefits. He was very eager to become a foundation-building cultivator. On one hand, he could survive better if he became stronger. On the other hand, he was very envious of the monthly distribution of benefits after reaching the foundation-building realm. In addition, he didn't like to be in the limelight. Unless the benefits of doing so were astonishing, it would be safer to hide in the darkness. After he rewarded Ding Xiaoai, the third elder stepped into the sea of light again and teleported away. The disciples on the altar dispersed one after another, and Su Qing also left. Even though he was exhausted now, Su Qing didn't dare to stay in the Seven Blood Eyes for too long. His gains this time were too great. It was so huge that once it was exposed, the whole Seven Blood Eyes would be shocked. After all, that was a life lantern that could make even the major sects of the Wangu continent envious. Su Qing immediately headed to the various shops at the port and sold all his scattered items in exchange for spirit stones. He then replenished some talismans and headed to the shop that sold array formations. He used the large number of contribution points he obtained from killing in the competition to purchase 5 sets of protective array formation at an expensive price. The price of this array formation was astonishing, but the effects were also extremely strong. The array formation could protect the disciple from the attacks of foundation-building cultivators, who weren't in the mystic brilliance form, for a long time. Moreover, as long as there were enough spirit stones, its effect could be maintained, and it even had some self-repairing function. If the 5 sets were used together, the effect would be even better. These 5 sets of array formation consumed 90% of the contribution points Su Qing had obtained from killing in the competition. However, he knew that it was worth it. After that, he went to the medicinal shop and bought a large number of medicinal pills and poisonous grass. After doing all this, Su Qing felt that he was almost done with his preparations. Right now, he only needed to repair the magic boat. Let's see how long it will take for the magic boat to be repaired. If it's within a day, I'll wait. If it's longer, I can't wait anymore. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. He wanted to reach the foundation-building realm as soon as possible. With the life lantern in hand, 1 day delay in reaching the foundation-building realm would mean 1 more day of nervousness and uneasiness. Moreover, he knew that he couldn't reach foundation building in the sect because he wasn't sure if the integration of the life lantern during foundation building would cause fluctuations that would be sensed by outsiders. This was a serious matter, and he couldn't gamble. This was especially so when he witnessed the unlucky merfolk cultivator encountering an accident when he was trying to reach the foundation building realm in Binding Island. Such an accident was almost impossible in the Seven Blood Eyes. However, Su Qing had to be wary. With the protection of the Spirit Breath Lantern, Su Qing felt that he already had the qualifications to reach the foundation-building realm alone outside. He sped up and headed straight for the transportation department to find Zhang San. The sky was gradually turning dark. While Su Qing was cautiously moving toward the transportation department, in an inn on Ponchuan Road, the old man was wiping some wounds on the snake scales with a pained expression. "You actually went to buy a transformation pill and ate it behind my back. Can you eat that thing casually? It's not time for you to transform yet. You've only transformed for a few days after eating it. If you eat too much, your cultivation will be crippled for the rest of your life. Moreover, you silly snake, you actually ate the transformation pills to participate in the 7th Peaks competition. Don't you know how dangerous that competition is?" The old man's heart ached immensely. After he finished applying the medicine, he rebuked angrily. "Gurgle, gurgle." The large snake seemed to be very happy. It twisted its body and stuck its head over, speaking proudly to the old man. "I'm not lying to you. That little thief Su has his eyes on your gallbladder, huh? You didn't go to the competition to look for him, right?" The old man glared. "Gurgle, gurgle." The large snake let out a few unconvinced cries. The old man looked at the large snake in front of him and let out a long sigh. He then stroked the large snake's head. Like an old father talking to his daughter, he spoke earnestly. "Silly girl," he said, "that snake gallbladder is bitter. Doesn't this mean that he has eaten snake gallbladder before? Moreover, he must have eaten more than one." The large snake was stunned and stood there in a daze. Gradually, its eyes turned red, looking like it was about to cry. Chapter 200, Going Out for Foundation Building. 1. Chapter 200, Going Out for Foundation Building. 1. In the Seven Blood Eyes main city, the moonlight spread out on the ground like sand. Su Qing stepped on the moonlight and continued forward. Although his cultivation had reached the perfected qi condensation realm, his previous injuries were still there. Su Qing was as vigilant as when he had just arrived at the Seven Blood Eyes. Moreover, he had the life lantern on him, so he was extremely vigilant. His right hand seemed to sway naturally as he moved, but in reality, whenever there was any movement, his current posture would allow him to instantly take out the black iron stick. This was the experience Su Qing had gained from living in the Seven Blood Eyes. Being a needle in cotton was the way to survive. Unless there was a goal, he couldn't reveal his edge casually. In addition, the experience in the Seven Blood Eyes also taught Su Qing a way to relax his body the more vigilant he was. He had discovered that just like back then in the slums and the scavenger campsite, when his body was tense, it seemed like he could instantly attack, but in reality, the movements would be a little slow. The true method was for his body to relax and his mind to be filled with vigilance. In this way, outsiders wouldn't be able to see anything and he only needed a thought to move his body instantly. These were all techniques he had learned and had unknowingly changed many of his behaviors. It was just that Su Qing was still too young. He still couldn't compare to his captain who could perfectly hide his expressions. However, Su Qing wouldn't forcefully imitate it. Everything was done according to his instincts. As he sped forward, he was getting closer and closer to Zhang San's transportation department. Just as he passed by a place, Su Qing suddenly stopped in his tracks and abruptly turned his head to look behind him. Coldness flashed in his eyes. Under his gaze, a small and skinny figure slowly walked out from a distant corner. It was none other than the mute youth. The Seven Blood Eyes Taoist robe was still wide on his body. The dog skin coat inside still made him look very bloated. However, unlike before, there was an additional badge on his Taoist robe. This was the symbol of an official member of the homicide department. He appeared in the distance and quickly glanced at Su Qing. After that, he crouched. His posture wasn't that of attacking but more like he was following and protecting. Su Qing stared at the mute youth and looked at the badge on his Taoist robe. Su Qing had read the file on this mute before and knew that the other party had been only a collaborative member when he first entered the homicide department. Now, he had become an official. He slowly spoke. "I don't like to be followed." The mute youth fell silent before retreating and disappearing into the night again. Only then did Su Qing retract his gaze. He didn't care if the other party had good intentions or ill intentions. Right now, he wasn't in the mood to judge. However, if the other party still followed him after he had clearly told him, he would kill him. Su Qing continued to move. Not long later, Su Qing arrived at the transportation department. From afar, he saw Zhang Sen taking inventory. Clearly, after he returned from the competition, Zhang Sen was worried his treasures would be stolen. Zhang Sen also saw Su Qing. After waving at Su Qing as a greeting, he finished counting and took out the tobacco pipe in satisfaction. "Junior brother Su Qing, why are you here instead of resting?" Su Qing didn't ask Zhang Sen why he didn't put the items into his storage bag and took out his magic boat. As the magic boat landed on the ground loudly, the ground trembled and some fragmented parts hanging on the boat dropped. "To repair the magic boat," Su Qing calmly spoke. Zhang San's eyes almost popped out. He even forgot to smoke the pipe in his hand as he stared blankly at the familiar yet unfamiliar half of the magic boat. "Didn't we meet during the competition? We guarded the captain in the temple and then returned together." After a long time, Zhang San's expression was still a little stunned. "Yes." Su Qing looked at Zhang San in surprise. "Since I wasn't hallucinating and you were indeed the one I encountered in the competition, tell me how your magic boat became like this." "Heavens, this is my most outstanding work. I. Even a foundation-building cultivator would find it difficult to destroy it to such an extent. How did you manage to destroy half of the magic boat? Are you using it as a shield?" Zhang Sen clutched his chest. At that moment, his heartache seemed to be even greater than Su Qing's. During the competition, he remembered that Su Qing had used the magic boat to attack the huge corpse. At that time, it was still intact. However, it was actually destroyed to such an extent now. This made him feel that it was unbelievable unless he did something crazy like the captain. At the thought of this, Zhang San's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He recalled how Su Qing was in a weak state when he saw him again near the exit of the underwater world. He took a deep breath. You didn't really do a crazy thing like the captain, did you? Su Qing shook his head. Senior brother Zhang San, how long will it take to repair it? Zhang San looked at the magic boat and let out a long sigh. All right. Last time, you brought back a swift boat. Compared to that, it's still fine this time. There's at least half a magic boat left. However, I won't be able to restore it in a short period. I'm going out with the captain tomorrow. He asked me to carry him somewhere to treat his injuries. He said that I can also build my foundation there. If you're not in a hurry, I'll refine it for you after I advance to foundation building and come back. Its quality should be much better if I refine it at that time. Besides, the flesh that the captain obtained can also be placed in the new ship as a temporary power source. Chapter 201, Going Out for Foundation Building. 2. Chapter 201, Going Out for Foundation Building. 2. Zhang Sen examined Su Qing's magic boat and sighed in resignation. Su Qing thought about it and nodded. He didn't ask about how the other party was going to attempt foundation building. No matter how their relationship was, asking about such a thing would be infringing on others' privacy. He cupped his fists and bade farewell. It was already dark and the 7 Blood Eyes teleportation array wouldn't be activated unless necessary. After some thought, Su Qing didn't stay in an inn but went to the homicide department. After he was promoted to deputy captain, he also had a room in the Black Division. However, he rarely went there. Now that he didn't have a place to stay, Su Qing planned to stay there for a night. After all, compared to the inn outside, the security in the homicide department was relatively higher. There was no one in the Black Division and the captain wasn't around either. Su Qing entered his room and activated the protective array he had bought. He then closed his eyes and meditated. The next morning, at dawn, Su Qing opened his eyes. He put away the array formation and quickly left the homicide department, heading straight for the teleportation array in the center of the main city. He was very fast. Finally, an hour later, he saw the teleportation array from afar. There were quite a lot of people queuing up to use the teleportation array. Among them, 2 were quite conspicuous in the crowd. One was Zhang San, and the other was the captain on his back. Su Qing wasn't surprised since Zhang San had mentioned it yesterday. As for the captain who was looking left and right on Zhang San's back and was eating an apple, he saw Su Qing and waved. As Su Qing got closer, the captain swept his gaze over with a spurious smile. You don't dare to stay in the sect and want to find a place to break through outside. Do you want me to introduce a few places to you? Zhang San also looked at Su Qing and greeted him with a smile. When he heard the captain's words, his eyes lit up. He then glanced at Su Qing a few more times with a look of joy on his face. I'm out on a mission. Su Qing glanced at the queue and calmly spoke. Vice Captain Su, your expression is a little fake. Let me teach you. In the future, when you want to lie, you have to look into the other party's eyes. Only then will it be more believable. Since you're concealing it so much, it seems like you gained a lot on the island. Come. Take it out and let me see if it's as valuable as this apple. The captain finished the apple in his hand and took out a large apple that Su Qing had given on Binding Island. He shook it proudly and took a bite. Where are you going? Su Qing nodded and retracted his gaze from the teleportation array as he asked. Me. I'll go to recover. When I return, I'll be even more powerful. At that time, if you don't return the 10,000 spirit stones you owe me, don't blame me for being ruthless. The captain narrowed his eyes and cast a meaningful glance at the leather pouch on Su Qing's body. He retracted his gaze and took a big bite of the apple. I wish you a smooth recovery, Captain. Su Qing looked into the captain's eyes and said seriously. The captain started and looked into Su Qing's eyes. A contemplative expression appeared on his face, as though he was analyzing the sincerity of Su Qing's words. Zhang San sighed. He could tell that the captain and Su Qing, these 2 lunatics, would probably chat like this every time they met. He was about to speak. However, at this moment, the sky of the entire 7 Blood Eyes suddenly changed. The originally clear sky instantly turned pitch black. An incomparably shocking pressure caused the entire Seven Blood Eyes main city to tremble. Even the 7 mountain peaks shook under the pressure. Everyone in the main city, regardless of whether they were cultivators or mortals, felt their hearts pounding. They lifted their heads in unison and looked at the sky. Even the waves in the harbor stirred up huge waves, as though they were worshipping. Su Qing's expression also changed. When he lifted his head, he saw the reason why the sky had turned black. It was a vast and endless black cloud that rushed over from the direction of the Phoenix Forbidden. When it passed above the 7 Blood Eyes, it covered the sun, causing the ground to turn pitch black. This black cloud contained endless lightning that rumbled through the sky and swam in all directions. An incomparable deterrence spread out from the black cloud and enveloped all living beings. Everyone who saw it instinctively felt a sense of life and death crisis. There seemed to be a godlike existence hidden in the black clouds. It looked like a phoenix or an eagle. Its brown body was like a rock, and its feathers were like balls of flames. It seemed to be filled with anger as it aggressively headed in the direction of the Forbidden Sea. As it moved, the distant sea followed it. There were endless huge waves and monstrous sounds accompanying it. Just from the aura, binding was clearly far inferior to it. As for Su Qing, he only took a glance from afar, but he already had a splitting headache and his mind was buzzing. The others in the surroundings were the same. Some of them even bled from their 7 orifices. Su Qing was shocked. He recognized the other party. The existence in this black cloud was none other than the Emperor of the number 1 Forbidden Zone in the Nanhuang continent, the Flame Phoenix, whom he had encountered when he returned from the sea. However, at that time, the other party seemed to be calm, so Su Qing didn't feel such a splitting headache. Now, the Flame Phoenix was clearly filled with anger and the fluctuations of its emotions affected everything. The Flame Phoenix went toward the sea. Looks like something major is going to happen. Could it be that the Emperor in the Corpse Forbidden has walked out of the Forbidden region? As the captain whispered softly, the black cloud whistled past the top of the 7 Blood Eyes. After it gradually left, the sky of the 7 Blood Eyes became clear again. However, everyone's hearts were still beating intensely. Su Qing took a deep breath. The last time he returned, he had asked Zhang San about Flame Phoenix. He knew that this terrifying existence wasn't a vicious character. It would be asleep most of the time. It treated the human race and the non-human races equally. It even protected the living beings living in the Nanhuang continent to a certain extent. That was why a portion of the human race had survived until now. A long time after the Flame Phoenix left, the 7 Blood Eyes gradually regained its operation. Su Qing retracted his gaze and walked toward the teleportation array. He stepped in and his figure instantly disappeared. This kid doesn't trust me. Looks like he got something good this time. However, no matter how good it is, it won't be as amazing as my binding flesh. The captain smiled proudly and patted Zhang San's head. Let's go, Zhang San. I'll bring you to eat meat. Zhang San sighed and thought to himself, Su Qing isn't the only one who doesn't trust you. I don't trust you either. However, when he thought of his many years of investment, he had no choice but to accept his fate. The ones who were invested are all F***king bosses. Zhang San shook his head and carried the captain into the teleportation array. As Su Qing, Zhang San, and the captain teleported away, the 7 Blood Eyes gradually returned to normal. It was just that, at some point in time, some haze had appeared in the sky. It was as though a storm was coming. Chapter 202, Solo Cultivation Under the Lantern. Chapter 202, Solo Cultivation Under the Lantern. Su Qing was extremely cautious when choosing a place to build his foundation. He had many things to consider. For example, he had to determine if there were people secretly following him. He had to check if the place had powerful forces in the surroundings. He had to consider spirit energy in the place. It couldn't be too dense or too scarce. In addition, the location couldn't be close to the Forbidden Zone or the cities. The wilderness was the best choice. However, there weren't many places that met all these conditions. Finally, he had to consider if the place he chose according to his needs had been chosen by others before. All of this floated in his mind. He had also thought of the Forbidden Zone temple in the scavenger campsite, but the surroundings were too dangerous. Also, that strange singing voice made Su Qing hesitate. In the end, he gave up on it. The first place he went to was a Seven Blood Eyes branch city near Purple Earth. This place was in the hinterland of the human race's territory in the Non-Huang continent. There were fewer forbidden zones and it was relatively safe. One issue was there were many and all kinds of people here. As the teleportation light disappeared, Su Qing walked out of the array formation. He didn't leave the city immediately but found an inn. After vigilantly observing and resting for a night, he used the talisman to change his appearance and continued to teleport away. Just like that, he teleported 7 to 8 times in the next half a month. Every time, he would change his appearance and roughly traveled through the entire Non-Huang continent before deciding that no one was following him. Su Qing was finally able to heave a sigh of relief. His injuries had recovered by 70 to 80% in this half a month. His combat strength was now almost the same as when he was on Merfolk Island. The recovery of his injuries also allowed Su Qing to head out of the city and search for a suitable place for foundation building in the wilderness. It was only after Su Qing searched for another half a month that he finally found a good place. This place was a mountainous area in the southeastern region of the Non-Huang continent. There were many mountains and jungles here. However, they weren't forbidden zones. Instead, they had miasma and marshes like a rainforest. This caused there to be very few nearby cities. The closest one would take 7 to 8 days to reach. There wasn't a dense amount of anomalous substances here, but it was the same for spirit energy. As such, there weren't any large factions nearby. Although the overall situation wasn't very suitable, Su Qing felt that this place was more suitable than the other places he had checked. The place he chose wasn't on the mountains but the depths of a jungle between two mountains. According to his previous jungle experience, Su Qing found a place and started digging. The soil on the ground was soft and not easy to dig. Su Qing used sea transformation art to extract most of the water in the soil and dug a cave deep underground. The entrance was covered by him and he also scattered enough poison powder in the surroundings. Finally, he sat cross-legged in the cave and sensed his surroundings. He then took out the 5 sets of array formations he had bought and activated them all. He also activated an array formation that concealed aura and fluctuations. After doing all this, Su Qing let out a deep breath. A sense of security that he hadn't felt in a long time surfaced in his mind. I'll advance to the foundation building here. Su Qing looked at his storage bag. He had bought different amounts of food from different cities. They were enough for him to survive here for half a year. He didn't know how long it would take for him to reach foundation building, but Su Qing had already made a plan. He would not go out or think about anything about the outside world in this time. He wanted his entire body and mind to be immersed in the breakthrough. However, Su Qing felt that he still had 2 things to deal with first. He took out the black iron stick and performed a series of hand seals. Spirit energy surged in and ruthlessly suppressed the sleeping diamond sex ancestor. Immediately, a blood-curdling scream rang out from the iron stick. "Master, what's wrong?" I was wrong. Don't kill me. Tell me what I did wrong and I'll make amends." Su Qing didn't bother to reply and continued with the suppression. He only stopped when the diamond sex ancestor was extremely weak and unconscious. He was worried that the diamond sex ancestor would interfere in the process of breaking through. Now that the latter was weakened so much, Su Qing felt that there was no big problem. After that, he performed another series of hand seals and used layers of spirit energy to seal the diamond sex ancestor. Only then did he store the iron stick. The shadow clearly sensed Su Qing's actions and was trembling. Su Qing expressionlessly looked at the shadow. The shadow trembled even more intensely. Finally, under Su Qing's gaze, it suddenly began to tear itself apart, as though it was self-harming. "Not enough." Su Qing calmly spoke. The purple crystal power in his body transformed into suppression that descended viciously, causing the shadow to become increasingly dim. Only when it was about to completely collapse did Su Qing stop and slowly speak. "If I fail to reach the foundation building realm, I'll crush you to death before I die." After saying that, Su Qing didn't bother with the shadow anymore. He was completely relieved after weakening the 2 hidden dangers in his body. He finally took out the spirit breath lantern and lit it. The dim light instantly spread out and enveloped Su Qing. Normally speaking, every time such a protective magic tool was lit, it would consume its own energy. As such, cultivators would only activate it when they were breaking through to foundation building. Even though the seven blood eyes was rich and imposing, it was the same. Most of the disciples would rent a spot in the foundation building place when they were about to break through. They wouldn't be as extravagant as Su Qing. However, Su Qing felt that there was no need. Even though he didn't plan to break through immediately and wanted to reach the limit of his spirit sea, lighting the spirit breath lantern didn't cost him money. What it consumed was its own spirituality. Moreover, Su Qing had already sensed that the spirituality of this lamp was quite sufficient. He then took out 2 jade boxes. One contained 3 foundation building pills, while the other contained 2. The former came from the captain, while the latter was obtained by Su Qing from the storage bag of the unlucky merfolk who tried to break through in the merfolk race's foundation building pagoda. The other party's status was clearly very high. He should have eaten a few pills and planned to save 2 for later. After putting the 5 foundation building pills to the side, Su Qing revealed a satisfied expression. He took a deep breath and under the cover of the spirit breath lantern's light, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Time slowly passed and very soon, 7 days passed. During these 7 days, Su Qing was completely focused on his cultivation. As the sea transformation art continued to circulate and the spirit energy in the surroundings rapidly surged over, the spirit sea in his body kept on growing. Its range grew larger and larger, from 2,900 feet to 3,400 feet. This range had already surpassed the highest record in the history of the 7th peak in the 7 blood eyes. One had to know that back then, Old Master 7th had only reached 2,700 feet. Before Old Master 7th, no one had reached this level. After 60 years now, Su Qing made a new record in this unknown cave. The majesty of the 3,400-foot-long spirit sea was extremely astonishing. If Su Qing manifested it, it would definitely cause a commotion in this jungle. In fact, if the 7 blood eyes knew about this, they would probably be completely shocked. However, although such an outcome would attract the attention of the 7 blood eyes, the risk would follow too. In the 7 blood eyes, where benefits served as cohesion, if such a dazzling achievement was revealed, the outcome would be hard to predict. Su Qing didn't have any thoughts of revealing it. He only wanted to live well. He didn't care about reputation. He only cared that he could live a better life. In this cruel world, if one wanted to do this, they could only become stronger. He would kill all the enemies who threatened his life. Naturally, if revealing his spirit sea could achieve some of his goals, Su Qing would consider it. Otherwise, before he reached the level where he had the power to suppress everything, he would continue to restrain his sharpness and only show it at the moment of killing. That was his way of survival. Su Qing took a deep breath and continued cultivating. Just like that, days passed. Every day, his spirit sea would increase by 100 feet as though there was no limit. This caused the excitement in Su Qing's heart to intensify. 3,500 feet, 3,700 feet. 7 days later, the spirit sea in Su Qing's body reached 4,000 feet. This was already 4 times greater than the 7 blood eyes' ordinary great circle of perfection disciples. Under the light of the spirit breath lantern, one could see that Su Qing's entire body had become crystalline. It was as though countless seawater was flowing in his body. In fact, the moisture in the surroundings had become increasingly dense. I can still reach higher. Su Qing opened his eyes and stopped cultivating to eat some food. He then checked the array formations and the poison powder scattered outside. After confirming that everything was normal, he rested for a moment before continuing to cultivate. 4,100 feet, 4,200 feet, 4,300 feet. 3 days later, the spirit sea in Su Qing's body reached 4,700 feet. At this moment, he finally felt a piercing pain that indicated that his body was unable to withstand it. This piercing pain was like his body had become a water bag that was completely filled with water, stretching his body to the extreme as though it was about to split open. Su Qing's breathing hastened slightly. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and continued to cultivate. This time, his speed clearly slowed down. The range he increased every day began to decrease, from 100 feet to 50 feet. Moreover, the further he went, the slower the increase. The feeling of bursting also became increasingly intense. Half a month later, he finally pushed the spirit sea in his body to an astonishing level of 5,000 feet. Such a level was horrifying. Su Qing felt an unbearable, piercing pain from everywhere in his body, as though it was shattering. The purple crystal was frantically repairing him. "I've reached my extreme limits," Suqing muttered softly. He found it extremely difficult to even move. It was as though he was carrying mountains on his back. He felt extremely suppressed. Although the purple crystal was trying its best to heal him, Suqing was aware that this state couldn't be maintained for too long. Then, "I'll begin foundation building." Determination appeared in Suqing's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up a foundation building pill in front of him and swallowed it. Like water falling into a pot of oil, the 5,000-foot-long spirit sea in his body suddenly exploded, forming astonishing waves that surged crazily toward various parts of Suqing's body. The first step of the foundation building, sensing, began. Chapter 203, Bizarre blows out the light. Chapter 203, Bizarre blows out the light. The breakthrough from qi condensation to foundation building was divided into 3 major stages. The first stage was to use all the spirit energy to probe the body for the location of the magic apertures. The cultivator had to find these hidden areas and firmly remember their locations. This concerned their future prospects. The quantity of the magic apertures mattered as well, and it was the focus of the sensing stage. This process could be carried out many times with the help of foundation building pills. This stage took up almost half of the time of the foundation building process. The second stage was to gather the power of the spirit sea and use it to break open the first magic aperture. After the opened magic aperture contained enough spirit energy, it would transform into a vortex that would give birth to the first wisp of magic power. Once the magic power was born, it would circulate through the entire body and modify the flesh and blood of cultivators, causing their life level to advance. This was the third stage. The cultivator could be considered to have stepped into foundation building realm when they completed these 3 stages. It sounded simple, but in reality, to be able to complete these 3 steps required comprehensive preparation and a certain amount of luck. What Suqing was doing now was the first stage. As the 5,000-foot-long spirit sea in his body erupted, large waves rushed toward his entire body and began to search for his magic apertures. Magic apertures weren't acupuncture points, so their locations were different in different people's bodies due to the difference in aptitude. The density of his spirit energy allowed Suqing to last longer and use many methods to sense them. Right now, what he was preparing to use was the method named the strong probing method, explained in Ding Xue's Jade Slip. The so-called strong probing method was to use all the spirit energy in one's body to spread throughout one's body and make use of the violent impact to reveal the locations of the magic apertures. This was the final method of many qi condensation disciples at this stage. However, to Suqing, he only needed a portion of his spirit energy to complete it. He didn't hope to find enough magic apertures with just one time of strong probing. He only wanted to familiarize himself with the method first. As such, he spread out 20% of his spirit sea, which was 1,000 feet. Although it was only 20%, to ordinary 7 Blood Eyes disciples, this was already all they had. The 1,000-foot-long spirit sea erupted from his dantian and flowed like a tide through the meridians, flesh, bones, and all other areas of Suqing's body. As it spread, his meridians were like rivers, and the churning of his spirit sea was like sea dragons that passed by fiercely. As for the flesh, blood, bones, and internal organs outside his meridians, they were like dry fields. As they were nourished by the spirit energy, they began to sense and search. Very soon, he discovered that there were some fine vortices in some of his meridians. Their existence was extremely concealed and could only be detected after his meridians had completely swelled. Those vortices were like heavenly gates. When spirit energy permeated through them, they faintly revealed an extremely profound aura. After Suqing sensed these auras, he immediately understood that they were magic apertures. Not only did his meridians store such a mysterious aperture, but he also discovered some of them in the flesh, blood, and internal organs. 91. Suqing's eyes gleamed. As his first sensing ended, the spirit energy in his body slowly dissipated like the ebbing tide. According to the foundation building information he had obtained previously, what affected the perception of the magic apertures was anomalous substances. In theory, the limit number of magic apertures was 120. Generally speaking, discovering 80 was already considered good aptitude, and 90 was outstanding. Using the calculation that 30 magic apertures could form a ball of life fire, this meant that he could form 3 balls of life fire in the future. If Su Qing didn't care about the quantity at this moment, he could immediately proceed to the second stage and break open a magic aperture to form a vortex that would birth magic power. However, there are no anomalous substances in my body. Why did I only sense 91 magic apertures? Su Qing pondered. A moment later, he felt that this might be related to the aptitude. Before the god arrived and when there were no anomalous substances in this world, cultivators didn't look at the purity of their bodies but their body's aptitude. However, now, aptitude was no longer important to the vast majority of sects and forces. Only the seeds that those large forces had high hopes for would have their aptitudes checked. My aptitude will determine that even if there are no anomalous substances in my body, there will still be magic apertures that are hidden too deeply and can't be found. Su Qing fell into deep thought. He felt that it didn't matter if he couldn't find them right now. It also didn't matter if his aptitude was limited. As long as he had enough spirit energy, it wasn't impossible to find these hidden magic apertures. If he couldn't find them on the first try, he would try again for the second time or the third time. If he still couldn't find them, he would do it 5 times or 6 times. Su Qing closed his eyes. After pondering, he split half of the remaining 4,000 feet of spirit sea in his body. The 2,000-foot-long spirit sea violently spread toward his entire body and he began to sense the magic apertures a second time. This density already far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Under this eruption, the meridians in his entire body instantly swelled up. His flesh, blood, and internal organs were filled with spirit energy, and it was the same for his bones. His entire body trembled intensely. The impact was too great. In an instant, 5 more magic apertures were revealed. The number of magic apertures sensed reached 96. The remaining spirit energy in the second sensing didn't dissipate. It was still rapidly searching amidst the violent impact. This principle was like blowing a balloon full, revealing the hidden spots on it. If the spots were hidden deeper, he would just have to fill the balloon even more. I have enough spirit energy and foundation building pills. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. The remaining 2,000 feet of spirit sea in his body erupted before the second sensing ended. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. In the cave where Su Qing was meditating, the spirit breath lantern was originally burning as usual. The light from the fire enveloped Su Qing and seemed to protect him from the surrounding darkness. However, at that moment, there seemed to be an invisible existence that turned into a chilly wind and blew at the fire of the spirit breath lantern. Immediately, the flames swayed and showed signs of extinguishing. As it swayed, its light spread to the mud walls and the ground around the cave, revealing countless dark existences. They didn't have complete figures and couldn't be seen clearly. One could only see clusters of blurry illusory bodies. It was as though they existed in the gap between time and space and had no specific appearance. Usually, they were in a daze. Today, because Su Qing's sensing had revealed its auras in the world they existed in, it instantly attracted them over. The world they were in seemed to be infinitely vast. An aura like Su Qing's would often be revealed, but they were very far from each other. What the aura attracted was often the bizarre entities near the aura. The flames of the spirit breath lantern clearly suppressed them, causing them to be unable to pounce forward. However, their greed grew increasingly intense. This greed had already materialized into endless malice, causing Su Qing to be able to sense it even with his eyes closed. This caused his mind to shake. He didn't know what they were. The foundation building jade slips didn't state it explicitly, but he was very clear that if he was invaded by these malice, his foundation building would definitely fail. Fortunately, the spirit breath lantern might be ordinary, but it wouldn't be extinguished easily. Although it was swaying violently, the light still enveloped Su Qing's body. Su Qing took a deep breath. He knew that he couldn't waste time. At this moment, he circulated the spirit sea in his body and sensed the location of the magic apertures again. Amidst the rumbling, 7 more magic apertures were found, reaching 103. He was only 17 away from the limit of 120 theoretical magic apertures. Again. Su Qing gritted his teeth fiercely. The spirit sea in his body spread out, forming tides that continuously impacted his entire body. Cracking sounds suddenly rang out as 4 more hidden magic apertures appeared. 107. At the same time, there were more and more bizarre shadows in the surroundings. They let out soundless roars and rapidly surrounded Su Qing. They also continuously blew chilly wind at the spirit breath lantern, causing the flames of the spirit breath lantern to sway even more intensely, as though they could be extinguished at any moment. Su Qing didn't bother with these. He opened his eyes and swallowed a foundation-building pill. Immediately, spirit energy exploded in his withered spirit sea, erupting with astonishing spirit energy fluctuations. He didn't hesitate and spread the spirit energy throughout his body, causing him to feel an intense sense of expansion. It was as though his body was being stretched infinitely at this moment. As boundless spirit energy gushed in, 3 magic apertures that he hadn't discovered before instantly appeared amidst the rumbling of his body. 110 apertures. Su Qing's breathing was hurried. He lifted his hand and grabbed the box of foundation-building pills. He then swallowed all 3 foundation-building pills in one go. His body rumbled and the 3 foundation-building pills transformed into 3 violent sea dragons that ran amok in his body. His body seemed to be unable to hold on anymore. When it swelled to the extreme, extremely concealed magic apertures were revealed one after another. 111, 113, 115. Until 118. At that moment, Su Qing only had 2 more magic apertures to go before he would be able to reach the limit. However, just as he was completely immersed and searching inch by inch as though his body was magnified, because his senses had found too many magic apertures and the aura he emitted was too dense, the bizarre entities he attracted were countless times greater than before. When others broke through, they could at most sense around 90-something. As for Su Qing, he was infinitely close to the end. Such a dense aura was like a huge torch in the dark night. The temptation was too great. The quality of the replica spirit breath lantern wasn't good, persisting until this point was already its limit. After all, it had never protected a cultivator like Su Qing before. The swaying of the flames suddenly became incomparably intense. In the end, amidst an astonishing gust of chilly wind, it was extinguished. Chapter 204, Canopy over Life. 1. Chapter 204, Canopy over Life. 1. The instant it was extinguished and the flames in the surroundings disappeared, the countless bizarre entities in the surroundings seemed to emit ear-piercing sharp laughter. They carried unprecedented greed and desire as they pounced toward Su Qing from all directions. However, in that instant, a light that was much more dazzling than the spirit breath lantern from before shone. It was like the bright moon as it illuminated everything. It was as though the world had lit up. All the bizarre entities let out mournful cries. They directly turned into ashes and dissipated. A lantern that looked like a burning inverted black umbrella appeared in front of Su Qing. It was the life lantern, a supreme treasure that he had obtained in the Merfolk Island. The lantern wasn't lit. The light came from the life lantern itself. It looked like it was burning, but it wasn't. Even so, the light was still astonishing. The bizarre shadows were like moths to the fire, dying as they pounced upon Su Qing. After most of them dissipated, although there were still remnants, they were clearly afraid and didn't dare to approach. While this happened, Su Qing found some clues in his heart. At the next instant, his spirit energy surged in toward the heart, his mind buzzed and his body trembled intensely, but he finally found the location of the last 2 magic apertures. 120 apertures. In the history of 7 blood eyes, no one had been able to sense 120 magic apertures. And the location the magic apertures could only be sensed at the moment of foundation building. Therefore, the number they sensed at this stage basically determined how far they could go. In fact, it wasn't just the 7 blood eyes. It was rare for such a person to appear in the vast majority of sects and forces. As such, the jade slip Su Qing obtained had referred to the 120 apertures as the theoretical limit. As for what would happen after reaching it, there was no explanation. However, after Su Qing sensed all 120 magic apertures, he actually felt a sense of clarity. This feeling allowed him to faintly understand that 120 wasn't the limit. As for those magic apertures, he couldn't sense them now. He needed to truly open all 120 of them before he could explore those concealed magic apertures. However, he had a faint feeling that every magic aperture after 120 would be like a sprint. Every time he found another one in the future, it would cause a tremendous change to his body. Su Qing drew in a deep breath. He was strongly anticipating it, but he knew that now wasn't the time to think about this matter. He would leave it for the future. Then, let's begin the second stage, opening the first magic aperture of foundation building. Su Qing grabbed the air, grabbing the last foundation building pill. He swallowed it. Immediately, the spirit sea in his body erupted again, forming a new tide that rushed toward the first magic aperture he discovered in his body. Su Qing suddenly felt an extremely strong impact. He felt as though he had been knocked down by a giant beast flying at high speed. At the moment his body was about to collapse, the first magic aperture in his body opened. It was as though the world had been split open. The magic aperture he opened transformed into a bright point of light with flames forming inside. As a large amount of spirit energy surged in, it transformed into a vortex. As it rumbled and rotated, the aura in his body underwent a drastic change. Flames rose, and as they continued to spread, a wisp of bright thread of fire that seemed to be highly compressed slowly rose from the vortex. This thread-like existence was the magic power of a foundation-building cultivator. This wisp far surpassed the perfected chi condensation realm by far. They were at different levels. As it continued to rise, it emitted a dazzling light and erupted with astonishing heat, causing Su Qing's body to be illuminated. As for the spirit sea vortex in Su Qing's magic aperture, it far surpassed an ordinary cultivator's, as his spirit sea had reached 5,000 feet when he was in chi condensation. This advantage would be greatly displayed when he was at the foundation-building realm. His magic aperture could accommodate the vortex formed by the 5,000-foot-long spirit sea. The magic power produced by this was much denser. The instant this magic power appeared and Su Qing's aura changed, the magic power instantly circulated rapidly in Su Qing's body. Wherever it passed, his body would undergo earth-shattering changes. Firstly, his meridians. As the magic power circulated, his meridians became even more tenacious. One could even faintly see natural runes forming in his meridians. After that, it was flesh and blood. Similarly, as magic power rapidly permeated his body, they changed inch by inch. In fact, if one were to zoom in, they would be able to see that all the matters that formed his flesh and blood had undergone intrinsic changes. Next were his bones and internal organs. All the areas were now rumbling. His bones had become even harder, and there were also runes on them. Even his internal organs were the same. This was a magic body. The moment a cultivator stepped into foundation building, it was like a leap in life level, turning ordinary into magic. As the magic body was formed and magic power spread out, a fluctuation that far exceeded chi condensation erupted from Su Qing's body. When it spread everywhere, Su Qing opened his eyes, revealing a dazzling purple light. He recalled that the foundation-building Jade Slip had said that disciples who cultivated the forbidden sea dragon whale could open their second magic aperture faster than others when they were at the foundation-building realm. When they reached the foundation-building realm and opened their second magic aperture, they would have an additional opportunity to improve their body compared to others. This kind of thing would only happen at the instant they reached the foundation-building realm. It wouldn't be like this when they opened other magic apertures in the future. Chapter 205, Canopy over Life. 2. Chapter 205, Canopy over Life. 2. This opportunity was very precious. Moreover, this magic aperture would become his second natal aperture. Su Qing waved his hands fiercely. Immediately, the forbidden sea dragon whale reformed outside his body. Its size had been compressed to the extreme, transforming into a fist-sized body. After Su Qing opened his mouth and swallowed it, the plesiosaur in his body let out a joyous roar and charged toward Su Qing's second magic aperture. A boom echoed out as the second magic aperture was opened. The plesiosaur rushed in and transformed into a 5,000-foot-long spirit sea vortex. As flames rose, a second magic power thread also emerged from the burning sea. After the second magic power thread appeared, it also flowed through Su Qing's entire body, strengthening his magic body once again. At the same time, the bizarre shadows in the surroundings seemed to be extremely tempted by this. They got closer again and tried to suppress the black umbrella lantern, but they couldn't do it. However, an unprecedented chilly wind blew over like a storm. It was as though the great evil among the bizarre shadows had been attracted and blew fiercely at the fire. Although it was still unable to blow out the life lantern, it still dimmed it for a moment. Taking advantage of the dimness, this invisible great ferocious beast excitedly let out a soundless roar and sent a wisp of phantom toward Su Qing, instantly approaching and wanting to rush into the space between Su Qing's brows. However, as the life lantern shone, this phantom had no choice but to give up. It could only shrink back reluctantly. However, At the next instant, the lifeless shadow on the ground that Su Qing had suppressed earlier seemed to have smelled a delicious aura and suddenly rushed toward the phantom. Before the phantom could retract, it was instantly approached by the shadow. It opened its mouth as though it was eating snacks and directly swallowed it. Amidst the roars of the unknown great ferocious beast, it burped in satisfaction. After that, it looked at Su Qing with a hint of ferocity. However, in the end, it shivered a few times, as it recalled too many memories of being suppressed. It didn't dare to make a move. After it returned to Su Qing's feet, it put on a lifeless and fragmented appearance and lay there in boredom. As for the bizarre entities in the surroundings, they all paused for a moment. It was as though there was an additional shark in the school of fish. They instantly retreated in unison and disappeared. Su Qing suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the shadow. The shadow trembled and there were even more cracks on it. It was unknown if they were real or fake. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. After he retracted his gaze, he checked his body. At that moment, his magic body had been augmented again. A rumbling sound filled his surroundings. That was the sound of his heart beating. It was like the beating of war drums. As for the second wisp of magic power, it quickly fused with the first wisp of magic power and transformed into a thread. This thread of magic power caused flames to fill Su Qing's body. The flames in the two magic apertures in his body burned his spirit sea, and magic power continued to form and gather, illuminating everything in his body. After it illuminated all the areas in his body, it spread out. The strength of his aura was much stronger than before. There was no way to compare them at all. That was the difference in levels. In fact, when Su Qing compared himself to the foundation building cultivators he had encountered, there was a considerable gap between them from the magic apertures alone. The magic apertures in their bodies were clearly not as dazzling as Su Qing's. The goal of opening the magic apertures is to cultivate the life fire. 30 magic apertures can form a ball of life fire. When the life fire is formed, it will be the true early stage foundation building. The second ball of life fire will be the mid stage. Only by forming a life fire can I unleash the signature ability of a foundation building cultivator, the mystic brilliance form. Su Qing muttered. Through the foundation building jade slip, he knew that after foundation building cultivators obtained a life fire, they usually wouldn't ignite it unless necessary. This was because in the mystic brilliance form, the consumption was extremely terrifying. However, at the same time, after activating the mystic brilliance form, their combat strength would be astonishing. Therefore, almost all foundation building cultivators who had formed their life fire would only activate their mystic brilliance form to kill enemies during battle. Even if they didn't activate their mystic brilliance form, they were still very powerful with their spells and magic body. From the looks of it, the Diamond Sex ancestor did not finish opening 30 magic apertures. That's why the battle back then progressed like that. I have to open 30 magic apertures as soon as possible. Su Qing's eyes revealed intense vigilance and anticipation. He was vigilant because foundation building cultivators weren't as simple as he thought. He was looking forward to the formation of his life fire in the future and the activation of the mystic brilliance form. At the same time, he also had a life lantern. A life lantern that all cultivators from large sects and factions desire. One lantern contains 2 balls of life fire. However, if I want to use it, I have to form the first ball of life fire before I can ignite it in my body. After I cultivate the first ball of life fire and place it on the life lantern, making the life fire have a foundation, I'll be able to display the power of 2 balls of life fire. I'll be able to suppress all my peers at the early stage and fight against those at the middle stage. Moreover, according to the density of my magic apertures, I'll be able to activate mystic brilliance form longer than others. Su Qing's gaze was like lightning. He looked at the black umbrella life lantern in front of him. After he picked it up, the light in his eyes became even more intense under the illumination of the life lantern. I have to store the life lantern first, it's the safest to keep it in my body. Su Qing mumbled. The magic power in his body spread out from the 2 magic apertures. After it enveloped the life lantern in his hand, the lantern strangely turned transparent and fused with Su Qing's magic power. As his magic power returned, Su Qing immediately felt that this life lantern that looked like a black umbrella had appeared in his dantian. The umbrella canopy that seemed to contain some sort of profundity slowly opened and closed. Every time it opened and closed, a baleful aura would spread from it. After the life lantern opened and closed several times, it froze and fused with Su Qing's body. An ancient feeling of time took root in Su Qing's body. The black umbrella was faintly discernible above Su Qing's head, like a canopy. As its light fell, it emitted waves of protective intent, causing Su Qing's mind to be incomparably calm. His magic apertures were also enhanced. The speed at which his spirit sea rotated was even faster, and the formation of magic power also accelerated. In fact, there was even a hint of the aura of the black umbrella within the magic power. It exuded an ancient feeling and heat, spreading throughout Su Qing's entire body, causing his body to feel extremely hot. Even his clothes turned to ashes at this moment. The heat spread to the outside. The cave instantly dried up and cracked, and the water outside evaporated in the blink of an eye. Trees spontaneously combusted and turned into ashes. At the same time, this heat continued to spread in all directions until it enveloped the whole jungle. Endless clouds of fog rose and dried-up cracks appeared on the ground. All the trees turned to ashes. The affected area was more than 30,000 feet. The land became so dry that it seemed to have been exposed to the sun for 100 years. In the center of the dry land, the soil in Su Qing's cave had already turned into black crystals from the high temperature. Su Qing was sitting with eyes closed and had a calm expression on his face. If other foundation building cultivators could see Su Qing's body, they would be extremely shocked. This was because when compared to their very small magic apertures, Su Qing's magic apertures were astonishingly large. There was also a large black umbrella in his body that protected his soul. The black umbrella shone brightly, illuminating his entire body from the inside out. It was as though the heavenly palace was about to be revealed. After a long time, Su Qing opened his eyes. Chapter 206, Leaving Ordinary. Chapter 206, Leaving Ordinary. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As he opened his eyes, the heat within a radius of 30,000 feet boiled, and hot mist surged toward the sky, vaguely transforming into the appearance of a black umbrella, suppressing and hiding the fluctuations here. This made sure that no one could sense the situation here. However, all the wild beasts in the nearby areas were trembling. All of them were lying on the ground, not daring to move at all. On one hand, it was due to Su Qing, who had already stepped into the foundation building realm, and the pressure formed by the foundation building realm was quite oppressive. On the other hand, it was the life lantern in Su Qing's body. It was unknown what this life lantern had experienced in the past, but its murderous aura was extremely strong. According to the captain back then, only a cultivator with the bloodline of the ancient kings and sovereigns and who cultivated emperor-level cultivation art could form a life lantern. Even in that era when God's fragmented face had not appeared, such people were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Any one of them could suppress a territory. The only people who could fight against them were other cultivators who also possessed the bloodline of the ancient kings and sovereigns and condensed their life lanterns. The arrival of the God's fragmented face caused most of the ancient kings and sovereigns to leave. As such, it was extremely rare for someone to form a life lantern in this world. Only the selected seeds of large sects and forces would have an opportunity to fuse them. I wonder which ancient kings and sovereigns' bloodline my life lantern was condensed from. Su Qing took out a set of spare ordinary robes and wore them, and stared at the black umbrella shadow formed by the clouds. After a while, he inhaled slightly. Immediately, all the fiery fog within 30,000 feet instantly rolled over. It was as though Su Qing had transformed into a vortex, causing the fiery fog to rush into his mouth and nose, leaving nothing behind. As the fog disappeared, Su Qing's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It was as though there were stars in his eyes, emitting a soul-stirring light. His magic power was very intense, and was instinctively spilling out. Su Qing's expression was as calm as ever. He knew that this was because he had just stepped into foundation building and his body hadn't completely adapted to this terrifying magic power. Foundation building cultivators cultivate their magic apertures and life fire. After they form 3 balls of life fire, they can step into a new realm. My magic aperture can form 4 balls of life fire. Su Qing sensed the black umbrella life lantern that was slowly calming down in his body. His eyes revealed deep anticipation. The captain's words about the life lantern had once said that even in the era before the God's fragmented face arrived, there weren't many descendants with the bloodline of the ancient kings and sovereigns who could form a life lantern. Moreover, most of them could only form one life lantern. Only the true heaven's chosen, the descendants who had the potential to become an ancient king or a sovereign, could form multiple life lanterns. The limit of life lanterns was the same as life fire. I'm already satisfied with one. I have to open 30 magic apertures as soon as possible. Su Qing sensed his current body. Under the cover of the black umbrella, the fluctuations of his cultivation weren't conspicuous. This was because the existence of the black umbrella was even more conspicuous than himself. Su Qing glanced at the shadow. With a thought, a wisp of the shadow instantly fused into his body, enveloping the black umbrella life lantern. As soon as it got close, the shadow trembled violently in resistance. However, facing Su Qing's calm gaze, it didn't dare to resist. It could only let Su Qing manipulate it and turn it into a layer of cloth that covered the life lantern. Su Qing's body instantly dimmed. Although the foundation building fluctuations were still there, the life lantern was no longer visible. It's a pity that the mountains and seas art's level might be too low, or it might have reached its true limit, so I'm unable to advance in it. Su Qing felt some regret. The mountains and seas art was of great help to him, but he had cultivated it to the extreme. He was unable to make any progress and felt that he seemed to be lacking some opportunities. I have to think of a way to increase the level of the mountains and seas art in the future. After my cultivation base stabilizes, I'll return to the 7 blood eyes and exchange for a foundation building cultivation art when I go up the mountain to register my cultivation. Su Qing didn't have a foundation building cultivation art now and was unable to open a new magic aperture. He took a deep breath and started to nourish his cultivation. Just like that, a month slowly passed. It had been almost 3 months since Su Qing left the sect. The fluctuations in his body were also restrained now. In addition, with the shadow enveloping the life lantern, no matter how one looked at him, he was no different from an ordinary foundation building cultivator. During this month, Su Qing's understanding and control over the life lantern in his body became even deeper. He slowly opened his eyes. As an obscure bolt of lightning flashed in his eyes, he calmly performed a series of hand seals, pointing at the sky. As the magic aperture in his body burned, a shocking force spread out from the second magic aperture and flowed into his finger through his meridians, forming a powerful energy that headed straight for the sky. The energy was forming a translucent object. It continuously expanded and finally transformed into the appearance of a plesiosaur. As soon as it appeared, it roared at the sky and its body quickly turned from translucent to corporeal. There was also a violent aura that continuously gathered and rose on its body. Finally, when it was fully corporeal and was no different from a true plesiosaur, a foundation building aura spread out from its body. The plesiosaur in the sky was reflected in Su Qing's eyes. Its black body gave off a savage feeling, and its long neck was extremely agile. There was also a row of sharp spikes on its neck. Its 2 eyes were bright and full of life. In fact, if it was placed in the Forbidden Sea, unless one attacked it, it would be very difficult to tell that it was formed by a spell. Its turtle-like body clearly possessed powerful defense. When it opened its mouth, one could see vicious, sharp teeth. It had 4 wide flippers which would give it an astonishing speed in the sea. Looking at the plesiosaur that was over 3,000 feet long in the sky, Su Qing took a step forward. He didn't use a flight talisman and directly stepped on the air. Step by step, he walked toward the plesiosaur like he was ascending a heavenly staircase. Su Qing wasn't used to the first few steps, but after taking 7 to 8 steps, he found the feeling and easily neared the plesiosaur. The plesiosaur lowered its head, and Su Qing stepped forward and stood on top of its head. With a low roar, the plesiosaur flapped its huge flippers and sped toward the horizon. It was extremely fast. This plesiosaur was invisible to the mortal's eyes. In fact, even chi condensation cultivators would need to gather spirit energy in their eyes to make out its details. At first glance, it looked like Su Qing was moving in the sky with his hands behind his back. This was the foundation building. Back when Su Qing was fleeing in the forbidden zone of the slums, the Diamond Sect's ancestor behind him was like this. He stood on the huge angry guardian warrior and moved forward. However, the guardian warrior shadow of the Diamond Sect's ancestor was much weaker than Su Qing's in terms of materialization and aura. Although they were in the same realm, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Standing on the plesiosaur's head, Su Qing calmly looked at the ground and controlled the plesiosaur to fly toward the nearest city with a teleportation array. As he flew, he saw desolation all over the ground, the harsh environment, and skeletons. The mortals in this world were pitiful. Compared to mortals, cultivators seemed to have more choices, but they had to face the torture from anomalous substances and the risk of mutation. Moreover, the expensive cultivation resources were enough to make many cultivators despair. If one wanted to advance, they had to fight for it, and the fights would often be a life-and-death battle. As such, the cultivators of this world were helpless. It was also because of this that there were people like the Diamond Sex ancestor. Perhaps he also had some glorious pasts, but in the end, after struggling bitterly to a certain extent, he chose a territory and lorded over others, enjoying the rest of his life in the chaotic world. There were pros and cons to such a choice. Su Qing wanted to do the same. However, he was afraid that this kind of life wouldn't last for long before it was crushed by some unknown danger, so if he wanted to truly settle down and survive, he had to be stronger. I just want to survive safely in this chaotic world and live a little better. Su Qing's gaze was reserved and the plesiosaur beneath him moved even faster. Gradually, as the wind blew, a city appeared in the distance. That wasn't the city Su Qing had come from but another place with a teleportation array. Even though he was at the foundation building realm, Su Qing's vigilance was still the same as when he was at the Qi condensation realm. As he arrived, he took a step forward. The plesiosaur dissipated and Su Qing also silently landed on the ground. He tidied his clothes and changed his appearance, transforming into a sallow-faced middle-aged man who slowly walked toward the city ahead. This city didn't belong to the Seven Blood Eyes. Instead, just like the Red Plains, it was a teleportation point jointly built by the Seven Blood Eyes, Purple Earth, and the Li-Tu sect. Such a thing was common in the non-Huang continent. After all, the human race occupied a large territory in the non-Huang continent. There were many empty areas between the various forces. These places were either the intersection points of different forces or the resources there were extremely scarce. It was a pity to give up on them, but there was no need to occupy them. However, for the sake of passage, the three parties jointly built and maintained it. Su Qing's arrival immediately caused the guards in the city to be shocked. Even though Su Qing had concealed his life lantern and didn't use the plesiosaur to enter, his foundation building cultivation was still discovered the moment he entered the city. Unless foundation building cultivators deliberately hid their aura fluctuations, even if they emitted a trace of aura, it was enough to make Qi condensation cultivators' hearts skip a beat. Back then, when Su Qing was still at the Qi condensation realm and didn't have the strength to fight against foundation building cultivators, it was the same. When he had encountered the Diamond Sex ancestor for the first time, the other party glanced at him from afar and it caused his mind to rumble. As for the Diamond Sex ancestor, he hadn't formed his life fire and couldn't enter the mystic brilliance form. At that time, he was only in his normal state. The lower one's cultivation level was, the greater the feeling. One could only resist after reaching the 8th level of Qi condensation. However, most of the time, this resistance was only against foundation building cultivators from small sects who had ordinary cultivation arts and had opened less than 30 magic apertures. If it was a large sex foundation building cultivator, no matter how powerful the outstanding Qi condensation cultivators were, they wouldn't be able to resist a foundation building cultivator who had formed a life fire and was in the mystic brilliance form. They were on completely different levels. Just like back then outside the pilotage department, Deacon Li's arrival caused Su Qing's mind to shake with just a low shout. Right now, his arrival was the same for the cultivators in the city. Chapter 207, Bell Rings on the Mountain. Chapter 207, Bell Rings on the Mountain. In this chaotic world after the arrival of the god's fragmented face, most of the cultivators were Qi condensation cultivators. There weren't many who could reach the foundation building realm, so it was rare to see them in the cities outside. Only a large sect like the Seven Blood Eyes would have a large number of foundation building cultivators. Su Qing's appearance naturally caused some commotion. In fact, under the respectful gazes of those guards, before Su Qing could reach the teleportation array, he sensed an energy fluctuation coming from the city lord's residence in the distance. Su Qing frowned and coldly looked over. A stream of light flew over and stopped 30 feet away from Su Qing, revealing a middle-aged man in luxurious robes. This middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance and his foundation-building magic power was spread out as he sized up Su Qing. Su Qing also looked at his neck and judged how many magic apertures the other party had opened. Fellow Taoist, what are you here for? I'm Zhou Hengli, a member of the Zhou family of Purple Earth. I've been appointed as the city lord of this city. This city is jointly managed by Purple Earth, the Seven Blood Eyes, and the Litu sect. I'm only here to use the teleportation array, Su Qing calmly said. He could faintly sense that the other party didn't have many magic apertures and hadn't reached the level of forming life fire. Zhou Hengli, who was in the air, showed nothing on his face but was extremely vigilant inwardly. He could sense a dense baleful aura from the sallow-faced cultivator in front of him. Clearly, the other party was someone who had killed a lot. Moreover, from his clothes, it was impossible to tell his origins. This made him extremely vigilant, and when the other party's gaze seemingly landed on his neck, his hair instinctively stood on their ends. What shocked him the most was that he couldn't see through the cultivation base of the person in front of him. He was worried that he had encountered someone with life fire. Please. Zhou Heng's heart trembled, but his expression didn't reveal it at all. As he spoke in a low voice, he immediately made arrangements. Immediately, all the pedestrians in front of Su Qing were dispersed and a path leading to the teleportation array was opened. Su Qing was calm. He knew that the other party was not welcoming him. It was obvious that he wanted him to leave quickly. Also, he could sense strands of aura spreading out from the city. They weren't emitted by cultivators. It was more like some array formations were being activated. Su Qing felt that this vigilance was normal. After all, to a city in the wilderness, if a foreign foundation building cultivator entered, they would naturally be highly vigilant. Su Qing nodded and decided not to take his time. His speed erupted and he directly flew toward the teleportation array. His speed was so fast that it stirred up a violent wind in the surroundings. Zhou Hengli's eyes narrowed even more and he immediately followed. Su Qing soon arrived at the teleportation location. This place had already been cleared and there was no one in the surroundings. Only a few guards who were maintaining the operation of the array formation greeted Su Qing with reverence while shaking. Greetings, Senior. The array formation is ready. Where are you going? Su Qing looked at them and then glanced at the city lord who was following him from afar. This seemed normal, but he knew the latter was actually extremely vigilant. He deeply sensed the status of a foundation building cultivator. He walked to the teleportation array and calmly spoke. Seven Blood Eyes main city. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards who were maintaining the array formation in the surroundings hurriedly nodded and began to adjust the array formation for him. Only after confirming repeatedly that there were no problems did they respectfully retreat more than 100 feet. Su Qing's gaze swept across the teleportation array. He didn't understand array formations, but after teleporting many times, he understood some things. After sweeping his gaze across it, he stepped in. The teleportation array shone and his figure instantly disappeared. It was only when Su Qing's figure disappeared from the teleportation array that Zhou Hengli, who was far away, heaved a long sigh of relief. Although he was at the foundation building realm, he didn't want to provoke such a murderous person. Under the rule that the Seven Blood Eyes doesn't welcome foreign foundation building cultivators, he still dares to go there. It means that there's a high chance that he's not a wanted criminal. Could he be a foundation building cultivator of the Seven Blood Eyes? Zhou Hengli touched his neck and shook his head, no longer thinking about this matter. To him, all foreign foundation building cultivators were dangerous. If there was someone with life fire among them, he would probably die instantly. As such, sending them away as soon as possible was the best choice. Otherwise, if there was really a conflict, he would die for nothing in this wilderness city far away from his family. It would be very difficult for his family to find out anything. In the eastern part of the Nanhuang continent, where the Truth Mountain Range was connected to the sea, under the gaze of the seven huge blood eyes, Su Qing's figure suddenly appeared. In the teleportation array in the center of the extremely prosperous main city. As soon as he appeared, he lifted his head before he could survey his surroundings. His expression changed slightly. He felt a powerful aura coming from all directions in the main city, enveloping him. Although he didn't make any movements, this aura lock was like a surveillance camera. Su Qing wasn't unfamiliar with this aura. It was the power of the Seven Blood Eyes array formation. In the past, when Su Qing returned, he had never felt this way. However, now that he had advanced to the foundation building realm and returned, he immediately understood the reason why foreign foundation building cultivators didn't dare to rashly come to the Seven Blood Eyes. Clearly, to this array formation, the priority of foundation building was greater than a disciple. Even though Su Qing's identity token was shining at this moment, he couldn't resolve this feeling of surveillance because he hadn't gone up the mountain to register his cultivation. Su Qing took a deep breath and retracted his gaze, calmly walking down the teleportation array. The invisible envelopment of the array formation didn't attract the attention of any cultivators or commoners. After Su Qing left, he changed into the Taoist robe he had prepared. Back then, on the trip to see Lizard Island, Su Qing had gained some experience. Hence, he prepared several sets of Taoist robes in his storage bag. Su Qing wore the gray Taoist robe of a Seven Blood Eyes disciple and walked on the streets. He tried to restrain his cultivation base, observing if there would be any changes in the array formation. However, even though he had concealed his cultivation base to the extreme, causing the surrounding cultivators who passed by to not be able to sense him, the lock-on and surveillance of the array formation still existed. This allowed Su Qing to have a deeper understanding of the Seven Blood Eyes array formation. I wonder if I'll be able to avoid the array formation's lock by using the shadow to cover myself. Su Qing pondered but didn't test it. In his opinion, there was no need for this for the time being. Moreover, there were risks regardless of whether this worked or not. Then, let's go up the mountain. Su Qing mumbled. He looked at the seventh peak in the distance and walked toward it. On the way, he passed by many shops. Looking at the indifferent and hurried pedestrians on the streets and the gray-robed disciples who would occasionally appear, he couldn't help but recall the various things that had happened since he came to the Seven Blood Eyes. He sighed inwardly, but he was filled with anticipation that he would be able to obtain at least 5,000 spirit stones a month in the future. Just as his footsteps gradually quickened, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. The other party's appearance immediately aroused the reverence of the surrounding commoners. As they moved aside, the Seven Blood Eyes Piedmont disciples in the crowd became even more respectful. It was difficult to hide the envy in their eyes. It was a youth wearing a light purple Taoist robe. When he walked through the crowd, that hint of purple represented the nobility of his status. Coupled with his extraordinary appearance and powerful cultivation aura, this person looked like a divine son who had descended to the mortal world in everyone's eyes. It was Zhao Zhongheng. Su Qing saw him, and he also saw Su Qing. If it was in the past, Zhao Zhongheng would probably have turned around and left immediately, unwilling to say another word to Su Qing. However, after seeing Su Qing today, he snorted and suddenly pointed at the sky. Immediately, a forbidden sea dragon whale appeared in the air. It roared at the sky before disappearing. This scene caused exclamations in the surroundings. Many Piedmont disciples did not forget to shower praises. Zhao Zhongheng had a smug expression on his face as he looked at the expressionless Su Qing and spoke proudly. I've also cultivated the forbidden sea dragon whale. Su Qing's expression didn't change at all. He couldn't be bothered with the other party and continued walking toward the seventh peak. Zhao Zhongheng frowned. He felt uncomfortable when he didn't see Su Qing's shocked expression. However, the scenes at sea back then had left a deep shadow in his mind. Hence, he endured it and didn't continue to show off as he walked toward the seventh peak. He had gone down the mountain this time because he had asked someone to forge an exquisite phoenix hairpin. Now, he was returning to the mountain to give it to Senior Sister Ding. There was only the entrance to the Seven Blood Eyes Seven Peaks in the south of the city, so there were fewer and fewer pedestrians. As such, Zhao Zhongheng was surprised to see Su Qing still continuing to walk forward. He sensed that the other party was moving toward the entrance to the mountain peak. Although he was curious, Zhao Zhongheng was proud and disdained to ask. However, as time passed, when Su Qing was less than 1,000 feet away from the steps of the Seventh Peak's mountain path, Zhao Zhongheng couldn't hold it in anymore. Su Qing, where are you going? Zhao Zhongheng quickened his pace and asked after nearing him. Up the mountain. Su Qing frowned and calmly spoke. The mountain. Gray-robed disciples are not allowed to ascend the mountain unless they are summoned. Even if they are summoned, someone has to guide them. Only core disciples can ascend the mountain alone. Zhao Zhongheng sized up Su Qing a few times but didn't see any aura fluctuations from him. He also didn't see anyone waiting on the mountain path ahead, so he said coldly. Su Qing didn't care about Zhao Zhongheng and continued forward, reaching the steps on the mountain path. Zhao Zhongheng sneered when he saw this scene. When a Piedmont disciple steps onto the mountain path for no reason, they will be blasted out by the array formation. Su Qing, I think you should. Before Zhao Zhongheng could finish speaking, Su Qing, who was in front of him, had his usual expression as he stepped onto the first step. The moment his right foot landed, the steps on the entire Seventh Peaks mountain path suddenly blurred. An invisible force instantly swept toward him, as though it was confirming something. Su Qing lifted his head and looked at the mountain peak in the distance. At this moment, the cultivation base in his body erupted and his foundation-building aura surged out intensely. The bell on the seventh peak instantly rang out. Amidst the melodious and profound sounds, Su Qing walked up the steps. As he walked forward step by step, Zhao Zhongheng, who was behind him, was hit by Su Qing's foundation-building aura and was forced back. His body trembled and his face was pale. His eyes looked like they were about to fall out as waves of emotion surged in his mind. Found Foundation Building. Chapter 208, The Laws of the Mountain. Chapter 208, The Laws of the Mountain. As Su Qing's foundation-building aura spread and the bell's chimes rang on the entire seventh peak, 3 figures soared into the air from the mountain peak and flew down the mountain. Generally speaking, if a foreign foundation-building cultivator stepped onto the mountain steps here, they would only be stopped outside and wouldn't cause the bell to ring. They would need to report their identity and explain their purpose of coming. An array formation would inform the person they wanted to visit. After the other party agreed, they could ascend the mountain under the surveillance of the array formation. For instance, when the Diamond Sect's ancestor visited the Sixth Peak's Taoist leisure cloud, it was like this. There was only one possibility for the bell ringing when someone stepped onto the mountain steps. That was, the appearance of a new foundation-building cultivator who wasn't registered in the array formation among the sect's disciples. Of course, the enemy's attacks were another matter. In the Seven Blood Eyes, not all Piedmont disciples would choose to rent a spot in the sect's foundation-building land when they attempted their breakthrough to the foundation-building realm. On one hand, it was expensive. On the other hand, those who could stand out from countless chi condensation cultivators in this chaotic world must have their own fortuitous encounters. This wasn't a rare occurrence. After all, other than opportunities, there was almost no trust in sects based on interests. Therefore, about 30% of the Seven Blood Eyes Foundation building cultivators had made their breakthroughs outside. These opportunities were mostly related to some ruins. Although there were others paying attention to them too, since such a thing was not an exception, plundering was considered a taboo. Once there was malicious plundering, it would be fine if it couldn't be spread. However, once it was leaked out, it would shake the foundation of the Seven Blood Eyes. Therefore, it was strictly stopped by the Seven Blood Eyes. Although there would occasionally be conflicts in the dark, it was usually to a reasonable extent. After all, to the cultivators on the mountain of the Seven Blood Eyes, they would weigh whether it was worth it before they made a move. Very few people would be so stupid to take such risks for an unknown benefit. When Su Qing chose to head out to break through to foundation building, he had already thought about these things. He looked at the 3 figures rapidly approaching and waited for them. Very soon, the whistling sound became clearer. Among the 3 figures heading here, the person at the front wore a purple robe. He had a medium build and a round face. It was the person who had guided Su Qing the first time he went up the mountain. Back then, the other party had even kindly reminded him about the habitual flaw in his right hand and the matter of hiding a needle in cotton. Looking at the other party's figure, Su Qing sighed with emotion. Back then, he had only heard the other party say to hide a needle in cotton. However, after his experience in the Seven Blood Eyes and meeting many people, he had deeply understood what the phrase meant. He had learned a lot from the Seven Blood Eyes. Su Qing cupped his fists. The moment the other party got close, he bowed deeply. Laughter rang out from the sky. The round-faced cultivator's figure flashed and he arrived in front of Su Qing. His expression was gentle and there was a smile on his face. Su Qing, the first time I saw you back then, I felt that you're definitely not an ordinary person, so I reminded you. Now that we meet again, you're already someone of my level. Thank you for your reminder back then, senior. Su Qing was grateful to this round-faced cultivator. There's no need to call me senior. You're already at the foundation building realm. You can just call me senior brother. Junior brother Su Qing, my name is Zhang Yunshi. You can call me senior brother Zhang. While the round-faced cultivator spoke, he saw the shocked Zhao Zhongheng not far away. He was a smart person to begin with. His gaze swept past Zhao Zhongheng's expression and then Su Qing. He roughly guessed something, but he wouldn't be meddlesome. "Junior brother Su Qing, let's go up." "Yes, please." Su Qing nodded politely and cupped his fists toward the other two foundation-building cultivators beside him. His gaze then casually swept past them. He discovered that most of the foundation-building cultivators on the mountain hid their aura. It was the same for these two people and Zhang Yunshi. As such, it was very difficult for Su Qing to sense the exact depths of their cultivation bases immediately. This caused him to be extremely vigilant. These two people's statuses were clearly inferior to Zhang Yunshi's. Seeing that Zhang Yunshi had some connections with Su Qing, they smiled faintly and cupped their fists in return before leaving. Just like that, Su Qing walked up the steps with Zhang Yunshi. The trees on both sides of the mountain path provided shade. At that moment, the sea breeze caused the leaves to sway and spiritual birds chirp softly. The sound was very pleasant to the ears, as though it could sink into one's memories. The scene of the first time he went up the mountain surfaced and overlapped with this moment. "Junior brother Su, I've already introduced the world at the foot of the mountain to you back then. Today, I'll tell you about the mountain." Zhang Yunshi's calm voice echoed on the path. "There are 13 elders on the 7th peak and they are all golden core cultivators. Below them are more than 140 foundation building cultivators. After you register today, there will be 149 foundation building cultivators on the 7th peak. It looks like a lot, but in reality, it isn't many. There are only close to 1,000 of them in the entire 7 Blood Eyes. You have to know that the 7 Blood Eyes is one of the 4 great forces in the non-Huang continent. Therefore, the status and identity of a foundation-building cultivator are extremely high. This is the case everywhere in the non-Huang continent. It's even more so for my 7 Blood Eyes. After you register, you'll obtain about 5,700 spirit stones every month. The exact amount depends on the monthly earnings of the 7 Blood Eyes, so it's not fixed. However, the difference isn't very big. In addition, you will obtain the right to stay on the mountain. However, you have to spend money for the cave abode and the Sex Foundation building cultivation arts. It won't be free like when you were at Qi Condensation. As for the cultivation arts, you have the right to purchase any foundation building cultivation arts inside the scripture hall. At the same time, as a foundation building cultivator, you have 4 rights. The first right is that from now on, you have the right to open a new port. You can open a port that belongs to you in the harbor area. Whether you do business outside or inside, the sect will collect half of the profits from all the business in the port, but this will require people to operate or manage the businesses. The initial investment will be huge and you will have to bear it yourself. If you don't want the right to establish a port, you can obtain the ownership of a street in the main city. All the shops on that street will have to pay you rent. This method is simple and direct. Both of these choices are based on preferences. You can choose for yourself. The second right is that if a Piedmont disciple of your peak provokes you, you can kill him. However, if you kill one person, you have to pay 100,000 spirit stones as a punishment. If you kill another person, the price will be doubled and so on. It will never be reset. The round-faced cultivator smiled and spoke, but his words caused Su Qing's eyes to narrow. This rule is actually a line in the minds of my 7 Blood Eyes Foundation building cultivators. Regardless of whether it's in the sect or outside the sect, they will weigh the worth in killing weaklings. If it's a Piedmont disciple of other mountains, the price will double on top of this. As for the third right, you can choose 2 Piedmont disciples or other people you acknowledge to become your followers. They will obtain the qualifications to stay in the main city for free. They can also follow you up the mountain and register in your name to cultivate. You won't have to pay teleportation fees in any branch of the 7 Blood Eyes. You will also have 100 residency spots in the branch city every year. You have to know that the residency rights of the branch city are very precious in the scavenger campsites and small cities outside. You can't have them unless you are recommended by the 7 Blood Eyes disciples. The last right is the protection of the 7 Blood Eyes, which prevents the golden cores outside to not dare to come here to kill you. Of course, if you take out enough spirit stones, even nascent soul cultivators won't dare to kill you. In fact, if you have more spirit stones, you can put up a bounty. There will definitely be someone in The sect who is willing to help you kill them. You have to remember that the disciples at the foot of the mountain are a group of wolf cubs, while the people on the mountain are lone wolves with their own thoughts. Also, you don't have to worry about the sect's golden core attacking you. If they attack you outside, you're just unlucky. However, in the sect, no matter what the reason is, you have to pay a fine of 1,000,000 spirit stones if you kill a foundation-building cultivator. It's the same for killing between foundation-building cultivators. It will double in the future and it will never be reset. So, it's back to the old logic. Is it worth it? There was a smile in the round-faced cultivator's voice, but his words revealed the status of a foundation-building cultivator and the cruelty on the mountain. What about obligations? Su Qing asked. Obligations. The round-faced cultivator smiled. Everyone relied on their own efforts to struggle and kill their way out of the foot of the mountain. Therefore, they don't have any obligations to the sect. If they're willing to stay, they can get money. If they want to leave, the sect won't hold them. However, the missions issued by the sect are rich in rewards, so everyone is fighting to complete them. This is a pretty good way to gain spirit stones for a long period. When we encounter an invasion from foreign enemies that wants to destroy our long-term benefits, we will naturally act accordingly. After all, if we just act a bit carefully in the foundation-building realm, we can live for a long time. How good is it to get money every month? Of course, if the enemy gives an even greater benefit, it's not unacceptable. However, think about it. Are the invading enemies stupid? It's useless to bribe 1 or 2 disciples. If they want to bribe more, they have to take out huge benefits. The gains from attacking the 7 Blood Eyes will be far less than what they spent, so is it worth it? As for starting a war with other forces, it's actually a magnified version of the competition you took part in. If there are benefits, we will naturally swarm over. The elders on the mountain also know that we are all wolf cubs, so they don't manage us at all. They only lure us with benefits. What truly reassures the higher-ups are the core disciples who enjoy the preferential treatment of the sect the moment they enter. The nurturing of these people is based on cohesion and a sense of belonging. With Zhang Yunshi's introduction, Su Qing had a deeper understanding of the 7 Blood Eyes. While he was pondering, they arrived halfway up the mountain. You came at the wrong time. New foundation-building cultivators are qualified to pay a visit to the Peak Lord once. However, the Peak Lords of the 7 Peaks have gone out to sea. Something major is probably going to happen. First Elder and Second Elder aren't here either. Only Third Elder is guarding the mountain. After you pay him a visit, I'll bring you to the cave abode registration area and the scripture hall. Soon after, Su Qing saw the Third Elder's hall in the distance. Outside the hall, he saw another familiar figure. It was Deacon Li. He was sitting cross-legged in front of the hall. At this moment, he opened his eyes and looked at Su Qing and Zhang Yunshi with a faint smile. When the bell rang just now, I had guessed that the new foundation-building cultivator might be you. Su Qing cupped his fist slightly and glanced at Deacon Li. Although the other party had also hidden his cultivation fluctuations, Su Qing compared with his senses from back then in his memory. At that moment, he vaguely felt that Deacon Li should be a very strong foundation-building realm cultivator. He should be a foundation-building cultivator who has formed his life fire. Su Qing mumbled inwardly without batting an eyelid. Go in. The elder is waiting for you. Deacon Li's gaze moved away from Su Qing and landed on Zhang Yunshi. Zhang Yunshi shrugged and stayed put. Su Qing took a deep breath and walked forward until he entered the main hall he had visited before. The moment he stepped in, the feeling from back then descended once again. The pressure from the person sitting and meditating in the main hall spread in all directions like an avalanche. However, this time around, Su Qing saw the other party's appearance clearly. It was an old man with age spots on his face. He wore a purple Taoist robe inlaid with golden threads and looked at Su Qing expressionlessly. The instant their gazes met, Su Qing's mind shook. The other party's gaze was like lightning, instantly penetrating his body and seeing it clearly. However, the life lantern that Su Qing's shadow covered wasn't something the other party could sense. Greetings, Third Elder. Su Qing lowered his head and bowed respectfully. To be able to open 2 magic apertures at such a young age, not bad. After Third Elder calmly spoke, he said something that caused Su Qing's heart to tremble. Did you take the merfolk race's spirit breath lantern? Chapter 209, Purple Robe. Chapter 209, Purple Robe. These words were like thunder that echoed in Su Qing's ears, causing his mind and heart to fluctuate slightly. However, Su Qing's expression didn't change much, nor did he think too much about it. He lowered his head and respectfully spoke. Yes. There was no need to hide this matter. Although the merfolk race's spirit breath lantern was very valuable, it wasn't like no one had obtained it before. Su Qing's actions back then seemed to be secretive, but in reality, if someone really wanted to investigate, they could still find many clues. Su Qing felt that there was no need to lie about this, as it would give off the feeling that he was trying to hide something. How do you plan to deal with it? Third Elder looked at Su Qing and calmly asked. Sell it. Su Qing spoke without hesitation and lifted his head to look at Third Elder. At that moment, the aura emitted by Third Elder, who was sitting upright, distorted the surroundings, causing the entire hall to be filled with oppression. As his words echoed, the oppression became even more intense. In fact, that piercing feeling appeared once again. However, Su Qing felt that it was still much better than last time. The previous time, it was difficult for him to even lift his head. Just looking at the elder caused his eyes to feel intense pain. When Third Elder heard this, a smile appeared on his face. He seemed satisfied that Su Qing was frank and straightforward. Su Qing, I have to say that I think very highly of you. Since you obtained the spirit breath lantern yourself, I won't ask for it. I don't fancy that lantern. However, let me remind you that if you want to sell it, do it as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be people who will covet it. This old man can know that you obtained it. It won't be difficult for others to know as well. Now, give me your identity token. Su Qing's gaze was reserved as he took out his identity token. Third Elder waved his right hand and the token flew into his hand. He patted it lightly and the token immediately trembled and emitted a light. After the information inside was quickly adjusted, an array formation's energy arrived, as though it was imprinting. A moment later, the light from the token dissipated and returned to normal. Third Elder waved his hand and the token headed straight for Su Qing. Su Qing raised his hand and took it. He was prepared to withstand a great force. After all, he had experienced something similar when he met the director of the homicide department back then. However, as he caught the token, there was actually no force emitted. It was as though all the force had perfectly dissipated the moment he touched it. This scene caused Su Qing's eyes to narrow. He could sense the difference between the two sides. It was easy to release it, but it was difficult to perfectly control it to the point that the token had no force left in it. You can leave now. Third Elder closed his eyes. Su Qing cupped his fists respectfully and left. Just as he was about to walk out of the hall, Third Elder's voice rang out again. Zhongheng's nature isn't bad. Disciple understands. Su Qing turned and bowed before walking out of the hall. He was aware that the other party didn't say this when he arrived that day. Instead, Deacon Li spoke because his status wasn't high enough. However, it was different now. As Su Qing walked out, Deacon Li nodded at him and closed his eyes in silence. Su Qing looked at Zhang Yunshi in the distance as he walked over. Zhang Yunshi smiled and brought Su Qing to get the Taoist robe. At the same time, Su Qing also chose a cave abode. However, most of the good cave abodes had been chosen. The place he chose was a little remote. However, Su Qing felt that it wasn't bad. As for the price, it wasn't as expensive as he imagined. Finally, under Zhang Yunshi's introduction and guidance, Su Qing went to the scripture hall and exchanged for foundation building cultivation arts. Other than that, he also purchased some body refining arts. After doing all this, it was already dusk. Zhang Yunshi led Su Qing to the cave abode he had chosen before he cupped his fists and left. Before he left, he smiled and spoke. Junior brother Su, the reason why I accompanied you so long today is partly because I feel that I have some fate with you and partly because I accepted the mission for receiving disciples ascending the mountain this month. I will obtain the sex reward because of this. So, you don't have to worry about why I'm being so hospitable. However, in the end, you and I can be considered to have affinity. If we meet on the sea in the future, I hope we can take care of each other. Lastly, junior brother Su Qing, let me remind you out of friendship. Once us cultivators step into foundation building, we have to open 30 magic apertures as quickly as possible. From there, we can form a life fire and possess the mystic brilliance form. You have to know that cultivators with the mystic brilliance form and without are two completely different concepts. We've put so much effort into advancing to the foundation building realm. If we don't form our life fire as soon as possible, we'll be at a disadvantage. Many foundation building cultivators who died are those who have not formed a life fire. A foundation building cultivator who doesn't have the mystic brilliance form can only bully chi condensation cultivators, Zhang Yunshi said. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Su Qing's right hand and discovered that he couldn't detect any habitual flaws. He smiled and left. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. Regardless of his understanding or the other party's explanation at this moment, it made him understand the importance of life fire to foundation building cultivators. He cupped his fists and bowed slightly, watching as Zhang Yunshi's figure disappeared. At the same time, he retracted the vigilance against the other party and turned to look at his cave abode. The place he chose was against a cliff. The greenish-black stone door of the cave abode was closed and there were weeds everywhere. The door was also covered in moss and humidity permeated the air. After checking this place, Su Qing walked closer to the stone door and took out the jade slip that controlled the cave abode. Immediately, the stone door of the cave abode shone with runes. Su Qing followed the method recorded in the jade slip and placed his hand on the runes. It was like imprinting a mark. As the runes shone, the cave abode collected his imprint. The gate slowly opened, revealing the space inside. This cave abode wasn't big and only had 2 rooms. There was a pearl on the ceiling of the above that emitted a gentle glow. Only it hadn't been used for a long time and was covered in dust. Su Qing waved his hand and wind appeared to clean up the place. After that, he carefully checked to ensure that there was nothing wrong before walking out again and arranging poison powder outside the cave abode. This time, he put a lot of poison traps. After he finished dealing with the outside and returned to the cave abode, he continued to sprinkle a lot. Finally, he took out the protective array formations he had bought and activated them. As the cave abode's door closed and the cave abode's array formation was activated, Su Qing finally heaved a long sigh of relief. He recalled what he had seen and heard today, and vaguely got the feeling of when he had joined the 7 Blood Eyes for the first time. However, at that time, he was at the chi condensation realm, and now, he was already at the foundation building realm. "I've finally reached the foundation building realm," Su Qing mumbled. After recalling the various rites of the foundation building cultivators in the 7 Blood Eyes, he changed into the purple Taoist robe. He looked at the robe, and a hint of brilliance appeared in Su Qing's eyes. There was an array formation on this Taoist robe that provided a certain level of protection. If it was placed outside or at the foot of the mountain, many disciples would fight over it if the color was changed. Su Qing touched the robe and sat down before taking out a jade slip. This jade slip was one of the 7th Peak's foundation building cultivation arts he had exchanged from the scripture hall. Su Qing infused his spirit energy into the jade slip to read it. After reaching the foundation building realm, he understood that he had to cultivate the foundation building cultivation art as soon as possible. Only then could he continue to progress like before. As he read, time slowly flowed by. Very soon, the moonlight spread outside and drifted onto the stone door of Su Qing's cave abode. From afar, it looked like the bright moon was scattering its light one. The stone door emitted a hint of antiquity in the moonlight. In the cave abode, a sharp glint appeared in Su Qing's eyes as he finished reading the jade slip. Fiendish fire soul-devouring art. The foundation building cultivation art of the 7th Peak of the 7 Blood Eyes was this fiendish fire soul-devouring art. The name itself revealed a deep killing intent. One could imagine that this cultivation art was definitely inclined toward evil. However, this was also in line with Su Qing's judgment. After all, the sect's name was the 7 Blood Eyes. Fiendish fire soul-devouring art had no levels. Its main focus was on opening the magic apertures as fast as possible. It first cultivated a flame called fiendish fire in the magic aperture. This flame was a strange fire that could fuse with the aura of the Forbidden Sea. Moreover, the more it was cultivated, the more intense the fiendish fire became. This fiendish fire could be used as an attack method, and there was also the core of this art. Soul Devour. The enemy's soul was extracted and used as fuel to create a powerful impact force in the body to open the magic apertures. This method was extremely cruel and direct. According to the cultivation art's description, the soul of a foundation-building cultivator who hadn't formed a life fire was enough for a disciple who cultivated the fiendish fire soul-devouring art to open a magic aperture. If the souls were of the chi condensation cultivators, there would need to be 100 or more of them to barely achieve a similar effect. Moreover, the further the cultivator progressed in this art, the greater the demand. Regardless of whether it's sea beasts or non-human races, they can all be used as fuel for the fiendish fire soul-devouring art. Among them, the non-human races have the best effect. Especially the sea corpse race, because their formation is related to souls, their effects are extremely astonishing, the sentence on the cultivation art jade slip revealed. A strong sense of bloodlust. This cultivation art was simple and direct. There was nothing fancy about it, but it was extremely violent. When this fiendish fire soul-devouring art was cultivated to the end, the fiendish fire would reach its ultimate state where it was stored in every magic aperture in the body. At that time, the cultivator would no longer need souls to break open the magic apertures. Instead, they could suppress the enemy's souls in their magic apertures, burning the souls to strengthen their magic power. It could be said that any disciple who cultivated the fiendish fire soul-devouring art was a killing god. However, not all disciples cultivated this technique. There were 3 types of foundation-building cultivation arts on the 7th peak, and one was called the Sea King's Book. This cultivation art was relatively gentle. It mainly absorbed sea beasts and used a special method to nurture them in the magic apertures. It was divided into 10 levels. Every time one cultivated, they could instantly open 7 to 8 magic apertures. The main focus of this art was to constantly capture sea beasts and refine them. The sea beasts in their magic apertures would strengthen their magic power. The first cultivation art, fiendish fire soul-devouring art, was savage and its cultivation speed was very fast. However, it demanded a lot of killing, and if one was careless, they would die. As for the second type, Sea King's Book, it was mainly refining sea beasts. As their magic power became denser, their ability to protect themselves would increase. However, their combat strength was much weaker in comparison. As for the third type, it was called life art. This technique was even gentler. It didn't require external forces to break through and only required one to constantly cultivate. Hence, most of the time, the disciples who cultivated this art would be in closed-door cultivation. Their cultivation speed was incomparably slow, but the benefits were also great. They would rarely be killed outside. This was because they almost didn't go out. When they attacked, they would usually cooperate with others or play the role of support. Everyone's choices were different based on their personalities. After Su Qin pondered over this, he couldn't tell which was better. However, he immediately rejected the mediocre Sea King's Book. As for the fiendish fire soul-devouring art and the life art, these two were opposite extremes. While Su Qin was considering his cultivation art, on the endless sea outside the 7 blood eyes, the great wing in the sky roared. Old Master 7th, who was standing in the pavilion on the great wing's body, was looking in the direction of the 7 blood eyes. The great wing under him was like a divine creature. Wherever it passed, the sea would rumble and surge. Old Master 7th, the kid has reached the foundation-building realm. Beside Old Master 7th stood the middle-aged servant who had given Su Qin the token back then. At this moment, he took out a jade slip and looked at it before reporting to Old Master 7th in a low voice. "Should I go back and arrange a summons?" The servant looked at Old Master 7th. Old Master 7th shook his head. "There's no need. The war is about to begin. We'll talk about this after the battle." Among the 100 tokens issued, although he was the first to walk out, there will definitely be others in the future. We need to compare them. Also, the current him is still far from becoming the 4th. Chapter 210, Fiendish Fire Soul-Devouring Art. Chapter 210, Fiendish Fire Soul-Devouring Art. Life art is too passive. In the cave abode, Su Qin lifted his head, his eyes revealing determination. He had a life lantern, so it would be a good choice for him to choose the life art. He could just hide in his cave abode until he slowly cultivated his life fire. His combat strength would still be astonishing. However, this would take a very long time and cultivation required a large number of spirit stones. His magic boat also had to be upgraded. Most importantly, Su Qin felt that in this world, even the sunrise and sunset might change one day. As such, it wasn't suitable for him to quietly cultivate the life art. He was worried that if he cultivated this, an accident would happen before his life fire was formed. Su Qing didn't like this passiveness. He decided to cultivate the fiendish fire soul-devouring art. When the fiendish fire soul-devouring art was cultivated to the extreme, after suppressing the enemy's souls and one's magic apertures, not only could it increase the density of magic power, but the cultivation art Jade Slip also said that it could fuse these suppressed souls with the magic ship using a special method. After fusion, the souls would be like the spirit of the magic ship. This would allow the magic ship to possess some characteristics of a magic treasure. As for magic treasures, Su Qing had never seen them before. However, he knew that magic treasures were extremely rare and couldn't be used sustainably. Each of them had earth-shattering power. To a certain extent, my life lantern might also be a special magic treasure. Su Qing mumbled. He wasn't clear about this. He no longer thought about it. After making a decision, he immediately took the jade slip and sat after studying it for a moment. The magic apertures in his body shone and burned his spirit sea as he began to cultivate according to the description of the fiendish fire soul-devouring art. The first step of the fiendish fire soul-devouring art was to form the fiendish fire. The magic apertures of foundation building cultivators all contained magic fire. This fire could burn the spirit sea and form magic power. At the same time, it was also the key to the final ignition of life fire. Because Su Qing had fused with the black umbrella life lantern, the flames in his magic aperture were black due to the life lantern's aura. As for the fire cultivated by the fiendish fire soul-devouring art, its color was also black. It looked similar to Su Qing's black umbrella fire, but 4 hours later, when Su Qing cultivated the scripture and formed a trace of fiendish fire in his magic aperture, he discovered that there was a huge difference between the two types of fire in his magic aperture. Regardless of whether it was in terms of heat or level, the black umbrella's flames were much stronger than the fiendish fire. Its aura was stronger as well. The only difference was that it didn't have the ability to absorb soul power. However, this matter was very easy to resolve. After Su Qing fused the fiendish fire with his black fire, the fiendish fire he cultivated was instantly devoured. At the same time, the soul-absorbing ability of the fiendish fire slowly appeared in his black fire. Su Qing was satisfied and continued cultivating. 3 days passed. When Su Qing filled the black fire in his 2 magic apertures with dense soul-absorbing powers, he ended his cultivation. He knew that the most important thing to him now was soul. He needed souls to be used as firewood to open his 3rd magic aperture. I wonder if senior brother Zhang Sen has returned. When he refines my magic boat, I'll go out to sea. Su Qing looked at his shadow. After some thought, he took out the black iron stick and opened the seal on the diamond sex ancestor. In an instant, the aura of the diamond sex ancestor spread out. However, he was clearly afraid and didn't dare to say a word. It was as though he was afraid that he would say something wrong and cause Su Qing to kill him. Su Qing glanced at the black iron stick and didn't bother with it. Instead, the suppression power of the purple crystal in his body suddenly appeared and suppressed the shadow in front of the diamond sex ancestor who was hiding in the iron stick. This was a daily occurrence. From the start to the end, Su Qing's expression was calm. As for the shadow, it seemed to be used to it and didn't resist or reject him at all. It allowed Su Qing to suppress it until it was about to shatter. However, the diamond sex ancestor was trembling even more intensely. He was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. His artifact spirit's body even turned unstable. The current you is no longer of much use to me, Su Qing calmly said. After his cultivation reached the foundation building realm, Su Qing had another opinion of his shadow. Although the other party had its own will, Su Qing could suppress it. What he needed was for the other party to be stronger. Otherwise, it would be a little difficult for it to keep up with him and become his trump card. As for the diamond sex ancestor in the black iron stick, Su Qing felt that it was the same. The other party was being too comfortable. If that was the case, it wouldn't be in line with his future path. His words instantly caused the shadow to tremble, and the black iron stick shook even more intensely. A long time later, under Su Qing's cold gaze, the shadow started distorting. As it twisted and turned, a faint wisp of consciousness entered Su Qing's mind. Anomalous substances, advancement, divinity. Su Qing fell into deep thought. His gaze moved away from the shadow and landed on the black iron stick. There was no killing intent in his eyes, but this gaze caused the iron stick to almost crack from all the trembling. "What's the use of having you?" Su Qing slowly spoke. When he lifted his right hand, the wisp of the diamond sex ancestor's life soul appeared in his hand, as though he wanted to crush it. The diamond sex ancestor quickly came out of the iron stick. Master, don't kill me. I can cultivate. I have an artifact spirit cultivation art, but I was either weak or in a deep sleep during this period. I didn't have time to cultivate. Master, give me a chance. I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation, definitely. The diamond sex ancestor wailed. The fear in his heart was indescribable. The two of you, I'll evaluate you in half a year. The weak will be eliminated. Su Qing calmly said. As soon as he spoke, a sense of ferocity instantly rose in the shadow. However, it wasn't targeted at Su Qing but at the diamond sex ancestor. The diamond sex ancestor was furious, but he didn't reveal it on the surface. On the contrary, his gentle expression caused the shadow to be confused and the ferocity gradually dissipated a little. Su Qing understood the diamond sex ancestor and didn't bother with the scheming between the two. He kept the black iron stick and opened the cave abode's door. It was noon. The sun shone through the blue sky and white clouds. There was also the humid sea breeze that blew in, faintly bringing about the clamor of the world at the foot of the mountain. However, as the distance was too far, the clamor it brought carried the ethereal feeling of being separated from the world. Su Qing walked out of the cave abode and stood beside the cliff, looking at the main city below. The ports he saw were very prosperous and there was an endless stream of boats coming and going. It was the same in other areas. One could see a tide of pedestrians on the streets. The prosperity of the Seven Blood Eyes main city was reflected in their eyes. Although Su Qing had climbed up the mountain and looked down the mountain twice before, he wasn't a cultivator of the mountain at that time. The feeling was completely different from now. It's different and also the same. Su Qing muttered after a long while. What was different was the level. What was the same was that everyone was still living under the cover of the god's fragmented face. Su Qing looked at the port area again. As a foundation building cultivator, he had the right to establish a new port. However, he hadn't thought about whether he should use it or not. He pondered and stepped into the air. He was going to make a trip to the shops in the port area to buy some powerful jade talismans that could be used by foundation building cultivators. After all, with his current cultivation, ordinary talismans were no longer enough to deal with his needs. Most foundation building cultivators relied on jade talismans. Also, Su Qing planned to look for his informant. After he became a foundation building cultivator, he had 2 spots for followers. He was ready to give one to the informant, but he didn't intend to bring her up the mountain. He also wanted to check if Zhang Sen had returned. Furthermore, his identity in the homicide department had changed when he reached the foundation building realm. He still held a post inside, but his position in the identity jade slip had changed. He was no longer the vice captain of Team 6 but one of the deputy directors of the homicide department, in charge of the Black Division. As the deputy director, under normal circumstances, he didn't need to go to the homicide department. He could just help out when necessary. Moreover, his salary was also increased to 100 spirit stones every month. Of course, foundation building cultivators could give up on this position. These spirit stones weren't much in comparison to the sex share of the profits, but Su Qing felt that he couldn't reject it. After all, when he first came to the Seven Blood Eyes, 100 spirit stones was already a huge sum. As Su Qing descended the mountain and appeared in the port area, numerous respectful gazes instantly gathered on him. Not only did all the pedestrians on the streets retreat, but the shopkeepers of the various peaks also quickly walked out and bowed respectfully. This was especially so for those Piedmont disciples. No matter which peak they were from, they were respectful, and all of them bowed to greet him from afar. To the people at the foot of the mountain, foundation building was no different from a god. To them, both the god and foundation building cultivators could kill them. The latter could even kill faster. Under the sunlight, Su Qing's dark purple Taoist robe seemed to represent supreme dignity. Su Qing, who was used to concealing himself, wasn't used to the feeling of being the center of attention, so he immediately disappeared from the place. When he appeared, he was already at the usual place he met with his informant. Under his summoning, not long later, his informant arrived rapidly. Looking at Su Qing's dark purple Taoist robe, the informant stopped in her tracks and was at a loss. Her eyes revealed extreme reverence and her breathing became rough. The shock on her face was indescribable. It was only when Su Qing coldly glanced at her that the informant's body trembled and she immediately knelt down. Su Qing took out a jade slip and waved it slightly. This jade slip transformed into a beam of light that headed straight for the informant. It slowly stopped in front of her and landed in her trembling hand. This is a follower token. You should know its value. There's no need to go up the mountain. Go and plan all the preparations needed to open a new port in 3 months. This is your next mission. When Su Qing's voice rang out, he had already left. The sea breeze blew past, blowing the informant's long hair, revealing her beautiful face. She lifted her head and stared blankly at the departing Su Qing. Her breathing became increasingly hurried and her expression was filled with disbelief. She had never imagined that the other party would actually leap to the high and mighty foundation building realm in such a short period. Chapter 211, This is the Mystic Brilliance Form. Chapter 211, This is the Mystic Brilliance Form. On the way to the transportation department, Su Qing passed by the Sixth Peaks shop that had tried to scam him back then and stopped before the entrance. Almost at the instant he stopped, the expressions of the shopkeeper and staff in the shop changed drastically. They quickly ran out and knelt down, trembling. Greetings, Senior. Su Qing coldly looked at the shopkeeper in front of him. Cold sweat dripped from the shopkeeper's forehead to the ground. His back was completely drenched and he was terrified. He was feeling an intense life and death crisis. He never dreamed that this Su Qing would actually reach the foundation building realm. Previously, he was only afraid of the Second Highness of the Seventh Peak and didn't care much about Su Qing. After all, as a shopkeeper and a follower of the Sixth Peak's Deacon Leisure Cloud, not many Piedmont disciples dared to touch him. However, if the other party was also a foundation building cultivator, he didn't think that his master would be willing to become enemies with a foundation building cultivator for him. While he shivered in fear and uncertainty, Su Qing retracted his gaze and left. After he left, the shopkeeper lay there paralyzed. He felt as though he had traveled back and forth between life and death. Su Qing didn't kill him because it was expensive. In addition, he didn't want to alert the main target. After all, Su Qing had long dug out the name of Leisure Cloud from the Diamond Sect's ancestor and even carved it on his bamboo slip. However, he hadn't found an opportunity yet. Putting this matter aside, Su Qing finally understood why he hadn't encountered many foundation building cultivators at the foot of the mountain previously. It was because the appearance of foundation building cultivators caused too many waves. Wherever they went, countless gazes would gather. Unless one was a high-profile person, this state would make one feel extremely uncomfortable. This was more so for Su Qing, who liked to move in the darkness. He couldn't and didn't want to adapt to being stared at by so many people. In reality, the foundation building cultivators of the Seventh Peak were all gloomy people who had killed their way out from below the mountain. Naturally, they didn't like such attention. How did the others do it? Su Qing fell silent as he made a guess. While thinking, Su Qing sped up and headed straight for the transportation department. He had already sent a voice transmission to Zhang Sen earlier, and knew that the latter had already returned and was in the transportation department. As such, when Su Qing arrived at the transportation department, he saw Zhang Sen in a gray Taoist robe from afar and the captain who had grown his lower body and was also wearing a gray Taoist robe. The handymen working in the transportation department couldn't sense any difference in the two of them. However, Su Qing, who had advanced to the foundation building realm, had a much stronger perception than before. He could tell at a glance that the two of them had advanced to the foundation building realm, but had restrained their auras. They were squatting on the sandbags. One of them was smoking a pipe and the other was eating an apple. When the sunlight landed on them, it illuminated their gray Taoist robes with some gorgeous colors. Su Qing's arrival attracted their attention. After noticing Su Qing's purple Taoist robe, the captain revealed a smug expression while Zhang San sighed. "You lost," the captain said happily to Zhang San. Zhang San took out a spirit stone and handed it to the captain. When Su Qing saw this scene, he was certain of his guess about the foundation building going down the mountain. "Su Qing, why did you wear the purple robe? Foundation building cultivators on our Seven Blood Eyes mountain don't wear purple robes unless it's something major. It's too conspicuous." Zhang San smiled honestly, his face filled with friendliness. Even though he had reached the foundation building realm now, he still couldn't forget Su Qing's cruelty in the competition. Hence, his attitude was very enthusiastic, and he also told Su Qing the reason why he and the captain weren't wearing purple robes. Hurry up and change when you get back. Also, don't stay on the mountain all the time. It's so lonely on the mountain. Have you realized that there aren't many foundation building cultivators living on the mountain? Let me tell you, most of them are wearing gray robes and living at the foot of the mountain while hiding their auras. The main city is prosperous and lively, and many things are convenient here. Su Qing nodded seriously. As for the captain, he had a spurious smile on his face as he glanced at Su Qing. Su Qing, you might have encountered a foundation building cultivator wearing a gray robe before. It's just that you don't know about it. Not many people on our 7th peak are like Deacon Li, flying around in his purple robe all day. Even then, he only started doing this after he followed Elder Zhao. As for Zhang Yunshi, that's a job requirement. I heard that he likes to receive newbies. Also, at this point, the captain took a big bite of the apple and coughed. Deputy Director Su, when are you going to return the 10,000 spirit stones you own? When Su Qing heard this, he glanced at the captain. Even with his foundation building cultivation, he still couldn't see the depths of the other party's cultivation. Director? Su Qing asked. That's right. After I returned, I was appointed as a director of the homicide department. Deputy Director Su, you have to hurry up and earn spirit stones. I've been a little tight on money recently. A hint of pride appeared on the captain's face as he looked at Su Qing, wanting to see Su Qing's envy. Congratulations, Captain. Su Qing glanced at the captain's complete body. This time, he didn't need the other party to remind him before he responded. Haha, Deputy Director Su, I'm happy that you're chatting like this. However, I have to correct you. You need to call me Director. All right, Captain. Su Qing nodded. Director. The captain fiercely took a bite of the apple and corrected him. Su Qing nodded and took out 3 large apples from his pocket, giving one to the captain and Zhang Sen each. Zhang Sen smiled. The two of you, stop arguing. Su Qing, I've finished refining your magic boat. I'll bring you to take a look later. Sigh, this time, all 3 of us were able to reach the foundation building realm. Thinking about it, it really feels like a lifetime has passed. I didn't expect that I, Zhang San, would one day reach the foundation building realm. I heard that after the competition ended, many people advanced to the foundation building realm. Ding Xiaohai also reached the foundation building realm some time ago. Zhang San sighed with emotion. Tell me if he's not stupid. Others risk their lives to get rich, but he risked his life for a lousy core disciple status. In the end, he reached the foundation building realm as soon as he obtained it. He got the core disciple for nothing. The captain ate the big apple Su Qing gave him and said with a look of disbelief. You too, don't be like him. I am not worried about Deputy Director Su, this guy only wants to get rich and won't act rashly. But Zhang San, you have to be careful. I have something to tell you guys. I've been thinking about a big plan recently and I'm currently collecting information. Once I'm done preparing, I'll bring you guys to do a big job. This time, it'll be even more exciting than snatching Binding's flesh. The captain put on a mysterious expression and madness flickered in his eyes. Zhang Sen immediately became vigilant, and so did Su Qing. What kind of expressions are you two wearing? The captain glared. I will stop here. I still have to gather information. However, your cultivation levels are too low. You have to form a life lantern as soon as possible and have the ability to activate the Mystic Brilliance form, otherwise, you won't be able to participate in my plan. The captain stood up. What exactly is the Mystic Brilliance form? Su Qing asked. After he reached the foundation building realm, he had heard the mention of Mystic Brilliance form many times. Although he understood it in theory, he had never seen it before. Zhang Sen also looked at the captain curiously. Clearly, he didn't know much about this. After all, when he was in Qi condensation, he had even fewer contacts with foundation building cultivators. You want to know? The captain swept his gaze across Su Qing and Zhang San and smiled. Forget it. Seeing that the two of you are my future teammates, I'll tell you guys. Do you know why I went to get Binding's flesh? This is because after swallowing enough of the flesh of a divine creature of that level, it can instantly open up a lot of magic apertures, allowing me to form a ball of life fire. I won't explain what the Mystic Brilliance form is. I'll just show you. As the captain spoke, an earth-shattering sound erupted from his body. This sound was like heavenly lightning. As it rumbled in all directions, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly spread from his body. Su Qing's expression changed and he quickly retreated. His eyes stared fixedly at the captain in front of him and shock surfaced in his eyes. At that moment, a huge stove that had been ignited appeared in the captain's body. Waves of fiery power erupted from his body and spread in all directions. The intensity of the fluctuations coming from his body seemed to have been enhanced by at least several times. He seemed to be burning. The phantom behind him was earth-shattering, causing one's eyes to feel a faint piercing pain. In fact, the surroundings were distorted. His body moved abruptly at this moment. Su Qing could only see an afterimage. In that instant, he felt his mind buzzing. The intense life and death crisis caused him to instinctively retreat at full speed. However, it was still too late. The captain's body arrived beside him and his right hand was placed in front of him. In his hand was a strand of Su Qing's hair. At that moment, it rapidly distorted under the high temperature and turned into ashes. Su Qing's eyes abruptly narrowed. The stove in the captain's body instantly extinguished and he returned to normal. He then smiled at Su Qing. "Deputy Su, if I wanted to kill you just now, you would be dead." Su Qing's breathing was hurried. Waves of emotions were surging in his mind. Previously, his understanding of the Mystic Brilliance form was all verbal and jade-slip descriptions. Now that he saw it for himself, the impact was extremely intense. At that instant just now, the feeling he got from his captain was that he couldn't fight against him. Of course, I'm a genius. Other people who have activated their Mystic Brilliance form won't be as powerful as me, but you won't be able to defeat them either. This is because the Mystic Brilliance form is a super eruption of the magic apertures in their bodies. At that moment, their spells and body will be strengthened to an extreme. Although it can't last long, it's barely enough for them to kill or escape. The captain spoke proudly. Only cultivators in the Mystic Brilliance form can resist other cultivators in the Mystic Brilliance form. Foundation building cultivators who haven't activated their Mystic Brilliance form are just chickens. So, children, don't get the wrong understanding of foundation building due to some random chicken you saw in the past. You have to work hard. Remember to return the 20,000 spirit stones you owe me quickly. As the captain spoke, he ate the apple and left. After taking a few steps, he stepped into the air and transformed into a stream of light. His destination wasn't the mountain peak but the homicide department. Su Qing silently looked at the departing figure of the captain. At this moment, the sense of danger was unprecedentedly intense and his mind was filled with urgency. He had to open 30 magic apertures as soon as possible and form his life fire. From there, he would also possess this Mystic Brilliance form. Zhang Sen was also silent. After a long time, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. The captain is a madman. Let's go, I'll show you your magic boat. Su Qing didn't say anything. He retracted his gaze from the departing figure of the captain and followed silently. However, the rising feeling in his heart grew increasingly intense. Once I form my life fire, with the enhancement of the life lantern, it will be the same as having 2 balls of life fire. Su Qing took a deep breath. Under this sense of urgency, he followed Zhang San to the warehouse. As the warehouse opened, a huge magic ship that was somewhat familiar appeared in front of him. The 500-foot-long boat was covered in foundation-building sea lizard skin, and its appearance had also changed. What appeared in Su Qing's eyes was no longer the alligator turtle from back then but a sea lizard. The aura of divinity was extremely intense. The wings of the magic boat also had changed appearance, turning into fleshy wings that grew on both sides of the sea lizard's body. Cruelty and violence assaulted his senses. Su Qing, the captain divided the flesh of Binding into a small portion for you and me. I added it in your boat to use as the core power source, allowing the magic boat to be promoted to a true magic ship. Of course, if you don't want to, you can still take it away. However, I think it's better to put it on the ship. With this ship, your survivability in the Forbidden Sea will increase greatly. Chapter 212, Depends on Your Fate. Chapter 212, Depends on Your Fate. Looking at the sea lizard magic ship in front of him, Suqing's heart stirred. He had seen Foundation building sea lizards before. It was because he had seen them before that after seeing his magic ship refined into the appearance of a sea lizard by Zhang San, he examined it with his perception. Although his magic ship was still a little different from a real sea lizard, its aura was almost the same. It was 500 foot long, 4 limbs with sharp nails, a lifelike head, and a tail that was still swaying slightly behind it. It was exactly the same as the sea lizards. The difference was that it had flesh wings. The wings were very large. Suqing estimated that they would be at least as long as the body of the ship when they unfolded. He could imagine that once they flapped, they would definitely cause violent winds to howl. The location of the cabin was on the back of the sea lizard. It was a 3-story building. It didn't look exquisite but gave off a sense of sturdiness. The magic boats of the 7th peak are divided into 4 types: boat, ship, warship, and liner. Your boat has advanced to the level of a magic ship and has reached level 3. However, because of the divine lizard's molt and binding's flesh, part of its might far exceeds its normal power. Zhang San glanced at Suqing's shocked expression and felt extremely comfortable. He lifted his chin proudly and spoke while looking at the masterpiece in front of him. The areas that are lacking are the keel, some of the materials on the magic boat, and the core power source. Although binding's flesh is rare and powerful, the captain gave too little. Moreover, the divinity inside has no roots, so if you have a way to obtain the heart of a divine creature, the value of this magic ship will be even greater. The prices of the materials for the Foundation building magic ship far exceed chi condensation magic boats. Moreover, the components needed for the magic ship are also more complicated. Basically, to advance the level of the magic ship just by 1 level even with the most inferior Foundation building materials would cost 30,000 to 50,000 spirit stones. If it was a high-level material like your Foundation building sea lizard skin, it would cost at least 150,000 to advance 1 level. I can't afford it. If you want to use even higher quality materials, the price will be astronomical. So, if you want to advance your magic ship, you have to earn money, Suqing. The reason why the Foundation building magic ship is astonishing is because after reaching the 8th level, it will possess a special ability that is related to the mystic brilliance form of cultivators. However, its function is to suppress the enemy's mystic brilliance form. The better the materials of the boat, the greater the suppression effect. Suqing's heart stirred. Previously, when the captain activated his mystic brilliance form, it made him feel intense urgency. Now that he heard about the might of the magic ship, his eyes lit up. Are you surprised? Otherwise, why would the cultivators of the 7th peak still work hard to advance their magic ships after reaching the Foundation building realm? You have to know that outsiders call us cultivators of 7th peak as boat cultivators, Zhang San said with a smile. Also, considering that half of your magic boat collapsed previously, I've prioritized the ship's sturdiness and defense this time. Now, your magic ship is much more powerful than before. Regardless of whether it's sea navigation, flight, or diving into the sea, the ship is outstanding in all aspects. I even added a layer of outer shell to the ship. The inspiration came from the sea lizard molt. Once your magic ship encounters an unbearable attack, its outer shell will shatter into pieces like a flower. It will look extremely miserable. This way, others probably won't be willing to use their magic power a second time. In reality, it can be reassembled with a thought from you. However, I'm not very proficient in this skill yet, so you can't do it many times. From my estimation, your ship can support 2 disintegrations and reassemblies. At that time, regardless of whether you pretend to be dead or wait to counterattack, you will catch the enemy off guard. Suqing looked at Zhang San and then at his magic ship. He could sense that Zhang San had poured his heart to refine it. Such sincerity was very precious in the 7 Blood Eyes environment. Suqing cupped his fists and bowed deeply. Thank you, senior brother. There's no need to be polite. This is also an investment. From the looks of it, I made the right investment in you and the captain. So, I also hope that you can survive longer. After all, I think both of you are quite crazy, but I predict that the captain will die faster than you. Zhang San sighed. Suqing hesitated for a moment before asking. Are the coffin materials prepared for the captain still in my magic ship? Yes. they are good things. I used some of it last time, so I can't waste the rest. Zhang Sen coughed and smiled at Su Qing. Su Qing didn't say anything and cupped his fists again. After some thought, he took out 20,000 spirit stones and handed them over. Zhang Sen didn't stand on ceremony. He used more than these materials for this refinement. After he kept them, he waved at Su Qing and the two of them bade farewell. Su Qing kept his magic ship and looked at the distant sea, his heart filled with anticipation. I'll head out to sea tomorrow morning. After Su Qing made his decision, he left the transportation department. On the way, he was also calculating his spirit stones. I spent too much on the breakthrough to foundation building. Right now, I have less than 50,000 spirit stones. I have to sell the spirit breath lantern as soon as possible. Once I sell it, I'll be rich. Su Qing pondered and flew all the way to the 7th peak. It was already dark and there were no longer any pedestrians in the main city. The streets were empty and only the malice in the night spread among the Piedmont disciples. However, this had nothing to do with Su Qing now. Just killing wanted criminals wasn't enough for him. However, when his figure flew halfway through the main city, he suddenly stopped in midair. Su Qing lowered his head and looked at the empty street below. There was a person lying there. It was a youth wearing a gray robe with a dogskin coat underneath. Blood had soaked through the coat and dyed his Taoist robe black. One could see a fatal wound on his abdomen. His exposed body was also covered in injuries. All his fingernails had been plucked out forcefully, along with his serrated, sharp teeth. It was the mute. His injuries were severe and he was on the verge of death. There was an identity token on his chest and there were very few contribution points left. According to the time, the moment dawn broke, he would probably be killed by the 7 blood eyes array formation. Su Qing looked at the mute and silently descended. He stood beside the mute youth and looked at him. The mute was already unconscious and looked like he would die before dawn broke. The pouch was gone along with his magic boat. Su Qing knew that this method of causing the target to be on the verge of death and keeping the token on their chest was a common method used by many disciples at the foot of the mountain. They usually used this method to take revenge. It was obvious that the mute was too cruel, so someone took revenge on him. Looking at the mute, Su Qing thought of the actions of the other party, offering him wanted criminals, following him after he returned from the competition that day, and that reminder regarding the shadow. After a long time, Su Qing picked up the mute's identity token and transferred 1 spirit stone's contribution points over. He pried open the mute's badly mangled mouth and threw in a pill. After doing all this, he grabbed the mute's clothes and dragged him away. When he arrived at the other party's kennel-like residence, Su Qing threw the mute inside. He could already be considered extremely benevolent for doing all these in this chaotic world. As for life and death, it was up to fate. Whether the mute could survive depended on his luck. Su Qing left. He knew that the mute had woken up on the way but he didn't care. After he left, the mute youth opened his eyes with great difficulty. He stared at Su Qing's departing figure. After a long time, he closed his eyes again and curled up into a ball. Su Qing returned to the 7th peak. When he saw his cave abode from afar, he noticed a familiar figure sitting beside the cliff outside his cave abode. It was Huang Yan. He sat on the cliff with his legs dangling and an egg in his hand. He was drinking happily while shaking his head. When he noticed Su Qing's figure flying over, Huang Yan's eyes lit up and he immediately waved his hand. "Haha, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a while now." As he spoke, Huang Yan took out an egg and threw it over. Su Qing caught it and landed beside him. He didn't act any different from before just because he was at the foundation building realm. He also sat down and broke the egg to take a sip. It still tasted the same. "I heard someone say yesterday that you've reached the foundation building realm, so I came to see you today. Ain't I amazing? I can ascend the 7th peak whenever I want. Even the array formation doesn't stop me," Huang Yan said proudly. "Second Highness treats you very well." Su Qing smiled. He had a good impression of Huang Yan. If he were to consider who his friends were among the people he met on the 7th peak, Huang Yan could be considered one. At the mention of the Second Highness, the little fatty immediately patted his chest loudly. "Naturally. Let me tell you, senior sister is very good to me now. She even gave me a token so that I can look for her anytime. Su Qing smiled and continued to drink the egg. Just like that, under the moonlight, the two of them were like how they were in Port 79. Su Qing mostly listened while Huang Yan kept telling him how his senior sister treated him. An hour later, Huang Yan stood up and patted the dust off his butt as he smiled at Su Qing. By the way, Su Qing, I came here for something else. I heard that you took away the merfolk races. Spirit breath lantern. Do you want to sell it to me? I intend to give it to senior sister. I won't take advantage of you. I'll buy it for 500,000 spirit stones, but I don't have that much now. I need a month to get them. If you agree, it's settled. Huang Yan looked at Su Qing expectantly. Su Qing thought about it and nodded in agreement. Huang Yan was very happy. Before he left, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression became a little more serious. Su Qing, I heard from senior sister that something major will happen in the sect in the near future. During the battle of the merfolk race back then, the Seven Blood Eyes ancestor broke through and killed his way into the Sea Corpse race to establish his might. I'm afraid there will be a follow-up to this matter. After all, his cultivation is now different and the power situation in the sea area has to be shuffled again. There might even be a war. This is a good thing. Every war is the same as the competition. It's an opportunity for us to make a fortune. It's just more dangerous, but the harvest will also be greater. After Huang Yan finished speaking, he bade farewell and left. Su Qing looked at Huang Yan's departing back and then at the sea. War. Chapter 213, Fishing for a Dragon. Chapter 213, Fishing for a Dragon. Su Qing had never experienced war before, but he had seen something similar. However, the difference in levels was huge. What he saw was a battle between the small city where the slums were located and other cities. This battle lasted for 7 to 8 days. In that case, how long will the war between the Seven Blood Eyes and the foreign forces last? The scenes from the merfolk competition appeared in Su Qing's mind. The captain was right about one thing. Such a major event wasn't something they should worry about. The important figures of the sect were the ones who would lead everything. I will not participate in the war unless the benefits are enough. Su Qing walked back to the cave abode. When he sat down, he took out the jade slip of the life art. Although the fiendish fire soul-devouring art was also a cultivation art, it was mostly cultivated through slaughter. To a certain extent, it wasn't much different from a spell. After cultivating it, as the magic apertures were opened, there would also be corresponding spell moves. As for the life art, it was different. It purely relied on cultivators to absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. It was similar to the sea transformation art and slowly strengthened oneself, grinding open one magic aperture after another. Su Qing felt that his previous thoughts were a little wrong. These two cultivation arts could actually be cultivated together. It wasn't important which was the master and which was the supplementary. This was because everything at the foundation building realm was about opening the magic apertures to form life fire. At that moment, he began to cultivate the life art. The next day, when the sun rose, Su Qing opened his eyes as the sunlight fell like flames. He calmly arranged his weapons, poison powder, and the talismans he had bought. After that, he suppressed his shadow as usual before opening the cave abode's door. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance that were illuminated red like a vast stove. I have to go out to sea and kill the sea beasts to obtain their souls to open my magic apertures. Su Qing stepped into the air. The plesiosaur manifested under him and roared at the sky. Its 4 flippers swayed slightly, as though the sky was an ocean, and erupted with an astonishing speed as it brought Su Qing straight toward the horizon. The black waves surged and ebbed in the endless sea. Compared to the brightness of the sky, this black color of the sea exuded a dense strangeness. It was like ink, and because of its depth and unknownness, one couldn't help but feel fear and reverence. Although this wasn't his first time out at sea, Su Qing's mood wasn't much different from before. In fact, he was even more cautious. This was because there were rules in the sect, but outside the sect, anything was possible. As such, Su Qing didn't fly ostentatiously. Instead, he took out the magic ship and activated its concealment, making it appear ordinary. He then activated its protective barriers. The ship is more comfortable than the cave abode. Su Qing sat on the boat and sighed with emotion. He controlled the magic ship to head straight for an area he had chosen. He had been to that area before. It was the place where he had encountered the plesiosaur with Zhao Zhongheng and Ding Shui. This was because his hunting target was the plesiosaur. To break through the magic apertures, he needed souls. Since he had decided to use the souls of sea beasts as fuel, the plesiosaur that had shown vicious intent toward him back then would naturally become his first choice. He was aware that it was impossible for him to encounter the same one. However, that area was frequented by plesiosaurs, so it was a good destination to search for them. As Su Qing sailed, he cultivated the life art, not wasting any time. He also stored his plesiosaur in his magic aperture. His plesiosaur's aura was at the foundation building realm. If it was allowed to roam outside, Su Qing was worried that with the cautious nature of the wild plesiosaurs, they wouldn't reveal themselves. He also saw some boats that weren't from the Seven Blood Eyes. Every time he encountered them, Su Qing would be on guard. Although he was now at the foundation building realm, his vigilance didn't decrease at all. Most of the people who encountered unfamiliar boats on the sea were the same. Both sides would be on guard against each other until they left each other's range. Time flowed by. 3 days later, Su Qing finally arrived at that sea area. It was noon and seabirds were flying in the sky, their cries spreading long and far. Su Qing sat on the deck and looked at the black forbidden sea. He spread out his perception and paid attention to the fluctuations under the sea. However, there was no sign of a plesiosaur even after he waited for a long time. Su Qing fell silent for a moment and restrained the aura of the magic ship. He observed the sky, and a while later, he locked onto a pseudo-toothed bird circling in the surroundings for food. With a wave of his hand, the black iron stick instantly flew out of his hand and headed straight for the sky. The pseudo-toothed bird was shocked and wanted to escape, but it was still too late. Its wings were penetrated by the black iron stick. Amidst the pseudo-toothed bird's cries, Su Qing controlled the black iron stick to bring it over. He made the black stick hold it above the surface of the sea, making it impossible for it to escape no matter how it struggled. Su Qing waited warily. Time slowly passed. As the pseudo-toothed bird struggled and showed signs of weakness, Su Qing's eyes suddenly narrowed. He sensed an undercurrent surging over from the bottom of the sea. Not long later, a plesiosaur that was even more majestic than last time and was over 3,000 feet long revealed its figure. Its aura was astonishing, between chi condensation and foundation building. However, with its enormous body, its combat strength was no longer something that chi condensation cultivators could resist. As it got closer, it noticed Su Qing's magic ship. However, Su Qing's magic ship's aura was completely restrained, not revealing anything. It was the same for himself. Hence, after the plesiosaur circled the surroundings, it got close. It didn't break through the surface of the sea to devour the pseudo-toothed bird. Instead, it charged fiercely toward Su Qing's magic ship. To it, Su Qing looked even more delicious than the pseudo-toothed bird. Su Qing didn't bat an eyelid. When the other party got close enough, a chill erupted in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed at the approaching plesiosaur. Immediately, the seawater around the plesiosaur rumbled and a large hand formed by seawater and foundation building magic power rose. It grabbed at the plesiosaur. The black iron stick quickly penetrated the pseudo-toothed bird's body and headed straight for the sea. The diamond sex ancestor who wanted to show his worth was currently working extremely hard. He broke into the sea and quickly rushed toward the plesiosaur. The plesiosaur let out a roar, forming a sound wave that pierced through the seawater and stopped the black iron stick. At the same time, its flippers swayed rapidly, creating a large wave in the sea in an attempt to counterattack the large hand that had grabbed it. It was already alarmed and wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. The large hand did not loosen up no matter how it struggled. The black iron stick gave off a bright light at this moment. It broke through the sound waves and directly pierced into the plesiosaur's body. It swam rapidly through its flesh and blood, heading straight for its heart. "I want it alive," Su Qing calmly spoke. The black iron stick trembled. Although it had stabbed into the plesiosaur's heart, it didn't dare to penetrate it and remained motionless. With its heart pierced, even though it was a very small wound like a needle hole to the plesiosaur, the intense pain still made it roar. It struggled intensely but it could not escape. The large hand formed by the seawater lifted it into the air. The seawater cascaded down like a waterfall. The plesiosaur's huge body blocked the sunlight in the air, causing the shadow to envelop Suqing's magic ship. Suqing lifted his head and looked at the plesiosaur in front of him. He calmly began to perform hand seals. The black fire in the magic apertures in his body slowly rose. From afar, Suqing's entire body was covered in black flames. The rising flames caused terror to appear in the plesiosaur's eyes. It let out an intense roar and struggled even more intensely. However, it was useless. Very soon, more and more black flames rose from Suqing's body. In the end, they spread out and transformed into a demon-like phantom. It let out a sinister laugh as it pounced toward the plesiosaur. The moment they came into contact, the demon's body instantly spread out along the plesiosaur's body, instantly enveloping it and starting to burn it. What it was burning wasn't the plesiosaur's body but its soul. The entire process lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. As the plesiosaur's struggles and roars grew weaker and weaker, the black flames on its body suddenly curled back and fused into Suqing's body. The plesiosaur's body instantly went limp with no signs of life. After losing its soul, its body lost its spirituality and value. The large hand loosened up and the plesiosaur's body fell into the sea loudly, causing huge waves to rise. The black iron stick quickly flew out of the plesiosaur's body and obediently circled around Suqing. This was the first time Suqing had used the fiendish fire soul-devouring art. He was inspecting his body, and saw a small ball of white soul shadow with some green in it had appeared in his body. This soul shadow looked like a plesiosaur. It's indeed white. Suqing mumbled. According to the description of the fiendish fire soul-devouring art, the souls of chi condensation cultivators were white and foundation building cultivators were green. Among them, green souls were suitable for breaking through the apertures while white souls were much inferior. I'll give it a try. With a thought, the plesiosaur's soul shadow in his body instantly burned. The flames that rose from it were exuberant. After it completely burned, the flames rushed straight for the third magic aperture Suqing chose. Suqing's body suddenly shook and his third magic aperture trembled, as though a crack had appeared. However, in the end, it didn't break open. The plesiosaur's soul power also dissipated. It's indeed effective, but the process is too slow. Suqing pondered. He felt that perhaps it was because he wasn't familiar with it, so he controlled the magic ship to change to another area and continued to fish for plesiosaurs using the same method. The pseudo-tooth bird was only a catalyst. He emitted chi condensation fluctuations that lingered under the sea and used himself as bait. At the same time, he was also prepared to take off immediately if the situation didn't look good. After all, this kind of fishing had a chance of luring some terrifying existences he couldn't resist. However, the probability wasn't high. After all, to those existences, the aura of chi condensation wasn't fragrant enough. 3 days later, under Suqing's continued temptation, the second plesiosaur got close. He repeated the same thing and transformed it into soul power to continue bombarding his third aperture, causing more cracks to appear on it. Finally, after changing many locations and fishing for more than half a month, after he caught the 17th plesiosaur that was comparable to the perfected chi condensation realm, half of his third magic aperture was blasted open. Too slow, Suqing mumbled and frowned. He calculated that at this speed, he would have to spend at least 3 years at sea without sleep or rest before he could open 30 magic apertures. He knew that he was being too optimistic. This was because the activation of the magic apertures would be more difficult and required more soul power the further he progressed. As such, Suqing felt that there was a high chance that this time estimation would double. This didn't include returning to the main city or the accidents he might encounter. If he calculated them all, a conservative estimate would be more than 10 years. I have to think of a way to kill more sea beasts at once. A cold glint rose in Suqing's eyes. Suddenly, his expression changed and he lifted his head to look into the distance. At this moment, the waves on the distant sea suddenly surged. He could see a megalodon shark speeding inside. The fluctuations of a foundation-building cultivator were very intense. Behind it, in the sky, a figure stood on a huge ancient bronze sword, chasing after it. This figure was a youth. He wore the crimson Taoist robe of the Seven Blood Eyes First Peak. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his expression was extremely cold. His gaze was cold. At that moment, he coldly glanced at Suqing from afar and calmly spoke. Calling the wind and summoning the rain is too common. I'll hide it in a star bag. Chapter 214, Opening Apertures on the Deserted Island. Chapter 214, Opening Apertures on the Deserted Island. The Taoist robes of the 7 blood eyes were divided into 7 colors according to the different mountain peaks. Among them, orange indicated the 2nd peak, blue was the 6th peak, and purple was the 7th peak. As for the first peak, it was red like blood. In the entire 7 blood eyes, the peaks that were truly famous in the Nanhuan continent and the Forbidden Sea were actually the first peak and the 7th peak. Among them, the first peak was known for its killing and callousness. Every one of them was a battle cultivator and rarely went out to sea. Most of them were tempering themselves in the Phoenix Forbidden. Only those on the first peak who were confident in their cultivation and combat strength would occasionally choose the Forbidden Sea that they were unfamiliar with to temper their combat techniques. Hence, regardless of whether it was in the sect or the Forbidden Sea, this was the first peak battle cultivator Su Qing had seen. Moreover, he would not be mistaken because of the robe. This was because the Taoist robes of the various peaks had some obscure patterns that were related to their tokens and auras, causing the Taoist robe patterns to flicker when they met. This was designed to prevent people from disguising as a disciple in the outside world. Although they were from the same sect, Su Qing's vigilance didn't decrease at all. He couldn't understand the meaning of the other party's baffling words and vaguely felt that he was being reminded not to snatch the megalodon. After all, the words hide in a bag coupled with the other party's actions of chasing after the megalodon faintly revealed something. The black iron stick shone with a cold light beside Su Qing. The shadow under his feet looked normal, but it was already prepared to pounce over. It was the same for his magic ship. The plesiosaur in his body also swam in his magic aperture, and the spikes on its neck swayed rapidly. The moment Su Qing stared at it, the megalodon that was fleeing toward him saw that there was someone in front of it with an extraordinary aura. It let out a roar and turned to devour the youth chasing after it. As it opened its mouth, a ball of blood mist spurted out, transforming into countless shadows of fish and prawns that headed straight for the first peak's youth. Just a mere heavenly river water, I can finish it in one gulp, the youth calmly said. He then performed a series of hand seals. Immediately, the large bronze sword under him buzzed and transformed into rows of sword shadows. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 identical bronze swords formed in the surroundings. Waves of murderous aura spread from them. Following the youth's signal, the bronze swords in the surroundings, other than the one under his feet, charged toward the megalodon. At the next instant, a shocking explosion rang out. Large waves rose on the surface of the sea, and the megalodon let out a mournful roar. Its several thousand-foot-long body was penetrated by 7 to 8 large swords. As it started bleeding, it suddenly dove into the sea and sped into the depths. Its blood flowed and fused with the seawater. The foundation-building aura contained in it caused many sea beasts to not dare to approach. However, if this continued for a long time, the blood would definitely attract even more ferocious sea beasts. Su Qing took a look. At the same time, the first peak youth looked at the sea and snorted coldly. Snow-white jade hair glides to the sky, the black toad swims in the water. As he spoke, the bronze sword beneath him buzzed and directly expanded to nearly 1,000 feet. It brought him straight to the sea and broke through the surface of the sea, chasing after the fleeing megalodon. From the start to the end, Su Qing didn't say a word, nor did he go to snatch the kill. He calmly listened to the other party's nonsensical words and watched as he chased into the sea. After the first peak's youth disappeared, Su Qing retracted his gaze and controlled the magic ship to leave this place. From the youth's abilities, Su Qing could sense that the other party was stronger than him but not by much. The youth hadn't reached the level of the mystic brilliance form and had at most opened about 20 magic apertures. Su Qing felt that he could win if he went all out and risked his life. However, there was no need to take the risk for a foundation-building sea beast. He left the area and sailed for a few days before arriving at another area. This was a deserted island. It was the midpoint between the Western Reef Archipelago and the Nanhuan continent, and was not far away from the place where Su Qing had encountered the vines. This island wasn't big and its edges were concave. It was a natural bay. There were many deserted islands on the Forbidden Sea. Some of them existed for a long time, while others were occasionally formed. The former was usually real islands, while the latter was mostly formed on top of some giant sea beasts. As for this deserted island, Su Qing had checked below it. It was real and there was an introduction of it on the nautical chart. Because it was barren, no one usually came here. Suqing also investigated the island. After confirming that there was no danger, he sat on the deck of the ship in the bay and took out a small bottle from his pocket. It contained blue liquid. This liquid was the blood of the ghost desires. After the ghost desire's blood was refined with the yin and yang polarities, and mixed with some herbs, it could form an aura that attracted ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Sea. Back then, the merfolk youth had used something similar on Suqing. This was also the method Suqing had thought of to open his magic apertures as soon as possible. He wanted to attract a large number of sea beasts to kill and extract their souls. However, this aura was very difficult to control. There was a high chance that it would attract some extremely powerful beasts. Hence, he needed to regulate it. Suqing had an item which could do that. It was the ammonite. With the medicinal properties of the ammonite, it could control the aura to a certain level. This way, although there was still a certain risk, Suqing felt that he could give it a try. Once it's activated, it will disperse on its own. Suqing sat on the deck and began to refine the blood of the ghost desires. The entire process lasted for an hour, and it was already dusk. He looked at the ammonite shell that had been refined in front of him. Its color had turned blue. Now, he only needed a drop of his blood to activate it. Suqing looked at the sky. After pondering for a moment, he didn't activate it right away. Instead, he closed his eyes and meditated. The instant the next morning arrived, Suqing opened his eyes and began to sprinkle poison in the surroundings. Because it was a bay, the poison powder wouldn't be washed away very quickly after merging with the seawater. Suqing's determination this time was very strong, so the poison he administered was even more intense. However, they all required some complementary items to activate. After scattering a large amount of poison powder in the bay, Suqing took a deep breath and took out an incense stick, placing it at the side. This incense was the poison primer he had refined. Once it was thrown into the sea, it could instantly turn the poison powder he had scattered into powerful poison. Everything is ready. Suqing's eyes revealed anticipation. He bit his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood onto the blue ammonite in front of him. As the blood landed, the color of the ammonite instantly darkened and a faint smell rose. If one didn't smell it carefully, it would be very difficult to detect. As it continued to drift, Suqing warily looked at the entrance of the bay ahead. He held the poison primer incense and waited silently. An hour later, a cold glint flashed in Suqing's eyes. He saw a huge wave rising on the distant surface of the sea. A baleen whale that was about 1,000 feet in size leaped up from there, emitting an ear-piercing cry. When it landed again, the sea churned, revealing countless crocodile-like fish under the sea. These were black-scaled crocodiles. They lived in the Forbidden Sea and had similar habits as black-scaled wolves. They often lived in groups of 100 or more. Their cultivation levels had reached the 8th or 9th level of qi condensation. As for the baleen whale, it was at the perfected qi condensation realm. Suqing's eyes lit up. As he continued to wait, the black-scaled crocodiles headed straight for the bay where he was at. The baleen whale was also rushing over. Not long later, the bay area rumbled. All the black-scaled crocodiles rushed in and slammed into Suqing. Suqing's magic ship's defense was fully activated. The baleen whale also smashed fiercely into it. There was a loud collision. Although Suqing's magic ship shook intensely, it didn't shatter. Just like the jungle in the Forbidden Zone, most of the ferocious beasts in the sea were like body refinement cultivators. Very few of them used spells and they often maximized the advantage of their bodies. There are only over 100 of them. It's not enough. Suqing's breathing hastened slightly. He didn't care about the consumption of spirit stones as he used them to maintain the defense of the ship while looking at the sea. Very soon, he saw waves churning again. Many swordfish that were much larger than what he had seen before swam over. They were coming in a large group of several hundred. Although most of them were at the 3rd or 5th level of qi condensation, 45 of them had reached the 8th and 9th level of qi condensation. Their eyes had turned red due to the lure of the aura. As they rushed into the bay, a cold glint flashed in Suqing's eyes. He then threw the poison primer incense into the sea. In an instant, the black sea water became even darker like thick ink. The hundreds of poisons contained in it erupted completely at this moment. The bodies of the black-scaled crocodiles trembled and lost their mobility. It was useless for the baleen whale to struggle. Its body was numbed by the poison and it was difficult for it to move. As for those swordfish, it was the same. The entire process only lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before the entire bay calmed down from the intense churning. Su Qing's gaze was filled with anticipation. He lifted his right hand and grabbed fiercely. Immediately, the sea beasts were grabbed by the large hand formed by the seawater and moved closer to him. As these sea beasts that hadn't been completely poisoned were brought before him, the fire in Su Qing's magic apertures spread out and enveloped them. Although his poison was intense, the main point wasn't to kill but to make them lose the ability to counterattack. As the black flames burned, wisps of souls were absorbed into Su Qing's body. They transformed into soul shadows in his dantian and burned like firewood. He controlled them to rush toward his third magic aperture. At the next instant, Su Qing's body trembled and his eyes gleamed. The third magic aperture in his body was open. As it opened, the spirit energy gushed in and formed a vortex. Traces of magic power rose and fused into his entire body, increasing the amount of Su Qing's magic power. He didn't stop. The black flames outside his body continued to extract the souls. Just like that, time flowed by. When the sky completely darkened, the fourth magic aperture in Su Qing's body was opened. At this point, this bay had become a land of death. On the surface, it looked fine, but there were countless beast corpses buried under the sea. As the four magic apertures in Su Qing's body circulated, a large amount of magic power spread throughout his body and his aura was much stronger than before. The black flames in his four magic apertures illuminated his body and flames flickered on his body. Although the difference between him and the captain's mystic brilliance form was still huge, compared to someone who had just advanced to foundation building, Su Qing's magic power was already majestic because of his deep foundation. This speed is not bad. After a long time, Su Qing opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings before continuing to refine the blood of the ghost desires. Chapter 215, Killing Intent Surges. Chapter 215, Killing Intent Surges. Time flowed like water. The beast corpses were like autumn leaves, falling one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. Su Qing was no longer in the bay he had started in. He had already been to 5 deserted islands. Now, on the 6th deserted island, he sat in the simple bay that he had created himself. In these 20-odd days, other than changing locations, he was completely immersed in the impact on his magic apertures, allowing him to open his 10th magic aperture. In the black iron stick, the diamond sex ancestor had already felt his heart pounding countless times in the past half a month or so. Later on, he felt a little dazed. He felt as though he had entered the world in the ancient books. The more magic apertures were opened, the more soul power it would require and the more difficult it would be to open other magic apertures. It took him 8 years to open the 10th one. As for Su Qing, it had only been more than 20 days. This speed caused the diamond sex ancestor's heart to tremble violently. He knew that foundation building cultivators of the 7 blood eyes usually needed about 2 years to open 10 magic apertures. They would only be able to reach Su Qing's speed if there was a large-scale battle and they continuously fought and survived. The 7 blood eyes hadn't had a large-scale war for many years. Usually, there would be small frictions and the scale would be controlled to a certain extent. As for the sea beasts, although the Forbidden Sea was large and the intelligence of the sea beasts was low, it was very difficult to kill them in groups. Only some poisons, array formations, or other special methods could allow someone to advance rapidly like Su Qing. However, there weren't many such people. Not only did this require external help, but it also required one's strength to be extraordinary. They also had to make sure they didn't attract powerful sea beasts. There were many restrictions. Su Qing was also aware that he couldn't continue this for a long time. Firstly, ghost desires were rare. Out of the 2 he had obtained, he had refined one before, and there was not much of its blood left. At the same time, he did not have many ammonites left. Also, during these few days, Su Qing was feeling a sense of trepidation. There were quite a lot of beast corpses under every bay he stayed in. Even though Su Qing frequently changed places, this might still attract the attention of some terrifying existences in the sea. Su Qing already had the intention to leave. At that moment, after he extracted the soul of the plesiosaur that had arrived, he stood up and prepared to leave while breaking through the 11th magic aperture in his body. Although many more cracks appeared in the 11th magic aperture, it still didn't break open. Su Qing's eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked at the distant sea and his eyes slowly revealed a sharp glint. This aura. Just as he was watching, the surface of the sea suddenly rose. A sea beast with a body of about 1,000 feet and covered in armor that exuded a metallic feeling rushed out of the sea. Its body actually stopped in midair as it looked at Su Qing in the bay. Foundation building torpedo scad. Su Qing narrowed his eyes. This wasn't the first foundation building sea beast he had encountered in the past 20 or so days. He had encountered one 7 days ago. It was a helicoprion. The terrifying appearance, astonishing aura, and the feeling of having a stove burning in its body had made Su Qing realize that the other party had the mystic brilliance form. He had immediately gone ashore and fully activated his magic ship. However, the helicoprion didn't seem to have much interest in him. It left after taking a look. Su Qing kept his gaze on the torpedo scad and quickly weighed the other party's strength. This torpedo scad clearly had intelligence and didn't approach directly. Instead, it looked from the distance and landed on the surface of the sea, swimming rapidly in the surroundings as though it was also weighing Su Qing's strength. The armor on its body continued to sway, emitting clanking sounds. This was a sound unique to torpedo scad. After swimming for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, its speed suddenly erupted as it rushed toward the bay Su Qing was in. As it rushed over, it leaped up again and let out a roar at Su Qing. This roar formed a sound wave that swept up the surface of the sea, forming a huge wave that rumbled toward Su Qing. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes and the magic ship beneath him suddenly buzzed. While the divinity was gathering, Su Qing grabbed at the air. Immediately, his plesiosaur appeared in the air and smashed toward the torpedo scad. A loud collision rang out as the torpedo scad was sent back. It seemed to have sensed that Su Qing wasn't someone to be trifled with and decisively dove into the sea, wanting to retreat. It doesn't have mystic brilliance form. Su Qing's eyes lit up. This kind of foundation-building sea beast that didn't have mystic brilliance form was something he yearned to encounter. How could he let the other party escape now? He decisively rushed out. His speed was so fast that he transformed into a stream of light. With a wave of his hand, the heavenly saber shone above his head and slashed fiercely at the surface of the sea below. The sea rumbled and a 1,000-foot-long gap directly opened, revealing the torpedo scad below. However, the iron armor on its body was too powerful. It was unscathed even after being struck by the heavenly saber. Its ferocity seemed to have been agitated as it turned around and rushed toward Su Qing. The black iron stick quickly appeared. It emitted a cold light with a hint of blue. That was poison. This was something the Diamond Sex ancestor had taken the initiative to implore Su Qing to apply. It quickly approached the torpedo scad. Its target seemed to be the iron armor on its body, but in reality, the moment it got close, it strangely changed its direction and ruthlessly stabbed the torpedo scad's eye. The torpedo scad roared and its body shook slightly. Immediately, countless scale shadows appeared around it. Each of them contained foundation-building magic power that could kill chi condensation cultivators. There were 100 of them and they swept in all directions. However, Su Qing was already approaching it. As the black flames in his body spread out, flames rose outside his body and gathered in his right hand, turning into a dagger. This was a spell that matched with the fiendish fire soul-devouring art after 10 magic apertures were opened. It was called the Fiendish Edge. Its appearance could be changed according to the cultivator's needs. At that moment, Su Qing threw the dagger. It easily pierced into the torpedo scad's body, breaking its armor and transforming into flames that spread throughout its body. This wasn't the end. The shadow under Su Qing's feet wasn't to be outdone and rapidly moved toward the torpedo scad, causing terror to appear in its eyes. Its entire body shook and the iron armor around its body instantly dispersed. After the burning flames on its body dissipated, the iron armor transformed into a metal storm that swept toward Su Qing. It then swung its tail and broke through the surface of the sea, creating a water wall as it rose into the air. Su Qing was blocked by the metal storm. The torpedo scad turned its head and stared fixedly at Su Qing. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a black bead that was 10 feet long. The bead was filled with rotting corpses of humans and beasts. All of them suddenly opened their eyes and let out mournful cries, as though they wanted to crawl out of the bead. Their limbs even protruded from the bead. This scene caused the bead to look like it was covered in soft thorns as it moved toward Su Qing. A cold glint appeared in Su Qing's eyes. The flames on his body rose even more. The Ba shadow behind him transformed and charged forward with a roar. The forbidden sea plesiosaur rushed out from the bottom of the sea and devoured the black bead. As a shocking sound echoed, the bead was devoured by the plesiosaur. It seemed like it was about to explode in its body, but it was firmly suppressed by the plesiosaur. However, the plesiosaur was formed from a spell after all and didn't seem to be able to last long. At this moment, Su Qing also broke through the metal storm and activated all of his defenses. When he got close to the torpedo scad that had landed on the surface of the sea, the flames in his hand transformed into a new dagger that ruthlessly stabbed into the other party's eye. The torpedo scad roared and struggled to enter the deep sea. However, Su Qing's shadow split into two. One connected to the island in the bay and the other wrapped around the torpedo scad. The torpedo scad felt as though it was bound. As it struggled, Su Qing's right hand grabbed the dagger that had pierced into the other party's eyes. At the same time, he lifted his left hand and flames erupted from the 10 magic apertures in his body. They gathered in his left hand and pressed down on the torpedo scad's body, spreading out and starting to burn it. As the flames burned it, strands of soul power rapidly fused into Su Qing's body. However, at this moment, a sense of danger erupted in Su Qing's mind. He abruptly lifted his head and immediately saw dozens of bronze swords whistling toward the torpedo scad with astonishing lethality. The range was very large and they completely ignored the fact that Su Qing was still here. When they got close, vortexes appeared in the surrounding seawater, causing Su Qing to have no choice but to release his hand and perform a series of hand seals. The black flames in his body transformed into a shield above him and blocked the swords. Amidst the rumbling sounds of impact, dozens of large bronze swords landed and penetrated the heavily injured torpedo scad, directly cutting it into pieces. Su Qing also retreated from the impact. After he retreated out of the range of the bronze swords, Su Qing stopped. His expression was gloomy as he looked at the dismembered fish corpse floating on the sea. He then looked at the youth who was approaching on a bronze sword. The red Taoist robe on the other party made him very conspicuous. Worthwhile to stay up late till dawn, and casually call out a treasure. The youth from the first peak stood on the large sword with his hands behind his back. Strands of chi and blood rose from the corpse parts of the torpedo scad and were absorbed by him. He then coldly looked at Su Qing and turned to leave after leaving behind this baffling sentence. Su Qing didn't say anything. He glanced at his forbidden sea plesiosaur. The bead in its body no longer struggled because of the death of the torpedo scad. It was already suppressed by his life-bound plesiosaur and was being refined. As for the soul power in his body, although he didn't have time to extract all of it from the torpedo scad's body earlier, he still extracted 40% of it. At this moment, it was charging toward the 11th magic aperture. At the next instant, the 11th magic aperture was opened. The magic power in Su Qing's body suddenly rose. He looked at the departing First Peak's youth. He could tell that the other party hadn't formed his life fire either. Hence, killing intent rose in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the magic ship that was docked in the bay flashed with golden light and a terrifying divine fluctuation erupted. A golden beam of light shot out with incomparable holiness, directly blasting toward the departing First Peak youth. For the first time, the expression of the First Peak's youth changed. He quickly performed a series of hand seals in midair and the bronze sword under him stood in front of him to block. At the next instant, it came into contact with the divinity attack and directly shattered into pieces. At the same time, blood flowed from the corner of the First Peak's youth's mouth. His body was sent back 1,000 feet from the force. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at Su Qing. How easily youth takes its leave while I remain. High up on a building I face the wee hours with a shattered life. Su Qing didn't understand, but his killing intent had already risen. His speed erupted as he headed straight for the other party. After he got close, the dagger appeared in his right hand and he slashed ruthlessly at the neck of the youth in front of him. Chapter 216, Death in the Air. Chapter 216, Death in the Air. Su Qing had his own principles. Previously, When the other party chased after a foundation-building megalodon that was moving toward him, it wasn't that he wasn't tempted, but he restrained himself from attacking because he felt that it wasn't his. Just like when Captain Lay gave him the bun back then, he was deeply grateful and ate it bit by bit. However, he wouldn't think that it was wrong even if Captain Lay didn't give it to him. Therefore, when he treated Captain Lay to the snake later on, he ate it ravenously. He could eat his things however he wanted. What happened today was the same. He was the one who attracted this foundation-building torpedo scad. Moreover, he had already beaten it to near death and was extracting its soul. However, the other party brazenly attacked and killed it. This behavior violated Su Qing's red line. The last person to do this was the merfolk youth. Towards such a person, if they were extremely powerful, Su Qing would endure it and kill them in the future. However, it was obvious that the other party wasn't that strong, so Su Qing wouldn't endure it. He moved extremely fast. The dagger in his hand emitted a terrifying black fire. The instant he slashed at the other party's neck, a loud sound rang out. Although the large sword of the first Peak's youth collapsed, with a wave of his hand, an illusory sword appeared in front of him and blocked Su Qing's dagger. As the sound spread out, the boss shadow behind Su Qing roared and punched out fiercely with its left hand. This punch contained all the power of his mountains and seas art and his magic body, causing a vortex to appear in the void in front of him. It seemed to be able to tear through everything as it headed toward the first Peak's youth. The first Peak's youth's expression changed and he quickly retreated. He quickly performed a series of hand seals. However, at this moment, the shadow had silently reached him and bound his hands, interrupting his hand seals. The impact of this pause was extremely great. In the blink of an eye, the boss shadow's left fist closed in and directly smashed into the illusory sword in front of the youth's chest. The fist broke through the large sword and landed on the youth's chest. The first Peak spat out blood as he was sent back like a broken kite. However, before he could neutralize the terrifying force in his body, the sea below rumbled and the plesiosaur broke out of the surface of the sea to devour him. There was also a huge shadow of the heavenly saber that appeared above Su Qing. With a shocking momentum, it slashed at the first Peak's youth. At this critical moment, the eyes of the first Peak's youth turned red and he let out a roar. It was as though a stove had been ignited in his body like the mystic brilliance form. As the boundless light spread out, the plesiosaur below shattered, turning into countless pieces that fell into the sea. Although it reformed, it was clearly heavily injured. The moment the heavenly saber landed, a loud sound rang out. Although it slashed down completely, it didn't cut the first Peak's youth into two. Under the eruption of the stove in his body, the first Peak's youth only spat out blood and borrowed the momentum to retreat by 1,000 feet. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. He could tell that although the stove in the other party's body was similar to the mystic brilliance form, it was not the real one. It should be formed by some kind of secret art that could display a portion of the power of the mystic brilliance form. However, it was impossible to get out unscathed after using the power of the mystic brilliance form before the life fire was formed. As the youth from the first Peak retreated, he spat out a lot of blood. The stove in his body disappeared and his face turned pale. However, he didn't avoid Su Qing's gaze at all. Instead, his battle intent grew increasingly intense. He didn't know Su Qing, nor did he think he needed to know him. As the most recent disciple of the first Peak's Peak Lord, as the ninth highness of the first Peak, it had been a long time since he had encountered someone from the same sect who could beat him to such an extent. The killing intent in his eyes was intense. As he coldly looked at Su Qing, he regulated the surging qi and blood in his body and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He then waved his right hand fiercely. Immediately, large bronze swords appeared behind him one after another. More than 30 of them formed instantly. They arranged themselves into a rhombus pattern that looked like an array formation. He pointed at Su Qing. Immediately, these large swords charged straight toward Su Qing. He also rushed toward Su Qing along with the swords. Su Qing's expression was calm and he charged straight forward without the slightest hesitation. With a wave of his hand, black flames rose from the 11 magic apertures in his body and erupted outside his body, causing his entire person to turn into a burning person. There were also daggers that transformed from the flames. The two of them instantly collided in midair. A rumbling sound rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. All of Su Qing's daggers collapsed and the flames on his body dimmed. However, the large swords of the first peak's youth also shattered into pieces. The fight between the two became even more intense. Su Qing didn't care about his injuries at all. His body refinement technique combined with his magic body gave him a powerful body. However, the youth from the first peak wasn't ordinary either. Many sword shadows formed in the surroundings and slashed at Su Qing. They fought until the sky darkened. Wherever they passed, waves would surge and ebb. Su Qing waved his right hand, and the huge waves instantly transformed into a large hand that grabbed at the first peak's youth. As for the youth, he performed a series of hand seals and pressed between his brows. The mark of the sun appeared on his forehead and flashed toward the large hand. The large hand formed by seawater directly collapsed. Su Qing frowned, but he did not stop attacking. When the two of them got close enough, he directly punched the youth's head. Blood flowed out of the corners of Su Qing's mouth. As for the youth, he wailed miserably and his forehead was caved in like it was about to shatter. He quickly retreated. Su Qing was about to pursue, but his mind trembled and he retreated immediately. The instant he retreated, numerous sharp blade fragments that had shattered earlier suddenly rose from the bottom of the sea, forming a sharp blade storm that swept past the place Su Qing was at earlier. If he had really chased after the youth, he would definitely have been hit by the blade storm. As for the wailing youth, he no longer wailed but stopped dozens of feet away. His breathing was hurried as he looked at Su Qing with shock. He knew he was very strong. His master had also praised him as the strongest new foundation-building cultivator in the history of the first peak before the mystic brilliance form. He thought so too. Today, his thoughts were shaken. However, he was still unconvinced, so he spoke gloomily. When the heavens stroll, will the sun and moon dare to shine? What responded to him was the second divinity attack from Su Qing's magic ship. Wherever the divine light passed, the sea would rumble and the sky seemed to distort. The expression of the first peak's youth changed drastically. He immediately waved his hand and a jade talisman appeared in front of him. It instantly exploded and a large number of soul shadows surged out. These soul shadows were all beasts he had killed. He had used a special method to seal them as a spell for himself. Most of them were beasts from the Forbidden Zone's jungle. At this moment, they formed a black beast head that resisted the divinity. The surroundings shook. The first peak's youth bit the tip of his tongue and spat out some blood in his hand. He quickly pressed it on his forehead. His body trembled and his chi and blood instantly overflowed. His skin completely turned red and he seemed to have turned into a bloody person with an even sharper intent. Vaguely, a large blood-colored sword formed outside his body. It enveloped and became one with him. He tore through the air toward Su Qing. A sense of danger surfaced in Su Qing's mind. He waved his hand without hesitating. Immediately, the 5,000-foot-long spirit seas in each of the 11 magic apertures in his body rose in unison. 55,000 feet of spirit sea suddenly erupted around him. This eruption influenced the sea, causing the surrounding 55,000 feet of the Forbidden Sea to rise and fuse with his spirit sea. The aura of the Forbidden Sea inside had turned so dense that it had transformed into a kind of suppression. The blood sword collided with it. Su Qing's 55,000-foot-long spirit sea fluctuated intensely and was rapidly neutralized. As for the blood sword, it also showed signs of collapsing. 10 breaths later, the blood sword collapsed. As it shattered into pieces, the youth's body rolled back. However, the instant he was sent back, Su Qing's 5,000-foot-long spirit sea squirmed and transformed into a huge fist that punched out fiercely. The sea roared and the first peak's youth spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He decisively took out a pearl and crushed it. Immediately, a layer of fog surrounded him and blocked Su Qing's terrifying attack. At the same time, he quickly fled into the distance. He didn't want to fight anymore. On one hand, he felt that he couldn't do anything to the other party. On the other hand, he was a little frightened by the dense spirit sea of this seventh peak's disciple. He couldn't see through the other party's cultivation, but he felt that he shouldn't be far from forming his life fire. However, the instant he fled, a black shadow that seemed to have been hiding in the sea beneath him for a long time suddenly appeared and wrapped around his legs. At the same time, a black iron stick, which had been hidden until now, headed straight for the youth's neck. All of this happened too suddenly and the youth almost lost his balance. The black iron stick landed on his neck. However, it wasn't able to break the youth's neck. As for the shadow's entanglement, the youth's body seemed to have been smeared with oil and he quickly broke free. However, the price of resolving this life-and-death situation was the shattering of a jade pendant that the youth was wearing. This was a life-saving item his master had given him. To a certain extent, it could be used as a substitute for death once. After it shattered, the youth's eyes revealed fear for the first time. He instantly sped up and left. However, behind him, Su Qing waved his hand and the magic ship flew over from the bay. Su Qing stepped on it. As the shadow and the black iron stick returned, Su Qing chased after the fleeing youth. He didn't hesitate at all the entire time. The other party was very strong. It could even be said that other than the captain in his mystic brilliance form, he was the strongest foundation-building cultivator Su Qing had encountered. Back then, the Diamond Sex ancestor would probably be killed in 3 breaths of time if he encountered this person. However, daring to snatch his things meant this person was on his must-kill list. Chapter 217, Tragic. Chapter 217, Tragic. Although the youth from the first peak was fast, this was the sea. No matter how fast he was, he had to rely on himself, especially since the bronze sword had been destroyed by Su Qing. As for Su Qing, he was moving on his magic ship. Not only did he not consume his energy, but he could also recover during the pursuit. In this way, the outcome of this chase could naturally be imagined. In reality, this was the strength of the 7th Peak's boat cultivators. As a boat cultivator, after reaching the foundation-building realm, not only were they powerful on the shore, but they could also last a long time in sea battles. In just 2 hours, Su Qing's magic ship caught up with the anxious youth. When it came to killing, Su Qing wouldn't be stingy with the divinity of the magic ship. The instant he got close, the divinity attack erupted explosively. The first Peak's youth let out a blood-curdling scream. He quickly performed a series of hand seals and took out a large number of talismans to block the attack. Only then did he avoid death with some injuries. He didn't even turn his head as he continued to flee. Su Qing let out a cold snort and continued to pursue. Very soon, night fell. When the sun set, and the sky and sea seemed to turn into one color, Su Qing's magic ship caught up again. This time, he didn't use divinity but leaped up fiercely the moment he caught up. With a wave of his hand, the sea roared and the plesiosaur suddenly rushed out to stop the first Peak's youth. At the same time, Su Qing also strode toward the other party. He also threw out the black iron stick which circled the surroundings, searching for an opportunity. At this moment, the excitement of the Diamond Sex ancestor had already reached the peak of his life. Master, we must get rid of this guy. According to my countless experiences reading ancient books, this kid isn't a simple person. I can tell from his clothes that he's from the first peak of your 7 blood eyes. Moreover, he's already so strong even though he's at the foundation-building realm and hasn't formed his life fire. Generally speaking, such a person is the main character in the books. His identity shouldn't be simple either, he might even be a highness. Master, have you noticed? This fellow never speaks properly. In the books, people with such characteristics are very difficult to kill. However, compared to Master, he's a fake dragon, only Master is a true dragon. In the ancient books I read, although such a person is filled with luck, Master will be able to obtain his luck after he's killed. We can't let him off. Also, this person is too pretentious. His words are rubbish. If we beat him until he speaks human language, it will be so satisfying. As the Diamond Sex ancestor spoke excitedly, he controlled the black iron stick to rapidly approach. At the same time, he was cheering in his mind. You're dead meat. I'm the only one who can survive this Demon Su's pursuit. There won't be a second one. The black iron stick controlled by the Diamond Sex ancestor was extremely fast. The instant it got close, Su Qing also stepped over. He raised his right hand and pressed down fiercely. Immediately, the heavenly saber appeared and ruthlessly descended. The first Peak youth wailed inwardly and immediately took out more than 10 talismans and threw them out in unison. He decisively made them self-destruct. They formed powerful energy waves that resisted the plesiosaur below and the heavenly saber above, making space for him to dodge. However, the Diamond Sex ancestor found an opportunity and instantly pierced through his arm. The first Peak's youth's breathing was hurried and viciousness appeared in his eyes as he let out a low roar. Burn. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood on the black iron stick burned. the diamond sex ancestor exclaimed and quickly suppressed it. After that, he seemed to feel that he had lost face and let out a low shout. He immediately formed into a large seal and sent it smashing at the other party. The first Peak's youth was about to attack, but Su Qing had already arrived. When he got close, the black flames on his body flew out, enveloping the youth as though they wanted to extract his soul. This ruthless and savage action completely intimidated the first Peak's youth. He spoke anxiously, wanting to tell the other party that there was no need for this since they were from the same sect. Home in the southern immortal kingdom, we are fellow villagers. Su Qing didn't understand and his ears automatically blocked the other party's words. The black fire enveloped the youth with all its might. At this critical moment, the first Peak's youth took out a statue. This statue was black and had the shape of a human. After he threw it out, it instantly shone with light and transformed. It transformed into a middle-aged cultivator in a black Taoist robe. He expressionlessly waved his sleeve at Su Qing. Immediately, a violent wind appeared, sweeping in all directions and blocking Su Qing's black flames. The black flames shook and rolled back. Su Qing's body also trembled and blood flowed out of his mouth. He quickly retreated far away. When he looked forward again, the youth from the first peak had already taken the opportunity to escape. "Master, this kid has too many tricks up his sleeve. Let's use poison." The black iron stick quickly returned and the voice of the diamond sex ancestor rang out, revealing a strong sense of common hatred. "I used it long ago," Su Qing said coldly as he looked at the first peak's youth in the distance. At this moment, the first peak's youth suddenly spat out a large mouthful of black blood. The horror on his face was clearly much greater than before. He sensed that his qi and blood were unstable and his internal organs were aching as though they were being corroded. This sign of poisoning caused him to hurriedly take out the antidote pills. However, not only were they useless, but the poisoning became even more intense. This poison was specially refined by Su Qing to counter antidotes. It was very difficult for his poison to be neutralized by antidotes. The first peak's youth had no choice but to use a secret art to forcefully suppress the poison while shouting inwardly. He felt that there was no need for this matter to be like this. He had already said that they were both from the same sect. Why was there a need to continue the battle? Wasn't it just snatching a foundation-building sea beast? There was no need to chase after him to the death. The chaotic world is the time, who am I to push others too far? Su Qing didn't care. He controlled the magic ship and rammed the youth fiercely. The youth let out a mournful cry. He felt that he couldn't communicate with this kid from the seventh peak. He had already introduced himself and revealed his identity, but the other party still wanted to fight. If this continued, he might really die here. This made him anxious. He bit the tip of his tongue again and spat out a mouthful of blood, transforming into a blood sword to distance himself. Su Qing's cruelty and persistence were completely reflected in this pursuit. He chased after this first peak youth for 2 days and 3 nights in a row. During this time, they fought many times. There would be explosive sounds every time they fought and the poison on the youth's body would deepen. However, this person was quite capable. It was unknown what method he used, but he actually used the blood release technique to neutralize a portion of the poison. At the same time, he also used his secret art many times. Every time, he would transform into a blood sword and escape, causing Su Qing to only be able to injure him despite attacking several times. It was difficult to kill the youth in one strike. However, Su Qing was very patient and continued to pursue. At the same time, the diamond sex ancestor also gasped inwardly. He looked at the youth in front of him and thought of himself. "Kid, even though you can be considered the main character in the books, you can't do anything when you encounter Demon Su. Unless you learn from me, but the spots are limited. There is only the magic ship left for you." As the diamond sex ancestor took a deep breath, he couldn't help but feel very proud. At that moment, this first peak youth's hair was disheveled and his robes were tattered. He was in an extremely weak state, and his face was very pale due to the excessive loss of blood. He had bitten his tongue countless times. He felt that if he continued to bite, his tongue would probably be gone. His coldness had long disappeared. He had never met such a persistent person who would chase others for 2 days and 3 nights without sleep or rest. That momentum seemed to indicate that the other party would not give up unless he was killed. Autumn turned into winter with a numb heart, What is the destination of the falling leaves and blood? The youth let out a mournful cry. He fiercely threw a jade slip behind him. The jade slip instantly exploded and a large number of souls appeared. These souls didn't emit any offensive postures, as though he was giving them to Su Qing. These were all things he had collected. On one hand, they were needed for cultivation. On the other hand, he planned to return to the sect and sell them to the foundation-building cultivators of the seventh peak. He knew that although these souls weren't as good as fresh souls when they were extracted from live beings, they were barely enough. Moon near the water, who doesn't know you are Xian Yuan? In order to survive, he said this aggrievedly. After he finished speaking, he bit the tip of his tongue again and transformed into a blood sword to distance himself. Although Su Qing couldn't understand the other party's nonsensical words, after seeing these souls, the black fire in his body spread out and breathed in. Immediately, these souls were absorbed into Su Qing's body without any resistance. They turned into firewood and burned, attacking the 12th magic aperture and blasting it open by half. Su Qing's eyes narrowed as he chased even faster. This scene caused the grief and indignation on the face of the First Peak's youth to become even more intense. He felt that the other party was too impolite. He had already begged for mercy and given him compensation. He had already said that they were a family and even flattered the other party. Why did he have to go so far? Wasn't it just a beast? There was no need for it to be like this. Hence, he quickly spoke. We see the sun, moon, and stars every day, old friends come and go, we are immortals. Su Qing didn't say anything and continued to chase. Just like that, another day and night passed. The First Peak's youth had already thrown out all the souls he had accumulated. Su Qing also opened 2 of the magic apertures in his body, directly reaching 13 opened apertures. However, he continued to chase and didn't give up at all. He also forcefully rushed over many times to kill the youth, but the other party always escaped. As for the First Peak's youth, there was almost nothing left of his robe. In particular, the circles under his eyes were completely black, accentuating his even paler countenance. He even felt that he had seen stars several times. The feeling of dizziness and fatigue, as well as the weakness of his body and the corrosion of the poison, made him feel extreme despair. He was glad that he had made many preparations for this trip to the sea, allowing him to maintain his combat strength. He had successfully escaped several times from the Seventh Peak's pursuer. However, these surrounding areas were too far away. After so many days, he still didn't manage to escape back to the sect. It would take at least 5 more days. At the thought of this, the First Peak's youth felt even more despair. He also transmitted his message, but the sea was too vast and his voice transmission couldn't reach that far. Seeing that the kid behind him was about to speed up again, the First Peak's youth wailed inwardly. Suddenly, a rumbling sound appeared in the sky in front of him. Figures whistled past in the distant sky. Thunder rumbled and a vortex formed in the sea. There were dozens of figures fighting each other. It could be seen that they were divided into 2 groups and their cultivation levels were hard to describe. Just the aftershocks from passing by made the sea seem like it was about to be suppressed, and violent winds kept blowing in all directions. The sky also dimmed. As for the auras they emitted, even though they were very far away, it still caused the mind of the First Peak's youth to tremble violently, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Qing, who was at the back, also saw this scene. His mind also rumbled and he spat out blood. He looked at the figures flying in the sky. Any one of them was like a god, surpassing the third elder. Just a glance at them made Su Qing feel as though his body was about to collapse. This caused his breathing to become heavy. One of the figures in the great wing under his feet allowed Su Qing to recognize the other party's identity. At the same time, the eyes of the First Peak's youth lit up. He saw that one of those figures was his master, so he shouted crazily. The broken sun shines another day, a new line in the vast sea. Chapter 218, 1 Talisman, 2 Lives. Chapter 218, 1 Talisman, 2 Lives. Perhaps it was because the First Peak's youth was too agitated, magic power gushed into his throat, causing his voice to break. His voice came out as sharp and miserable. Dozens of cultivators from both sides who were fighting in the distance heard the shout of the youth. Su Qing's expression also changed as he abruptly retreated. What made him retreat wasn't just the inexplicable words of the First Peak's youth, but the dozens of gazes that the voice had attracted. In Su Qing's eyes, any one of these cultivators in the distant sky was like a god. Even though the aura they emitted was so far away, it still caused his body to tumble and he spat out blood. Now, they all looked over. Su Qing didn't hesitate at all. The magic ship's protective barriers were all activated. He also took out many protective talismans. In fact, he even covered the ship with the plesiosaur. At the next instant, waves of unimaginable and indescribable pressure descended. Su Qing's mind was shaken. The plesiosaur collapsed and so did his talismans. Fortunately, his magic ship wasn't ordinary and had divinity. Although the protective barriers had collapsed, the ship was intact. As Su Qing's body trembled, he spat out a lot of blood. However, as the magic ship's defense reformed and he continued to accelerate his retreat, the pressure from the gazes were neutralized. As for the first peak's youth, he also spat out blood. 3 of the life-saving items protecting his body shattered in a row and he spat out 7 to 8 mouthfuls of blood. In fact, the blood-colored sword he transformed into also shattered into pieces. He even took out an extraordinary shield to resist, but it still shattered. All of these barely allowed him to resist the pressure of the gazes. Su Qing still felt lingering fear. As he rapidly retreated, he looked at the sky. The attacks of those godlike beings had changed the color of the sky and storms rose all around them. Among these figures, Su Qing saw the Peak Lord of the 7th Peak and 6 other people beside him. Although their clothes were of different colors, their auras were equally astonishing. Regarding the identities of these people, Su Qing didn't need to guess anything. They should be the Peak Lords of the various mountain peaks of the 7 Blood Eyes. The ones who could fight against them and not be at a disadvantage were none other than the Sea Corpse race. Su Qing had seen the Sea Corpse race on Merfolk Island. With his sharp gaze, he saw that the Sea Corpse race members in the sky were all in human form. All of them wore black armor and their eyes revealed black flames. As the corpse poison on their bodies permeated the air, their pressure soared to the sky. Other than that, there were also some cultivators beside both sides. Although these cultivators' cultivation levels were much weaker than the main battle forces, they were still powerful. Among them, Su Qing saw 3rd Elder and also saw similar leveled cultivators of the Sea Corpse race. Seeing this was already Su Qing's limit, his eyes stung and he couldn't continue staring. He knew that he couldn't look anymore. Otherwise, he would definitely go blind and his body also wouldn't be able to withstand it. At the same time, a low roar rang out from the sky. An old man in a crimson Taoist robe on the 7 Blood Eyes side suddenly waved his hand and golden swords formed around him. After forcing back the Sea Corpse race cultivator who was fighting with him, he headed straight for Su Qing and the 1st Peak's youth. This old man's face was as red as his robe and there seemed to be a burning person in his body. Even looking at him could shake the soul. Dense heat was continuously released from his body. Seeing him, the 1st Peak's youth's eyes revealed excitement as he roared loudly. A new line in the vast sea, the broken sun shines another day. You rascal who doesn't know how to speak human language, hurry up and scram. You're courting death by staying here. The old man from the 1st Peak who was rushing over shouted in a low voice. He turned his head and swept his sword horizontally, fighting against the Sea Corpse race member who had stopped him from leaving the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the two sides moved their battle further and further away. When Su Qing heard this, he continued to make his ship retreat even more. As for the 1st Peak's youth not far away, he was also anxious. He knew very well that once his master left, he would be dead meat. Hence, he shouted with a red face and bloodshot eyes. Master, save me. This kid from the 7th Peak has been chasing me for 10 days and 10 nights. He won't stop until he kills me. Master, don't leave. Save me. Su Qing didn't hesitate at all. The magic ship beneath him hummed and dove into the deep sea. The old man from the 1st Peak was stunned. He was aware that this last disciple of his had become possessed ever since he found out that ancient King Mystic Nether liked to hide profundities in poems. He rarely spoke human language and his every sentence was filled with nonsense. The last time he heard the kid speak human language was 3 years ago. His gaze instantly landed in the direction Su Qing had fled in. Although he was separated by the seawater, Su Qing's mind still shook under the other party's gaze. His body couldn't help but tremble and his entire body seemed to have lost all mobility at this moment. It was as though he was imprisoned and his life was on the line. You, the first Peak's Peak Lord, was about to speak. It's just a fight between children. At this moment, a calm voice rang out from the sky. The person who spoke was the 7th Peak's Peak Lord, who was standing on a great wing and fighting 3 Sea Corps race members alone with ease. The expression of the first Peak's youth changed. However, the first Peak's Peak Lord was as calm as ever. It was unknown if the words he was about to say earlier had changed as he continued to speak. The two of you are fooling around. What time is it now and you're still fighting among yourselves? As he spoke, he waved his hand and threw out a golden talisman. This talisman looked like a runic treasure, but it gave people the feeling that it was 100 times stronger. It headed straight for the sea area where Su Qing had dived into. After it got close, the talisman split into 2. One of them instantly burrowed into the sea and chased after Su Qing, breaking through the defense of his magic ship and sticking to his body. The other one ignored the horror of the first Peak's youth and slapped his face. The runes landed on both of them at the same time. Su Qing and the first Peak's youth's bodies trembled. The runes dissipated, forming golden patterns that imprinted themselves on their skin. Upon closer inspection, these patterns seemed to have the same source. This is a life-linking talisman. It's fine if you're injured, but if one of you dies, the other's soul will be destroyed. If you're willing to kill, then so be it. If you're not, then scram back to the sect immediately. When you return, the life-linking will dissipate on its own. The old man from the first peak let out a low shout, stirring up a monstrous wave that swept Su Qing and the first Peak's youth into the distance. After that, he rushed into the group of Sea Corps cultivators. With a sweep of his sword, he directly severed half of a Sea Corps cultivator's leg. The Sea Corps race cultivator was still moving, but the sword chi erupted and its lower body instantly collapsed. He was immediately stopped by a Sea Corps race cultivator of the same realm. The group of people from both sides moved further and further away as they battled. As the waves rose and fell, Su Qing surfaced again with an ugly expression. He looked at the mark on his arm. This mark wasn't only formed on his arm but also on his entire body. The youth from the first peak not far away was the same. However, what was different from Su Qing was that he looked relieved. He even took out the broken large sword and approached Su Qing's magic ship. Su Qing looked at him coldly and spoke. "What's your name?" "I lived a befuddled life, my face is covered as I walk to the end of the world." The first Peak's youth glanced at Su Qing and calmly spoke. Su Qing couldn't hold back his killing intent. He waved his right hand fiercely. Immediately, a dagger formed by black flames materialized and headed straight for the youth. The youth's heart skipped a beat, but he trusted his master. Hence, he endured it and didn't dodge, allowing the dagger to reach his neck. Just as it was about to cut the youth, Su Qing felt an intense sense of danger. Su Qing fell silent. He was certain that this life-linking talisman was truly powerful. With this life-linking talisman, he indeed couldn't kill the other party. As for crippling the latter's body or cultivation, it was meaningless. Once he went overboard, with this person's ruthlessness, it wasn't impossible for him to commit suicide. Moreover, this person was quite powerful. He would have to put some effort to cripple the other part. After Su Qing weighed the pros and cons, he temporarily suppressed his killing intent and coldly glanced at the first Peak's youth. He then kept his dagger and returned to the magic ship. As Su Qing left, the mind of the first Peak's youth recovered a little from the shock earlier. He had been really terrified as he also felt danger to his life. As for the diamond sex ancestor in the black iron stick, he took a deep breath and looked at the distant 7 Blood Eyes Peak Lord. His mind was filled with sighs. Why didn't I think of this? This F*King works too. As for Su Qing, after he returned to the ship, he sat down and controlled a part of the shadow to cover his body, causing it to emit anomalous substances in an attempt to corrode his body. This method was the method Su Qing thought of to erase the life-linking talisman. Under the corrosion of the shadow, the life talisman dimmed a little. However, the process was slow. Su Qing no longer bothered with the first Peak's youth. While slowly grinding down the talisman, he took out a bamboo slip and grabbed the black iron stick to carve on it. As he carved, the eyes of the diamond sex ancestor widened. He saw the names on the bamboo slip. His focus immediately went to the words, "Diamond Sex Ancestor," at the top. His heart skipped a beat as he felt how vindictive Su Qing was. What made him tremble the most was that although his name had been crossed out, it was different from the other names. The others' names had been crossed out 3 times, but his name was only crossed once, and it was very faint. "Do you still want to kill me?" The Diamond Sex ancestor was horrified. He felt that he had to work hard to become more useful as soon as possible and strive to have more lines on his name. He also saw the new name Su Qing had written. Idiot. The Diamond Sex ancestor secretly glanced at the First Peaks youth and deeply agreed. At this moment, the First Peaks youth was heaving a long sigh of relief. He thought to himself that if he hadn't met his master, he would have really lost his life this time. Also, when he saw Old Master Seventh speaking up for the other party earlier, he couldn't help but have some guesses. After that, he noticed Su Qing's actions and felt intense curiosity. However, he didn't know many poems and usually made up the stanzas randomly. Right now, there were a lot of questions he wanted to ask, but he didn't know how to phrase them. A long time later, he finally spoke. "Listen to the sound of the rain during a sleepless night. Is the immortal in the sky your father?" Su Qing ignored this brain-damaged youth. After carving the word idiot, he placed the bamboo slip into his pocket and activated the magic ship's protective barrier, instantly isolating the other party's figure. After that, he was about to control the ship to leave this place, when a mournful cry rang out from the distant horizon. Su Qing instantly looked over. At a glance, he saw that in the direction the 2 groups had left in, the corpse of a golden core cultivator of the sea corpse race who only had half of his body left suddenly fell from the sky and sank in the sea. Su Qing's eyes immediately narrowed. Chapter 219, Su Qing's Tao Protector. Chapter 219, Su Qing's Tao Protector. Su Qing recognized that this falling sea corpse race cultivator was the one who had half of his body destroyed by the First Peaks Peak Lord's sword earlier. The other party was already heavily injured at that time. Clearly, he had been cut down in the subsequent battle. Although it didn't look like he had really died, even if he didn't die, he would definitely be on the verge of death. Su Qing stared at the surface of the sea where the other party had fallen. His eyes flickered with a glint that was similar to when the captain looked at the flesh of binding back then. The youth from the first peak outside his magic ship also looked over with a hesitant expression. Su Qing fell silent for a few breaths before a decisive expression appeared on his face. The plesiosaur under his magic ship headed straight for the bottom of the sea under Su Qing's control. Very soon, it saw the falling sea corpse race cultivator. This person was in an extremely miserable state. His lower body and head were all gone, leaving only his upper body. His black blood fused into the seawater, and he was not moving like he had no life left. At the next instant, the forbidden sea plesiosaur bit it. However, at this moment, the broken body suddenly moved. It raised its right hand and pressed down on the approaching plesiosaur. With this push, the plesiosaur's entire body rumbled and directly collapsed. Only the torpedo scad's black bead was left. Immediately after, a new plesiosaur manifested again. The sea corpse race cultivator seemed to have lost all his strength. His right hand hung down and the aura he emitted became even weaker. In fact, because of the attack earlier, more wounds appeared on his broken body. Seeing this scene, Su Qing quickly performed a series of hand seals with both hands. Immediately, the plesiosaur that had reformed at the bottom of the sea approached again and bit down ruthlessly. This time, although it still collapsed under the attack of the half-dead body, it bit off one of his fingers. However, Su Qing still didn't go over personally. He continued to reform the plesiosaur. In addition, he didn't hide his attacks, so the first Peaks youth at the side clearly sensed this. The youth originally had some hesitation, but when he saw this scene, his eyes instantly lit up. He swept his gaze across Su Qing and then looked down at the sea. At the same time, Su Qing controlled the plesiosaur to attack again. Amidst the rumbling, one of the arms of the sea corpse race's corpse collapsed while the plesiosaur was destroyed. Su Qing suddenly stood up and was about to rush out. The youth from the first peak laughed and rushed into the sea before Su Qing, heading straight for the broken sea corpse race cultivator. Su Qing stepped into the sea without stopping. He seemed to be moving at full speed, but he was holding back. He coldly looked at the back of the first peak's youth in front of him. Su Qing didn't plan to go over first. Even though the plesiosaur had probed many times, he was still cautious. He felt that cultivators at the same level as an elder probably had a life-saving method even in such a situation. This was especially so for the strange sea corpse race. Su Qing had seen their terrifying recovery ability before. Hence, it would naturally be best if someone could investigate first. As for whether the First Peak's youth would be killed, Su Qing didn't think it was possible. The other party clearly had some life-saving methods hidden. If he really died, Su Qing would use the shadow to cover himself, although he wasn't completely sure of its effectiveness. He could only give it a try when the time came. Su Qing maintained a certain distance from the other party under the sea. The First Peak's youth got close to the sea corpse race cultivator and performed a series of hand seals with both hands. Immediately, large swords formed and headed straight for the corpse. He wasn't stupid. Although he had rushed out earlier and Su Qing was about to catch up to him, he felt that there might be a trap. It was just that the temptation was too great, so he wasn't willing to give up. Now that he was close, he was planning to probe first. The dozen or southwest large swords got close to the corpse and were about to cut it. However, at that moment, the chest of the sea corpse race cultivator suddenly split open and a ball of black blood flowed out. It directly transformed into a malevolent ghost shadow and roared at the First Peak's youth. This roar instantly stirred up a violent force, causing the dozen or so large swords to instantly collapse and shatter inch by inch. At the same time, blood flowed out of the 7 apertures of the First Peak's youth. The jade pendant in his hand had long shattered, forming a protective barrier as he rapidly retreated. His expression contained a trace of horror. As he dodged the impact, Su Qing whistled out from behind him and headed straight for the sea corpse race cultivator. His speed was so fast that he instantly got close. The ghost shadow on the sea corpse race cultivator's chest roared again. A cold glint flashed in Su Qing's eyes. The black umbrella that was hidden in his body opened slightly as he charged forward. A muffled sound rang out from under the sea. Su Qing's entire body trembled violently and blood flowed out. At the same time, he ruthlessly threw out the dagger formed by the black flames in his right hand and stabbed the ghost shadow. The ghost shadow swayed and black flames filled its entire body. At the same time, a second ghost shadow crawled out of the cultivator's chest and let out a low roar again. Su Qing's body shook intensely and he was forced to retreat hundreds of feet away. As for the sea corpse race cultivator, he also took this opportunity to speed up his descent, wanting to escape. Su Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light. From the contact earlier, he could sense a trace of remnant soul on the other party's body. This remnant soul was extremely tempting to him. At the same time, he could faintly see a storage bag on the other party's body. Su Qing didn't plan to let go of such an opportunity. After all, it was extremely rare to encounter an elder-level existence on the verge of death. Even if there would definitely be a lot of people fighting for it. Su Qing made a decision. He looked at the sea corpse race's corpse that was rapidly sinking to the bottom of the sea and rushed over. The plesiosaur also arrived and enveloped him, causing Su Qing's speed to increase. The magic ship also dived into the sea. Golden light flickered on it as the divinity attack was prepared. As for the First Peak's youth, his eyes were wide open as he looked at Su Qing's figure chasing after the corpse. His thoughts instantly became chaotic. Although he was tempted by the corpse, he felt that it wasn't worth it to risk his life for it. As the 9th Highness of the First Peak, he could take appropriate risks, but he couldn't choose to risk his life. After all, as long as he followed the prescribed plan, his future would be bright. However, Su Qing went. He was connected to Su Qing with the life-linking talisman. The restrictions of this talisman were on both sides. If he died, Su Qing's soul would dissipate. Similarly, if Su Qing died, his soul would also dissipate. This made him, who had felt comfortable earlier, instantly feel incomparably anxious. He suddenly felt that his master wasn't that wise and mighty. Hence, he was extremely conflicted at this moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth and cursed in his mind as he followed. Moreover, his speed was even faster. He bit the tip of his tongue that was about to disappear and used the secret technique to transform into a blood sword. He was afraid that if he was too late, this lunatic from the 7th Peak would lose his life. After catching up to Su Qing, the First Peak's youth felt extremely aggrieved as he threw a life-saving jade talisman he loved to Su Qing. Seeing Su Qing skillfully take the jade talisman, the First Peak's youth wailed in his mind. He felt that he shouldn't have snatched the other party's sea beast on this trip to the sea. Now, under the life-linking talisman, not only did he not feel comfortable, but he also had to become the other party's Tao protector. He had to risk his life so that Su Qin would not die. This grievance erupted to the extreme after he saw Su Qin crashing into the Sea Corpse race's cultivator. He sped up crazily and had no choice but to attack together with Su Qin. He had to consider his own protection while also protecting Su Qin. Just like that, the two of them began an intense battle with the broken body of the Sea Corpse race cultivator in the sea. Although the other party only had a remnant soul left, the ghost shadow he transformed into was extraordinary. The two of them were heavily injured many times. Su Qin didn't seem to care about his life. This caused the youth's heart to feel even more aggrieved. He kept giving Su Qin life-saving jade talismans and even used his trump cards, trying to end this battle as soon as possible. In the end, Su Qin simply didn't bother to protect himself. He performed hand seals with both hands and released black flames continuously. He continued to attack and absorb traces of the other party's soul power, while he was being desperately protected by the First Peak's youth. If an outsider saw this level of protection, they would definitely be moved. The First Peak's youth fell into despair. He gritted his teeth and retreated, deciding not to protect him. He didn't believe that the other party would really court death. Su Qin coldly glanced at the youth and didn't bother with him. He continued to attack. A moment later, the First Peak's youth was frightened. He saw that Su Qin had almost been killed many times, so his mind trembled. He wailed as he hurriedly threw out a protective jade talisman to protect Su Qin. He then joined the battle again with a bitter expression and fought against the Sea Corpse race cultivator. He used the madness in his heart on his attacks. The battle lasted for an entire day. When Su Qin and the Ninth Highness of the First Peak had exhausted all their means, the remnant soul of the Sea Corpse race finally couldn't hold on and dissipated. After Su Qin absorbed more than half of the soul, the other party's storage bag was also taken away by him. However, after returning to the magic ship, the Ninth Highness of the First Peak directly took out a sword and placed it on his neck. While panting, his eyes revealed a resolute expression as he gritted his teeth and spoke. "One incense stick for 2 tombs in Qingming. If the spoils are not distributed, intestines shall fall." "I don't understand." Su Qin calmly spoke and kept the storage bag in his arms. The eyes of the Ninth Highness of the First Peak were red as he stared fixedly at Su Qin. After holding it in for a long while, he spoke the second proper sentence on this trip to the sea. "Split it with me. Otherwise, I'll kill myself." Su Qin calmly looked at the youth. He could see the determination in the other party's eyes. He fell silent for a moment and thought that the other party had indeed helped him a lot when he attacked earlier. The youth had also worked extremely hard to protect him. There were several times when the latter was more like a Tao protector than a Tao protector. He opened the storage bag and poured it in front of the other party. Immediately, a large number of items landed. There was a bundle of spirit tickets, a large number of scattered spirit stones, jade slips, pill bottles, and so on. There were even many refining materials. The materials piled up to a significant height. There were 2 jade talismans that were emitting energy fluctuations. Su Qin had seen such jade talismans before. They were similar to the life-saving items of the youth. However, it was obvious that the fluctuations from these 2 jade talismans were much stronger. Su Qin had seen such an item in the shop at the harbor. This was also a talisman, but it wasn't made by a foundation building cultivator but by a golden core cultivator. Because the golden cores were too strong and there were no jade stones that could completely contain the power of their attack, most of the jade talismans only had a small amount of golden core power. These 2 talismans seemed to have been refined not long ago. Clearly, it wasn't for the Sea Corpse race cultivator's own use. There was no need for him to do so. There was a high chance that he had prepared them for someone else. There was also a feather carved from jade that was extremely eye-catching among the items. It shone with a piercing light. When Su Qin and the Ninth Highness saw this item, their eyes narrowed. Magic artifact. Su Qin was somewhat moved. His spirit breath lantern was a magic artifact and the black iron stick could also be called a magic artifact to a certain extent. Magic artifacts were ranked between runic treasures and magic treasures. They were considered man-made magic treasures. However, there was a wide gap between them and the true magic treasures. They were divided into 3 ranks: low, middle, and high. However, to cultivators who didn't have any fortuitous encounters to obtain magic treasures, magic artifacts were already extremely good. Su Qing didn't hesitate at all and grabbed the jade feather. As for the ninth highness of the first peak, he also lifted his hand. However, what he grabbed wasn't the feather but a very inconspicuous item in this pile of items. It was a metal piece that looked like a box. Chapter 220, Wish Box. Chapter 220, Wish Box. The moment he saw this box, Su Qing's eyes narrowed. He had seen this box twice. The first time was on the scavenger campsite's horse 4, and the other time was on the merfolk youth. However, even now, Su Qing didn't know what this item was. He also searched the shops in the main city but didn't find anything similar. Now, Su Qing saw the third one. Almost at the instant Su Qing looked over, the youth from the first peak quickly kept this item in his arms. He looked at Su Qing warily and spoke. 300 mouthfuls of blood have been vomited, the most heroic is even distribution of the spoils. Speak human, Su Qing said coldly. He then activated the magic ship's protective barrier, stopping the other party from leaving. When the youth from the first peak saw this, he sighed and punched himself, forcing out a mouthful of black blood. After confirming that he had been poisoned again, he used a secret technique to suppress it and looked at Su Qing helplessly. He thought to himself that the people from the seventh peak were ruthless characters. He actually released poison on his ship. Wasn't he afraid that he would poison himself to death? A long time later, under Su Qing's calm gaze, the ninth highness of the first peak sighed and could only speak. We agreed before that you would share the spoils with me. I only want this. The rest is yours. Su Qing didn't say anything and stored all the items on the ground. When storing them, he found a rainbow-colored token. This token was made of wood and looked like an identity token, but it was slightly damaged. Upon closer inspection, he could see a little sheen on it. Clearly, it was like this because it was often held by someone. He looked at the first peak's youth. The clouds of the barren expanses rise from the ground. The first peak's youth had just said this when he noticed that Su Qing was frowning. He wailed inwardly and was a little worried that if he didn't speak properly, the other party would choose to attack him again. He endured it and spoke. This is the token of the Seven-Sex Alliance. This Sea Corpse race member we killed should have been a cultivator of the Seven-Sex Alliance when he was alive. What did you take earlier? Su Qing asked. The youth hesitated. He could tell that this seventh peak disciple in front of him didn't know about the wish box. He originally planned to hide it, but when he thought about it, this wasn't considered a secret. Moreover, if the other party misunderstood what a shocking treasure this was, he would probably be in more danger. He shook his head and spoke the truth. This is the wish box. The so-called wish box is a gift left by the cultivators of the previous era to the cultivators of the next era. After the god's fragmented face arrived, every era in the Wangu continent would come to an end. Hence, such a tradition came to being. Most people would start to forge wish boxes with special materials towards the end of the era, so there have been many wish boxes passed down since ancient times. This first peak youth wasn't used to speaking normally at first. However, as he spoke, his speech became smoother. He even felt his thoughts moving more freely. The material of the wish box is rather special and can be left behind at the end of the era. However, I heard that in the past, someone obtained a wish box that looked like a coffin, however the cultivator inside had already died. There was also someone who obtained an empty wish box. So, no one knows what exactly is the principle behind it. Even if there are items, because different experts left them behind and sealed them, no one knows what's inside other than the person who sealed them. However, I heard that some people have obtained precious resources like magic treasures and cultivation arts from the previous eras. There are also some who have obtained just ordinary leaves. In short, this thing can be said to be priceless or ordinary. At the end of the day, it depends on luck. I've already opened 3 of them. My harvests were average, but I believe my luck is pretty good. The method to open it is also simple. Use your magic power to nourish it to the limit and it can be opened. Usually, this process is very long. The reason why I want this is because it has been nourished and is almost at the point where it can be opened. It was fine if the first peak's youth didn't speak, but now that he didn't wait for Su Qing to ask and told him everything he knew. With that, he took a few steps back and looked at Su Qing warily. If you don't agree, I can give you this item. However, I want that magic artifact and the 2 jade talismans. Su Qing fell silent. After some thought, he waved his hand and opened the magic ship's protective barrier. The first Peaks youth understood that Su Qing was sending him off and hurriedly flew out. After watching the other party leave the magic ship and follow on his large sword, Su Qing retracted his gaze. He sat down and controlled the magic ship to head to the 7 Blood Eyes. He wanted to return as soon as possible and neutralize the life-linking talisman. Although the shadow could slowly corrode it, this process was extremely slow and Su Qing didn't want to waste time. At that moment, he began to organize his gains. It had to be said that the richness of the materials in the storage bag of a golden core cultivator at the same level as an elder was astonishing. Just the face value of the spirit tickets added up to more than 200,000. Although the spirit tickets weren't distributed by the 7 Blood Eyes, the sect had a place to exchange them. It was just that there would be some reduction in the price but not much. Su Qing estimated that he could sell the other miscellaneous items for over 100,000 spirit stones. As for the 2 jade talismans, they were sold in the 7 Blood Eyes main city for tens of thousands of spirit stones. The price depended on their effects. The most valuable thing was the feather magic artifact. This harvest caused Su Qing's heart to skip a beat. At the same time, he had a faint feeling that the other party's savings were definitely not just this. What he obtained should only be a portion. After all, there was usually more than one storage bag. Unfortunately, the other storage bags might have been snatched away by the killer or placed elsewhere by this cultivator. Su Qing took a deep breath. After suppressing his guess, he sensed the remnant soul that was being burned like firewood. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Let me see how many magic apertures this elder-level remnant soul, which belongs to the sea corpse race that is said to have a shocking effect in the fiendish fire soul-devouring art, can open. At the thought of this, Su Qing checked the surrounding defense and glanced at the first Peaks youth who was on guard against him. After that, he closed his eyes and the black fire in his body burned fiercely. Immediately, his 13 magic apertures rumbled at the same time. As flames rose, the burning remnant soul of the sea corpse race surged toward the 14th magic aperture under Su Qing's control. His magic aperture instantly trembled and was blasted open. This wasn't the end. Su Qing controlled the remnant soul that was burning like firewood and continued to open the 15th magic aperture. Next was 16, 17. Finally, after the 20th magic aperture was opened, this remnant soul dissipated. It actually opened 7 magic apertures. Su Qing's eyes gleamed and his heart raced. Although he had some expectations about this, he was still shocked. The further one opened the magic apertures, the more difficult it would be. Previously, he had sensed that from the 10th magic aperture onwards, the amount of soul power needed to open each one was extremely high. Even so, this remnant soul opened 7 of them. This was enough to show how powerful it was. This caused Su Qing to have a desire to obtain more similar remnant souls. However, the difficulty is still very high. Su Qing was very clear that the help of the first Peaks youth in this had played a significant role. If it wasn't for the fact that the youth had used many life-saving jade talismans for him and help from the side, he probably wouldn't have been able to obtain the soul even by now. I've gained a lot this time. I have to return to the sect as soon as possible and remove the life-linking talisman. I'll come out to sea again and strive to form my life fire within a short period. Su Qing's eyes revealed anticipation. After sensing the 20 magic apertures in his body, he took out the feather magic artifact as he nurtured these magic apertures. After examining it carefully, he poured magic power into it and began to study it. Time passed and soon, 3 days passed. While Su Qing was nurturing his magic aperture and studying the magic artifact, the first Peaks youth, who was following outside the magic ship, finally finished refining the last trace of the wish box. The moment it was completed, he was extremely excited. He quickly glanced at Su Qing. After sensing that Su Qing was still cultivating, he deliberately slowed down until he had pulled away from the magic ship. He hurriedly waved his hand and formed a protective barrier that blocked prying vision. Only then did he look at the metal box in his hand. He didn't lie to Su Qing. He had indeed opened 3 wish boxes, but there was something he didn't say. The first wish box he opened contained an ancient bamboo slip. This ancient bamboo slip didn't have much value by itself, but the content recorded in it concerned the ancient kings and sovereigns. Any item that was related to the ancient kings and sovereigns had astonishing value. This ancient bamboo slip recorded the lives of 3 ancient kings. Although it was only a description, it still made this First Peaks youth yearn for it endlessly. He especially resonated with the description of the ancient mystic Abyss Emperor. It said that he loved to hide mysteries in poetry his entire life. This gave him a lot of inspiration. The youth from the First Peak took a deep breath. After confirming again that Su Qing wasn't paying attention to this place and that the surroundings were calm, he rubbed his hands first. He then patted his forehead and hammered his chest a few times. It was as though he was doing some kind of prayer ritual. He even had his eyes closed. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn out, his eyes suddenly opened, revealing a sharp glint. He immediately pried open the box. There was a click. This iron box that had no gaps previously instantly opened like a real box, revealing a finger-sized jade bottle. The bottle was covered in black spots and emitted an ancient feeling. It contained some medicinal liquid. There was also an ancient slip at the side. This scene instantly made the First Peaks youth excited and his heartbeat sped up. This was because over the years, other than the ancient bamboo slip from the first box, he had only obtained useless items in the other 2 boxes. Now that he saw that other than the ancient slip, there was also a small bottle that seemed to contain medicinal liquid, he was exalted. I've made a killing. As he muttered, the youth suddenly became vigilant. He felt that he was starting to speak normally now. This immediately alerted him, so he hurriedly changed his words. My miserable life in the sea wasn't in vain, I rose to the top overnight. After muttering again, he finally felt comfortable. He couldn't wait to pick up the small bottle. After looking around, he quickly opened it and took a sniff. Although this item was well preserved, there was still a rancid smell after it was opened. The First Peaks youth didn't know what this was, but the smell caused him to be invigorated. This was because the smell meant that the liquid inside still had medicinal effects. The great opportunity of the Jade Dragon Heavenly Spirit, only I am blessed. However, he didn't dare to swallow it directly. He excitedly took another sniff with an intoxicated expression before covering it and looking at the ancient bamboo slip in the box. He took it out and quickly checked it. Very soon, the information inside appeared in his mind. Those who are fated, I wish you well. I was born in the mystic Nether era, and I cultivated the methods of ancient king. I wonder if the god is still around. This box is used to store treasures, but that's beneath me. My treasure is contained in my bloodline. I hope the finder is a female, thereby giving birth to my heir. Those who are fated, don't thank me. Goodbye. Chapter 221, What did you get? Chapter 221, What did you get? The First Peaks youth was stunned. He felt that his literary attainments weren't bad and he could casually speak in poems. However, he was still a little confused by the content of the jade slip, so he studied it word by word. However, he was still a little confused. After another careful analysis, he was stunned. Give birth to an heir? How? Why must it be Qing-yi? Qing-yi means women, right? After a while, he looked at the small bottle. He suddenly thought of something and his eyes widened. Could it be? He started to feel uncomfortable when he recalled that he had smelled it earlier. He gritted his teeth and muttered. This is too much. He instinctively wanted to throw it away but he couldn't bear to. He reassured himself that this might be considered half of the ancient king's bloodline. Hence, he felt very conflicted when he held it in his hand and wondered if men couldn't do it. At the same time, Su Qing opened his eyes on the magic ship in the distance and looked at the First Peaks youth on the large sword behind him. He guessed that the other party should have opened that wish box and was also curious. What did you get? Su Qing asked. The barrier around the large sword dissipated and revealed the First Peaks youth. His expression was unsightly and he kept spewing out air as though he was cleaning his nose. He even gushed his magic power into his nostrils. It was only after a long time that his expression improved a little. He looked at the sky and didn't speak. As for the wish box, he had already stored it. Seeing this, Su Qing made a guess. He retracted his gaze and didn't bother anymore. Time flowed again. The two of them were getting closer and closer to the 7 blood eyes, and Su Qing also gained some understanding of that feather magic artifact. The ability of this item was speed. Once it was activated, it could allow the cultivator's speed to instantly erupt to several times that of their own. However, the requirement for the body was very high. Because there was an outsider around, Su Qing didn't test it right away. However, after sensing it, he was already certain that once this magic artifact was activated, his speed would reach an astonishing height. I need to find a place to give it a try and familiarize myself with its usage. As Su Qing pondered, he noticed a magic boat from the seventh peak in the distance. Almost the instant the seventh peak's magic boat appeared, the first peak's youth, who had become bored since he opened the wish box, instantly raised his head and snapped his fingers. A new Taoist robe appeared on his body. His movements were very familiar, as though he had practiced this many times. His expression also revealed coldness, as though it had turned into ice. There was also a faintly lingering sword chi on his body. It looked like he was on guard and also looked like it was done intentionally. This was more obvious when the sword chi surrounded him, causing his long hair to flutter. When outsiders saw it, they would think he was extraordinary. It was only when the seventh peak's magic boat left that the first peak's youth became dispirited again. This action, especially the way he changed his clothes and the speed, made Su Qing feel a little strange. However, as time passed, they encountered more Seven Blood Eyes disciples on the way. Moreover, Su Qing gradually got used to it as the other party did this every time. The Diamond Sex ancestor seized the opportunity and transmitted his voice to Su Qing. "Master, this kid is clearly someone who pays special attention to his image. I think it's fine if we don't kill such a person. We can make use of his personality and make him work for us. For example, at critical moments, Master, you can praise him a little. According to the descriptions in the ancient books I read, such people are often the kind of people who can bleed for their reputation. Also, I guessed earlier that he values his reputation very much, so I've already cast a spell and imprinted all his sorry appearances on the way. I've also saved the scenes of him speaking normally. Regardless of whether it's useful or not, at least this is a method to exploit his personality. Also, if there's a chance in the future, Master can create some situations that will embarrass this person even more. For example, making him beg for mercy, placing him in filth, and so on. I'll store his images behind in case we need it." The Diamond Sex ancestor spoke quickly. He didn't say a word about how useful he could be, but after listening to it, it revealed his value. "Master, please punish me for my slow reaction. To Master, these small matters can be thought of instantly. However, I only thought of these after thinking about it for a long time. Master, please punish me. I'm too stupid and my talent is inferior to Master's. Master, please give me another chance. I'll definitely work hard and deal with all these trivial matters for you in the future. Leave these dirty and tiring work to me. Yulingzi will definitely do his best to not let Master down." Su Qing glanced at the black iron stick beside him and calmly spoke. 3 months are almost up. I'll give you an additional month. Shadow, your time is still the same." The Diamond Sex ancestor was immediately excited. After that, he pretended to casually glance at the shadow. As for the shadow, it trembled and quickly spread out. It then entered the sea and crazily absorbed the anomalous substances. Su Qing glanced at them but didn't bother. He closed his eyes and meditated on life art. Time flowed by and the Seven Blood Eyes harbor was in sight in the distance. As they encountered more boats and ships, the first peak's youth seemed to have put down his worries. His eyes clearly revealed determination as he stood up, maintaining his aloof posture at all times. He didn't seem as worried about Su Qing's cold gaze as before. He even sized up Su Qing a few times and calmly spoke. "A cloud in front of the city god temple, cultivators die quickly." When Su Qing heard this, he touched the black iron stick at the side. The Diamond Sex ancestor was also tactful and released a ferocious intent to lock onto the first peak's youth. The first peak's youth coughed. He knew that the other party didn't understand his words and he wasn't willing to explain. He took out a jade slip and imprinted it. He then threw it to Su Qing as though everything he wanted to say was inside. Su Qing frowned. After he caught the jade slip, the information about the other party's imprint appeared in his mind. "Brother, we can be considered to have an affinity. I'm the 9th highness of the first peak, Wu Jianwu. We became acquainted after a fight and we're from the same sect. I think your murderous aura is too strong. We don't have to fight to the death. Moreover, it's not good to have too much baleful aura outside. I heard that back then, after the third peak's core disciple, senior brother Chen, advanced, he went missing because his baleful aura was too strong. Now, many years have passed but we have yet to find the murderer. Also, the only son of the sixth peak's peak lord was also as murderous as you. He also disappeared. So, I advise you to conduct yourself well. The first peak's young man, Wu Jianwu, stood on the large sword and glanced at Su Qing. The instant Su Qing looked at the jade slip, he rushed out. His entire body emitted a monstrous blood light and he transformed into a rainbow that shot into the sky. A large sword also manifested under his feet. His entire person looked extraordinary and he instantly got far from Su Qing's magic ship. He flew straight for the first peak of the seven blood eyes. I have transcended the mundane world, and became an immortal by swallowing the sea of clouds. When he flew over, he let out a clear voice that echoed in all directions, attracting the attention of many people. In their eyes, this heaven's chosen of the first peak, who was dressed in a crimson Taoist robe and whose long hair fluttered in the wind, looked like an immortal. Su Qing cast a cold glance. He didn't care about the other party's little trick. In reality, the closer he was to the sect, the less he would act like before. He retracted his gaze and controlled the magic ship to head straight for the Seven Blood Eyes port. The moment he got close, the life-linking talisman mark on his body emitted a gentle light before quickly dissipating. After he completely stepped into the harbor of the Seven Blood Eyes, all the runes on his body disappeared. Su Qing's body relaxed. He then glanced at Wu Jianwu, who had already flown to the first peak. He put away the magic ship and soared into the air, flying toward the seventh peak. Very soon, he entered the seventh peak and returned to his cave abode. After arriving at the entrance of the cave abode, Su Qing sensed his surroundings and confirmed that everything he had arranged before leaving was normal. Only then did he open the cave abode's entrance and enter. As the door closed, Su Qing sat down. I need to see how many spirit stones I need to open the port. Also, it's indeed inconvenient to stay on the mountain. It's more comfortable to stay on the magic ship. After Su Qing pondered, he looked at the purple Taoist robe he was wearing and thought of Zhang San and the captain's gray Taoist robe. He then made some decisions. He turned his head and looked at the jade plate at the center of the cave abode. Ever since he entered the cave abode, it had been emitting a weak light. This central jade plate was the core of the cave abode's array formation. The replacement spirit stones were also here. It also had a recording function. Su Qing walked over and pressed down on the central jade plate. Immediately, streams of information appeared in his mind. It recorded the people who had requested to see him during this period of time. Among them, Wang Yan requested once, Zhou Qingping requested once, Ding Shui requested 3 times, and Gu Muqing requested 2 times. However, there were 2 who had come to check the most number of times. One was the director of the homicide department. He had made 23 requests, and the other was a member of Team 6 of the homicide department. The name he reported was Mute. There were a total of 41 records of him requesting to see him. He basically requested every day. Su Qing looked at these records and thought of how he had casually saved the Mute back then. Clearly, the other party's life was very tenacious and had survived. Just as Su Qing was checking, the jade plate suddenly shone again. There was another record, and it was from the Mute. To the disciples on the mountain, outsiders had to obtain their permission to visit, especially the Piedmont disciple. After some thought, Su Qing agreed to the request. Not long later, a small and skinny figure followed the guidance of the array formation and arrived in front of Su Qing's cave abode. Su Qing walked out as the door of the cave abode opened. "What's the matter?" Su Qing looked at the little Mute who was standing there awkwardly, not daring to get close. The other party's clothes were as old as ever and the injuries on his body had long recovered. Moreover, his entire person had a colder aura. Clearly, he had grown a lot from that life and death situation. Under Su Qing's gaze, the Mute's body trembled. He took out a token and respectfully placed it to the side. After that, he took a few steps back and lifted his small face to look at Su Qing. He suddenly knelt down and kowtowed a few times. Only when his forehead was bleeding did he stand up and quickly run down the mountain. Su Qing watched as the other party left. He then lifted his right hand and made a grabbing gesture. The token on the ground flew over. This item wasn't an identity mark but a storage token. Su Qing, who was very familiar with the port, naturally knew what this was. Half of the 7 Blood Eyes ports was used by the 7th Peak's disciples, and the other half was for the outside world. There were many boats and ships from various races that usually came and went, and pirate ships were also mixed up in them. As for these foreign boats, they couldn't be stored like the 7 Blood Eyes magic boats. Therefore, they needed to be berthed and stored. This token was the authenticating item to take them back. To the 7 Blood Eyes, they only verified the tokens when someone came to take the boats. Clearly, after the little mute experienced the matter of sending the wanted criminal's corpse last time, he thought that Su Qing didn't like wanted criminals. Hence, he killed countless people this time and obtained such a token for Su Qing. This time around, Su Qing accepted it. Chapter 222, Grey Robe Enters the Society. Chapter 222, Grey Robe Enters the Society. The next day, Su Qing went to the location of the token. There was a small merchant ship there. The items inside were not bad. Although they weren't very valuable, they still had some value. Most importantly, Su Qing saw a pile of medicinal herbs inside. According to the careful answer of the disciple in charge of this place, Su Qing knew that no one had come to collect this ship for 2 months. Su Qing kept the medicinal herbs and called his informant over to deal with the merchant ship. After that, he asked about the opening of the port. "Master, I've understood everything about the opening of the port and was about to report it to you. The newly opened port is divided into internal and external businesses. Each has its pros and cons. There aren't many benefits for internal businesses, but it's convenient for Master to build connections with the Piedmont disciples. As for setting the port for external businesses, the benefits are extremely great. However, this requires many department branches to settle down. For example, pilotage, dispatch, transportation, and so on. However, once it's built, even if it's just a simple port, the benefits will be astonishing as merchant ships come and go. In addition, it will also attract shops to settle down. This is another benefit." The informant spoke in a low voice. She didn't dare to slack off at all when it came to the mission Su Qing had given her. In the past 2 months, she had been constantly investigating and researching. She had even spent some spirit coins to buy a lot of information. Hence, after Su Qing asked, she didn't think about it for too long and told him everything about opening a new port. However, the project is huge. Even though it's only the simplest port, the initial infrastructure still requires at least 3 million spirit stones. If it's completed together with the shops and other facilities, the total investment will be above 10 million. Moreover, there's no cap on it according to the requirements. When Su Qing heard this, his expression showed no change but his mind shook. He originally thought that he could be considered rich now. After all, the storage bag of the Sea Corpse race contained hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. However, when he heard the informant's words, Su Qing could only remain silent. However, the final benefits are terrifying. There is a limit to how many boats our 7 Blood Eyes harbor can handle. During this period of time, I've been observing the boats coming and going. 30% of the boats that come to the 7 Blood Eyes have to queue outside to enter every day. Therefore, once our new port is established, there will be no lack of merchant ships coming and going. After comparing the other ports, I calculated that the initial investment will be about 3 million spirit stones. You can use the profits to slowly build more facilities in the future. If everything goes smoothly, you'll be able to break even in about 2 years at most. After that, you'll be able to earn back your capital in the 3rd year. In the future, your annual income should be around 3 million spirit stones. I also heard that among the other foundation building seniors who open ports, very few of them will fully invest by themselves. They do it with others. So, if Master has someone willing, you can invest together. However, it seems that they must also be foundation building seniors. In addition, many of the sect's money shops are also passionate about this. However, I heard that the sect has many restrictions on this, so not many ports are willing to get involved with them. Originally, he felt that the opportunity to open a port couldn't be wasted. Moreover, once it was built, he wouldn't have to do anything and would be able to gain such a large sum of profit every year. Hence, he asked his informant to inquire. However, now that he heard of all the details, although Su Qing was tempted, it was too expensive. Moreover, it was obvious that there were many troublesome things involved. In addition, if he invested so many spirit stones, he would tie himself too deeply to the 7 blood eyes. Su Qing was a little hesitant about this. He suddenly understood why many foundation building cultivators didn't choose to open a port. On one hand, they would be creating a shackle for themselves. On the other hand, the expenditure was huge. With these spirit stones, Su Qing felt that he could issue missions and get others to capture sea beasts for him. Su Qing already had the thought of giving up. He let the informant leave. He then changed into a gray Taoist robe and prepared to trade the materials. On this return, he wanted to buy a lot of things, be it medicinal herbs or talismans. In addition, he planned to take a look at the magic artifacts sold in the sect. Magic artifacts were very expensive and Su Qing couldn't bear to spend his spirit stones on them previously. Now that he had a lot of money, he planned to choose one. He was also very interested in the soul slips that First Peaks Wu Jianwu had thrown out. He would see if they were sold. Although the efficiency of this item was average, it was very convenient to absorb the souls. There's also the spirit breath lantern, Su Qing pondered as he walked on the streets. Under the cover of his gray Taoist robe and the concealment of his cultivation, he looked like an ordinary disciple. Only occasionally would 1 or 2 gazes sweep over him from the crowd. The people who swept over were all foundation building cultivators who wore gray Taoist robes like Su Qing. When they sensed each other's auras, they would often look away immediately and not disturb each other. Just like that, Su Qing arrived at the breakfast stall he used to go to every day. He sat down and ate a beautiful meal under the enthusiastic greeting of the stall owner. This time, he ate 4 eggs. Although he could skip meals for several days after he stepped into foundation building and nourish himself with magic power, Su Qing still liked to eat like before. This gave him a sense of satisfaction. As he ate, he took out his identity token and transmitted his voice to Huang Yan, asking him about the follow-up to the matter of him wanting to buy the spirit breath lantern. Huang Yan didn't reply immediately. It was only when Su Qing was about to leave after eating that he received a message from Huang Yan. "I'm buying it." "Su Qing, you're back. Where are you?" "I'll look for you." Looking at Huang Yan's reply, Su Qing's eyes revealed anticipation. He was in a very good mood when he thought about how he was going to earn 500,000 spirit stones. After telling the other party the location, Su Qing soon saw Huang Yan running over in a hurry. He seemed to have gained even more weight. The circles of flesh on his body had increased by several layers. Upon seeing Su Qing, Huang Yan laughed and directly threw out a thick bundle of spirit tickets. All of them have face value of 1,000 spirit stones and are the exclusive spirit tickets of the 6th peak. There are a total of 200 tickets. There was not much time, so I was only able to get these spirit stones here. How about I use a magic artifact to offset the rest? As Huang Yan spoke, he took out a black inner armor and handed it to Su Qing. Magic artifact. Su Qing took the inner armor. After magic power gushed in, he immediately sensed that the inner armor was filled with countless runes, arranged according to a certain pattern. At a rough glance, there were probably no less than 100,000 of them. With just a slight sense, Su Qing could sense that this inner armor was extraordinary. This is a myriad rune armor. I originally planned to give it to senior sister, but I think she prefers the spirit breath lantern. I'll exchange this armor with you. You can sell it for about 300,000 spirit stones. Although this thing is only a low-ranked magic artifact, its defense is not bad. If you wear it and encounter a foundation-building cultivator in Mystic Brilliance form, as long as the other party hasn't formed a second ball of fire, the armor will be able to block their attacks several times. Huang Yan seemed to know a lot about foundation building. Clearly, his senior sister had taught him many things and his cultivation level had also reached the point where he was about to break through. Su Qing nodded. After he kept the myriad rune armor, he took out the spirit breath lantern and passed it to Huang Yan. "Do you need me to send you to the 7th peak?" Su Qing looked at Huang Yan, who was playing with the spirit breath lantern, and asked softly. "There's no need. Who dares to snatch what I want to give senior sister?" Huang Yan patted his stomach and happily kept the spirit breath lantern. Just as he was about to take out a jade slip and transmit his voice to senior sister, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head to glance at Su Qing. "Su Qing, the matter of the war that I told you about last time has basically been confirmed. You can consider whether you want to participate or not." With that, he waved at Su Qing and quickly ran toward the seventh peak. Looking at Huang Yan's departing figure, Su Qing sighed inwardly at how rich Huang Yan was. He could take out hundreds of thousands of spirit stones and magic artifacts just like that. However, Su Qing didn't investigate Huang Yan's background. This was a taboo in the Seven Blood Eyes and Su Qing wasn't willing to do it. He thought of what Huang Yan had said earlier. The last remaining thought of opening a port was also erased at this moment. He was prepared to use the right to obtain an ownership of a street. Although the benefits weren't much, it was still better than nothing. With this thought in mind, Su Qing walked toward the shops that sold jade talismans. Most of the shops that sold items for foundation building cultivators in the main city were in the 6th Peak's Pengming district. There weren't many shops in the port area and because the prices were extremely high, there were very few customers in such shops. Most of them had separate compartments to entertain the guests. After arriving at the Pengming district, Su Qing searched for a while. In the end, he chose a shop called Bright Artifact Pavilion and walked in. This shop could be considered one of the largest shops in the entire 6th Peak's Pengming district. It had a total of 5 floors and the area of each floor was about 2,000 feet. The interior was even more luxurious. It seemed like they usually received a lot of customers, so there were many handsome and beautiful staff members. As soon as Su Qing stepped in, he immediately attracted the attention of many of the shop assistants. Although Su Qing was wearing a gray Taoist robe, his appearance was extremely outstanding. In fact, in the eyes of the young female shop assistants, Su Qing's arrival seemed to cause the shop to light up for a moment. Not to mention that the people who dared to step into their shop were no ordinary people. At the very least, they were all core disciples. Moreover, they had entertained many foundation building cultivators, so they knew very well that most foundation building cultivators in the sect liked to move in gray robes. Many of the staff quickly walked over to receive him. However, one of them, a beautiful young girl with a double ponytail, was the first to arrive in front of Su Qing before everyone else. "Senior brother, you can call me shall we? I'll do my best to serve you." The young girl looked at Su Qing's face and blushed slightly as she spoke. "Our Bright Artifact Pavilion mainly sells tools. The first floor sells talismans, the second floor is jade talismans, and the third floor is magic artifacts. Senior brother, what do you want to check? I'll guide you." Su Qing swept his gaze across the surroundings and noticed that there were no other customers on the first floor of the shop other than him. He also saw that the walls here were filled with all kinds of talismans. Although they were all sealed, there were still powerful fluctuations spreading out. And the energy fluctuations from the talismans in the dozens of crystal pillars in the hall were even more obvious. Based on the fact that they were stored separately, their quality should be much better. "I want to check magic artifacts." Su Qing retracted his gaze and looked at the young girl whose face was becoming increasingly rosy. When the pigtailed girl heard this, her eyes lit up even more. Chapter 223, War Opportunity. Chapter 223, War Opportunity. The magic artifacts are on the 3rd floor. This way, senior. Upon hearing that Su Qing wanted to buy a magic artifact, this young girl who had received many foundation building cultivators from the sect immediately knew that this extremely good-looking peer in front of her was definitely at the foundation building realm. This caused her heart to shake and the way she addressed him changed. Her eyes became even more bright as she led the way respectfully. At the same time, at the staircase, she played a small maneuver. She didn't ask Su Qing to go first but took the initiative to step forward and guide the way. This wasn't rude. Moreover, as she walked up the steps, her curves were inadvertently revealed. In particular, her perky butt was even more obvious, puffing up her robe and outlining the shape of a peach. It was filled with seduction. As her pigtails swayed, it also added a hint of innocence. Unfortunately, Su Qing ignored it. After reaching the 3rd floor, the young girl felt a little depressed. She didn't sense any difference in Su Qing's expression, but she quickly organized her thoughts. After she led Su Qing to a compartment, she respectfully asked about Su Qing's requirements. Attack type, and the price has to be around 300,000 spirit stones. Su Qing calmly spoke. When the young girl heard this, she nodded and left. Not long later, she returned with a tray that contained 3 items. One was a small blue sword with a talisman pasted on it, sealing 99% of the sword's aura. Only a trace of it could be sensed. The second item was a necklace with 5 fingernail-sized black pearls embedded on it. It was also sealed by a talisman. The last item was a small red bell. Cold Mountain Sword. This sword contains the aura of the Forbidden Sea. During the forging process, it was placed at the bottom of the sea for 3 years, causing its cold intent to be astonishing. It can be controlled by magic power to emit cold air. It is good at speed and is very sharp. 5 Fiend Beads. Every bead is sealed with a strand of gold fiend aura. Once it's released, it can transform into metal lightning punishment that can kill everything. Unless it's exhausted, it won't stop. The method is to infuse magic power and engrave the target's name on the bead. The last one is Living Soul Bell. Once it is shaken, it can cause the enemy's soul to tremble and be locked in place. However, it is ineffective against bizarre entities and is only useful against cultivators with physical bodies. Moreover, this artifact has flaws. Once it is activated, the user will also be affected if they have a physical body. However, because it is a rare soul-type magic artifact, the price is even higher. Cold Mountain Sword, 270,000 Spirit Stones, 5 Fiend Beads, 300,000 Spirits, and Living Soul Bell, 330,000 Spirit Stones. The young girl spoke crisply and then looked at Su Qing. Su Qing's gaze swept past these 3 items. On the surface, he looked normal, but inwardly, he was sighing at how expensive magic artifacts were. However, he knew that before he activated his Mystic Brilliance form, magic artifacts would be very important for him. Moreover, since war was coming, he naturally had to make proper preparations. Otherwise, once the news of the war spread, the items would probably be even more expensive. He liked all of these 3 magic artifacts. However, he couldn't afford them all. He had to buy jade talismans and a large number of poisonous grass items. Hence, after checking them one by one, Su Qing finally gritted his teeth and bought the Living Soul Bell. Although this item had a flaw, Su Qing had a way to resolve it. He would tie it to the black iron stick and let the Diamond Sex Ancestor use it to kill enemies from afar. The Diamond Sex Ancestor was an artifact spirit and not a soul with a physical body, so he wouldn't be affected. This is it. Su Qing held the Living Soul Bell and slowly spoke. The young girl was a little excited. After all, the sale of magic artifacts was a big business. She respectfully handled the transaction for Su Qing and followed Su Qing's request to bring him to the 2nd floor to check the jade talismans. Here, Su Qing bought 3 jade talismans that increased defense and an attack-type jade talisman, spending another 120,000 spirit stones. When he walked out of the shop, Su Qing touched his pocket and sighed inwardly. When he was in the Qi condensation realm, he felt that the resources needed for Qi condensation cultivators were very expensive. When he reached the foundation building realm, he felt that the expenses in Qi condensation were okay, and the foundation building pills were the most expensive. However, now he felt that those were nothing. Foundation building jade talismans and magic artifacts were the most expensive. I need a large number of spirit stones to upgrade the magic boat as well. Su Qing shook his head. After buying the magic artifact, he suppressed his heartache and prepared to head to the Qingling district of the 2nd peak to take a look at the medicinal herbs. After all, compared to the Qingling district, the types of medicinal herbs in the port areas were inferior. He also wanted to see if he could buy ghost desires and ammonites. This concerned his method to attract sea beasts to open his magic apertures. However, on the way to the 2nd peak's Qingling district, his identity token vibrated. Su Qing took it out and saw that it was Zhang Sen who had sent him a voice transmission. Su Qing, you're back. I returned yesterday, Su Qing replied. Where are you? Can you come here or should I go there? I have something important to discuss with you. I'm heading toward the Qingling district to take a look at the medicinal herbs. Su Qing was a little curious about why Zhang Sen was looking for him. At the same time, he recalled the records on his cave abode's control plate that the captain had been trying to visit him many times. All right, there's 100 Herbs Square in the Qingling district. We'll meet there. The voice transmission ended. Su Qing walked toward the 2nd peak's Qingling district. Not long later, he found the 100 Herbs Square that Zhang Sen had mentioned. This shop was very large and could be considered a famous shop in the area. From afar, Su Qing saw Zhang Sen outside the 100 Herbs Square. He was sitting on the steps at the side and smoking a pipe. His gray Taoist robe made him inconspicuous. A smile appeared on his face when he saw Su Qing. He stood up and patted the dust on his butt before walking over quickly. "Junior brother Su Qing, did the captain look for you?" Zhang Sen pulled Su Qing to a corner and asked in a low voice. "I haven't seen the captain since I returned." Su Qing felt a little strange and glanced at Zhang San. "That's good. Recently, Captain has been borrowing money everywhere like a lunatic. He almost mortgaged the right to open my port and told me that he wanted to buy a method to disguise himself as another race. Once he succeeds, he'll earn at least 100 times more. I think he'll look for you too. Do you still have the right to open the port?" Zhang Sen looked at Su Qing expectantly. "That's great." Zhang Sen laughed and quickly said, "Su Qing, give me your right to open the port." It took a while to persuade the captain to not mortgage his right. "In that case, including yours, we can do a big job. I have accurate news that the sect is going to war with the C Corps race. Actually, many people have guessed this. However, different people have different thoughts when they get information. This is related to the situation. Some people think about protecting themselves when they hear about war, some think about how to obtain contribution points, some are terrified and nervous, and some think about getting rich but don't know how to achieve it. Most of them will think of hoarding materials, but I'm different." At this point, Zhang Sen had a proud expression. "Su Qing, let me tell you. When the war starts, it will be time to make a fortune. Don't think about accumulating resources at this time. It's useless and you'll only be hated by others. We don't need money from fellow disciples, we will take money from the sect. When the war with the C Corps race starts, the sect will definitely launch a big campaign. When the time comes, they will definitely make a requisition of all the ports to serve the war. Regardless of whether it's to arrange magic artifacts, place warships, or for the movements of the various peaks, the ports will be the focus. The number of ports on the 7th peak is limited, so once I open 3 ports and connect them together, the sect will definitely choose to requisition such a large port. As for requisitioning, they have to pay money, so we just have to build it before the war starts and set up more berths. I have calculated it. Basically, if this war lasts 3 months, we'll recoup our losses. If it lasts for a year, we'll earn at least 4 times our investment. This opportunity is extremely rare, we have to make use of it." Hearing Zhang San's words, Su Qing's eyes widened as he stared deeply at Zhang San. He couldn't help but feel admiration in his heart. He really felt that Zhang San's sense for money far exceeded that of ordinary people. Noticing Su Qing's expression, Zhang San felt very happy and laughed. "Su Qing, you and the captain don't have to take out a single spirit stone. Just give me the right to open the port. I'll invest the capital. When the profits are calculated, you and the captain will each take 25% of the profits, and I'll take 50%. Is that okay? Moreover, the port will still be operating after the war ends. In that case, this benefit will last for a long time." Zhang Sen looked at Su Qing and waited for his answer. Su Qing thought about it and handed a token to Zhang San. This was the token to establish the port. Zhang Sen was excited and was filled with motivation. "A year later, I'm confident that you'll get at least a few million spirit stones." Zhang Sen laughed. He took out a jade slip and quickly contacted his connections to plan this matter. After that, he waved at Su Qing and bade farewell. After watching Zhang Sen leave, Su Qing sighed inwardly. He truly felt that Zhang Sen was a genius. Not only was he talented in refining tools, but his cultivation speed also didn't seem slow. Moreover, he had an astonishing business acumen. "I hope I can really get so many spirit stones in a year." When he thought of Zhang Sen saying that he could get a few million spirit stones in a year, Su Qing's heart raced slightly. The amount of benefits Zhang Sen mentioned was too great. This attracted Su Qing, whose pockets were almost empty. A long time later, Su Qing drew in a deep breath and entered the 100 Herbs Square. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn out, Su Qing walked out after buying the poisonous grasses he needed. Although he had spent a lot of spirit stones here, he was satisfied. There were a lot of poisonous grasses in this shop, and their quality even surpassed the young medicinal herbs. Su Qing felt that this was what a normal herb shop should look like. After all, the vast majority of herbs were poisonous. He bought a lot of poisonous grasses that he had only seen in the book Grandmaster Bai had left behind in the past. Now, he planned to go back and try to refine a new poison. He only felt that it was a pity that there were no ghost desires here. However, the shopkeeper suggested that he could order the goods at full price and come to collect them in a month or so. Su Qing agreed. I have to refine a poison that can quickly kill foundation building cultivators, especially the Sea Corpse race. Su Qing soared into the air and headed straight for the Seventh Peak's cave abode. Time flowed by. As Su Qing refined poison and cultivated in the cave abode, half a month passed very quickly. A piece of news quickly spread in the sect, attracting the attention of everyone. Even the atmosphere of the entire Seven Blood Eyes felt oppressive under the spread of this news. The Sea Corpse race and the Seven Blood Eyes might start an all-out war. Chapter 224, Declaration of War. Chapter 224, Declaration of War. This news spread through the entire Seven Blood Eyes like a storm, attracting the attention of countless cultivators on both the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Although high-level cultivators were the main force in war, there were many things on the battlefield that still needed chi condensation cultivators to do. For example, setting up array formations, logistics, transportation, and various other war tasks. In fact, even the Sea Corpse race would definitely send out chi condensation cultivators to fight. In that case, the Piedmont disciples of the Seven Blood Eyes would have to fight as well. After all, compared to the cultivators on the mountain, the Piedmont disciples had no right to refuse. Only when they reached the foundation building realm did they have the right to decide if they wanted to participate in the battle. As such, this news quickly caused a commotion in the main city. Su Qing wasn't surprised. Regardless of whether it was when he saw the battle between the Seven Peak Lords, the Elders, and the experts of the Sea Corpse race at sea, Wang Yan's two reminders, or Zhang San's plan, they all pointed out that war was about to arrive. Su Qing originally didn't have many thoughts about the war. Previously, when he went up the mountain, Zhang Yunshi had said that foundation building cultivators of the Seven Blood Eyes had no obligation to participate in the war. Hence, the start of the war was mostly driven by benefits. However, after cultivating the fiendish fire soul-devouring art, Su Qing's thoughts changed a little. In reality, all foundation-building cultivators who cultivated the fiendish fire soul-devouring art valued war. Devouring souls was the easiest in war. As long as the cultivator could survive, they would be able to open many magic apertures. It was because killings on the battlefield would be extremely frequent and it would be easier to devour souls in the chaotic battle. Moreover, the souls of the Sea Corpse race had a miraculous effect on the fiendish fire soul-devouring art. This point tempted Su Qing, especially since he had tasted the sweetness of the Sea Corpse race's soul. Right now, he had opened 20 magic apertures and was only 10 away from forming the first ball of life fire. He had also calculated that if he used ghost desires and ammonites to attract sea beasts like last time, because the requirement to open the magic aperture would be increasingly difficult, he estimated that it would take at least 2 years to form the life fire. Although he might occasionally encounter foundation-building ferocious beasts that could speed up this process, it was extremely dangerous. This didn't include the journey back and forth and whether the ghost desires were enough. If these factors were added, it would probably take more than 3 years. Being out in the sea for such a long time without the mystic brilliance form would mean huge danger. When chi condensation cultivators went out to sea and encountered powerful beings, the other party might feel that it wasn't worth killing them. However, when they saw that they were foundation-building cultivators, most of them wouldn't think so. The value of killing foundation-building cultivators was much higher. This way, although the war was dangerous, the cost-performance ratio was much higher. When this news about the war spread, Zhang San was very attentive to their 3 ports and didn't delay the process. Under the bombardment of a large number of spirit stones, not only did he choose the areas to establish the ports, but he also hired thousands of Piedmont disciples of the Sixth Peak and tens of thousands of handymen. The construction had already begun. With so many people involved, the port experienced new changes every day. At the same time, plans for commercialization of the port were underway. As the deputy director of the transportation department, Zhang Sen used his authority to build a large branch here that specialized in serving the new port. The captain was the same. Although he wasn't in the sect, he had also arranged for the Black Division to move to the new port as a branch of the homicide department. Also, after Huang Yan heard from some unknown source that Su Qing had shares here, he arranged for the pilotage department to come over and built a branch here. Gu Muqing quietly bought a very large shop here to open another medicine shop. As for the shopkeeper of the 6th peak who had tried to extort Su Qing, it was unknown if it was because of the arrangements of the person behind him, but he also arrived immediately and bought a shop to express his goodwill. As everyone rushed in, the new port became lively. It became the hottest topic in the sect other than the war. When Ding Xue found out about this, she naturally had to express her support. She bought 3 shops that formed a triangle and surrounded Gu Muqing's medical shop. It was as though she hadn't thought of what to do with them and did this just to show her power. She even contacted her best friends from the various peaks and received their help. The second day after Ding Xue bought the shops, Zhao Zhongheng quickly arranged for the dispatch department to build a branch here. Zhang Sen was very satisfied. He was naturally the one who spread the news of the port. However, the one who planned this move was the captain. Before the captain left, he told him that he had to use Su Qing's name. After all, handsome people were very useful. Zhang Sen also began to mobilize his connections. Very soon, people from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th peaks also came to buy shops one after another, causing the entire new port to have everything a cultivator needed. As for the casinos, they also came after hearing about this port that almost completely belonged to the homicide department. They bought the most shops. Almost all such places in the main city opened branches here. The shops in the other parts of the city were moving in one after another. Half a month later, when Su Qing obtained the Ghost Desires from the 100 Herb Square, the prototype of the port was already ready. He also applied for a number from the 7th peak and the port was designated as Port 176. On the day the port was opened for use, Su Qing moved out of the mountain and found a remote berth in Port 176. On the way there, he looked at the port that had begun to operate and sighed with emotion. In order to obtain the sex requisition fee, Zhang Sen had indeed done his best to speed up the construction. As he moved back to the harbor from the cave abode, Su Qing, who was sitting on the magic ship, listened to the sound of the waves and felt the light swaying of the magic ship. This feeling made him feel as though he had returned to when he was in Qi condensation. He had postponed his trip to the sea. This was because during these few days, there was more and more news about the war. Every day, one could see streams of light returning from the outside world, heading straight for the 7 mountain peaks. This made Su Qing realize that the footsteps of war were about to arrive. Another half a month passed. When Su Qing used his life art to finally wear down 10% of the 21st magic aperture, the bells from the 7 Blood Eyes 7 peaks rang at the same time. It was an extremely rare occurrence. When the bells rang and their chimes echoed through the entire 7 Blood Eyes, the expressions of everyone who heard it, regardless of whether they were on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain, changed. Many disciples even walked out of their magic boats and looked at the 7 mountain peaks. There were many foundation building cultivators hidden among them. The same scene was happening in the entire 7 Blood Eyes main city. It was the same for the foundation building cultivators living on these 7 mountain peaks. They walked out of their respective cave abodes and their eyes revealed sharpness. Shortly after, a vast and aged voice suppressed the bell chimes and spread throughout the entire 7 Blood Eyes. Disciples of the 7 Blood Eyes, I'm Xue Lianzi. You can call me Ancestor. Today, I am announcing that the war is here. My sect declares war on the Sea Corpse race. The assets of the Sea Corpse race exceed 100 billion. This old man has decided to take out half of the assets as your reward. Almost at the instant this old voice echoed, countless blood threads soared into the sky from the 7 peaks of the 7 Blood Eyes. These blood threads were densely packed like countless worms. They swept into the sky in unison, forming a vast cloud that covered the entire sky of the 7 Blood Eyes. One could see that this cloud was completely formed by red lines. They gathered in the sky and swam rapidly, finally outlining a huge face. This face was that of an old man. It was such a shocking sight that thunder rumbled in the sky. In fact, the entire 7 Blood Eyes was dyed red. One could vaguely sense the intent of the flame phoenix that Su Qing had seen back then. From afar, it was as though this world had turned into a demon's domain. At the same time, a monstrous sword chi erupted from the huge blood eye of the 7 Blood Eyes first peak and headed straight for the sky, transforming into a blood-colored sword. This large sword was formed by countless red lightning bolts and looked soul-stirring. It was as though any bolt of lightning inside could destroy a foundation-building cultivator. On that large sword stood a red-faced old man. He was the peak lord of the first peak. As he stood there, his aura was crimson red and his killing intent towered into the sky, as though he could kill gods. I heed the ancestors' decree. Almost at the instant he appeared, a similar rumbling sound rang out from the second peak. A huge pill furnace rose into the air and a graceful middle-aged woman was sitting cross-legged on it. The fragrance of pills permeated the air and was enveloped by a dazzling light. The pill furnace under the middle-aged woman was still refining a pill that was letting out light like the sun, and the fluctuations it emitted were extremely terrifying. Next was the third peak. A middle-aged man who looked like a scholar walked out. Under his feet was a ball of yellow fog. As the fog churned, it emitted a terrifyingly bizarre aura. There were also countless illusory figures that were faintly discernible around him, like ghosts. Su Qing's mind shook when he saw them. The feeling they gave him was extremely similar to the white-clothed faceless woman in the ruined city. It was as though they came from the same source. They were all bizarre entities. I heed the ancestors' decree. After walking out, the middle-aged scholar calmly spoke. After that, a person walked out of the fourth peak. This person was a burly man. As he appeared, one could clearly see a chain on his body. One end of the chain was in his hand, and the other end had a huge eyeball. As soon as the eyeball appeared, the divine intent erupted explosively. Although the feeling it gave Su Qing wasn't as powerful as binding, it was still a divine creature. As for the fifth peak and sixth peak, no one appeared. Finally, it was the seventh peak. As the seventh peak's mountain rumbled, Old Master Seventh's figure walked out. He walked toward the sky step by step, looking extremely ordinary. Among everyone in the sky, he looked the least imposing. From afar, he looked like an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. However, his appearance immediately caused the other peak lords other than the first peak's peak lord to lower their heads to show their respect. I heed the ancestors' decree. Old Master Seventh arrived in the air and cupped his fists and bowed to the sky ancestor. The gaze of the ancestor, Shui Lianzi, instantly landed on Old Master Seventh. He revealed a hint of surprise before laughing loudly. Little Seven, your Tao actually rose silently. You're about to break through. Great. Chapter 225, Participating in the War. Chapter 225, Participating in the War. Old Master Seventh smiled at Shui Lianzi's praise but didn't speak. He only cupped his fists and bowed again. The ancestor, who was outlined by the bloodlines in the sky, smiled and shifted his gaze toward the Seven Blood Eyes main city. With his cultivation, he seemed to be able to capture all the disciples in the city in his mind. His voice was like thunder, exploding word by word. In this battle, the peak lords and the elders have to participate. However, foundation building and chi condensation don't have such an obligation. This old man knows that all of you worked hard and staked your lives to make progress. Although the sect helped during this period, it wasn't much. Therefore, this war isn't compulsory for you. Those who are willing to participate will be rewarded. The entire battle missions will be carried out voluntarily. Which of you Seven Blood Eyes disciples is willing to participate in the battle? As soon as the ancestor finished speaking, the identity tokens of all cultivators at the fifth level of chi condensation and above of the Seven Blood Eyes instantly vibrated. Numerous matters regarding the benefits of participating in the battle were imprinted in their tokens. All the cultivators instantly knew about the rewards after taking their tokens out. Some of their eyes even revealed sharpness and desire after checking it. Very soon, many voices replied from the main city and the mountain peaks. Disciple is willing to participate in the battle. Disciple is willing to participate in the battle. As the sounds of participation rang out one after another, numerous figures flew into the air from the main city and the seven mountain peaks and stood respectfully. Among them, there were foundation-building cultivators and high-level chi condensation disciples who floated in the air with flight talismans. Su Qing lifted his head and looked at everything. He then took out his identity token and checked the information inside. The participants will be rewarded according to their cultivation base. The first wave of rewards will be distributed immediately. 500 spirit stones for the fifth level of chi condensation to 3,000 spirit stones for the perfected chi condensation realm, 100,000 spirit stones for the foundation building realm to 500,000 spirit stones for the perfected foundation building realm. If you agree to participate in the war, you will be given the rewards immediately. However, once you participate in the battle, you can't withdraw unless the war ends. However, you can choose to accept missions during this period. This was the first benefit for cultivators participating in the war in the Jade Slip. When Su Qing saw this, his expression changed slightly. Being able to receive 100,000 spirit stones just for participating was already a considerable reward. During war, missions are delegated by the peak lords to the elders of the various peaks. After the elders issue the missions, anyone can accept it. The mission rewards are extremely generous. All personal gains from the mission or from outside don't have to be reported. They belong to the individual themselves. All those who participated in the 7 Blood Eyes victory in the war will be distributed the sex gains from this battle according to the level and number of the completed missions. In addition, the soul of the Sea Corpse race has a miraculous effect on those who cultivate the fiendish fire soul-devouring art. It's an incomparable delicacy. You'll know after you try it. Who is willing to participate in this battle? The very first rewards for this war were already so many spirit stones. One could imagine that the subsequent missions would have even more astonishing rewards. Su Qing was tempted. He was truly lacking spirit stones. His gains and savings had almost been cleared up after he bought the magic artifact and poisonous grasses. Although he had some spirit stones, they were only enough for his daily life. Spirit stones were extremely important in cultivation. If Su Qing had 10 million spirit stones now, he could issue missions to get a large number of cultivators from the sect to help him capture foundation building sea beasts. In fact, if he had more spirit stones, he could even get the elders to help. He would have a much easier time in opening 30 magic apertures. Even if he didn't seek the help of the elders, if he had enough spirit stones, he could upgrade his magic ship to a high level. He would then carefully avoid some powerful forces and dominate an area on the Forbidden Sea. Hence, the rewards from this war caused Su Qing's breathing to quicken. He was also tempted by the thought of getting the souls of the Sea Corpse race. To Su Qing, who had tasted the sweetness of Sea Corpse race's soul, the temptation was even greater. He was a decisive person, so after some thoughts, he made the decision. Figures rushed into the sky one after another and the sounds of participation rose and fell. There were about 1,000 foundation building cultivators from the 7 Blood Eyes 7 mountain peaks in total. This time, 70% of them chose to participate in the battle. They were densely packed and their auras were astonishing, causing the wind in all directions to stir and the sea to rumble violently. Many elders also walked out of their respective peaks and stood beside the peak lords. At the same time, on the ground of the main city, countless chi condensation cultivators weighed their options. Some chose to participate in the battle, while others prepared to wait and see. After all, those who could become a disciple of the 7 Blood Eyes and live to the 5th level of chi condensation or above were far from ordinary. Open the sex array formation and connect with the teleportation array in the Merfolk Island. As Shui Lianzi spoke, the entire 7 Blood Eyes rumbled. The 7 huge blood eyes on the 7 mountain peaks emitted a demonic light that enveloped the entire area. The array formation was activated. In everyone's identity tokens, other than the information about the rewards, there was also a simple plan for this battle. It was as though the sect wasn't afraid of this plan being exposed at all. The entire plan was to use the 4 islands of the Merfolk race as the frontline command center. Under the huge protection array of the 7 Blood Eyes main city, everyone who participated in the battle only needed to hold their identity token and silently chant the word "participate." They would then be teleported to the Merfolk Island by the array formation. This plan allowed the battlefield to be far away from the 7 Blood Eyes. The strategic location of the Merfolk Islands was extremely important as it was between the 7 Blood Eyes and the Sea Corpse race. Previously, the 7 Blood Eyes had used the competition as a cover and used the ancestors' breakthrough to invade the other party's territory to cause chaos, catching the Sea Corpse race off guard, which allowed them to take down the Merfolk Islands in one go. Hence, the first step of this strategic plan was already completed. The next step was to completely gain a firm foothold in the Merfolk Island under the counterattack of the Sea Corpse race. The first step was a conspiracy. The second step was an open scheme. Participants, set off. Shui Lianzi waved his hand. His figure directly transformed into countless terrifying red lines that whistled toward the sex array formation. He was instantly teleported away. After that, the peak lords of the 5 peaks stepped in one after another. Behind them were the elders of the various peaks, and lastly, there were more than 700 foundation building cultivators from the 7 peaks. The group of people had a majestic momentum and carried a monstrous murderous aura as they teleported and disappeared. Among the foundation building cultivators, Su Qing didn't teleport immediately. Instead, he glanced at the main city of the 7 Blood Eyes. Although the sect must have reserved a portion of its strength to protect it, the current sect was clearly much more empty than usual. Even though the sect's protective array was activated, it still looked defenseless. From the moment he arrived at the 7 Blood Eyes until now, Su Qing had come to know that most of the people in this sect were schemers. He didn't believe that the sect's ancestor and the 7 Peak Lords would be careless about this. It's very likely that the 7 Blood Eyes Foundation isn't just what we see now. There must be something deeper. It's even very likely that the current sect and main city are a trap to lure other forces. Su Qing fell into deep thought. He lifted his head and looked at the sect's array formation. The light in his eyes was restrained as he held his identity token and chanted in his mind. Participate. At the next instant, Su Qing's figure was enveloped by a beam of light that fell from the array formation above. His entire person disappeared with the light. At that moment, in the main city, such beams of light descended one after another. A large number of disciples were teleported away under these beams of light. One could imagine that such beams of light would continue to descend in the coming days. On the Forbidden Sea, where the 4 Merfolk Islands were, the sky was also enveloped by the light of the 7 Blood Eyes main city's array formation, enveloping all 4 islands. Other than its own defense, the array formation here was clearly synchronized with the 7 Blood Eyes main city. It could allow disciples to teleport over instantly. Outside these 4 islands, wind and lightning were rampaging and thunder rumbled endlessly as though powerful beings were fighting. The area further away was covered by fog and surging waves. The sounds of fighting could clearly be heard from the fog. One could vaguely see that the people fighting against the Sea Corpse race were mostly merfolks. Clearly, after being suppressed, the merfolk race had chosen to submit completely and was arranged to be cannon fodders. However, this battle didn't look intense, as though it was just the norm. On the 4 islands, countless buildings had been built that were different from the merfolk races. They were tall towers. Every tall tower shone with blue lightning that flowed in all directions and connected to the other tall towers, causing the 4 islands to seem to be connected as one. There were also countless large-scale magic artifacts installed on the 4 islands. From time to time, they would rumble and activate rows of astonishing spells that landed on the distant battlefield. Array formations filled the 4 islands. Every few breaths, the shadows of array runes would form in the sky and rapidly fuse into the surrounding areas to reinforce the array formation here. Many simple residences were opened up. On Hidden Island, a large amount of anomalous substances were extracted and transformed into 9-headed snakes that seemed to have been controlled to fight for the 7 Blood Eyes. It was the same for other islands. After the 7 Blood Eyes tampered with the volcanoes on Mire Island, they were currently erupting. Every time they erupted, they would cause the ground to tremble and terrifying power to pour out in all directions. More than half of Image Island had been turned into a sword pool. Flying swords were soaked in it as though they were being nurtured. Clearly, this was a method of the first peak. Once they were used, their might would definitely shake the world. The greatest change was on Binding Island. An eye had been planted on this island. The size of this eye was comparable to 70% of the island. Upon closer inspection, it was exactly the same as the 7 Blood Eyes. In the blink of an eye, information was transmitted to the identity tokens of all the cultivators on the 4 islands. When Su Qing arrived, he was in the air above Mire Island. The instant he appeared, he saw the 4 islands of the merfolk race that had changed drastically. Su Qing's mind shook as he looked into the distance. He saw Shui, Lianzi and the 5 Peak Lords standing in the air above Binding Island. There were also the other 2 Peak Lords who were bowing to greet the old ancestor and seemed to be reporting something. One of these 2 was an old woman. She was stepping on a vast array formation that seemed to be overlapping with tens of thousands of array formations. The other was an old man with a dark expression. He didn't give off any sense of dignity but was filled with bitterness. It was as though there was a bitter tribulation in his heart that he couldn't resolve. He held a wine gourd in his hand and drank as he walked in the sky. They were the peak lords of the 5th and 6th peaks. Looking at the islands, Suqing suddenly understood why the 5th and 6th peak lords didn't appear in the sect. The changes to the 4 islands were the arrangements of their 2 peaks. Chapter 226, Someone Teleported. Chapter 226, Someone Teleported. Right at this moment, the volcanoes on Meyer Island rumbled and erupted one after another. Thick black ashes rolled in all directions and were poured onto the battlefield of the Sea Corps race by the power of the 7 Blood Eyes Array formation. However, some of them still landed on Meyer Island like black snowflakes. The ground continued to quake and rumbling sounds that drowned out all sounds appeared from time to time. Suqing didn't dare to stay in the sky for long. He headed straight for the ground. When he landed, he saw countless 7 Blood Eyes disciples from the various peaks bustling about. Everyone had a target. Some were building array formations, some were cooperating with the maintenance of magic artifacts, and some were rushing toward the teleportation array that linked to the distant battlefield. In the air, the figures of foundation building cultivators whistled past. Accompanied by waves of light, new people continuously descended on the 4 islands. Suqing's identity token continued to vibrate. Information about missions flowed out like a waterfall. While maintaining vigilance against his surroundings, Suqing took out his token and quickly checked it. One mission after another appeared in the token. Some disappeared as soon as they appeared. Clearly, they had been taken away by someone. Most of them were missions that required many people to complete. They showed the number of participants required, and once it was filled, the mission would disappear. Maintenance of the magic artifacts on Binding Island. Need 36th peak disciples at 5th level of Qi condensation and above, and 3 foundation building cultivators. 50,000 spirit stones will be distributed according to the contribution and cultivation level. 60 Qi condensation disciples and 2 foundation building disciples are needed in Image Island to rear magic artifacts for the first peak's disciples. The total reward is 70,000 spirit stones. 300 array formation specialists required. The total reward is 60,000 spirit stones. Need 10 Qi condensation cultivators to accept the bizarre body. 1,000 spirit stones a day. Among the large amount of mission information, there was one that was at the top. It was a war mission. Long-term war mission, head to the battlefield outside the islands and kill the Sea Corps race cultivators. Regardless of cultivation level, kill 10,000 of them and obtain the core formation opportunity. When Suqing saw this mission, his heart trembled. The reward was extremely generous. One could imagine that the core formation opportunity would definitely make a large number of foundation building cultivators envious. Just as Suqing was continuously flipping through the mission information, a blood-colored mission suddenly appeared among the many missions. Every word on it was blood-colored. Need 10 foundation building disciples who can activate Mystic Brilliance form to cross the battlefield and head to the 3rd island outside the Sea Corps race's territory. The specific details will be arranged by the elders. This mission is extremely dangerous. If you face the danger of a golden core, the participant will be rewarded with 8 million spirit stones each. The moment Suqing saw this blood-colored mission, he was shaken by the reward. His breathing became hurried. However, it was obvious that the danger of this mission was extremely great and there was a slim chance of surviving. However, at the next instant, the number of participants for the mission was filled. The mission instantly disappeared from the vast list. Suqing fell silent. He thought of what Zhang Yunshi had said that day. In the sex war, drive the disciples with benefits. Both sides were willing to accept this. I need to accept a mission. A long time later, Suqing started looking at the suitable missions. The rewards for Qi condensation were usually not much and most of them were shared by many people. Most of the rewards for foundation building missions required one to have the Mystic Brilliance form. Suqing's cultivation made it impossible for him to accept such missions. At the same time, Suqing felt that he was still a little lacking to go to the battlefield. What he needed was the kind that could both earn spirit stones and kill the Sea Corps race. It wasn't like there weren't such missions among the many missions. Very soon, Suqing saw one. There are several small-scale teleportation arrays left behind by the Sea Corps race in the underwater world of the 4 islands of the Merfolk race. Need 8 foundation building cultivators to investigate and destroy all the teleportation arrays on each island. If you encounter the Sea Corpse race, kill them. If you can't defeat them, report it immediately. You will be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones for each teleportation array destroyed. Kills will be scored and ranked. The instant he saw this mission, Su Qing's eyes narrowed. This mission suited his needs very well, so he didn't hesitate at all and immediately accepted it. Almost at the instant he accepted the mission, the 8 spots needed for this mission were instantly gone. Su Qing was the last one. If he had hesitated just a bit, he wouldn't have been able to get it. After receiving this mission, new information immediately popped up in Su Qing's identity token. The names of the 8 participants were hidden. They had already been automatically assigned to different islands. The island Su Qing was assigned to was none other than Meyer Island. There was a detailed introduction of the appearance and fluctuations of the small-scale teleportation arrays and how to destroy them. There was even a reminder that the Sea Corpse race members were found to have teleported from these arrays. According to the judgment of the command center, under the envelopment of the Sex Large Array formation, even if such small-scale teleportation arrays were forcibly activated, they would not be able to teleport cultivators with 2 balls of life fire. There was a high chance that the ones who were teleported here were all Sea Corpse race members who hadn't formed their life fire. The purpose of these people coming here should be to attempt to destroy the array formations and magic artifacts of the various islands like sacrificial soldiers. The activation of the Sea Corpse race's teleportation arrays didn't require spirit energy and magic power but rather anomalous substances. In the underwater world, there were a large number of anomalous substances in the seawater, so these arrays were extremely hidden and difficult to detect. As such, this mission was issued. Su Qing knew that there was someone else on this island who had accepted this mission like him. As such, he headed straight for the nearest city here. Regardless of which island it was, the entrance to the underwater world was in the cities. Su Qing was experienced in this. As for the merfolk cities, most of them were in ruins. However, the Jade Slip Huang Yan had given him that day also had a very detailed description of Meyer Island. He remembered that there was an entrance tunnel that wasn't far from here. Su Qing sped up in the air. The volcanoes continued to erupt from time to time, the ground quaked, deafening explosions sounded, and black snowflakes fell. About 15 minutes later, Su Qing saw a ruined city in the distance. He didn't stop at all and flew over. On the way, he also saw some 7 Blood Eyes disciples, but they didn't greet each other and hurriedly passed by each other. Very soon, Su Qing found the entrance. The surroundings had already been opened up. The tunnel emitted waves of cold air as well as a bloody intent. The seawater that should have been in the depths had risen quite a bit now and could be seen from the outside. Su Qing stood at the edge of the entrance. After taking a look at the tunnel, he took out a bag containing poison and threw it down. After it mixed with the water, he jumped in. He grabbed the poison pouch and rushed down rapidly. The entire process only lasted for more than 30 breaths of time. Su Qing continued to move deeper and slowly approached the exit. The deeper he went, the quieter his surroundings became. The clamor outside was isolated by the seawater, even the rumbling of the volcanic eruptions was much weaker here. However, Su Qing's vigilance was still there. When he got close to the exit, he threw out the bag, causing it to explode. A large amount of poison permeated the air and he rushed out. He immediately looked around. Most of the buildings here had collapsed, and the corals and sea anemone had decayed. It was probably because of the eruption of the black fog that day. I have to find the small-scale teleportation array of the Sea Corpse race as soon as possible. Su Qing retracted his gaze and calmly spoke. A long time later, seeing that there was no reaction, the magic power in Su Qing's body surged into the purple crystal, causing it to emit a trace of suppression. At the next instant, the shadow quickly pointed in a direction. The reason why Su Qing accepted this mission was because he knew that his shadow had a keen perception of anomalous substances. It might be a little difficult for others to find a teleportation array driven by anomalous substances under the sea, and they would need some special magic artifacts. However, he didn't need them. In fact, Su Qing even felt that magic artifacts might not be as keen as the shadow. The only thing that made him unhappy was that the shadow actually didn't take the initiative. Hence, he slowly spoke. Your inspection period will be reduced by 10 days. The shadow trembled. As it rapidly probed the surroundings, the faint voice of the diamond sex ancestor rang out from the black iron stick. Master, don't be angry. The shadow might not understand you, but I know that Master is usually very tired and needs us to take the initiative to share the burden. I'm worried about Master. When the shadow heard this, killing intent instantly appeared. Su Qing felt that what the Diamond Sex ancestor said made sense. As such, he coldly glanced at the shadow and instantly suppressed it 3 times. I don't like your killing intent. The shadow trembled as though it was extremely aggrieved. It could only obediently show the way under the Diamond Sex ancestor's smugness. Su Qing followed the direction the shadow pointed and sped all the way. Very soon, he arrived at the place the shadow had found. This place was a concave land. It should have been blasted by a spell before, so it looked a mess. There was a teleportation array hidden in the mud layer and there were no energy fluctuations from it, so it was very difficult to detect. Only the anomalous substances here were slightly denser than the surroundings. Su Qing took a look. He sensed that the array formation didn't seem to have been activated before. He followed the description in the mission and found the location of the array eye. He then stomped fiercely on it. The array formation collapsed loudly. After that, without needing Su Qing to speak, the shadow quickly probed and pointed to the next location. Su Qing sped all the way. Just like that, he destroyed the 2nd and 3rd teleportation arrays. In the area with the 4th teleportation array, he was about to destroy it when the array, actually, shone. Su Qing let out a soft cry of surprise and immediately sensed carefully. Very soon, he sensed a hint of foundation building aura from the flickering of the array formation. Someone seemed to be teleporting from the other end of the array formation. In Su Qing's perception, this aura wasn't very strong. It didn't seem to have reached the state of life fire, so he didn't destroy the array formation. Instead, he quickly took out the poison powder and used the fastest speed to spread it around the teleportation array. In the span of over 10 breaths, Su Qing released over 100 types of poison in one go. As they enveloped the array formation, the black iron stick flew out and hid at the side. There was also a bell tied to this iron stick. When a person with flesh and blood used this bell, their soul would be affected. However, the artifact's spirit wouldn't be affected, so Su Qing tied the bell to the iron stick. As for the Diamond Sex ancestor in the iron stick, he was clearly very excited, as though he felt that it was time for him to perform again. The shadow was also anxious and spread out, not to be outdone. After making preparations to pounce over in an instant, Su Qing took out the magic ship just in case. He took a few steps back and squatted down. A cold glint flashed in his eyes and the black fire in his body rose, transforming into a dagger in his hand. It's coming. The instant Su Qing muttered inwardly, the light of the teleportation array flickered. Amidst the dense anomalous substances, the figure of the Sea Corps race member slowly appeared. Chapter 227, 227-3 Snatching Food. 227-3 Snatching Food. Su Qing had fought against the perfected Qi condensation cultivators of the Sea Corps race. They were extremely difficult to kill. They had a powerful physical body and tenacious life. When Su Qing fought one of the Sea Corps race members before, he was only able to kill it by cutting off its parts. As for the foundation-building cultivators of the Sea Corps race, Su Qing had never fought them. As such, he was extremely vigilant at this moment. Even when he was all prepared, he still didn't get too close. Under his gaze, as the light of the teleportation array flickered, the figure of the Sea Corps race member inside rapidly became clear. This person wasn't transformed from a human corpse but rather a non-human race that Su Qing had never seen before. There were bat-like wings on his back but they were somewhat torn. However, the aura of a foundation-building cultivator was obvious. At the next instant, amidst the light rumbling of the teleportation array, the figure of the Sea Corps race cultivator became clear. The instant he completed the teleportation, he tried to retreat. Clearly, he was extremely vigilant. However, he would never have thought that there would be traps waiting for him. Almost at the instant he retreated, the seawater in the surroundings instantly fluctuated, transforming into highly condensed sea walls and blocking him. It was the same for the front, back, left, right, and even above. This caused the Sea Corps cultivator to collide with it as he retreated, emitting a muffled boom. Although the astonishing power of his foundation-building cultivation caused the sea wall to instantly collapse, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th walls appeared one after another. The magic power in Su Qing's body exceeded his peers by several times. At that moment, he was performing hand seals with both hands in the distance. Immediately, the undercurrents in the surrounding seawater surged and walls that were highly condensed headed straight for the Sea Corp's race cultivators from all directions. Just you alone. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the Sea Corp's race cultivator. He also saw his surroundings clearly and sensed that Su Qing was the only one nearby. As for the poison in the surroundings, he didn't care. As a member of the Sea Corp's race, his entire body was corpse poison. Moreover, the characteristics of his body made him unafraid of poison. He ignored the poisonous fog and performed hand seals. Just as he was about to cast the spell to blast open the surroundings, his expression suddenly changed. He sensed that after his wings came into contact with the surrounding poisonous fog, they actually showed signs of corrosion. This caused his mind to shake. What poison is this? Moreover, all of the poison was gathered in the same place due to the sealing of the surrounding sea walls. With more than 100 types of poison mixed, the body of the Sea Corp's race cultivator showed signs of corrosion. The Sea Corp's race cultivator was shaken and hurriedly performed a series of hand seals. A dense corpse poison instantly spread out from his body. He also flapped the wings on his back, emitting astonishing energy. It stirred up the surrounding seawater and directly blasted toward the surrounding sea walls. In an instant, the walls collapsed one after another, but for every wall that collapsed, 3 more would appear. Not only did the sea walls around the Sea Corp's race cultivator not decrease, but they also increased. The poisonous fog continued to intensify, causing the expression of the Sea Corp's race member who was trapped inside to change once again. Even with his powerful physical body and recovery, he felt that his body was starting to corrode faster. He even had a strong feeling that if this continued, it was very likely that he would be melted alive in about 15 minutes. He took out a black-colored beast bone. There was a hint of killing intent in his eyes as he spat out blue blood on it. Immediately, the beast bone trembled and the anomalous substances on it erupted, forming a black shadow. The shadow seemed to have intelligence as it let out waves of heart-shaking laughter. A powerful aura spread out and swept in all directions. All the sea walls that came into contact with the aura instantly collapsed. Clearly, this beast bone was a type of magic artifact. The Sea Corp's race cultivator chose the direction that faced Su Qing and charged straight forward. As the sea walls collapsed one after another, the Sea Corp's race cultivator rushed out of the poisonous fog. The killing intent in his eyes was intense and cold. Su Qing's expression was calm and he was finally at ease. As expected, he's not a foundation-building cultivator with the Mystic Brilliance form. If it was the Mystic Brilliance form, it wouldn't have taken so much trouble to break through his sea walls. The cultivator should have been able to knock through everything in an instant and reach him. Moreover, the possibility of the other party hiding his strength wasn't high. After all, this was the enemy's territory. His thought should be to kill Su Qing and leave as soon as possible. Killing intent rose in Su Qing's eyes. The Sea Corp's cultivator's magic artifact finally broke through the last sea wall. As the black shadow dissipated, the Sea Corp's cultivator headed straight for Su Qing. However, Su Qing's speed was even faster than him. He collided with the Sea Corp's race cultivator in the blink of an eye. The Sea Corp's cultivator's entire body trembled violently and he spat out blood as he retreated. His expression was filled with horror as he saw Su Qing continue to rush at him. The dagger in Su Qing's right hand emitted black evil fire. Even in the sea, this fire was still burning. As Su Qing got closer, the two of them collided again. A rumbling sound echoed. After several exchanges, the Sea Corp's race cultivator was bewildered. He had a similar thought as the Sea Corp's race cultivator at the perfected Qi condensation realm back then. His anomalous substances were ineffective against Su Qing. His corpse poison was inferior to the other party's poison and his recovery was the same. As Su Qing waved his dagger, the Sea Corp's race cultivator raised his right hand. Immediately, the black shadow on the beast bone let out a sinister laugh and pounced toward Su Qing. In fact, this black shadow's red eyes revealed greed. Just as it was about to get close, the black shadow's eyes suddenly widened and it quickly retreated. However, it was too late. At the next instant, the shadow that had been lying in ambush in the surroundings suddenly erupted. It had long been staring at this black shadow. At this moment, its emotions emitted hunger as it pounced over. The black shadow seemed to have encountered its natural enemy. As its body trembled, its speed was also affected. It was as though it was so intimidated that it didn't dare to escape and slowed down. In that instant, a large mouth opened in Su Qing's shadow and swallowed it. The black shadow was swallowed alive by the shadow. With a burp, its invisible gaze stared at the Sea Corpse race cultivator whose expression had changed drastically. The Sea Corpse race cultivator's eyes revealed horror as he quickly retreated. However, the moment he retreated, waves of hurried bell sounds rang out. This sound carried an ethereal feeling that could penetrate the body and reach the soul. The instant it entered the ears of the Sea Corpse race cultivator, his body involuntarily paused for a moment. Although he quickly broke free, the bell was already close. With a flash of black light, the black iron stick gave up on the bell and completely erupted with speed, directly piercing through the center of the Sea Corpse race's brows. After circling around, it pierced through his neck again before picking up the falling bell again. At the same time, the black fiendish fire on Su Qing's body erupted, as though he had transformed into a burning person. He also activated the feather magic artifact on his body. Su Qing's speed was enhanced tremendously with the feather artifact. With just a few steps, he appeared in front of the heavily injured Sea Corpse race cultivator. He instantly stabbed the other party's neck with his dagger. Just as the Sea Corpse race cultivator let out a scream, Su Qing's dagger transformed into black fire and surged into the other party's wound, entering his body and burning intensely. The Sea Corpse race cultivator was about to struggle when Su Qing ruthlessly slammed his knee into the Sea Corpse race member's stomach. The Sea Corpse race cultivator's body almost collapsed, and with the black flames burning his soul, he let out a hoarse howl. Amidst the intense struggle, the shadow also got close and extended along the legs of the Sea Corpse race cultivator. Wherever it passed, the Sea Corpse race cultivator's trembling would intensify and his screams changed in pitch. The area covered by the shadow was rapidly corroding its body. It was as though it was transforming from a sea corpse to a real corpse. That was because the anomalous substances in it were being crazily devoured by the shadow. And as the shadow devoured the anomalous substances, its body actually emitted a trace of the Sea Corpse race's aura. As for the black iron stick, it wasn't idle either. It headed straight for the bone magic artifact at the side. After it pierced the artifact, the diamond sex ancestor manifested and sucked fiercely. Immediately, the bone magic artifact trembled and the energy inside was quickly absorbed by the diamond sex ancestor. This process lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The Sea Corpse race cultivator's struggle became weaker and weaker. Finally, his body lost all the anomalous substances and turned into ashes that dissipated into the seawater. As for the bone magic artifact, it was the same. It shattered into pieces. Su Qing's eyes flickered with excitement. At that moment, the soul of the Sea Corpse race was burning crazily in his body as it rushed toward the 21st magic aperture. Su Qing's body trembled and his eyes gleamed. His 21st magic aperture was opened. As the spirit energy flowed in and magic power was nourished, Su Qing turned his head and looked at the teleportation array, narrowing his eyes. He didn't destroy it but continued to set up more traps and waited silently. At the same time, he looked at the shadow. He had sensed that when the other party devoured the Sea Corpse race, it had also emitted the aura of the Sea Corpse race. Time flowed by, and Su Qing felt a little regretful that there was no second one. The Sea Corpse race wasn't stupid. After teleporting one out, they should have sensed something. As such, there was no second one. Su Qing decided to destroy it and search for the next teleportation array. As for the shadow, its anomalous substances had become denser. Moreover, it was as though it had tasted the sweetness, it seemed to be even more eager than Su Qing and was searching even harder. As for the diamond sex ancestor, the strength of his aura increased even more. Clearly, he had benefited greatly from devouring the other party's magic artifact. This made Su Qing a little hesitant. After all, magic artifacts could be sold for money. Master, I couldn't control myself just now. Next time, I'll absorb 70% and leave 30% behind. This way, we can still sell it for money. I'm an artifact spirit and I'm confident that I can control it. It'll be very difficult for the buyer to notice. However, I suggest that it's best if Master doesn't sell it to the sect. I know many black markets. We can sell there. The diamond sex ancestor was an elite among humans. The moment Su Qing's expression changed, he guessed the reason and hurriedly spoke carefully. Suqing glanced at the black iron stick but didn't speak. Just like that, a day later, with the hard work of the shadow, Suqing found another teleportation array hidden in a crack on the ground in the underwater world. After setting up the traps, he sat down and waited. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Suqing decided to destroy it and search for the next teleportation array, the teleportation array suddenly emitted fluctuations. Chapter 228, 228 Crazily Opening the Apertures. 228 Crazily Opening the Apertures. The energy fluctuation was very strong. The instant it spread out, Suqing felt a faint sense of fear and trepidation. The shadow also rapidly transmitted emotions of danger. The other party's figure quickly appeared. He was a very tall and burly man. Although he was still at the foundation building realm, the light of the ball of life fire in his body clearly spread out in the teleportation array. Clearly, this C-Corp's race cultivator had activated his mystic brilliance form when he teleported into the enemy's territory to face the dangers that might appear on the other side of the teleportation array. Suqing didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed at the air. The instant the figure became clearer and met Suqing's gaze, Suqing directly crushed one of the arrangements on the teleportation array. With a boom, the teleportation array collapsed and the figure that was about to be teleported over instantly blurred. Only an unwilling roar could be heard faintly. Suqing was expressionless. He stood up and put away the arrangements he made, searching for the next location. 4 days later, he found another place and waited silently. Finally, he saw a second cultivator from the C-Corp's race. The other party was also at the foundation building realm. When Suqing confirmed that the other party wasn't in the mystic brilliance form, he instructed the shadow to investigate. The shadow's sensitivity to anomalous substances caused it to be very outstanding in detecting the cultivation of the C-Corp's race's cultivators. For the sake of mutual benefit, the shadow was very serious. After confirming that the person's cultivation wasn't in the mystic brilliance form, the slaughter started immediately. This time, Suqing had learned from last time and adjusted his poison, making it even more invasive. At the same time, Suqing arranged for the ambush on the shadow's side to be the first wave of attacks. The Diamond Sex Ancestor was the second wave and he was the last wave. The magic ship was his final trump card. Just like that, after the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the rumbling gradually dissipated. Amidst the continued weakness of the mournful cries, Suqing killed the second C-Corp's cultivator. His soul was absorbed and burned continuously in his body, transforming into an impact that opened the 20-second magic aperture. This made Suqing very excited. He had a deeper understanding of the saying that the souls of the C-Corp's race had miraculous effects. If this continues, I'll be able to form my life fire in about 8 more times. Once the life fire is formed and placed on the life lantern, my combat strength will instantly advance by leaps and bounds. Suqing's heart was filled with anticipation. Just as he was about to destroy this teleportation array, an aura spread out once again. The feeling this aura gave off was not of the mystic brilliance form but very ordinary. However, the shadow instantly emitted fluctuations. Suqing immediately recognized that this aura was the same as the previous C-Corp's race cultivator in mystic brilliance form. This person had learned from his previous mistake and restrained his mystic brilliance form when he teleported again. However, he was unlucky to encounter Suqing. At that moment, his figure had almost taken shape when Suqing raised his right hand and ruthlessly slapped it. The teleportation array collapsed immediately. The figure in the array struggled intensely and wanted to rush out, but it was too late. It could only dissipate with an even more unwilling roar. I can only do this a few more times. The C-Corp's race will definitely sense it. Suqing mumbled, feeling a little regretful. This mission was really suitable for him. If he could not continue this, then he would have to go to the battlefield to get souls to form his life fire. Let's continue searching. Suqing pondered for a moment and made a decision. He then continued searching. Just like that, days passed. There weren't many C-Corp's race's teleportation arrays in the underwater world of Meyer Island, only a dozen or so. Among them, Suqing had destroyed a total of 8. As for the foundation building cultivators, he encountered 2 more later. He quickly killed one of them while it was quite difficult to kill the other one. The second one had a lot of life-saving magic artifacts and seemed to be close to forming a life fire. This caused Suqing to spend more than 2 hours to kill him. This made him deeply realize how powerful the C-Corps race's foundation-building cultivators were. Moreover, the number of magic apertures opened by these two foundation-building cultivators' souls was 3, reaching 25. However, this was the end. Su Qing found 3 more teleportation arrays but didn't encounter anyone again. He could only destroy them regretfully. The Diamond Sex Ancestor was also regretful, while the Shadow was no more energetic. The teleportation arrays on Meyer Island were completely cleared. Su Qing helplessly returned to the island. Just as he handed in the mission and was pondering if he should accept the war mission, a message came from his identity token. "I'm the Third Peak's Elder, Ouyang Ling. I have seen your identity information. Your name is Su Qing, right?" When Su Qing saw this message, he immediately became vigilant and didn't respond. "You don't have to think too much. This clearing mission was given by this old man, but the completion rate of the other 3 islands is average. This old man doesn't care why you can be so fast. This is your private matter. However, I want you to continue searching the other 2 islands other than Meyer and Binding Island. Are you willing to accept it?" This time around, what came out of the jade slip wasn't a message but a dignified voice that directly entered Su Qing's mind, causing the 25 magic apertures in his body to tremble. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and slowly spoke after a moment of silence. "I respect the Elder's decree." When the Third Peak Elder heard Su Qing's answer, he was very satisfied. At the next instant, he adjusted Su Qing's mission from searching for Meyer Island to searching for all the islands. The corresponding Spirit Stone reward was also recorded on Su Qing's identity token. Su Qing looked at the numbers on it and felt even more anticipation for the war rewards this time. 110,000 Spirit Stones. With 10,000 Spirit Stones for destroying a teleportation array, this was the reward for destroying 11 arrays. Among them, the 4 foundation-building C-Corps race cultivators weren't calculated in the Spirit Stone reward, but the number of kills were recorded. Su Qing looked at the number and felt some regret. Among the 4 foundation-building cultivators he killed, other than the first one who had a magic artifact, the last one had a magic artifact as well. However, the main focus now is to open the magic apertures. Su Qing looked at the other 3 islands in the distance. He rose into the air and headed straight for Image Island. As for why he did not have to go to Binding Island, Su Qing felt that it was related to the huge blood-colored eye that was planted on the island. This eye that was like the huge eye of the 7 Blood Eyes sect would definitely be able to search for the teleportation arrays under the island. Whether this was the case or not, Su Qing didn't care. He crossed the large sea and got closer and closer to Image. The entire land of Image was filled with sword pools. It was unknown what kind of power was in the sword pools, but it could make the flying swords inside even sharper. From afar, the sword pool in the center was the most majestic. It was filled with dense fog and one could vaguely see flying swords swimming inside. Countless small sword pools were built in the surroundings. When Su Qing got close, he could clearly sense strands of dangerous auras emitted by those sword pools locking onto him. It was as though he was being screened, but these auras quickly dissipated. Su Qing safely stepped onto Image Island, the former merfolk race's royal family's territory. He didn't stop here. According to the Jade Slip information Wang Yan had given him, he found the entrance to the underwater world. After he quickly stepped in, Su Qing saw a gorgeous scene that surpassed the underwater world of Binding and Meyer. Many palaces were built in the entire underwater world. Although many of them were destroyed now, one could still see their former glory. These were the former royal palaces of the merfolk race. Su Qing looked around but didn't search for a teleportation array here. Such an obvious building complex must be the focus of others' search. At that moment, the shadow transmitted fluctuations, guiding Su Qing away from the palace area. Half a day later, at a place filled with corals, Su Qing sensed the teleportation array. Su Qing's eyes lit up. He quickly arrived to take a look and made some arrangements before waiting. This time around, his luck wasn't bad. A few days later, the teleportation array here shone weakly and an aura spread out. As the illusory figure inside gradually became clearer, Su Qing probed the other party's cultivation and attacked. The entire process didn't last long. Su Qing killed the cultivator who arrived and destroyed the teleportation array before continuing to search. Just like that, time flowed by and very soon, a month passed. Su Qing's figure appeared in all the areas in the underwater world. As he continued to search and destroy the teleportation arrays, his magic aperture slowly opened to the 28th. 2 more to go. The anticipation in Su Qing's heart grew increasingly intense as he headed to Hidden Island. While he was carrying out this mission, the war between the Sea Corpse race and the 7 Blood Eyes became increasingly intense. In the past 2 months, the Sea Corpse race had launched a total of 5 large-scale campaigns. Their goal was to force the 7 Blood Eyes back from the Merfolk Islands. The scale of these 5 wars grew larger each time. However, under the tight defense of the 7 Blood Eyes, not only did they defend successfully, but they also took the initiative to attack many times. They exchanged blows with the Sea Corpse race on the Forbidden Sea. More 7 Blood Eyes disciples had teleported over and joined the war. There were even many non-human allies of the 7 Blood Eyes who participated in the war one after another. This caused various non-human races to be seen on the Merfolk Islands. The Sea Corpse race also had non-human races joining them. This caused the scale of the war between the two sides to continue to grow larger. However, this had nothing to do with Su Qing. At the moment, he was speeding through the underwater world under the Hidden Island, approaching another teleportation array that the Shadow had discovered. If I'm lucky, I should be able to break through the last 2 magic apertures in half a month. Su Qing glanced at the spirit stones in his identity token. The amount inside had already accumulated to more than 300,000 spirit stones, and the fact that his life fire was about to be formed made him even more excited. I wonder if I, who lit the life lantern after the life fire was formed, will have the strength to beat up the captain. Su Qing was filled with anticipation. The black iron stick that had followed him all the way was also trembling at this moment. The Diamond Sex ancestor was equally excited. He could sense that he wasn't far from breaking through. Once I break through, I'll be even more useful. I won't have to worry too much about being abandoned by Demon Su for the time being. It was the same for the Shadow. Its anomalous substances became increasingly dense, causing Su Qing to have to consider whether he should suppress it a few more times. As though he had guessed Su Qing's thoughts, the Shadow instantly trembled. When it instinctively expressed fawning emotions, determination appeared in Su Qing's eyes. He felt that the Shadow was too strange. After devouring the Sea Corpse race, it could actually emit the aura of the Sea Corpse race. This made Su Qing vigilant. Hence, even though it was given a time limit to break through, he still felt that he had to intimidate it. Just as he was about to circulate the purple crystal in his body to suppress it, Su Qing's expression suddenly froze. He lifted his head and looked into the distance. 5 kilometers ahead, the teleportation array fluctuations spread out very clearly. There were various energy fluctuations. It wasn't just one person, but many. Chapter 229, 229 It's you. 229 It's you. The fluctuations were intense, and there was a muffled explosion as magic power spread out. Su Qing stopped in his tracks. All kinds of thoughts rapidly flashed through his mind. The teleportation arrays ahead had clearly been activated. Foundation building cultivators of the Sea Corpse race had arrived. The sound of battle meant that the 7 Blood Eyes cultivators had encountered them. Right now, the vast majority of disciples were outside taking on various missions. Although there were people in the underwater world, Su Qing didn't encounter many of them in the past 2 months. There was a high chance that they were cultivators who had accepted the mission to search and destroy teleportation arrays like him. Su Qing didn't act rashly. Instead, he hid his tracks and slowly approached. When he was about to reach the battlefield, he squatted down and looked at the Shadow. The Shadow had followed Su Qing for so long and was long familiar with his personality. Moreover, after being swept up by the Diamond Sex ancestor a month ago, he was now working quite hard and quickly spread out. The source of light in the underwater world came from the surrounding corals that emitted gorgeous lights. This light could allow cultivators to see their surroundings clearly, but because it wasn't strong light, the Shadow was almost imperceptible. Moreover, this place was already filled with anomalous substances, so the Shadow was able to quietly approach the area of the battle. It quickly checked and returned in an instant. After transmitting some emotions to Su Qing, it laid out some shapes on the ground that only Su Qing could see. Su Qing lowered his head and looked over. Although he could control the Shadow, he couldn't use its eyes to see the world. However, the shapes of the Shadow still clearly told Su Qing what it saw. 3 foundation-building cultivators of the Sea Corpse race are surrounding and attacking a 7 Blood Eyes foundation-building cultivator. In your perception, none of them are in the Mystic Brilliance form. Su Qing whispered. The shadow quickly nodded and revealed an eagerness to try. Are you sure you checked carefully, little shadow? You have to place Master's safety at the highest point like this, old man. You can't be careless. The Diamond Sex ancestor seized the opportunity and spoke in a low voice. He felt smug. If nothing unexpected happened later, his words would add points to Demon Su and be able to take some of the shadow's credits. However, if the shadow made a mistake, his words would make his position in Demon Su's heart even higher. The shadow emitted a ferocious intent and locked onto the black iron stick. Su Qing didn't bother with them. After a moment of silence, he moved closer. Right now, he had opened 28 magic apertures. According to Su Qing's calculations, if he could kill 2 or 3 more, he would definitely be able to open 30 magic apertures. We can't let them off. Su Qing concealed his cultivation base and gradually approached the battle. The fluctuations from ahead became clearer and the rumbling sounds became more frequent. A while later, Su Qing finally saw the teleportation array. That area was filled with seaweed. Although the long seaweed covered the teleportation array, it couldn't hide the teleportation light that was slowly dissipating. A foundation-building cultivator of the Sea Corpse race was adjusting the teleportation array formation. It seemed like he was preparing to teleport more Sea Corpse race cultivators over. This Sea Corpse cultivator was a human when he was alive. Now, other than his skin color and the corpse poison that permeated the air, his appearance was not too different from a living person. He looked like a scholar and wore a black Taoist robe. His cultivation base was emitting powerful energy. On the other side, there was a youth from the 3rd peak of the 7 Blood Eyes wearing a dark yellow Taoist robe. The people fighting with him were 2 foundation-building cultivators from the Sea Corpse race whose auras were slightly weaker. There were also other arrangements made in the surroundings. As soon as Su Qing got close, he felt that his identity token had broken off its connection and was blocked. Su Qing didn't mind and observed the battlefield carefully. The youth from the 3rd peak wore thin black gloves on his hands. As he waved them, black gas spread out, forming strange blurry figures in the surroundings. Between his brows, there was a drawing of a back view of a figure and it was trying to turn around. However, it seemed to be restricted and couldn't completely turn around. The 2 Sea Corpse race cultivators he fought with gave Su Qing the same feeling as the foundation-building cultivator from the 3rd peak. They didn't have the Mystic Brilliance form, but they should have opened about 20 magic apertures. They controlled the anomalous substances to attack. Coupled with their powerful bodies and corpse poison, and that they were going 2 against 1, the youth from the 3rd peak had many close shaves. The 3rd peak spells are strange. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and looked at the back of the youth. He then recalled the sex evaluation of the 3rd peak. The moment he looked at these people, they also noticed Su Qing. The youth from the 3rd peak suddenly used a powerful attack, forcing the 2 Sea Corpse race members to back a little. He then quickly shouted toward Su Qing. This place is restricted by the Sea Corpse race, so I cannot send messages to the outside world. Help me. I'm willing to pay 100,000 spirit stones after this. When the disciples of the 7 Blood Eyes encountered such a situation, most of them would speak like this. Even if they were from the same sect, there was no obligation for them to help each other. The instant the youth from the 3rd peak spoke, the black-robed scholar from the Sea Corpse race who was adjusting the teleportation array frowned. His body swayed and a rumbling sound rang out as he rushed toward Su Qing. As he rapidly arrived, he performed a series of hand seals with both hands. Immediately, the power in the surroundings that could cut off the connection with the identity token spread out, enveloping Su Qing, who was already within this range. In his judgment, it was too late for this 7 Blood Eyes disciple to retreat even if he wanted to. Since this disciple entered here, he decided to kill him. He was fully confident in himself. Although he didn't have Mystic Brilliance form, he had already opened 29 magic apertures. In addition, with the Sea Corpse race's physical body and recovery ability, coupled with the seabed that was filled with anomalous substances, he was confident in killing most of his peers, let alone the human foundation-building cultivators which he had killed many. The magic apertures in his body were activated and his speed erupted. However, at the next instant, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. This was because the 7 Blood Eyes cultivator in front of him didn't retreat and escape as he had expected. Instead, the latter rushed toward him. Is he thinking that his cultivation and strength are enough, so he didn't escape but advanced instead? This doesn't match the actions of your 7th peak. Then let's see who's stronger, your strength or my body. The Sea Corpse race cultivator sneered. His speed didn't decrease at all, as though he wanted to use his body to crush Su Qing. In that instant, the two of them got closer and closer amidst their respective speeds. Purple Robe, this is someone from the 7th peak. There shouldn't be any fools in the 7th peak. The youth from the 3rd peak who was being surrounded in the distance wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but he couldn't do so and could only barely protect himself. At the next instant, the eyes of the 3rd peak's youth suddenly narrowed. Not far away, Su Qing and the Sea Corpse race cultivator were rapidly approaching. When the two of them were only 100 feet away from each other, they used their artifacts at the same time, causing their speed to increase explosively in the blink of an eye. Su Qing used a feather, and the scholar-like Sea Corpse cultivator used a black paper fan. They instantly took out their magic artifacts and sped up, but their direction was different. The moment Su Qing received the enhancement from the feather, he abruptly changed his direction. His target wasn't this scholar but the 2 Sea Corpse race members who were attacking the youth from the 3rd peak. Killing the weak first was a tactic Su Qing had always used. Usually, he would be able to use this method very smoothly. This time, he combined it with the feather magic artifact to increase his speed. However, the instant Su Qing changed directions and rushed toward the youth from the 3rd peak, that Sea Corpse race scholar actually changed directions as well. His target wasn't Su Qing but the youth from the 3rd peak. Clearly, the words he said about matching their strength were intentional. It was to hide his true motive. In the blink of an eye, the two of them transformed into rainbows and appeared at the place where the youth from the 3rd peak was fighting against the other 2 Sea Corpse cultivators. An explosion rang out. The youth from the 3rd peak spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body was sent flying. At the critical moment, a black tattoo appeared on his neck. It was a lotus flower. At this moment, it transformed and floated above his head, neutralizing the fatal blow from the black-robed scholar. On the other side, Su Qing had also gotten close. Black fiendish fire erupted from his entire body and the black iron stick charged with astonishing sharpness. He attacked almost at the same time as Su Qing. In the blink of an eye, one of the 2 Sea Corpse race members who were fighting with the youth from the 3rd peak had his forehead penetrated and the other's neck was slit open by his dagger. The one whose forehead had been pierced let out a miserable cry and retreated abruptly. He quickly performed a series of hand seals, forming a huge 6-armed statue of a deity in front of him. It let out a low shout as it blocked the attack of the black iron stick. However, the Sea Corpse race member whose neck was slit by Su Qing's dagger wasn't that lucky. The black dagger instantly transformed into flames that enveloped him. At the same time, Su Qing punched into the other party's chest, breaking through his flesh and blood all the way to his heart. The 28 magic apertures in his body were fully opened and the black fiendish fire surged crazily into the Sea Corpse race member's body. The Sea Corpse race cultivator turned into a burning man almost instantly. As he let out a mournful cry, Su Qing's shadow also took the opportunity to fiercely suck. Immediately, half of the Sea Corpse cultivator's body withered, speeding up the burning of the flames. His mournful cries also stopped abruptly as he lost his soul and died. As for the shadow, the aura of the Sea Corpse race on it was even stronger but it was quickly digested and suppressed. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe but in reality, it happened in an instant. After killing one of them, Su Qing looked at the black-robed scholar from the Sea Corpse race. He was a little surprised that the other party's choice was the same as his. As for the black-robed scholar, he revealed a solemn expression for the first time. He didn't bother with the 3rd peak's youth who had escaped death but stared at Su Qing. Right at this moment, the teleportation array in the distance emitted fluctuations. As the light shone, an aura spread out. This aura wasn't strong and was quite weak. It seemed to be just a wisp that had been teleported over to observe the surroundings. After this aura spread out, it used some unknown method to sense Su Qing. After a pause, the fluctuations of the teleportation array became intense. A roar seemed to travel through the space from the teleportation array. "It's you. When I come out, I'll definitely kill you." As the low shout echoed, the aura of mystic brilliance form spread out from the teleportation array. The other party, was none other than the Mystic Brilliance form cultivator from the C-Corps race whose teleportation had been interrupted by Su Qing several times. His anger clearly swelled after he sensed Su Qing and he immediately started teleporting. Chapter 230, 230 Su Qing's Mystic Brilliance Form. 230 Su Qing's Mystic Brilliance Form. Hearing the roar of the Foundation building cultivator in the Mystic Brilliance form, the black-robed scholar fell into deep thought. As for the youth from the third peak, his mind shook and he had the intention to retreat. Su Qing frowned slightly but didn't respond. Instead, he directed the soul of the C-Corps race he had killed and absorbed into his 29th magic aperture. At the same time, he headed straight for the C-Corps race member who was injured by the black iron stick and was rapidly retreating. He spoke his first words in this battle. "If you don't want to die here, stop, Black Robe." Su Qing didn't even look at the black-robed scholar from the C-Corps race and headed straight for the injured C-Corps race member. He was very clear that in the current situation, regardless of whether he chose to destroy the teleportation array or kill the black-robed scholar, it would be slow. If he went to destroy the teleportation array, he would be blocked by Black Robe, while killing the Black Robe would waste time. Black Robe wasn't a weakling and his thoughts clearly ran deep. Su Qing didn't want to fight such an opponent in the current situation. He would face him after getting Mystic Brilliance form. The best choice for him now was for the cultivator of the third peak to stop Black Robe and him to kill the second C-Corps race member as quickly as possible. He would devour and absorb the soul and open the 30th magic aperture to form his life fire. Su Qing had a lot of combat experience. He had accumulated it since he was young in the slums. Through the countless killings and fights, he had long gained sharp senses and judgment. He quickly approached the second C-Corps race member. This C-Corps race cultivator was a non-human when he was alive. His nose was very long like an elephant's nose. Su Qing had encountered such a cultivator on Sea Lizard Island before. Su Qing didn't stop at all when he got close and immediately attacked. Immediately, a rumbling sound echoed. At the same time, Black Robe's expression also changed as he rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He didn't quite understand Su Qing's actions. The only reason he could guess was that the other party was about to achieve his Mystic Brilliance form. That was why this Seven Blood Eyes disciple didn't escape despite knowing that he was in danger. Instead, he went to kill another C-Corps race member. However, what Black Robe didn't understand was that even if the other party activated his Mystic Brilliance form, there would still be a gap between him and an experienced foundation-building cultivator like Lord Yunqian who was about to arrive. After all, the duration of the Mystic Brilliance form was determined by the number of magic apertures. He didn't have the time to think too much. No matter what, he just needed to stop what the other party wanted to do. Perhaps no one who could cultivate to the foundation-building realm was a fool. Black Robe wasn't stupid, Su Qing wasn't stupid, and the youth from the third peak wasn't stupid either. He had only reacted a little slower previously. When he heard Su Qing's words, although he didn't understand, he knew very well that it was unrealistic for him to stop the strong C-Corps race's black-robed men. He couldn't stop him. As for escaping, it wasn't that he hadn't considered it. However, as long as the C-Corps race's Mystic Brilliance form foundation-building cultivator successfully teleported, it would be too late even if he escaped this area and transmitted his message for help. He knew how terrifying the Mystic Brilliance form was. If he did nothing now and fled, the probability of him dying was very high. If he went all out, he might have a chance of survival. After these thoughts raced through his mind, determination appeared in his eyes. He realized that there was only one way with the highest probability to save his life. He gritted his teeth and performed a series of hand seals with both hands. He then pressed his forehead and activated the secret technique that belonged to his third peak. Immediately, the figure on his forehead turned over, revealing the face of a woman. This face was pale and blood flowed out of its 7 orifices. It was a bizarre sight. The instant it turned over, it seemed to be walking out from the glabella of the youth. It grew larger and larger until it separated from his body and floated out. As soon as this bizarre image appeared, it charged straight ahead. The direction it headed wasn't toward Black Robe but toward the teleportation array that was flickering with energy. The youth from the third peak wanted to let the bizarre entity destroy this teleportation array. This way, he could resolve all dangers. The only obstacle for this was Black Robe, but this could also be considered as fulfilling the request of the 7th Peak's cultivator. By doing this, not only did he avoid the possibility of the Seventh Peak's cultivator framing him, but he also fulfilled the other party's cooperation requirements to a certain extent. At the same time, there was a high chance that Black Robe wouldn't pursue him but protect the teleportation array. This way, he could successfully escape. If the teleportation array really activated, the Seven Peaks disciple would be the first target. I'll gamble. The youth from the third peak gritted his teeth and left rapidly without turning his head. He didn't hesitate to burn his magic apertures for faster speed. The battlefield was ever-changing and the speed of one's thoughts would often decide everything when the difference in cultivation levels wasn't too great. At this moment, when the youth from the third peak fled and released the bizarre entity that headed straight for the teleportation array, the expression of the black-robed scholar from the C-Corps race changed. He felt a little troubled. To him, the most important thing was naturally the successful arrival of Lord Yunchen. Hence, he could only give up on Su Qing and the youth from the third peak and head straight for the teleportation array. He instantly got close and used all his strength to stop the bizarre entity. A rumbling sound echoed. Su Qing wasn't surprised by the third peak's cultivator's choice. He charged toward the C-Corps race cultivator whose expression had changed drastically. No matter how the other party struggled or controlled the statue artifact to suppress him, it was useless. At the next instant, the black iron stick found a chance and directly pierced the statue, crazily absorbing it. The Diamond Sex ancestor knew that there were outsiders around now, so he didn't appear. However, he didn't show any mercy when absorbing the artifact energy. However, he knew that he had to control himself. Otherwise, if it affected Demon Su's spirit stones, he would suffer. Hence, as he continued to move around the statue, after devouring 70% of it, he suppressed his greed and gave up. The shadow was the same. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, it pounced over crazily and hugged the thigh of the C-Corps race cultivator, sucking fiercely. The C-Corps race cultivator let out a mournful cry and his entire right leg instantly turned to ashes. His eyes revealed intense fear and he wanted to retreat but he couldn't do so at all. Su Qing's dagger was already rapidly slashing at him. This C-Corps cultivator was also a ruthless person. Realizing his death was near, the fear in his eyes was replaced by madness and half of the magic apertures in his body exploded. With the help of the astonishing power obtained from the explosion of half of his magic apertures, the C-Corps race cultivator shook off the shadow and dodged the black iron stick. He even dodged Su Qing's dagger and rapidly retreated. He was about to escape. At the same time, the youth from the third peak had completely escaped from this area and could not be seen. The bizarre entity he left behind also became increasingly blurry due to the distance. Finally, it dissipated under the attack of the black-robed scholar. After dealing with the bizarre entity, the black-robed scholar looked at Su Qing. He noticed that Su Qing was chasing after his companion and was about to head over. However, at this instant, the body of the C-Corps race cultivator who was fleeing in front of Su Qing trembled violently. His insides churned and he spat out a large mouthful of black blood. The blood of the C-Corps race was blue. However, what he spat out was black. It was poison blood. This poison wasn't spread by Su Qing but was smeared on the black iron stick by Su Qing under the pleading of the Diamond Sex ancestor. Earlier, when the black iron stick pierced through the space between the C-Corps race's forehead, the poison had already spread. However, it would take time for it to act up. Hence, after half of the C-Corps race cultivator's magic apertures had collapsed and his body was weakening, the poison acted up. The instant the poison acted up, daggers formed by black flames rapidly flew over from not far away. They stirred up a torrent as they stabbed the C-Corps race cultivator. There were a total of 6 daggers. One attacked his neck, one pierced his heart, one went for his forehead, and one for each of his 3 limbs. As piercing sounds rang out, the body of the C-Corps race was lifted by the power of the 6 daggers and nailed to the side. The shadow and the black iron stick also arrived rapidly. The black iron stick rapidly penetrated through the C-Corps race cultivator's body many times while the shadow headed straight for the other leg. Amidst his mournful cries, the daggers on his body also transformed into black flames that rapidly covered his entire body. Su Qing didn't bother with the black-robed scholar who was approaching. He arrived in front of the heavily injured C-Corps race member and immediately pressed his right hand against the mouth of the C-Corps race member. The fiendish fire surged in along his hand. With a single breath, the soul of the Sea Corpse race cultivator flowed into his body. Under Su Qing's excitement and anticipation, it turned into firewood and charged intensely toward his 30th magic aperture. Su Qing's body trembled as his 30th magic aperture opened. Following the 30th magic aperture's opening, the 30 magic apertures in his body fused into one. The magic power that was emitted transformed into threads of flames that continuously gathered at Su Qing's dantian. The 30 fire threads quickly formed a small ball. It continued to condense, burn, and shine until the first ball of life fire that represented a true foundation-building cultivator was completely formed. This life fire was glorious and emitted an incomparably clear light. The instant it was formed, all the spirit seas in Su Qing's 30 magic apertures stirred up monstrous waves. Waves of astonishing fluctuation surged crazily, and his life fire burned intensely. The flames became even more dazzling. It illuminated the 30 magic apertures extremely clearly and even illuminated the heavenly palace that was faintly discernible in his body. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from Su Qing's body. At this moment, in Su Qing's eyes, the world was different. Everything in the surroundings changed completely. Everything slowed down. The seawater, the collapsing surroundings, and the black-robed scholar in the distance was the same. The other party continued to move closer, but in Su Qing's eyes, his movements became extremely slow. It was so slow that Su Qing felt very uncomfortable. He even saw countless specks of dust in front of him. This dust formed a shape in his eyes, as though it could be magnified infinitely with his thoughts. Microscopic observation. Not only that, but as the life fire in his body burned, a terrifying force that even Su Qing was shocked rose and spread throughout his body. His spells were enhanced, and his body seemed to have been refined to a higher level. His soul felt like it was wearing armor. Everything about him was completely different from before. Before this, Su Qing already knew that forming a life fire would be different from when there was no life fire. Now that he had personally entered this state, he understood that he had underestimated the difference between the two. It was like two different cultivation realms. After activating the mystic brilliance form, his 30 magic apertures seemed to have transformed into 30 stoves that were being crazily consumed. The life fire condensed from such a huge consumption was so bright and majestic that it made Su Qing feel as though a huge stove was burning in his body. The diamond sex ancestor trembled, and his eyes revealed intense envy and desire. As for the shadow, it was also trembling. It was as though the light on Su Qing's body at this moment made it very uncomfortable. However, Su Qing's breakthrough wasn't over. At the instant everything in the surroundings slowed down in his eyes, and the instant the teleportation array in the distance was about to finish activating, Su Qing moved his life fire to the wick of the black life lantern. At the next instant, the bottom of the sea rumbled and the seawater around Su Qing exploded crazily in all directions. A horrifying aura erupted monstrously in Su Qing's body. The life lantern was lit. The terrifying power that surpassed the strength of a ball of life fire instantly exploded from the life lantern and swept crazily toward all the meridians and flesh in Su Qing's body. Wherever it passed, it was as though life itself was moving forward. Su Qing's body trembled intensely as heavenly lightning rumbled in his body. It was no longer a stove but an erupting volcano. The aura was so strong that it could destroy everything and terrify all existences. At this moment, the teleportation array in the distance was also activated. The mystic brilliance form foundation building cultivator of the Sea Corpse race let out a sinister laugh as his figure quickly formed in the teleportation array that could no longer be stopped. Human brat, you can't stop my descent this time. You'll definitely die. Chapter 231, 231 A Great Power Crushes the Weak. 231 A Great Power Crushes the Weak. The foundation-building cultivator of the Sea Corpse race who was about to arrive suddenly paused. He was a non-human when he was alive. His appearance looked like a human but had 6 eyes. Other than the 2 on normal locations, he had 1 on his glabella, 2 on his cheeks, as well as 1 on the back of his head. More than half of its body had already taken shape in the teleportation array, and it showed his head and eyes. His breathing was clearly hurried. Regardless of whether it was the 5 eyes that Su Qing could see or the 6th eye that he couldn't see, all of their pupils constricted. All the eyes showed shock and disbelief. The intense changes in his mind couldn't be concealed at all. Your life fire. Not a ball. This Mystic Brilliance form foundation building cultivator of the Sea Corpse race only felt a rumbling in his mind and his body shivered. The intense life and death crisis caused his soul to tremble, and he wanted nothing more than to destroy the teleportation array. However, the teleportation was almost finished, so he couldn't do it while in the teleportation array. He quickly shouted at the black-robed scholar. "Hurry up and destroy the teleportation array." In reality, he wasn't the only shocked one. The black-robed scholar from the Sea Corpse race, who was about to approach Suqin, also felt his mind churning at this moment. The heat and light of the flames in Suqin's body at this moment was too terrifying. That volcanic eruption-like might cause the black-robed scholar's eyes to feel as though they were being pierced by countless needles. The intense pain was incomparable, and he couldn't look straight at Suqin. The shock he felt was so great that his mind was about to collapse. How could the black-robed scholar dare to approach? An intense life and death crisis subverted everything in his mind. There was only one path in front of him. That was to violate the race's instincts and not listen to the words of the higher-ups. He would make use of their arrival to attract the enemy's attention and escape rapidly. He instantly made a judgment and retreated. At that moment, Suqin, who was standing in the distance, lifted his head. The volcano in his body shook the heavens and the earth, burning the seawater in the surroundings. Even his eyes emitted piercing flames like a divine sun. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate all barriers and obstacles. Even the fluctuations of the teleportation array couldn't affect it at all. Suqin directly locked onto the six-eyed cultivator of the Sea Corpse race. In Suqin's eyes, everything was extremely slow. The black-robed scholar was slowly fleeing. The dust in the surroundings seemed to have stopped, and everything seemed to be fixed eternally. The fluctuations of the teleportation array were like ink in the water, slowly spreading. Only the six-eyed cultivator moved relatively faster. However, it was still very slow. Being stared at by Suqin shook the mind of the six-eyed cultivator. His expression changed drastically. And he couldn't help but wail inwardly. 2 balls, it is definitely 2 balls. Since this 7th peak cultivator of the 7 blood eyes has 2 balls of life fire, why didn't he let me out earlier? As he wailed inwardly, the teleportation array suddenly showed signs of destruction. Clearly, on the other side of the teleportation array, someone was helping him destroy the teleportation array and avoid this calamity. Suqin lifted his right hand and gently pressed toward the teleportation array. A ball of black fiendish fire erupted from the volcano in Suqin's body and spread out crazily. It instantly formed a huge black flame palm that descended toward the teleportation array. This palm emitted an astonishing heat that carried an aura that could burn everything. As it landed, cracks appeared on the ground, as though the ground was about to shatter. All the seaweed withered and turned into ashes. The seawater in the surrounding area also evaporated in an instant, forming a hollow space, revealing the dimming teleportation array. It also revealed the six-eyed cultivator whose mind had collapsed and was letting out hysterical roars in the teleportation array. He didn't have time to escape. The incomparably intense life and death crisis caused him to let out a mournful roar. He used all his strength and 4 additional arms grew out of his body. He raised all 6 hands and the life fire in his body erupted to activate the Mystic Brilliance form. At this moment, he didn't hesitate to destroy his magic apertures and stimulate all his potential, turning his body into a ball of flames that resisted Suqin's black fire palm. At the same time, he also took out 3 magic artifacts and spat out a blue jade. Amidst his despair were malevolence and madness. However, it was still not enough. A ball of life fire wasn't worthy of being an enemy of a cultivator with a life lantern. As the black fire palm landed and everything in the surroundings turned to ashes, the six-eyed cultivator's magic artifacts were of no use. 2 of them instantly cracked and collapsed. The third one also collapsed in less than half a breath of time. The last to shatter was the blue jade. It shattered with cracking sounds. After that, the powerful body of the Sea Corpse race cultivator started collapsing. In the blink of an eye, 3 of his 6 arms collapsed. Amidst the bloody mess, his legs couldn't withstand it and exploded. The remaining 3 arms were all twisted from the huge impact. In the end, they couldn't resist and exploded into blue blood mist. The black palm ruthlessly slapped down on the ground, crushing everything below. The teleportation array shattered and turned into ashes. A deep palm print appeared on the ground, and the six-eyed cultivator's body was completely destroyed. Only a ball of green fire was left. The dim ball of green fire that looked like it could be extinguished at any time fled crazily into the distance. Its speed was extremely fast in the eyes of those who hadn't formed their life fire. In fact, they wouldn't even be able to see it clearly. However, in Su Qing's eyes, it was still very slow. He took a step forward. With this step, the surrounding seawater exploded, transforming into torrents that rolled crazily to the sides. His speed was so fast that he broke through all obstacles in the blink of an eye and appeared in front of the shocked six-eyed cultivator. He then casually grabbed it. He ignored the other party's life fire and directly penetrated it, grabbing the soul inside like he was grabbing a chick. No matter how the other party struggled, it was useless. In the end, amidst the Sea Corpse race cultivator's mournful cries, black flames covered Su Qing's body and instantly enveloped him. He directly refined his soul. Even now, the dead six-eyed cultivator couldn't understand why the seven Blood-Eyes disciple was clearly so strong but still interrupted his teleportation several times. After all, he had never seen someone who could reach such a level after just forming their life fire. Hence, from what he knew, it was impossible for Su Qing to have just formed his life fire. In the span of 3 breaths, as Su Qing released his grip, the soul of the Sea Corpse race cultivator was refined into his body and burned like firewood. Su Qing then turned toward the black-robed scholar who looked to be fleeing slowly in his eyes. Looking at the other party's fleeing figure, Su Qing even had the time to think about the difference between having life fire and not having one. The difference is indeed too great. Su Qing sighed with emotion and took a step toward the black-robed scholar. The speed of the mystic brilliance form caused the black-robed scholar to be unable to see him clearly at all. As the seawater exploded again, Su Qing had already appeared in front of him. Before the black-robed scholar's movements could change, Su Qing had already lifted his hand. A black flame dagger appeared and slashed across the black-robed scholar's neck. The head and the body that were separated into 2 were connected by the black flames. As the flames spread up and down, they split into 2 again and were burned at the same time. After they turned into ashes and dissipated, Su Qing looked in the direction the youth from the 3rd peak had fled in earlier. The other party's figure could no longer be seen. Clearly, he had fled far away and it was impossible for him to know the changes here. Su Qing thought about it and gave up on pursuing. Other than escaping, the other party could also release bizarre entities. Although the latter made him a target and escaped, he still helped him a little in the end. Su Qing started collecting the spoils of war. He then checked his surroundings and confirmed that he had indeed not missed anything. Only then did he leave, instantly disappearing from this place. Under the mystic brilliance form, Su Qing, who was speeding through the underwater world, felt exhilarated. He had an indescribable feeling. That strength that came from his body made Su Qing feel very safe. His speed was so fast that ordinary foundation-building cultivators couldn't see him at all. At the same time, the feeling of a volcano erupting in his body shocked even him. "I wonder how I am now compared to the captain," Su Qing mumbled inwardly. As he sensed the rising life fire on his life lantern, he deeply realized how terrifying the mystic brilliance form was. All my abilities seemed to have transformed. As Su Qing sped, he lifted his right hand and waved it. Immediately, a black sea of fire that was much more majestic than before spread out, instantly destroying a teleportation array of the Sea Corpse race. After that, he clenched his fist and pressed it against the ground. Immediately, the ground rumbled and cracks erupted, forming a huge pit. He performed a series of hand seals. The seawater in the surroundings suddenly churned and gushed toward the deep pit with a thought. After it was filled up, it formed a storm-like vortex that spread in all directions with astonishing lethality. Ordinary foundation-building cultivators would definitely collapse and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. Both spells and my body are strengthened. Su Qing was in high spirits. In a remote place in the underwater world, he suddenly stopped. As the sounds of the seawater exploding in the surroundings slowly rang out, Su Qing looked at his shadow. He then waved his hand and took out the black iron stick, glancing at it. The shadow instantly trembled. The diamond sex ancestor in the black iron stick also trembled intensely. In reality, after Su Qing activated his mystic brilliance form, they had been keeping quiet. In that state, Suqing gave them a very terrifying feeling, especially when Suqing's mystic brilliance form was much more powerful than the mystic brilliance form of a ball of life fire. He killed a cultivator with a life fire as easily as killing a chicken. This made them extremely terrified. The assessment period is almost here. Suqing slowly spoke. Chapter 232, 232 Dancing with My Moonlit Shadow. 232 Dancing with My Moonlit Shadow. This time around, Suqing didn't need to threaten the shadow much. Just this sentence alone caused it to shake. In fact, amidst this horror, as though it was an instinctive reaction, a few tear marks appeared. Emotions of anxiety were being transmitted to Suqing, as though it was afraid that it would be killed if it was too slow. See corpse. Eat. Quick breakthrough. Breakthrough quickly. Suqing didn't care about the difference between quick breakthrough and breaking through quickly. He also didn't care if the shadow had said it in anxiety. Instead, he looked at the black iron stick. As the black iron stick trembled, the diamond sex ancestor materialized from it. He had clearly made some mental preparations in this short time. As soon as he appeared, he immediately patted his chest and spoke to Suqing with a firm tone. Master, don't worry. At most, I'll eat a few more magic artifacts and the artifact spirit cultivation art I cultivate will be able to break through. According to my estimation, at that time, your treasured iron stick will achieve speed and sharpness comparable to the mystic brilliance form under my control. Although it can't be maintained for long, I'll definitely work even harder and won't drag Master down. I've also been studying how to self-destruct recently. I've thought it through. I'm worried for Master. My life is nothing. If Master encounters a crisis, even if I have to self-destruct, I will open a path for Master. The diamond sex ancestor spoke passionately and kept patting his chest. Hearing his words, the shadow no longer trembled but was stunned. When Suqing heard this, he cast a meaningful glance at the diamond sex ancestor and nodded. I understand. After saying that, Suqing retracted his gaze. With a thought, the life fires in his body were instantly extinguished. Suqing's entire body instantly dimmed and he returned to his previous state. The terrifying pressure also dissipated. After returning from that powerful state, the perception that reappeared in his entire body caused Suqing to feel a moment of discomfort. In fact, he even had an urge to continue activating the mystic brilliance form. However, he suppressed this impulse. In reality, it wasn't just Suqing. To any foundation-building cultivator, returning from the powerful state of the mystic brilliance form to their original state would cause waves in their minds. The mystic brilliance form was a super eruption of the magic apertures in foundation-building cultivators' bodies. During this eruption, their magic power and spirit sea, including their magic bodies and everything else, would be strengthened by leaps and bounds. The consumption brought about by this increase was naturally extremely great. This caused foundation-building cultivators to learn to restrain themselves and make reasonable use of their mystic brilliance form time. Generally speaking, a cultivator with a ball of life fire could maintain the mystic brilliance form for more than an hour. This time was the limit. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would challenge this limit. This was because once their life fire was exhausted and extinguished due to reaching the limit, their magic apertures would be overused and turn into withered apertures. Withered apertures were like trash and this situation was almost irreversible. Suqing silently sensed his body. After he got used to his normal state again, he began to inspect his spoils of war. This time, a total of 4 foundation-building cultivators from the Sea Corpse race had died in his hands. What Suqing regretted the most was the 4 magic artifacts that the 6-eyed cultivator had used to resist his attack. At that time, Suqing had just activated his mystic brilliance form, so he couldn't accurately control the terrifying power in his body for a moment and used all his strength to attack. The other party was crushed to pieces, but the 4 magic artifacts suffered the same fate as well. At least 1,000,000 spirit stones. At the thought of this, Suqing sighed and took out the storage bags he had obtained. After checking them, he felt a little better. The storage bags of these Sea Corpse race cultivators were much better than his previous loots. There were about 300,000 spirit stones in total. It was a pity that there was only 1 magic artifact. It was the black-robed scholar's fan. This fan could also increase one's speed. Suqing looked at the diamond sex ancestor who clearly wanted it but endured it, and threw it over. In an instant, the black iron stick pierced into the fan. The direction it pierced was very tricky. It didn't pierce the fan's surface but struck the lower part of the stick. This made it look like the fan had no obvious damage from the outside. He started absorbing the spirit energy in the fan. When the fan finally dimmed, the diamond sex ancestor pulled out the iron stick in satisfaction and blew at the fan. This breath was very strange. After it landed on the fan, the dimness of the magic artifact instantly disappeared and it emitted a treasure light again. It looked no different from before. "It's fragile," the diamond sex ancestor said in a low voice. After saying that, he blinked and put on an embarrassed expression, as though he wanted to use this to emphasize that he wasn't a sinister person. Suqing stored the fan without caring about the diamond sex expressions and words. At that moment, the two C-Corp's race cultivators' souls in his body erupted at the same time, instantly opening the 31st magic aperture. "I need even more souls." Suqing could sense that after he opened 30 magic apertures in his body, the amount of soul power he needed was a lot more than before. An ordinary foundation building cultivator's soul couldn't even open a single magic aperture now. Only the soul of the cultivator with life fire could do so. After opening the 31st magic aperture, the two souls' remaining strength wasn't enough to open the 32nd magic aperture. While the magic power in his body was increasing, Suqing rushed toward the exit of the underwater world. When he reached the exit, he charged out without slowing down. He followed the passageway to the outside world. As soon as he appeared, he saw countless Seven Blood Eyes cultivators whistling through the sky. The atmosphere of war on the Merfolk Island was very intense. As the rumbling echoed in the distance, astonishing energy fluctuations also spread in the sky. Suqing's expression turned solemn as he looked at the sky. There were more than 10 figures from the upper echelons of the Seven Blood Eyes fighting against some C-Corp's race cultivators. In the distance, the battle had become even more intense. There were also rows of magic artifacts constructed on the 4 islands. The power of the spells stirred up various colored lights that surged into the sky and landed on the battlefield. Flying swords flew out of the sword-nurturing pools, whistling through the air. It was the same for array formations. Clearly, this war had reached a critical point. The counterattack from the C-Corp's race was very ferocious, and the countless flickering missions in the identity token proved this. Suqing poured his magic power into it and immediately checked his token. Missions appeared in large numbers. Most of them were related to the battle at the front line and they had extremely generous rewards. In the list of battle missions, killing 10,000 C-Corp's race cultivators could allow one to obtain a core formation opportunity. There were already 7 to 8 people who were close to this target. Suqing quickly checked and handed in the mission to search for the teleportation arrays. However, he didn't choose the next mission immediately. He was very clear that the most important thing in front of him now was how to explain having 2 balls of life fire. Unless he didn't display the 2 balls of life fire in front of other Seven Blood Eyes disciples for a very long time, and only fought with 1 ball of life fire in normal situations, otherwise, he would have to lay the groundwork in advance. Moreover, even if he only revealed 2 balls at the moment of life and death, there were still many chances for accidents. Once he was exposed, he might be able to use the explanation of devouring souls in the war. The risk in this wasn't a lot either and the probability of attracting attention wasn't high, but it ultimately wouldn't be able to pass through an investigation which was a potential risk. The solution was also simple. Suqing checked his identity token. It showed that he had killed 15 foundation building cultivators of the C-Corp's race while the number of chi condensation cultivators killed was 0. Too little. Suqing shook his head. With such a small battle record, as long as outsiders were interested, they would be able to easily see through his lies. Suqing found a remote place and confirmed that there was no one around. He then looked at the shadow and calmly spoke. "Didn't you release the aura of the C-Corp's race earlier?" "Emit it." The shadow seemed a little surprised and formed a question mark under Suqing's feet. "Just do what you are told." The diamond sex ancestor seized the opportunity and quickly reprimanded. The shadow felt aggrieved. After a long time, it emitted a wisp of the aura of the C-Corp's race. However, as soon as it appeared, the purple crystal in Suqing's body suppressed it and instantly destroyed that wisp of aura. After that, amidst the shadow's horror and confusion, Suqing checked his identity token and discovered that the chi condensation cultivators killed had increased from 0 to 1. As expected, it's like I expected. Su Qing's eyes lit up. Previously, when he saw the shadow forming the aura of the C Corp's race, he had been weighing how the identity token recorded the number of kills. Now, he was very satisfied with the test results. After all, the identity token was a dead object and the recording feature was relatively simple. It was judged by the collapse of the aura and fluctuations. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be easy to tamper with it either. As for many people attacking the enemy together, there should be another way to judge. Although it wasn't perfect, it was still acceptable overall. However, Su Qing's shadow was bizarre, and a little different from the norm. This was the solution Su Qing had thought of. He was going to accept a large number of missions next. On one hand, he would really refine the souls and open his magic apertures. On the other hand, he would rely on the shadow to farm battle results. Regardless of whether it was chi condensation or foundation building, as long as he had enough on the records, there would be a reasonable explanation for his 2 balls of life fire. This was possible due to the war. Not many people would have the time to pay attention to others, and the number of C Corp's race cultivators was huge. Hence, as long as he didn't go overboard with his battle results, the plan was flawless. The only thing he had to consider was how many times the shadow could withstand the suppression. Su Qing only thought about this for a moment before tossing it to the side. He felt that since the shadow didn't die after being suppressed by him so many times, it shouldn't die so easily. In the next 2 months, Su Qing began to accept missions crazily. During this period, he only used a ball of life fire's power most of the time. He would only activate his life lantern when he was fighting alone. However, he was wary of his identity token. When he activated the life lantern, he would use the shadow to cover his identity token. At the same time, he would farm a large number of battle results on every mission. For this, he had been forcefully demanding the shadow. Occasionally, it would reveal a wisp of foundation building aura and fluctuations, but it was only an aura and didn't have combat strength. It seemed to be the limit of the shadow's current ability, causing Su Qing's battle record to have additional foundation building cultivators killed. As for the miserable state of the shadow, even the Diamond Sect's ancestor was shocked. It clearly had nothing to do with him, but for some reason, he was also afraid. There were a few times when it seemed like the shadow was really about to collapse. However, Su Qing's true battle results in the past 2 months were quite good, allowing the shadow to absorb the C Corp's race cultivators and barely hold on. At the same time, under Su Qing's training, the combat strength the shadow displayed seemed to be even stronger than before. This made Su Qing very surprised. Su Qing's magic apertures also opened one after another, reaching 40. Chapter 233, 233 Fishing Out the Fiend. 233 Fishing Out the Fiend. Just like that, Su Qing's battle results were extremely good. The total number of kills had reached over 3,000, and most of it was thanks to the shadow. At this moment, Su Qing didn't dare to continue farming results. He felt that it was okay now. He was worried that it would be too fake if he continued to do this. He checked the mission rankings and saw that the sect had really killed a lot. The highest ranked had more than 10,000 kills, and there were 7 to 8 people with above 7,000 kills. As for 5,000 kills, there were many with this record. However, Su Qing felt that these people had some unique methods or only killed chi condensation cultivators. Otherwise, this number was impossible. It was too exaggerated. After all, the C Corp's race wasn't that weak. Moreover, when Su Qing looked at the name of the person ranked first and discovered that it was Wu Jianwu, he was speechless. He felt that there was a high chance that the result was falsified. With this person around, Su Qing felt that even if they investigated the results, they wouldn't investigate him. After all, his result adjustments were reasonable, while these people were going overboard with it. Of course, there were also truly able people. Su Qing saw that the person ranked second was the Second Highness and her kills numbered more than 8,000. Looking at the rankings, Su Qing had a faint feeling that perhaps the sect was willing to see such battle results in the rankings even if they were fake. Firstly, it could inspire others. Secondly, the comparison could stimulate other disciples to work harder. Thirdly, it could also reveal the might of the 7 blood eyes and intimidate everyone. Su Qing thought for a while but still gave up on farming battle results. He then began to search for the next mission that was suitable for him. He was a little tired now and planned to find a simpler mission. Very soon, Suqing's gaze locked onto an escort mission. The cultivators of the second peak mainly focused on alchemy, and alchemy pills didn't only have healing and cultivation improvement effects. There were also poisonous pills and all kinds of medicine. Among them, there was one known as the forbidden pill. The so-called forbidden pill was usually prepared for war. Once used in war, its strange might was difficult to deal with. It possessed many types of large-scale killing power that would cause fear in others. It contained mutation, attraction, and all kinds of astonishing astronomical phenomena. The abilities of each forbidden pill were different, and the method of activation was also different. Generally speaking, forbidden pills would activate immediately. Hence, most of them were semi-finished products that had been refined in the sect, and then the cultivators would complete them in some special areas on the battlefield. The first choice for the second peak cultivators to finish the forbidden pills were the many small archipelagos around Merfolk Island due to them containing many volcanic craters. However, the Sea Corpse race also attached great importance to this and had divided some of their combat strength to kill the second peak cultivators in the archipelagos. That was why there was this urgent mission. It was to recruit foundation building cultivators to head there. While stalling for time, they would also escort the second peak's cultivators as soon as possible. The mission reward was very generous as it gave 300,000 spirit stones. After Suqing saw this, he was quite tempted. This kind of escort mission was more organized than entering the main battlefield to fight. As Suqing pondered, more than half of the 20 foundation building cultivators needed for the mission were filled. Suqing didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the mission. As the mission was accepted, a portion of the spirit stones was first recorded in his token. He was also given the teleportation coordinates and instructions to set off immediately. Suqing swept his gaze over and headed straight for the teleportation array. After entering the coordinates, his figure instantly disappeared under the cover of the array's light. In the southern part of the Merfolk Island, on the vast sea, there was a series of small pearl-like islands. These islands had been formed for a long time. Because they were too small and there were volcanic craters, they were not suitable for living. On the nautical chart of the Seven Blood Eyes, these islands were known as the Pearl Islands. At that moment, on the Pearl Islands, volcanoes were erupting one after another, causing countless black-colored volcanic ashes to fall like black snow. Accompanied by red lava, they were like rain that fell on the entire Pearl Islands. The black and dry snow and the hot and red rain soaked the Pearl Islands into a scene of the netherworld. Around the Pearl Islands, huge waves surged into the sky. Many figures walked out of the sea and quickly landed on the shore. These figures who walked out of the sea were all from the Sea Corpse race. As they landed on the island, the slaughter and intense battle immediately intensified. Explosions and shouts rang out in all directions, and the fluctuations of magic power and the aura of anomalous substances were also extremely intense. On one of the islands, a large number of Sea Corpse race cultivators had already killed their way to the core area. This was a valley and the ground was covered in thick black volcanic ash. Occasionally, hot magma would fall, causing everyone in the valley to have no choice but to activate their protective barriers. These people were all Seven Blood Eyes disciples, and most of them were from the second peak. All of them had anxious expressions as they kept looking at the fifth peak's disciples who were doing their best to repair the array formations not far away. Because there was a volcano on this island, the second peak's disciples were ordered to come here and borrow the earth fire to bury the forbidden pills. However, the Sea Corpse race's arrival was abrupt and ferocious. They had just buried the forbidden pills when they had no choice but to move before they could adjust them. With the appearance of the Sea Corpse race's army, all the array formations here were affected. They had no way to leave. It was as though the Sea Corpse race planned to use the Pearl Islands as a trap and a breakthrough point. This was indeed the case. The Sea Corpse race's troops were divided into two groups. The army that was heading to the Merfolk Island was only feigning attacks to restrain them. This place was the main point. They were planning to use the Pearl Islands as the frontline command center and occupy this place to resist the Seven Blood Eyes. Of course, if the Seven Blood Eyes army came to save these Pearl Islands, the Sea Corpse race could turn the faint attack on the Merfolk Islands into a real battle at any time. All the teleportation arrays on these islands were affected. Some of them were destroyed, while some were preserved by the Sea Corpse race cultivators for personal reasons. They were waiting there for the 7 Blood Eyes cultivators to teleport over and kill them to obtain contribution points. In the northwest of this island, in a deep pit some distance away from the core valley, a teleportation array was flickering. Around this teleportation array were dozens of C Corps race cultivators. The leader was an ordinary foundation building cultivator. He was a 3-eyed non-human. He looked at the shining array formation and his gaze flickered as he shouted in a low voice. Everyone, be prepared and carefully detect the fluctuations of magic power. If the person who is teleporting is a life fire cultivator, destroy the teleportation array immediately. I hope that the person who came is just an ordinary one so that I can gain a good contribution. The C Corps Race Foundation building cultivator stared at the shining teleportation array with anticipation. In this battle, because of the unexpected breakthrough of the 7 Blood Eyes ancestor and his sudden intrusion, the C Corps race's ancestor was heavily injured. The entire C Corps race was in chaos. If not for the awakening of a few old antiques who were in deep sleep, the C Corps race would probably have faced a calamity. In the subsequent battles, after the Merfolk Island was occupied by the 7 Blood Eyes and became the frontline command center, the C Corps race's many counterattacks ended in failure. At this critical moment, in order to win, the upper echelons of the C Corps race didn't hesitate to take out a large number of resources and even rewarded some opportunities to advance their lives. As long as one obtained a certain amount of contribution points, they could exchange for these resources and opportunities. Hence, the C Corps race cultivators were much more active and excited. At that moment, the C Corps race cultivator beside the teleportation array was the same. However, he was very cautious. He was afraid that the person who would arrive would be a foundation building cultivator who had the Mystic Brilliance form, so he had brought some magic tools to detect the energy fluctuations. Beside him was a huge eyeball. This eyeball had 7 to 8 tentacles that burrowed into the glabellus of 7 to 8 C Corps race cultivators at the perfected chi condensation realm. With their nourishment, it was paying close attention to the teleportation array. Very soon, the eyeball emitted a white light. Seeing this light, the foundation building cultivator of the C Corps race relaxed. A bloodthirsty expression appeared on his face and he was about to rush over. However, at the next instant, as the teleportation array shone, before the figure inside could be clearly revealed, a black light whistled out of the array. It instantly reached the C Corps race foundation building cultivator. The expression of the foundation building cultivator changed and he quickly retreated. However, the black light suddenly sped up, doubling its speed. There was also the sound of a bell that shook his soul, causing the C Corps race cultivator's body to pause. At the next moment, the black light pierced through the chest of the C Corps race foundation building cultivator. At the same time, as the figure in the teleportation array rapidly appeared, the eye that was observing the array at the side suddenly shone. It was no longer white but red. Red magic power. Hurry up and destroy the teleportation array. The injured foundation building cultivator had a flustered expression. The instant he spoke, the expressions of the other C Corps race cultivators in the surroundings also changed. They attacked in unison, wanting to destroy the teleportation array. However, at this moment, a roar rang out from the teleportation array. A plesiosaur rushed out of the rapidly forming figure. As soon as it appeared, its body expanded quickly and grew to 1,000 feet in size, enveloping the teleportation array. Its powerful body blocked all the spells in the surroundings, allowing the teleportation to be successfully completed without interference. The figure in the teleportation array became clearer at this moment. Su Qing didn't leave the teleportation array immediately. He stood there and coldly looked at his surroundings. He saw the shocked foundation building cultivator and the dozen or so chi condensation cultivators of the C Corps race in the surroundings. He also noticed that he was near a small crater. As for the sneak attacks, although Su Qing didn't predict it in advance, he was already used to being vigilant. Moreover, he had used this method to plot against others before, so how could he not be careful? Su Qing retracted his gaze. The volcano in his body suddenly erupted and he directly activated the Mystic Brilliance form. As the flames on his body rose and the terrifying high temperature spread, everything in the surroundings distorted. The eyeball that could sense magic power directly exploded, and the 7 to 8 chi condensation members of the C Corps race who were connected to it screamed miserably and spat out blood as they fell to the ground. The other chi condensation cultivators of the C Corps race in the surroundings also let out blood-curdling cries. Due to the huge difference in cultivation levels between the two sides, Suqing was already in existence that couldn't be looked at directly. It was just like how Suqing could not look at the third elder when he was at qi condensation. Although he wasn't the third elder, these qi condensation C-Corps race members weren't like him back then. In reality, the feeling wasn't much different. At that moment, mournful cries rang out in the surroundings. Suqing took a step forward. His speed was so fast that he instantly approached the foundation building cultivator who had been pierced by the black iron stick. Amidst this person's horrified expression, Suqing pressed down on the top of his head. A large amount of black fire instantly erupted and covered the cultivator, rapidly devouring him. The C-Corps race cultivator wanted to struggle, but the aura of Suqing's life lantern formed a terrifying suppression, causing the eyes of the foundation building C-Corps race cultivator who didn't have life fire to widen. The magic apertures in his body rumbled and his cultivation base instantly became chaotic. It was difficult for him to resist Suqing's black fiendish fire as it surged into his body. A blood-curdling scream rang out. In reality, he wasn't weak. If it was before Suqing activated his life fire, although he could win against this person, he would have to go all out. But now, everything was finished in an instant. To Suqing, foundation building cultivators who hadn't formed their life fire were just easy prey no matter what race they were. Chapter 234, 234 Mission Change. 234 Mission Change. Suqing didn't bother with the C-Corps race cultivator who had lost the ability to resist and was continuously emitting soul power. As Suqing absorbed it, he looked around. The map mark given in the mission appeared in his mind. According to the map, this place was one of the teleportation points on this island. Its location was relatively hidden. And there was actually the C-Corps race lying in ambush and fishing here. One could imagine that the current situation was already very bad. This didn't match the mission Jade slip. Very soon, as all the souls of the C-Corps race here were absorbed by Suqing, he walked toward the teleportation array, wanting to activate it and return. For situations that didn't match the mission description, the 7 Blood Eyes disciples had the right to choose not to participate. However, not long later, Suqing's heart sank. The teleportation array seemed to be suppressed by some strange power. It could only bring people but not send. Interesting. Suqing simply rushed out. Under the mystic brilliance form, he quickly appeared in the air. He didn't stand there foolishly. He rapidly moved forward and observed his surroundings closely. The souls he absorbed were also charging toward his magic aperture. However, after he opened 40 magic apertures, the soul power required for further breakthroughs became much more astonishing. He needed a lot of souls of ordinary foundation building cultivators of the C-Corps race to break through even one. After looking at the entire island from afar, he looked at the falling black snow and magma rain before landing. He landed beside a fallen tree. The tree crown was charred black. The leaves were gone, leaving only broken wood. He saw a large number of the C-Corps race's army landing on the shore. He also noticed that the vast majority of places on this island were filled with the figures of the C-Corps race. With so many C-Corps race cultivators, there must be mystic brilliance form cultivators. There might even be golden core cultivators. Hence, Suqing immediately deactivated his mystic brilliance form. He didn't want to attract attention. There's indeed a problem with this mission. Suqing was on guard. The mission didn't state that the situation here was so dangerous. Clearly, it was impossible for the 20 foundation building cultivators who accepted the mission to resist the C-Corps race's army here. The difference between them was too great. At that moment, Suqing's identity token suddenly vibrated. He glanced at it and noticed that the mission he had accepted had changed. The C-Corps race's army has attacked the Pearl Islands. Changes have been made to the escort mission. The reward for this mission is doubled and the mission task has changed. There's no time for delay. Do your best to head to the core of the island and evacuate the Second Peak's cultivators from this place. The core areas of each island are equipped with the Fifth Peak's array cultivators. In about 15 minutes, the Sex Merfolk Islands array formation will activate the power of the tide for an instant to suppress the restrictions on the Pearl Islands. Disciples can teleport back at that instant with the cooperation of the Fifth Peak. Suqing looked at his identity token. The mission marking on it had already turned red. This meant that this mission was extremely dangerous. I just wanted to accept a simple mission to rest. This is a little annoying. Su Qing sighed and retreated abruptly, colliding with a chi condensation cultivator of the C-Corp's race who had arrived stealthily. The huge cultivation gap caused the body of the perfected chi condensation cultivator of the C-Corp's race to collapse and explode. Su Qing didn't even turn his head. He lifted his right hand and a huge plesiosaur appeared in the sky, smashing fiercely at the ground. An astonishing impact was created, causing the surrounding trees to be destroyed one after another, revealing the figures of the dozens of cultivators from the C-Corp's race who were constantly retreating. These cultivators were all at the chi condensation realm. Although their bodies had collapsed from the impact, their appearance here was abnormal. How could chi condensation cultivators dare to launch a sneak attack on a foundation-building cultivator? Even though Su Qing's mystic brilliance form had been deactivated, he was still emitting foundation-building aura. Su Qing soon knew the reason. He saw some white threads among the broken limbs of these chi condensation cultivators. These threads were planted in their bodies and seemed to be able to control their actions and consciousness like puppets. The instant Su Qing saw these white threads, two figures suddenly appeared on both sides of him. Their speed was extremely fast. These two people were foundation-building cultivators of the C-Corp's race. One of them had a huge sarcoma on his arm and a gap opened on it, revealing pupils. This was an eye. This eye stared at Su Qing as though it was probing. It quickly revealed a white light. This scene was the same as what Su Qing had seen when he arrived earlier. Clearly, this was a method of the C-Corp's race to investigate if the foundation-building cultivator had life fire. However, the life lantern in Su Qing's body was covered by the shadow, so it was very difficult to detect. These two foundation-building cultivators of the C-Corp's race seemed to have confirmed that Su Qing didn't have a life fire, so they immediately used their trump cards to attack him. As they got closer, one of them performed a series of hand seals and a huge battle axe with a dragon coiling around it formed outside his body. The coiling black dragon manifested and roared sinisterly at Su Qing. As for the other cultivator, chi condensation cultivators from the C-Corp's race who looked like puppets appeared in his surroundings. Out of thin air. All of these puppets' eyes revealed a dark glint as they surrounded Su Qing. They also took out their magic artifacts and used them to increase their powers. They seemed to be good at joint attacks. The two of them circulated their magic apertures and their magic power actually resonated. A white bone hand vaguely appeared above Su Qing and grabbed fiercely at him with a might comparable to the mystic brilliance form cultivator. Su Qing looked at them and then looked into the distance. After sensing that this place was safe, the life lantern in his body suddenly lit up. Although the enemies didn't have life fire, a lion would still use its full strength when hunting a rabbit, not to mention that this was a battlefield. Su Qing wouldn't slip up. At the next instant, a rumbling sound erupted as a volcano appeared in Su Qing's body. Its light was dazzling and its aura was astonishing. Terrifying power instantly spread out, forming a violent impact that shook everything. The expressions of the foundation-building cultivators of the C-Corp's race who were attacking from both sides changed drastically and their pupils instantly narrowed. The mind of the C-Corp's race member with an eye on his arm trembled intensely. The eyeball on his arm was flickering with a red light at this moment, as though it was warning them that the Seven Blood Eyes cultivator in front of them was extremely dangerous. However, this warning was too late. As Su Qing's life lantern was lit, just the spread of his aura caused the two C-Corp's race cultivators' bodies to tremble and show signs of collapse. As for the white bone palm formed by their joint attack, cracks appeared on it before it could land. It was already shattering. As for those puppets at the perfected chi condensation realm, their bodies burned rapidly like paper. The huge axe that whistled toward Su Qing turned red as though it was about to melt. The expression of the black dragon that was coiled around it also changed from vicious to fear and was already trying to retreat. All of this caused the two foundation-building cultivators of the C-Corp's race to be frightened out of their wits. They had clearly sensed that the party did not have a life fire. They didn't understand how at the next instant, the latter displayed a power that completely surpassed a ball of life fire. This was the power of two balls of life fire. He was at the mid-stage foundation-building realm. They were well aware of how terrifying it was. There were differences between different foundation-building stages. Having life fire and not having life fire were even more different. The difference between one ball of life fire and two balls of life fire was similarly like the difference between heaven and earth. It was still possible for chi condensation cultivators to cross levels to fight, but because of this terrifying difference in stages between foundation building cultivators, it was almost impossible for them to fight beyond their levels. In reality, there weren't many mid-stage foundation building cultivators in all the forces. To a certain extent, such cultivators already had a very high status. They were all famous people. Only those who had 2 balls of life fire or more could fight them. Hence, these 2 cultivators didn't even have the thought of resisting and immediately retreated. However, in Su Qing's eyes, everything in the surroundings became extremely slow. He looked at the 2 foundation building C Corps race members who were trying to escape and casually grabbed with his right hand. Immediately, the battle axe at the side collapsed and exploded. The black dragon screamed and turned into ashes. The palm bone above his head shattered into pieces. The 2 foundation building cultivators of the C Corps race who wanted to escape were instantly enveloped by a huge force and swept toward Su Qing. They were moved so fast and heavily that their bodies emitted cracking sounds and directly twisted. In the blink of an eye, they were held in the air by Su Qing. The black fiendish fire in his body spread out and enveloped them, sucking their souls fiercely. Before they could let out a scream, the magic apertures in their bodies collapsed and their bodies exploded. Their souls were then swept up by the fiendish fire and sent into Su Qing's body. Su Qing turned and walked into the distance. All of this happened within an extremely short time. After Su Qing disappeared into the distance, everything returned to normal. However, there was nothing left. The ground dried up and the vegetation dissipated. Regardless of whether it was the bone, the battle axe, or the corpses, everything had turned to dust. The dust fused with the black snow falling from the sky. In the distant sky, under the effect of the mystic brilliance form, Su Qing's figure whistled past like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for the core area of the island. Su Qing could understand the change in the mission. After all, the battlefield was ever-changing and many things were difficult to completely control. Moreover, to be able to adjust the mission so quickly was enough to show that the 7 Blood Eyes had sufficient control over this war. Hence, Su Qing chose to continue carrying out the mission to head to the core area to help the Second Peak's cultivators evacuate. As for the other 7 Blood Eyes disciples who had accepted the mission, Su Qing couldn't care less. At that moment, the sound of thunder rumbled through the sky. Because there was only a 15-minute time limit, Su Qing couldn't be bothered to hide himself. His speed was so fast that in just over 10 breaths of time, he saw the core valley in the distance. Chapter 235, 235 Black Snow as Hair. 235 Black Snow as Hair. The valley wasn't large. Teleportation fluctuation spread out from inside. Su Qing could see about 100 Second Peak disciples dismantling the pill furnaces and some magic artifacts that he had never seen before. Behind them was a medium-sized teleportation array. A few 5th Peak disciples in green Taoist robes were trying to repair and adjust the teleportation array. From time to time, the array would flicker rapidly. There was an intense battle going on at the entrance of the valley. About 30 cultivators from the various peaks were guarding the entrance tightly, stopping the C Corps race that were approaching like locusts. As for the ground, it was covered in corpses and broken limbs. The intensity of the battle could be easily felt. The battle forces of both sides were mainly foundation building cultivators. There were 2 more cultivators fighting not far away. The intensity of their battle exceeded that of others. They were cultivators who had activated their mystic brilliance form. The mystic brilliance cultivator of the C Corps race looked like an elderly human. He wore a tattered gray robe. However, it emitted an extraordinary energy. Clearly, it was a magic artifact. As for the 7 Blood Eyes mystic brilliance form cultivator, it was a tall young woman. She wore the orange Taoist robe unique to the Second Peak. Her figure exuded maturity and she attacked extremely quickly. However, the Second Peak's disciples weren't proficient at killing. Hence, although the 2 of them had a life fire and were in the mystic brilliance form, the Second Peak's foundation building cultivator was clearly at a disadvantage. Fresh blood flowed out of the corner of her mouth, but she didn't have time to wipe it away. In the mystic brilliance form, the speed of the cultivator was extremely terrifying. If one was not careful, they would be killed in one strike. Therefore, one couldn't be distracted. The instant Su Qing appeared in the distance, the young woman couldn't hold on anymore. Her life fire swayed rapidly and her speed slowed down slightly. The life fire cultivator from the Sea Corpse race instantly seized the opportunity and blasted her chest. The young woman's clothes were torn, revealing her skin. She spat out a mouthful of blood with an expression of pain as she was sent flying back and slammed into a mountain at the side. The mountain rocks collapsed and cracks rapidly spread, causing many rocks to fall from the mountain. The young woman struggled to stand up, but the life fire in her body flickered and extinguished. She spat out blood again and her face was incomparably pale. Seeing this, the old man from the Sea Corpse race let out a cold snort. He didn't even look at the young woman from the second peak who was heavily injured by him. He immediately rushed into the valley, his target being the teleportation array inside. However, almost as soon as his body moved, his expression changed drastically. He abruptly turned his head and looked behind him. His pupils constricted and his expression revealed horror. The strength of the second fire. In his eyes, everything around him moved slowly. However, at this moment, he saw a figure that seemed to pierce into his eyes in the horizon. It was rushing toward him at an incomparably astonishing speed. This contrast between slowness and speed caused the old man from the Sea Corpse race to retreat immediately without hesitation. As a cultivator of a life fire, he was very clear about the difference between him and two balls of life fire. It wasn't any different from the difference between an ordinary foundation building cultivator and a cultivator with the mystic brilliance form. Damn it, why is there a cultivator with two balls of life fire here? Only people of the same realm can fight against such a mid-stage foundation building cultivator. The information is wrong. The old man from the Sea Corpse race panted. Although he was decisive in retreating, it was still too late. Su Qin had his eyes on him long ago. To Su Qin, this Sea Corpse race with a ball of life fire was the best prey. After all, the number of souls needed to open his magic aperture was extremely large. He needed a lot of ordinary foundation building cultivator souls to open one aperture. Even though he had killed the two foundation building cultivators previously, his 41st magic aperture was still not opened. However, if he refined a Sea Corpse race member with a life fire, it would be completely different. Killing one would allow him to open his magic aperture. Hence, the instant the old man fled, Su Qin changed his direction and no longer headed for the valley's teleportation array. Instead, he charged straight toward the old man. His speed was so fast that it only took 3 breaths of time for Su Qin to appear in front of the old man. He punched out with his right hand. As the life lantern in his body erupted, a terrifying power surged. The old man could only dodge a little. Although he was also in the mystic brilliance form, the difference between them caused him to be unable to keep up with Su Qin's speed or completely dodge. Hence, in the blink of an eye, Su Qin's fist landed on the old man's chest. A rumbling sound echoed like heavenly lightning. Half of the old man's body exploded directly. He rolled back and collided with a mountain rock, and was stuck there. The only reason he didn't die was because he had activated the power of his robe magic artifact at the critical moment and the magic apertures in his body had been overdrawn to resist the force of the punch. However, even so, the seriousness of his injuries made it impossible for him to recover. Despair appeared in his eyes. Su Qin had disappeared from his vision. At the next instant, a black flame covered his sight. It was Su Qin's palm pressing on the forehead of the Sea Corpse race old man. The old man's entire body shook crazily. The shadow became crazy and eagerly pounced over, continuously corroding the old man's body. The black iron stick also rushed over and pierced into the old man's magic artifact robe, sucking fiercely. The 3 layers of devouring caused the life fire cultivator of the Sea Corpse race to let out mournful cries, but it didn't last long before his body exploded into ashes. Only his Taoist robe and storage bag fell down. After Su Qin kept them, he looked at the battlefield in the valley. Black snow continued to fall from the sky. The small particles of lava fell in front of Su Qin like phoenix feathers. The faint red light of the lava shone on Su Qin's demonic and cold face, complementing the cold glint in his eyes. This scene was like an ethereal painting that was separated from the world. It was beautiful but also filled with murderous intent. The battlefield instantly fell silent. All gazes gathered on Su Qin at this instant. It was as though they were watching the divine sun descend to the world. The cultivators from the various peaks who had received the mission looked at Su Qin with intense shock. Gradually, reverence rose in their eyes as they bowed to Su Qin. In fact, even the second peak's disciples and the fifth peak's cultivators who were repairing the teleportation array in the valley were the same. The way they looked at Su Qing was filled with deep respect. Gu Muqing was standing among them. She looked at Su Qing, who was standing in the air amidst the drifting red lava and black snow, with a dazed expression. This scene was so shocking that it left a deep impression in her mind. As for the Sea Corps race outside the valley, they were all trembling. It was unknown which one of them was the first to be unable to withstand the pressure from Su Qing and retreated madly, but very soon, all the Sea Corps race members scrambled to escape. However, what awaited them was the buzzing of the black iron stick. There was also the shadow that was hiding itself. As the sun set and darkness spread on the ground, the shadow spread rapidly, fighting alongside the Diamond Sex ancestor. Greetings, senior brother. Thank you for saving me. Outside the valley, the second peak's life fire young woman, who was struggling to stand up, had a strange look in her eyes as she spoke softly. As her voice rang out, everyone in the surroundings did the same. Greetings, senior brother. At that moment, a gust of wind blew over, lifting the picture scroll formed by Su Qing, causing the black snow falling in the surroundings to flutter with his hair. As the black snow drifted, Su Qing lifted his head. His eyes were like the stars. As everyone greeted, miserable cries rang out from afar. It was the Diamond Sex ancestor and the shadow attacking the enemies. The shadow could treat any Sea Corps race members as food. Although not all of them were delicious, it was no longer picky about food. As for the Diamond Sex ancestor, he could only absorb the energy in magic artifacts, but he felt that his strength was inferior to the shadow's, so he deliberately pretended to compete with the shadow. He was using this to stimulate the shadow's fighting spirit and make it absorb the enemies quickly. When the enemy had no strength to resist, he would then absorb their magic artifacts. To a certain extent, the two of them could be considered to have a tacit understanding. However, compared to the cunning Diamond Sex ancestor, the shadow was still too young. Even till the end, the shadow didn't discover any problems. Instead, its momentum was high and its expression prideful. The Diamond Sex ancestor also cooperated and put on an anxious and vexed expression. The mournful cries of the Sea Corps race cultivators formed a clear contrast with the greetings of the seven Blood-Eyes disciples. Su Qing's gaze swept past everyone here and then looked at the young woman from the second peak who had become very weak because she couldn't maintain her mystic brilliance form. He nodded and extinguished his life fire. Although the magic power in his body was dense, it was very difficult for him to use it for more than 6 hours. Hence, it was naturally good to save it. However, if any other two-life fire cultivator could hear Su Qing's thoughts, their scalps would turn numb. Normal mystic brilliance form would only last for more than an hour. This was because Su Qing's qi condensation foundation was extraordinary. At that moment, Su Qing's body swayed and he entered the valley. After extinguishing his life fire, the dazzling light on Su Qing's body dissipated, revealing his appearance clearly to everyone. Previously, when he was enveloped by the dazzling light, outsiders could only see his general appearance. Now that everything was clear, the attention Su Qing's peerlessly beautiful and almost demonic face formed was equally astonishing. Regardless of gender, the disciples were all dazed to varying degrees. The time the women were in daze was clearly longer than the male cultivators. Of course, this was also because of the halo formed by his previous strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so shocking. However, no matter what, Su Qing's appearance coupled with the halo of his cultivation base caused the charm on his body to reach an astonishing level. Coupled with his purple robe and elegant long hair, he gave off the feeling of an immortal. As he entered the valley, the second peak's disciples in the valley were all respectful. Most of the female cultivators inside had bright eyes as they secretly sized him up. Su Qing also saw Gu Muqing in the crowd and nodded slightly. Gu Muqing stared at Su Qing with her beautiful eyes. Because of Su Qing's nod, many second peak disciples in the surroundings looked at her. Her pretty face blushed slightly and she wanted to speak. However, Su Qing had already walked past them and arrived at the teleportation array. When can it operate? Su Qing asked softly. The disciples of the fifth peak beside the teleportation array all had respectful expressions. One of the foundation building cultivators who hadn't formed his life fire spoke respectfully. Senior brother, the teleportation array is almost done. I'm just waiting for the sex array formation's tide power to arrive. I'm confident that the array formation can be successfully activated at that instant. Chapter 236, 236 Something is strange. 236 Something is strange. The Seven Blood Eyes was a sect that prioritized benefits, so the respect the weak had for the strong was even more obvious. No one was stupid enough to not let go of their attitude when facing the strong. Most of such people wouldn't be able to survive until now. Right now, the respect the Fifth Peak Foundation building cultivator showed to Su Qing was as if he was meeting an elder. No matter what his real thoughts were, very few people would hate such respectful attitudes. Su Qing nodded. After scanning his surroundings, he found a corner and sat down. As he waited for the tide to arrive, he broke open the 41st magic aperture in his body. Life Fire Foundation building cultivator's soul was much more effective. In an instant, Su Qing's 41st magic aperture was successfully opened. There was even soul power left to attack the 42nd magic aperture. Although it didn't break, there were many cracks on it. Su Qing was quite happy. He felt that if this continued, it shouldn't be long before he could form the second ball of life fire. At that time, although he would look like he had two flames, his actual combat strength would already reach the peak of the 3 life fire. It's a pity that there aren't many Life Fire Foundation building cultivators. Whether I can encounter them depends on luck. Su Qing's thoughts spun as he pondered if he should try accepting some difficult missions next. While he was thinking, the disciples outside the valley entered the valley one after another and helped the second peak disciples dismantle the pill furnace and magic artifacts. Not long later, after everything was prepared, everyone gathered around the teleportation array. While waiting for the sex tide, they also whispered to each other while secretly glancing at Su Qing. Su Qing's existence seemed to have become their backbone. Although they were on the battlefield, everyone in the valley felt some sense of safety. During this process, the island also rumbled and quaked many times. The sound echoed in all directions. It was caused by fluctuations from other teleportation points. The anomalous substances were becoming increasingly dense here. The sky darkened. The layers of clouds in the sky also became blurry, as though they were hiding some huge danger. Senior brother, I buried many formation eyes on this island. Although more than half of them have been destroyed now, we can still see some scenes. While Su Qing was meditating, the second peak's life fire young woman covered the torn shirt on her chest with her hand and walked to his side. Although this woman's injuries were very serious and her face was pale, it couldn't hide her beauty. She had an oval face, curved brows, and phoenix eyes. She was an extremely beautiful woman in her 30s. And since she refined pills all year round, the pill fragrance on her body smelled as good as the smell on Gumuching. Su Qing looked over. It was unknown if this woman was doing it on purpose. Because Su Qing was sitting and she was standing, the moment Su Qing lifted his head, he could see the tattered clothes on the woman's chest that were covered by her hand. However, her hand didn't seem to be covering them accurately. Her snow-white skin seemed to hide astonishing peaks. Su Qing expressionlessly shifted his gaze away and landed on the woman's face. The moment their eyes met, the woman from the second peak looked at Su Qing's face and sensed the terrifying aura coming from his body. Her heart couldn't help but race. However, she quickly realized that she had lost her composure and hurriedly lowered her head to perform a series of hand seals. Immediately, a screen appeared in front of her. On the screen, one could clearly see a large number of C-Corps race members walking out of the sea one after another. There were so many of them that it was a shocking sight. At the same time, there were also C-Corps race cultivators in many locations on this island. There were even some who were approaching them. How much longer will the tide take? Su Qing asked. About 100 breaths of time. The person who answered Su Qing wasn't the woman but Gumuching, who was walking over quickly. As though she had arrived in a hurry, her black hair was blown up by the wind and fluttered slightly. As she arrived, a few strands of hair landed in front of her and brushed past her beautiful face, creating a beautiful scene. This was especially so for her clear eyes and the refreshing and natural aura they emitted. This made Gumuching look like a figure from a painting. After walking over, she glanced at the woman beside her and bowed lightly. "Greetings, Marshal Entley." The woman smiled and looked at the girl in front of her meaningfully. Gumuching then looked at Su Qing. "Senior brother Su." Su Qing looked at Gumuching. Seeing that Su Qing didn't mind how she addressed him, Gumuching was very happy and spoke softly. Senior Brother Su, this is the control jade slip for the forbidden pill here. You have the highest cultivation base here. The sect requests to activate this pill before we retreat. You can decide. As Gumuching spoke, she handed a jade slip to Su Qing. Su Qing took the jade slip and wasn't surprised that the jade slip was with Gumuching and not the Second Peaks Foundation building cultivator at the side. He knew that those old fellows from the Seven Blood Eyes trusted core disciples the most. Hence, it wasn't strange for such an arrangement. Su Qing took the jade slip and swept his gaze over it. At that moment, whistling sounds rang out from outside the valley. A group of Sea Corpse race cultivators had appeared. Although they saw the corpses on the ground, the Sea Corpses still rushed toward the valley. While everyone in the valley was nervous, Su Qing didn't even lift his head and continued to check the jade slip. After that, screams rang out from outside the valley. The bodies of all the approaching Sea Corpse race members instantly showed signs of rotting. Some even melted into a pool of blue blood after taking a few steps. This scene caused the expressions of all the disciples in the valley to change and their hearts skipped a beat. However, the Second Peaks disciples were the first to recover. All of them stared at the outside world. While they were moved, they also looked at Su Qing, feeling very shocked. They knew that this was poison. A poison that even the Sea Corpse race couldn't withstand must be a specialized poison. Not only did this specialized poison require extremely high attainments in medicines, but it also required countless experiments. The former was fine, but the latter was the most difficult. This was also the reason why there were very few people refining poison on the Second Peak. This was because many times, before one could kill someone, they would be poisoned during the refining process. Such a powerful poison made everyone feel even more at ease. At the same time, the outside of the valley quickly fell silent. After all, under the effect of the poison and with the black iron stick and shadow taking advantage of the night to go out, it naturally fell silent very quickly. Just like that, 100 breaths of time was about to arrive. Everyone here stood outside the teleportation array in batches, waiting for it to be activated. The teleportation array here wasn't large. According to the number of people here, it would take 3 activations for all of them to be teleported. Su Qing also stood up and walked to the side of the teleportation array. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed and he turned his head to look outside the valley. Almost at the instant Su Qing looked over, a shocking fire shadow suddenly appeared in the night outside the valley. It was a figure covered in a white robe. It was rushing over rapidly from afar. Corpse poison emanated from this person's body and the life fire in his body burned. The aura erupting from his mystic brilliance form far exceeded that of a ball of life fire cultivator. As he got closer, thunder rumbled. His speed was indescribable. It was impossible for ordinary foundation building cultivators to see it clearly. Even the woman with a ball of life fire was the same. The pressures on the minds of the Seven Blood Eyes disciples' mind rose uncontrollably at this moment. From afar, it was as though a volcano was erupting in the person's body. Coupled with the corpse poison, it caused the flames emitted to turn green. 2 balls of life fire. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. This person was the first 2 life fire cultivator Su Qing had seen on the battlefield. His aura was astonishing. As he got closer, the sky and the land was dyed green from the light emanating from him. It was as though a green palm was slapping toward the valley. The instant he got close, the figure saw everything in the valley clearly. He seemed to pause for a moment but soon, he laughed out for some reason and his speed became even faster. Su Qing narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. The instant his foot landed, the life lantern in his body ignited. Under the rumbling eruption of the volcano, he entered the mystic brilliance form. The familiar perception appeared again and everything in the surroundings slowed down. Only the figure approaching in front was moving at a normal speed. Su Qing instantly rose into the air, heading straight for the person. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them collided in midair. A rumbling sound erupted, surpassing the thunder and exploding in all directions. At the same time, Su Qing clenched his right hand into a fist and the life fire in his body burned as he punched out ruthlessly. The life fire in the body of the white-robed Sea Corpse race cultivator burned as he also threw a punch over. The 2 punches collided. Su Qing's entire body trembled and his internal organs were churning. He could sense how powerful the other party was. This strength surpassed Su Qing's judgment of 2 life fires. He was very clear that with his qi condensation foundation and the existence of the life lantern, he would definitely have the advantage even against cultivators with 2 life fires. However, this white-robed sea corpse race cultivator seemed a little different. He waved his hand, the plesiosaur manifested and charged toward the other party. At the same time, the black fiendish fire in his body erupted, forming fire daggers that also headed straight for the other party. Su Qing lifted his left hand and in the blink of an eye, a heavenly saber appeared above him. Under the enhancement of Su Qing's mystic brilliance form, the might of this saber was even stronger and the range was larger. Its entire body was covered in black flames as it ruthlessly slashed at the white-robed sea corpse race cultivator. An earth-shattering boom rang out. The white-robed sea corpse race cultivator's body was blasted back. He didn't have it easy either and the life fires in his body were swaying. Su Qing's expression revealed cruelty as he charged over again. Although the entire body of the white-robed sea corpse race cultivator was covered by his robe and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, his eyes showed a hint of madness. Su Qing saw this madness and suddenly frowned. However, he didn't have time to think too much at this moment and still rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he collided with the white-robed cultivator. Booming sounds continued to erupt. The 2 of them attacked extremely quickly in midair in their respective mystic brilliance forms. Their spells were even more shocking. They continued to exchange blows and attacked over 100 times in just over 10 breaths. After these full-powered attacks, both of them retreated. Su Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, and the white-robed cultivator also spat out a mouthful of blood. Other than madness in his gaze, there was also intense surprise and a trace of discontentment. Su Qing stared into the other party's eyes, but didn't speak. The volcano in his body erupted and his body rushed out crazily like a sharp blade. He brandished the dagger in his hand and the heavenly saber appeared again. At the same time, the spirit sea in his body spread out to form a suppression. There was also the black iron stick with the sound of bells. In addition, Su Qing also scattered a lot of poison when he attacked. After he rapidly got close, he ruthlessly attacked the other party's neck with the dagger. This white-robed cultivator was also extraordinary. As he performed a series of hand seals with both hands, the corpse poison in the surroundings instantly turned cold. It headed straight for Su Qing from all directions, as though it wanted to freeze him. At the same time, a huge piece of ice appeared in front of him, blocking and attacking Su Qing. Su Qing had no choice but to retreat. As for the white-robed cultivator, his eyes flashed and he suddenly moved. It was unknown what secret art he used, but he actually broke through the void and appeared in front of Su Qing, grabbing at his neck. When Su Qing saw this, to the surprise of the white-robed cultivator, he didn't dodge. Instead, he used his head to ruthlessly collide with the other party's palm. At the next instant, the 2 collided. Su Qing's head was bleeding, while the white-robed cultivator let out a miserable cry. His right hand directly shattered into pieces. Just as he was about to retreat, Su Qing had already stuck close to him and slashed at the other party's stomach. His speed was so fast that the pupils of the white-robed cultivator contracted. His mind trembled intensely and he suddenly retreated. However, Su Qing still tore open his robe, causing some items inside to scatter. There were many types of items, but the most eye-catching ones were some fruits. There were oranges, peaches, pears, and among them, apples were the greatest in number. Chapter 237, 237 Vengeful. 237 Vengeful. Su Qing paused and glanced at the fruits on the ground. When he saw the apples and noticed the few large apples inside, Su Qing was very curious as to how the other party had placed so many things in his robe. The white-robed sea corpse race cultivator, who was originally retreating rapidly, paused for a moment. His headgear loosened a little. It didn't reveal his face, but his hair hung down. His gaze also landed on the fruits on the ground. After that, the 2 of them lifted their heads at the same time and their gazes met in the air. Su Qing did not speak. The white-robed cultivator was also silent. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled and the seawater outside the island churned. An earth-shattering explosion rang out in the distance, echoing in all directions like the roar of a god, causing the entire world to seem to stir up a violent wind. There was also a purple light that was like a sea of light from afar that instantly spread over. Upon closer inspection, one could tell that the place where this light and the rumbling sound came from was none other than the islands of the merfolk race. This was the tide power of the Seven Blood Eyes Array formation described in Su Qing's mission. Under the cover of this sea of light, the teleportation restrictions from the Sea Corpse race in the Pearl Islands were immediately suppressed, allowing the teleportation arrays on the islands to be effective. At the next instant, as the sky was covered by purple, the teleportation array in the valley behind Su Qing that had been adjusted by the 5 Peaks disciples shone. The first batch of disciples standing inside instantly disappeared and were teleported away. At the same time, similar teleportations were being carried out on many islands in the Pearl Islands. Su Qing saw this scene but didn't care. He could also sense that the second batch of teleportation was being prepared in the valley behind him. It seemed like it would be carried out very soon. However, at this moment, Su Qing was more interested in this white-robed cultivator in front of him. The instant his gaze met the white-robed cultivators, Su Qing rushed out. In his mystic brilliance form under the effect of the life lantern, his speed and power were astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he approached the white-robed cultivator. This time, he didn't target the latter's neck but his hair. It was as though he was more interested in the hair of this Sea Corpse race cultivator now. The white-robed cultivator took a deep breath and the life fires in his body instantly erupted again, forming a terrifying air wave that spread out, dodging Su Qing's grab. He fought with Su Qing again. Rumbling sounds echoed through the sky. Su Qing's figure was so fast that the cultivators in the valley couldn't see him clearly at all. Even the woman from the second peak who hadn't teleported away couldn't see his movements clearly. She could only barely see his afterimages. The ground trembled and terrifying collision sounds occasionally rang out in the surroundings. This was enough to show how dangerous this battle was. As for the white-robed cultivator, his attacks were also sharp. He fought Su Qing fiercely outside the valley while protecting his hair. He was indeed extraordinary. The Diamond Sex ancestor couldn't match his speed at all or get a chance to attack. Even the shadow was in the same situation. Compared to the white-robed cultivator, its speed was too slow. Only Su Qing was able to attack fiercely. His magic power swelled and he punched out with his right hand. He then immediately dodged to the side. After dodging the elbow of the white-robed cultivator, he lifted his knee and ruthlessly kicked the other party's lower body. The expression of the white-robed cultivator changed. However, he was also a ruthless person. He slapped Su Qing's knee with one hand. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dense corpse poison at Su Qing. As soon as this poison appeared, Su Qing's entire body seemed to be about to corrode. However, his expression was as calm as ever. After his knee was blocked, he twisted his body and his left leg swept toward the white-robed cultivator like a whip. His target was the head. The instant they dodged each other, Su Qing performed a series of hand seals and waved his hand. Immediately, balls of black fire spread out from his entire body. They formed fire palms that headed straight for the white-robed cultivator. This white-robed cultivator's breathing was hurried. Clearly, he had consumed a lot of energy in this intense battle. He let out a low roar and performed a series of hand seals with one hand, pressing down on Su Qing. With this push, the void in front of him collapsed and rapidly spread toward Su Qing. Su Qing's expression changed and he instantly dodged. However, as soon as he dodged, the white-robed cultivator suddenly sped up and appeared in front of him, pressing down fiercely. Blood flowed out of the corner of Su Qing's mouth. After his body retreated by 300 meters, he sped up and got close again. 10 heavenly sabers manifested and landed fiercely. The eyes of the white-robed cultivator narrowed. He couldn't dodge in time and his body was blasted back by almost a kilometer. He spat out a mouthful of blood and rushed out again. When they got close again, Su Qing bent his knees and ruthlessly kicked the other party's lower body again. From what he sensed, the other party's lower body was his weakness. The white-robed cultivator cursed but his voice was drowned out by the rumbling. Madness appeared in his eyes. This time, he actually didn't block. Instead, he bent his knees and ruthlessly collided with Su Qing's knee in the air. Su Qing finally grabbed the other party's hair and ruthlessly pulled it off. A muffled groan and a miserable cry rang out from the two of them. The one who let out a muffled groan was Su Qing while the miserable cry was let out by the white-robed cultivator. Although the sounds were different, the two of them retreated the same way. Their knees were bent unnaturally. However, compared to Su Qing, the knee of the white-robed cultivator caved in as well. Clearly, his injuries were even more serious and his forehead was sweating from the pain. As Su Qing retreated, his eyes flashed. In front of the white-robed cultivator, he lifted the hair in his right hand. With a slight sway, the hair turned into ashes and dissipated. This scene was exactly the same as a certain scene in the past. However, it was only a strand of hair back then, and now, there was a handful. After destroying the hair, Su Qing was eager to continue fighting when an anxious voice rang out from behind him. "Senior brother, the tide is about to end. This is the last teleportation." Su Qing's eyes narrowed when he heard this. At that moment, a ball of black fire soared into the sky in the distance, as though it wanted to cover half of the sky. Among the flames was the figure of the Sea Corpse race. From afar, it looked like a dwarf. He was walking toward the Pearl Islands with his hands behind his back. Wherever he passed, the seawater would split on its own, forming a large crack like a canyon. As he walked over, the seawater rapidly spread. The entire Pearl Islands was trembling. The terrifying pressure caused the sky to change color and the wind and clouds to surge. Su Qing's eyes narrowed and he retreated without any hesitation, instantly returning to the valley. At that moment, the second batch of teleportation had ended and the third batch was ready to be activated. Everyone from the 7 blood eyes in the teleportation array was paying close attention to Su Qing's battle. They were anxiously waiting for the teleportation array to be activated and also waiting for Su Qing to return. Now that Su Qing had appeared, the disciples of the 5th peak immediately activated the teleportation array without hesitation. With the help of the tide in the sky, the teleportation array instantly shone. As for the white-robed cultivator outside the valley, he didn't chase after Su Qing. He stared at Su Qing who was standing in the teleportation array. The two of them looked at each other and saw a hint of strangeness in each other's eyes. At the next instant, their gazes were blocked by the light of the array. The teleportation started and everyone in the teleportation array, including Su Qing, instantly disappeared. After Su Qing and the others left, the white-robed cultivator turned his head and looked at the sky. After discovering that the Sea Corpse race's golden core cultivator had gone to the other islands, he couldn't help but grimace in pain. He rubbed his knee and also touched his head that was missing a bunch of hair. He cursed inwardly. What's going on? It's only been a while since we last met. How did this kid become so powerful? It hurts. This kid should have recognized me. He actually specially targeted my lower body and even pulled my hair. How despicable. He doesn't respect his superior at all. Didn't I just pull a strand of his hair last time? Is it easy for me? That big plan requires a high-level corpse heart of the Sea Corpse race. I can only exchange this thing with the contribution points of the Sea Corpse race. I spent a huge price to pretend to be a perfect Sea Corpse race cultivator. I originally planned to come over to scare him and take some pill furnaces back to earn some contribution points, and also beat him up a little. I only wanted to take a photo of it as a memento as a revenge for the poisoning in the passage on the Merfolk Island, but how the heck did it come to this? It hurts. The white-robed cultivator waved his right arm that had collapsed by half. It was unknown what method he used but his arm actually grew back. After that, his breathing became hurried and he recovered after a long time. As he cursed, he limped to the place where the fruits were scattered. At that moment, most of the fruits had been destroyed under the attacks of the 2 people earlier. Only half of an apple was still there. He picked it up with heartache and took a bite after looking around. However, at the next instant, his eyes widened and he quickly spat it out. The apple has poison. The white-robed cultivator cursed and thought to himself that this couldn't continue. As a leader, he couldn't lose face. In the future, he had to find an opportunity to undo another seal and teach the kid a lesson. He had to maintain his dignity at all times. Although he still couldn't withstand undoing another seal, he felt that he had to regain his face. With this thought in mind, he left. At the same time, on Meyer Island, the figures of Su Qing and the others appeared as a teleportation array flashed. As soon as they walked out, Su Qing could sense that the atmosphere in the frontline command center was very tense. Figures kept moving past in the sky. The flames of war in the distance were intense. Everyone was even busier than before. At that moment, as soon as they teleported out, more than half of them cupped their fists at Su Qing and bade farewell. The life fire woman from the second peak was the same. After exchanging voice transmission contact with Su Qing, she left in a hurry. Gu Muqing was the same. Before she left, she bid farewell to Su Qing. Su Qing also returned the jade slip that controlled the forbidden pill to her. Before they had left, he had already activated the forbidden pill. Senior Brother Su, my group's mission hasn't been completed. We have to go to another place to finish a forbidden pill. I heard from Master that our 7 Blood Eyes has been preparing for this war for many years and we will definitely win. There will be some larger movements next. Senior brother, you have to be careful. Gu Muqing spoke softly with a hesitant expression. She suddenly moved closer to Su Qing and spoke in an extremely low voice. I'm a core disciple, so I must complete some missions. However, senior brother, you actually don't have to do this, especially regarding the missions of the 7 guarding islands of the Sea Corps race. Senior brother, you must not accept them. With that, Gu Muqing bowed to Su Qing and quickly left. Su Qing fell into deep thought and took out his mission token to take a look. His rescue mission had already been displayed as completed and more missions were constantly refreshing. Su Qing's gaze swept over, and the image of the white-robed cultivator he had fought with earlier appeared in his mind. Although the other party was from the Sea Corps race, no matter how he looked at it, and the corpse poison also matched the characteristics of the Sea Corps race, Su Qing felt a sense of familiarity after attacking a few times. He was familiar with the other party's gaze and some of his movements. This was especially so for the apples. How did the captain become a member of the Sea Corps race? Could it be that he has taken a fancy to something in the Sea Corps race, so he used some unknown method to disguise himself as a member of the Sea Corps race? Of course, it's also possible that he was unlucky and was killed by the Sea Corps race and transformed into a Sea Corps race member. If it was anyone else, Su Qing would feel that the second possibility was more likely. However, if it was the captain, he felt that the first possibility was more in line with the other party's crazy personality. However, with the captain's petty nature, he will definitely be indignant. His cultivation is unfathomable. Perhaps he will find an opportunity to get back at me. I have to open my magic apertures faster. Su Qing revealed a serious expression. Chapter 238, 238 Mysterious Summon. 238 Mysterious Summon. Time flowed by and a month passed. In this month, many huge changes occurred in the war between the 7 Blood Eyes and the Sea Corps race. Firstly, the Sea Corps race's several counterattacks failed to take down the Merfolk Islands. They could only watch helplessly as the 7 Blood Eyes continued to reinforce the Merfolk Islands. At the same time, more magic artifacts and all their allies were teleported over. This was too much of a threat to the Sea Corps race. However, it wasn't that the Sea Corps race didn't have a victory. By dividing their forces, the Pearl Islands were finally torn down and occupied as the command center. All the forbidden pills buried by the 7 Blood Eyes were taken out by the experts of the Sea Corps race. Moreover, the entire Pearl Islands had been searched carefully many times before they confirmed that there was nothing wrong. To the Sea Corps race, this could be considered a victory in a strategic sense. To the 7 Blood Eyes, it was equivalent to making a careless mistake. Moreover, this mistake was extremely fatal, causing the 7 Blood Eyes to be in a passive state for more than half a month. There were 2 times when they were attacked from both sides and almost lost the Merfolk Islands. The Peak Lord of the 3rd Peak was ambushed by many experts of the Sea Corps race and almost died. He used a bizarre entity as a substitute and escaped with serious injuries. Even the Peak Lord of the 6th Peak was also ambushed and heavily injured. As for the Golden Core Elders, more than 10 of them were on the verge of death. This matter dealt a huge blow to the morale of the 7 Blood Eyes. For a time, the number of people participating in the missions decreased sharply. This was actually also the drawback of the 7 Blood Eyes rules. When the blue in its favor, its members could be like a wolf or a tiger. Once it was at a disadvantage, the disciples' morale would easily collapse and it would be extremely difficult to salvage. Just as the Sea Corps race increased the arrangements on the Pearl Islands, the 7 Blood Eyes counterattack arrived. That was the night half a month ago. Su Qing, who had completed a small mission and returned to Meyer Island to rest, saw with his own eyes mountain peaks appearing on the surface of the sea. These mountain peaks were connected together and gradually formed a vast mountain range. As the seawater churned, this mountain range slowly floated up, as though it had transformed into a back. Suqing controlled the forbidden sea plesiosaur and was shocked to see a huge beast under the sea. Suqing faintly felt that this giant beast was familiar. Very soon, he recognized it. It was a sea lizard. The mountain range that appeared was none other than the back of the sea lizard. It was vast and endless, and its aura was astonishing. Compared to its body, the Pearl Islands was like an ant, insignificant. This sea lizard only flipped over slightly before the Pearl Islands completely collapsed. After the islands shattered into pieces, the sea lizard, which had only revealed half of its back, leisurely left. The sea lizard's attack was an extreme shock to everyone in the Sea Corpse race. Such an existence had already surpassed a certain level. It wasn't something the Seven Blood Eyes could easily request for help. However, it had appeared and its target was clearly the Pearl Islands. Suqing was also shocked by this matter. Shortly after, in order to increase morale, the Seven Blood Eyes answered this matter. In fact, they didn't hesitate to reveal a portion of the background of the Fourth Peak's Peak Lord. The announcement told all the disciples that the sea lizard's attack this time was thanks to the Fourth Peak. The Peak Lord of the Fourth Peak had a relationship with this giant lizard in the early years. This time, he invited it to destroy the Pearl Islands. At the same time, the sect announced that this matter had been agreed upon long ago. All the previous arrangements in the Pearl Islands were a cover-up. The goal was to let the Sea Corpse race invade it. The so-called forbidden pills on it were just to bait them. The entire Pearl Islands was a huge trap prepared for the Sea Corpse race. This matter caused the morale of the Seven Blood Eyes to rise immediately. However, the disciples of the Seven Blood Eyes weren't fools. There were also scheming people in the Sea Corpse race. From all kinds of analysis, they determined that the announcement of the Seven Blood Eyes said might be correct, but only partially. If the Peak Lord of the Fourth Peak truly got the giant lizard to help, there was no need to target the Pearl Islands. The Sea Corpse race's guarding islands or the main island were clearly better choices. Therefore, everyone had their own guesses about the truth of this matter. Some even felt that this matter was related to the Seven Blood Eyes' ancestor. However, other than the higher-ups of the Seven Blood Eyes, no one else knew the truth. However, it had already happened. The Pearl Islands were no longer around, and the Sea Corpse race had suffered considerable losses. The Seven Blood Eyes also made use of this to launch an all-out attack. They blew the horn of the first decisive battle. The Sea Corpse race's army continued to shrink and fall back under the heavy injuries. The Seven Blood Eyes also chased with all their might, breaking through layers of defense and moving the battlefield away from the Merfolk Islands to the edge of the Sea Corpse race's territory. They were only separated from the Sea Corpse race's main island by the Seven Guarding Islands. That was the Sea Corpse race's last line of defense. With the enemies at such a close distance, the Sea Corpse race was under even greater pressure. However, the Sea Corpse race stubbornly counterattacked and brought the war to a stalemate. Both sides had casualties, but the Sea Corpse race suffered more. Even so, the casualties of the Seven Blood Eyes were still shocking, and this caused a group of cultivators to apply to withdraw from the battle. The Seven Blood Eyes didn't refuse this. As long as they met the conditions, they allowed them to withdraw from the battle. However, while agreeing their requests to withdraw from the battle, the Seven Blood Eyes offered more rewards for the war. They also distributed the first batch of core formation opportunities. In addition, they released 2 trump cards. The first was that the Seven Blood Eyes had given out 50 spots to use its magic treasure. Every disciple in the top 50 war rankings had the right to borrow the sect's foundational magic treasure projection once. Magic treasures were items of legends. The might of any one of them was earth-shattering and far exceeded imagination. There was only one in the entire Seven Blood Eyes. Hence, even if it was only its projection, its might would be soul-stirring. This news instantly caused a commotion among all the disciples in the sect. As for the second trump card, it was even more astonishing. It was the ancestor taking in a disciple. The Seven Blood Eyes ancestor would accept 10 foundation-building cultivators as inner disciples and 3 golden cores as personal disciples who would inherit his mantle after the war. The choice of disciples was calculated according to the completion rate of the missions and the killing of the Sea Corpse race. As soon as this news was out, most of the Seven Blood Eyes disciples were shocked. Some who originally wanted to withdraw from the battle even gave up on retreating and continued to stay on the battlefield. This was because the Seven Blood Eyes ancestor hadn't taken in any disciples for many years. One could imagine that once they became his disciples, their statuses and benefits would be extremely high. Becoming an inner sect disciple would be the same as leaping through the Dragon Gate. Their statuses were only inferior to the peak lords and surpassed the elders. As for personal disciples, just the thought of it made their breathing quicken and their eyes turn red. Not to mention foundation building cultivators, even the golden cores of the various peaks were moved. Clearly, even they didn't know that the sect would release such temptation at this moment. From this, it could be seen that the Seven Blood Eyes was determined to win in this war. Su Qing was also extremely tempted, but he quickly suppressed the desire. Although this matter was enticing, he knew that there were many experts in the sect and he wasn't the strongest among foundation building cultivators. Every peak had cultivators who had formed 3 balls of life fire. With these people around, it would probably be very difficult for him to fight for the disciple spot even if he risked his life. However, Su Qing looked at his ranking and felt that he could get one of the 50 spots for using the magic treasure. After all, this war score was different from the battle results. It was a comprehensive ranking that included missions and killings. At the same time, it also had a high requirement for the quality of the missions. However, because Su Qing had crazily accepted missions and farmed battle results previously, his ranking wasn't low. 73 RD, Su Qing mumbled and accepted another mission. Just like that, another half a month passed. Su Qing's ranking continued to increase with the missions and killings, reaching 59th place. More of his magic apertures opened as he killed the Sea Corpse race cultivators, reaching a total of 44. The further he went, the more souls he needed. Just as he was frequently accepting missions, on this day, Su Qing, who had just accepted a reinforcement mission, suddenly saw a summons order that specially indicated him appearing in his identity token. The appearance of this order clearly had extremely high authority. It directly erased all the missions on Su Qing's identity token and became the only one. In fact, the mission he had just accepted actually gave him a sign that he had completed it, allowing him to obtain the reward effortlessly. Su Qing, foundation building disciple of the 7th peak, come to the command center on Binding Island immediately. The deputy peak lord of the 7th peak has summoned you. Looking at this information, Su Qing was stunned. After pondering for a long time, many guesses and thoughts surfaced in his mind, but he still couldn't think of the reason. He didn't know this deputy peak lord and had never even heard of him before. However, the information on this identity token was conclusive. In fact, while Su Qing was pondering, this information appeared many times and locked his identity token, causing him to be unable to continue accepting missions. After some thought, Su Qing leaped up and headed straight for Binding Island. With his speed, although he didn't activate his Mystic Brilliance form, he was still very fast. Not long later, Su Qing arrived at Binding Island and headed straight for the huge eyeball in the center of the island. This was the core of the Seven Blood Eyes frontline command center on Merfolk Islands. Disciples couldn't approach this place without being summoned. It was a top-secret place. As Su Qing got closer, many terrifying divine senses locked onto him. Even the huge eyeball swept its gaze across him. Su Qing didn't continue forward. He took out his identity token and spoke in a deep voice. Disciple Su Qing has been summoned by the 7th Peak's Deputy Peak Lord. As he spoke, his identity token shone. The eye on the ground quickly blinked 3 times and a teleportation power instantly appeared around Su Qing. Before he could react, his figure had already disappeared. It was only after Su Qing was teleported away that the divine senses in the surroundings disappeared. Su Qing's figure appeared in a magnificent hall inside the eye. When he appeared, he quickly looked around. A woman's voice calmly appeared from behind him. "You are Su Qing." Chapter 239, 239 The 7th Peak is her home. 239 The 7th Peak is her home. This voice was ethereal and contained an otherworldly feeling. It also contained coldness. The moment it entered Su Qing's ears, it transformed into a wisp of ice water that filled his mind and spread throughout his body, causing his body to tremble. Su Qing's body trembled and his breath turned into white fog. His brows and hair began to freeze and his entire body stiffened. It was as though he had encountered an irresistible bizarre entity. In fact, Su Qing even had an illusion. It was as though cracks had appeared in the surrounding void and surrounded him, as though sealing him. Not to mention the 44 magic apertures in his body. He could clearly sense that the magic apertures in his body had become dead silent. It was the same for the magic power and the spirit energy vortex inside. Their circulation was extremely slow. As for his life fires, in this state, it was impossible for his life fires to be ignited. This scene caused Su Qing's mind to shake intensely. The sense of security he had obtained after forming his life fire instantly dissipated. It also made him deeply realize that to experts, suppressing the mystic brilliance form was easy. However, it wasn't that Su Qing didn't have any strength to counterattack. The instant his entire body turned cold, he felt the warmth from his life lantern. It didn't completely cool down because of the cold outside. Perhaps he had a chance to forcefully ignite his life fire. This realization caused Su Qing to be even more vigilant. He was very clear that he couldn't let anyone know about the life lantern. After confirming again that his shadow was still covering the life lantern, he took a deep breath and turned around with difficulty. The moment he turned around, he saw two women who had appeared out of nowhere. One was middle-aged while the other was young. The middle-aged woman wore a red lady's gown, one with exquisite patterns of butterflies and flowers embroidered on it with purple gold thread. The lining was extraordinary, like the rising sun in the sky. However, the icy aura that couldn't be melted was as obvious as the coldness on her face, and her phoenix eyes which looked as deep as an ancient well. It was as though whatever she looked at would turn into ice. If others stared at her for too long, their souls would be affected too. At that moment, she was staring at Su Qing. The clothes she wore weren't the uniform of any peak, and Su Qing had never seen her in the seven blood eyes. However, Su Qing knew the young girl beside her. The young girl wore a loose light purple Taoist robe that looked like a long dress. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail and she carried an ancient sword on her back. She looked valiant and heroic. At the same time, her exposed skin was fair and rosy. She looked heroic but didn't lack gentleness. Like right now, she was smiling, causing her eyes to curve into crescent moons. She looked cute but at the same time, her eyes were crystal clear. She was Ding Xue. She looked at Su Qing. As her beautiful eyes blinked, she revealed a spurious smile. "Senior brother Su, this is my aunt. She's the deputy peak lord of our 7th peak and assists uncle-in-law in managing the 7th peak," Ding Xue said softly. Disciple Su Qing greets deputy peak lord. Being stared at by Ding Xue's aunt, Su Qing clearly felt the coldness from the inside out becoming increasingly intense. Fortunately, his foundation wasn't ordinary. Although he was strongly affected by the middle-aged woman's gaze, he could still act normally. He cupped his fists and bowed respectfully to Aunt Ding Xue. This scene caused a hint of surprise to appear in the middle-aged woman's cold eyes. She sized up Su Qing and calmly spoke. "There's no need to be restrained." After saying that, she noticed that her niece's gaze was filled with brightness as she stared at Su Qing. As someone who had experienced this before, she naturally knew what this gaze meant. She sighed inwardly and the coldness she emitted dissipated a little. Her tone also became a little gentler. "I summoned you here to give you a sect mission. You will temporarily be Ding Xue's Dao protector." "Aunt, we're friends helping each other." Ding Xue hurriedly spoke first. She held her aunt's hand and shook it with a cute expression. Su Qing's expression was as calm as ever and his posture didn't change, but there were waves in his mind. On one hand, he didn't expect Ding Xue's background to be so great. On the other hand, the power emitted by the cultivation base of this deputy peak lord gave him a similar feeling to the few peak lords he saw before. This contact also allowed Su Qing to have a clearer sense of how terrifying a peak lord was. As Ding Xue acted coquettishly, the middle-aged woman's cold expression melted a little. A hint of doting rose in her eyes as she patted Ding Xue's head and spoke to Su Qing. "Su Qing, you and Ding Xue are friends. I'm not talking to you as the deputy peak lord but as an elder. This is the front line and it's not very safe. Ding Xue must participate in this war. I have something important to do and it's hard for me to be distracted. I'm worried about her safety and need you to protect her for a month. What do you think? After you're done, I'll give you the right to withdraw from the war at any time and 3 disorder teleportation talismans." Upon hearing the words, disorder teleportation talisman, Su Qing's heart instantly raced. He knew that the disorder teleportation talisman was a type of jade talisman. Its value was so great that it surpassed many magic artifacts. Any one of them cost more than 700,000 to 800,000 spirit stones. Moreover, this item was extremely rare. It would immediately be fought over and bought by others the moment it appeared. Su Qing had seen one in the Bright Artifact Pavilion in the 6th Peaks Pengming district, but it wasn't for sale. The effect of this item was equivalent to gaining a second life. It could immediately teleport the user from the vast majority of areas. However, there was no pattern to the destination of teleportation. It could teleport the user in the vicinity or thousands of kilometers away. This matter was clearly suggested by Ding Xue. Otherwise, if she really looked for someone to protect her with 3 disorderly teleportation talismans as the reward, there would be a lot of experts fighting for it. Hence, Su Qing glanced at Ding Xue. Seeing Su Qing's gaze landing on her, Ding Xue blushed and smiled sweetly. The middle-aged woman shook her head. A hint of helplessness flashed in her deep phoenix eyes. After placing a storage bag in Ding Xue's hand, she calmly spoke. "You guys decide." With that, she turned and left. Seeing that her aunt had left, Ding Xue hurriedly ran to Su Qing's side and spoke. "Senior brother Su Qing, that's my aunt. She usually doesn't stay in the 7 Blood Eyes but in the Western Reef Archipelago. Back then, when you sent me off on the sea, the one I wanted to introduce you to was her. That day, Zhao Zhongheng insisted on following me. My aunt is a good person. She gave him an alchemy pill. If you had come with me, she would have given it to you. Zhao Zhongheng used the pill to form the forbidden sea dragon whale. That fellow got the benefit for free." A long time later, he looked at Ding Xue and asked. "The Peak Lord of the 7th Peak is your?" "He's my uncle-in-law." Ding Xue smiled. Su Qing fell silent again. "However, there are some contradictions in ideals between my aunt and uncle-in-law. Hence, many years ago, my aunt moved out of the 7 Blood Eyes to live in the Western Reef Archipelago. She came here only because of the war. Senior brother Su Qing, can you protect me this time? I actually came here to increase my qualifications. The sect also has assessments for core disciples, and my uncle-in-law plans to send me to the 7 Sects Alliance. This requires my resume to be more realistic and good-looking. In addition, I'm planning to focus on vegetation in the future, so senior brother Su Qing, can you also help me tutor during this period of time?" Ding Xue didn't hide anything and told Su Qing what she needed. At the same time, she handed over the storage bag. It was obvious that regardless of whether Su Qing agreed or not, she would give the disorder teleportation talismans to him. Su Qing looked at the storage bag and then at the expectant Ding Xue. Su Qing admired Ding Xue's diligence and eagerness to learn. Moreover, regardless of whether it was for the other party's foundation building jade slips back then or the 3 disorder teleportation talismans now, he had no reason to refuse. Ding Xue's actions also made him feel comfortable. Su Qing nodded and took the storage bag. There were 3 jade talismans that emitted a gentle glow inside. The magic power on them was abundant. "That's great. Thank you, senior brother Su Qing." Ding Xue was very excited. After that, she tried to hold Su Qing's arm naturally, but Su Qing dodged her. Ding Xue didn't reveal any abnormalities. She still smiled sweetly and brought Su Qing to a teleportation point, leaving the core command center. For the rest of the time, other than returning to her aunt's place at night, she usually followed Su Qing and completed her resume at the front line on the Merfolk Islands. However, Ding Xue was very smart. Although she was the one who fought for this opportunity for Su Qing and had some selfish motives, she didn't make it too obvious. Instead, she dragged Su Qing to accept some special missions. From Ding Xue, Su Qing also knew that the missions of core disciples were different from theirs. The mission rewards for core disciples were even richer while the danger was clearly reduced. Most of them could be completed on the islands. However, correspondingly, as a core disciple, their connection to the sect was extremely great. If the 7 Blood Eyes encountered an irresolvable calamity one day, disciples like Su Qing could leave calmly and not be pursued. However, core disciples would definitely be eliminated. As such, there were pros and cons to becoming a core disciple. Su Qing wasn't envious of it. He felt that his current state was quite good. In the following days, he would bring Ding Xue to complete all kinds of small missions she accepted every day. For example, sending important supplies from one island to another, doing some aftermath work, tabulating some casualties, and so on. Basically, they were all safe and easy missions. When he was free, Ding Shui would ask him about herbs. Every time, she would give him spirit stones as a payment for the knowledge. Although Su Qing felt that 100 to 200 spirit stones each time wasn't as precious as before, he still abided by the concept of gathering sand to form a tower. 7 to 8 days later, the difficulty of the missions Ding Shui accepted slowly increased. For example, searching for some merfolk rebels and the hiding places of the Sea Corps race in the islands. The danger level of such a mission was already relatively high, but this was the frontline command center after all, so the difficulty was limited. The sect could quickly send reinforcements if there were any issues, so these missions were very suitable for the core disciples to train. Ding Shui seemed to attach great importance to her resume. She often took on these missions that contained a certain level of danger without being afraid of injuries. In fact, the more dangerous it was, the faster she would accept it. However, under Su Qing's meticulous protection, Ding Shui was always safe and sound. This made Ding Shui a little anxious. This didn't match her plan. She felt even more anxious when she realized that the month was almost over. She made a decision. One morning, when she met Su Qing again, she suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and her body was on the verge of collapse, as though she would fall at any moment. Su Qing was stunned. He sized up Ding Shui a few times and was a little moved. He sensed that Ding Shui's cultivation base was chaotic and her qi movements had formed a ball, blocking many of her meridians. It would be very difficult for her to recover in a short period. Senior brother Su, it's all my fault. I was too anxious. I felt that I was too weak and wanted to break through to the great circle of perfection as soon as possible, but something went wrong with my cultivation last night and I suffered a backlash. Ding Shui stood with difficulty and spoke bitterly. My aunt also went to the battlefield and isn't here. You should rest for a few days. When your injuries recover, you can take on the missions. Su Qing comforted. No. Ding Shui panicked and hurriedly rejected him. She thought to herself that if she really went back to rest, wouldn't her injuries be in vain? Chapter 240, 240 Broad-minded. 240 Broad-minded. Joining the Seven Sects Alliance is my dream. Now that I have everything I need, I only need a good resume. I can't waste all my efforts because of my negligence. I accepted 16 missions today. Senior brother Su, my aptitude is ordinary, so I have to work harder. Even though I'm injured, I can't give up. This little injury is nothing. Ding Shui's gaze was firm. I can't disappoint my aunt. Senior brother Su, can you help me complete the missions? Sorry to trouble you. At this point, Ding Shui's voice became a little weaker. After she finished speaking, she wanted to bow but her body went limp and she was about to fall. Su Qing instinctively went forward to help her. Ding Shui's body fell into Su Qing's arms. Her eyelashes trembled slightly and her breathing was clearly hurried. Her small face flushed red. Su Qing faintly felt that something was amiss but he didn't know how to refuse. After all, Ding Shui's injuries were real and they were really serious. Just like that, on this day, Su Qing helped Ding Shui to complete the 16 missions. Although Ding Shui was weak, the excitement in her heart had reached its limit. This was the outcome she wanted. She had begged her aunt to let Su Qing protect her. Because she wanted to get close to Su Qing and form a deep-rooted friendship. She was very clear that if she wanted to conquer Su Qing, she couldn't be hasty. She needed to plan slowly. It would be best if the feelings could develop over time. That was why she had injured herself like this. However, she also understood that this plan couldn't be used every day. The sense of need couldn't be exposed too much. Hence, after she recovered a little the next day, everything started to return to normal. Every day, Ding Shui excitedly brought Su Qing to run around the 4 islands. Another 7 to 8 days passed. Ding Shui felt that the time was ripe and was about to launch her second plan. She was confident that she could form a deeper relationship with Su Qing with this plan. After all, she had been preparing for this for several months. However, what disappointed her was that an uninvited guest actually came at this critical moment. For some reason, Zhao Zhongheng's cultivation speed suddenly sped up after Su Qing stepped into foundation building. He had reached the perfected qi condensation realm and wasn't far from attempting to reach foundation building. Logically speaking, what he needed to do now was to enter seclusion to stabilize his perfected realm and start foundation building. However, he had clearly heard about what had happened here, so he resolutely chose to participate in the battle. On the first day he arrived on the Merfolk Island, he shamelessly came to Ding Xue's side. No matter what, he didn't leave and insisted on following. In fact, after Ding Xue got annoyed, he even took out the mission Jade Slip. He actually used some unknown method to obtain the same mission as Ding Xue. As such, Ding Xue was quite helpless. From the start to the end, Su Qing didn't care about this matter. It didn't matter who came. He calculated the time. There were a few more days left before the 1-month duration ended. Zhao Zhongheng, if you insist on following, there are 2 rules. Ding Xue looked at Zhao Zhongheng unhappily in front of Su Qing. Firstly, you can't speak the entire time. Secondly, you have to maintain a distance of 30 feet from me. If you don't agree, leave. If you agree, stay. Zhao Zhongheng took a deep breath. When he arrived, he had already thought of this. Now, he looked at the incomparably beautiful Ding Xue with her curvy figure. He then quickly glanced at Su Qing, who didn't seem to notice this. He hurriedly retracted his gaze and an unprecedented determination appeared in his heart. No matter how high his cultivation is, how can it compare to my sincerity? Pursuing a girl isn't about fighting. What's the use of having a high cultivation level? My grandfather's cultivation level is higher. Wasn't he also dumped by my grandmother? Isn't Old Master 7th also staying on the 7th peak alone? This means that a high cultivation base is of no use here. My sincerity is the key to obtaining ultimate happiness. It's indestructible. The heavens can testify to it. Even if the fragmented face in the sky opens its eyes, it won't be able to destroy my sincerity. If pursuing women depends on one's cultivation level, wouldn't the ancestor have a lot of wives and concubines? All the women in the sect would have been his. The more Zhao Zhongheng thought about it, the more sense it made. His gaze became increasingly determined as he looked at the love of his life, Ding Xue, and spoke in a low voice. All right. Zhao Zhongheng's participation made Ding Xue very unhappy. However, to Su Qing, it was no different, although there were a few times when he realized that Zhao Zhongheng was secretly sizing up his forehead. This made Su Qing feel a little strange, but he didn't care too much, especially since the other party was tactful and didn't provoke him. Hence, Su Qing ignored him most of the time. Several days later, the 3 of them completed some small missions and rested for a night before gathering again. Su Qing glanced at Zhao Zhongheng with a strange expression. Ding Xue was also stunned when she saw Zhao Zhongheng. She glanced at Zhao Zhongheng's brows and then turned to look at Su Qing. Her expression slowly became strange. Only Zhao Zhongheng's expression was as calm as ever. He lifted his head and revealed his brows to Su Qing and Ding Xue, his heart filled with pride. If anyone else was here, they would definitely discover that the shape of Zhao Zhongheng's brows was almost identical to Su Qing's. Regardless of the height, length, width at the end of the brows, and so on, they were all the same. Su Qing looked at Zhao Zhongheng. He suddenly understood why the other party kept peeking at his forehead a few days ago. He was looking at his eyebrows. Is this person crazy? Su Qing recalled Elder Zhao's evaluation of his grandson and felt that it made sense. Ding Xue sighed. She felt that Zhao Zhongheng was possessed. Some eyebrows felt different on different people's faces. Senior brother Su naturally looked better the more she looked at him. She felt that this Zhao Zhongheng was actually fine previously. However, no matter how she looked at him now, he looked really strange. He was like a chicken with 2 peacock feathers stuck in it. Zhao Zhongheng clearly didn't think so. He was very smug on the way. He felt that Ding Xue was clearly looking at him much more than before. Hence, he began to stare at Su Qing's nose. Just like that, the 3 of them lived in peace in the following days, other than Zhao Zhongheng's appearance gradually changing slightly and the traces of the changes being conspicuous. What surprised Su Qing was that Zhao Zhongheng's transformation wasn't just these. When the latter presented Ding Xue with a gift, he actually gave 2 portions. Ding Xue was also very surprised by this. Looking at Su Qing and Ding Xue's expressions, Zhao Zhongheng felt even more smug. He felt that the meaning of his seclusion this time was far-reaching because he understood something. Since he loved someone, he had to love her dog as well. Since he had chosen to spend his entire life pursuing her, he had to be tolerant enough to accommodate the passers-by in her life. So, why would he act narrow-minded and only give her? As such, he gifted her 2 portions. Letting her give it to the passerby also showed how different he was from others. Zhao Zhongheng felt that he had understood everything. Hence, amidst the sublimation of his heart, on this day, Ding Shui checked a secret passage that was filled with anomalous substances and opened it. When the anomalous substances dissipated, Zhao Zhongheng, who was at the side, handed 2 medicine boxes to Ding Shui. Ding Shui took them and opened one in surprise. Peeling anomaly pills. This is a secret pill of the second peak. It's not sold outside and is rarely seen. Zhao Zhongheng smiled and nodded. Ding Shui had a strange expression on her face as she looked at the 2 medicinal pills in her hand. Senior brother Su Qing, thank you for helping me these few days and even tutoring me in herbs. I don't think senior brother will have any use for this pill, but because it's rare, senior brother can use it for research. As she spoke, Ding Shui smiled sweetly at Su Qing and passed a medicinal pill to him. Moreover, this is also the reward you should receive for taking care of Zhao Zhongheng these few days. Su Qing thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he took it. Zhao Zhongheng's breathing hastened slightly, but he quickly smiled again and nodded at Su Qing. Su Qing glanced at the medicinal pill and was about to store it when his expression suddenly froze. He abruptly looked at the secret passage that had been opened and walked to the side of it. Both of you, step back a little. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Shui quickly reacted and retreated. Zhao Zhongheng also hurriedly retreated. Seeing that Ding Shui and Zhao Zhongheng had retreated far away, Su Qing stared at the secret passage in front of him. The location of this secret passage was under a collapsed house. Moreover, it was obvious that it had been dug out recently to escape. Some runic arrangements could be seen in the surroundings. Although they had lost their effect now, they should be mainly used for concealment. The passage wasn't big and could only fit 1 person. As it was opened, it emitted a chill that fused with the warm current from the outside world, forming some fog. In this fog, other than the dense anomalous substances, some corpse poison slowly floated out. Su Qing was vigilant. This mission was accepted by Ding Shui. The mission description was to find the hiding places of the sea corpse race in the Merfolk Islands. They had searched several places before but they didn't find anything. Right now, they were in a small city on Hidden Island. Ding Shui had used a special magic artifact to sense the fluctuations of the increase in anomalous substances here. That's how they found this passage. Su Qing originally didn't care much. According to his experience in killing the sea corpse race, even if there were really some members of the sea corpse race hiding on the Merfolk Islands, they weren't something a qi condensation cultivator like Ding Shui could find. The detection of special magic artifacts wasn't of much use. Unless the sea corpse race cultivator deliberately exposed their traces, there were too many ways to conceal the anomalous substances and their aura. Hence, in Su Qing's opinion, the mission the sect gave to Qi Condensation Core disciples was actually just for show, to let them adapt to the rhythm of the war. As for danger, there wasn't much. However, after Ding Shui opened the secret passage just now, as the anomalous substances spread out, Su Qing sensed that something was wrong. The anomalous substances coming out of the passage contained corpse poison. Could it be that Ding Shui really found a sea corpse race member? Su Qing's gaze was like lightning as he scattered some poison powder into the secret passage to neutralize the corpse poison inside. At the same time, he also sensed that the corpse poison here seemed to have lost its vitality and its toxicity was greatly reduced. While Su Qing was pondering, a weak voice suddenly rang out from the secret passage. "Father, hurry up and go home." This voice was like the pleading of a little boy, filled with deep longing. It was extremely realistic. The moment it entered Su Qing's ears, he felt as though he had really seen a little boy. This scene caused Su Qing's eyes to narrow abruptly. Ding Shui and Zhao Zhongheng, who were behind him, also heard it. Their expressions changed drastically. Bizarre entity. Zhao Zhongheng's breathing was hurried. Chapter 241, 241 The Ancestor is Panicked, 1. 241 The Ancestor is Panicked, 1. Ding Shui immediately took out a jade slip and looked at Su Qing. The moment Su Qing gave the signal, she would transmit her voice to ask for help. Su Qing listened attentively. After waiting for a long time, the exact same voice from before appeared a second time. The voice was still filled with deep longing that could be felt by others. It seemed to come from the secret passage, but it gave people the feeling that it was coming from right beside their ears. They could easily imagine the scene in front of them. Su Qing was silent. He didn't sense any dangerous fluctuations in the secret passage and similarly didn't sense any coldness of the bizarre entity. However, he still instantly ignited his life fire and activated the mystic brilliance form. In the past month, this was the first time Su Qing had activated his mystic brilliance form in front of Ding Xue. The dangers he had encountered previously could be resolved by his ordinary form. As his auras erupted, Ding Xue and Zhao Zhongheng both took a deep breath and instinctively retreated a little. Their eyes instantly stung and they didn't dare to look straight at him. Ding Xue was still fine. Although she couldn't open her eyes, the surprise in her heart was more than shock. However, Zhao Zhongheng's expression changed. The construction in his heart almost collapsed again. Who said that the one standing in the light is the hero? My sincerity is different from the others. Zhao Zhongheng's breathing was hurried as he encouraged himself. Su Qing didn't know what Ding Xue and Zhao Zhongheng were thinking at this moment, and he didn't care. Now that the mystic brilliance form had been activated, he didn't hesitate at all. He rushed into the secret passage. Su Qing moved extremely fast. Wherever he passed, there would be popping sounds and a series of echoes in the narrow secret passage. At the same time, he also sensed that the corpse poison in this place was indeed rapidly dissipating, as though it was evaporating after death. Su Qing arrived at the end of the secret passage. His gaze was like lightning as he rapidly observed his surroundings. This place was like a simple hiding place. There was a figure of the sea corpse race in the corner. He looked like a human old man and was already dead. There were several shocking wounds on the corpse, especially the location of the dantian, which was badly mangled. The injuries there were the most fatal and almost penetrated his body. This corpse was the source of the anomalous substances and corpse poison. Even though he was dead, the lingering power emitted by his body was still very strong. Su Qing swept his gaze over and judged that this person at least had a ball of life fire when he was alive. This sea corpse race member had clearly suffered serious injuries from the extermination of his vitality on the Merfolk Island. He insisted on hiding here and was no longer able to escape or recover. In the end, he died silently. He shouldn't have died long ago. That was why the anomalous substances spread out when the secret passage was opened. His expression was also a little different from the sea corpse race cultivators Su Qing had seen. Although his face was gradually rotting, one could still faintly see the confusion he had when he was alive. He was holding a small bronze bottle tightly in his hand. It was as though this was his most precious item before he died. This small bottle was very old and had already been opened. The voice Su Qing had heard earlier rang out from it. The voice was very weak and filled with longing. As for the old man from the sea corpse race, he seemed to have opened the bottle before he died. As he gradually entered the embrace of death, he kept listening to this voice over and over again. This voice probably belonged to his closest kin. Su Qing's gaze swept past the bottle and observed his surroundings. Just as he confirmed that there was no danger here, footsteps rang out from behind him. The people who came were Zhao Zhongheng and Ding Xue. After Su Qing entered the secret passage, they waited for a while and sensed that there was no movement inside. Hence, Ding Xue was anxious and quickly ran in. Zhao Zhongheng could only follow. Upon noticing that Su Qing was fine, Ding Xue heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did she observe her surroundings. After seeing everything clearly, she looked at the bottle in the hand of the corpse and exclaimed. Sound-catching bottle. Ding Xue, who had an astonishing background, clearly had knowledge that exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. She recognized the origin of the bronze bottle at a glance. Hence, after noticing Su Qing's gaze sweeping over, she hurriedly informed him. The sound-catching bottle is an ancient item and is very rare. Its value is priceless to some people but worthless to many. This is because its function is very simple. It captures sound. After covering it, you can open it at any time and hear the captured sound. The sound is extremely real. It can even be said to be the original sound. This is its queerness and preciousness, but it can't last permanently. After opening for a long time, the sound will slowly dissipate and needs to be captured again. Ding Shui looked at the C Corp's race member and then at the sound-catching bottle that he held tightly in his hand as though it was a treasure. She seemed to understand something. The C Corp's race consists of members of various races who were revived in a unique way after they died. Once they become a member of the C Corp's race, they can only retain some memories of when they were alive. However, this memory is useless because the nature of the C Corp's race is cruel. The moment they revive, it's equivalent to severing ties with their previous lives. Very few people keep the things they were fond of when they were alive. If this bottle is his, then this C Corp's race cultivator is really abnormal. He actually retained the thing he had when he was alive. This bottle should be something he misses and an obsession. As for the voice in the bottle, maybe it was of his child. But no matter how he was when he was alive, he is now a member of the C Corp's race. Ding Shui's tone was filled with uncertainty. Clearly, she wasn't too sure if the truth was as she had judged. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.